Just like many other stories, our male lead wakes up to find he's been transported into a video game. To make matters worse, it's a game he created himself. The game is called Aha's Heroic Legend, featuring an academy where countless dangerous events unfold one after another. Even when the apocalypse hits, life in the game keeps right on going. But that's not really the issue, because the game's main character, let's call him Park Sihu, is supposed to resolve everything easily. The problem is, our protagonist wasn't so lucky. For some reason, he got stuck in a throwaway character meant to be just background noise. He plays as Corin, an NPC in a beginner quest, where the true hero is supposed to save all the villagers. If things had followed the original plot, everything would have been a breeze. But this story isn't that simple. The game's main character is named Park Sihu. The interesting part? Sihu is also a player, meaning he's another person who transmigrated into this world. But there's a massive difference between Sihu and Corin. Besides the overpowered skills of a main character, Sihu was granted the privilege of a system interface. The catch? Sihu had never actually played this game before. That's where Corin comes in to fill the gaps. He's played every single chapter of this game and knows every secret path by heart. You could say Corin is the ultimate expert on Aha's heroic legend. With him as an advisor by his side, Sihu is essentially hitting the jackpot. Corin has all the game knowledge, while Sihu has the stat window and system. And so, the two of them team up. They fight side by side through every stage, saving countless people, achieving greatness, and most importantly, stopping the apocalypse so they can return to the real world. You'd think it would be a perfect, happy ending, right? Nope. It couldn't be that simple. Things are only just beginning. The only disappointment Corin feels is that his team is filled with guys, and the reason why is something he's about to discover. It's definitely not going to disappoint the audience. The game's appeal lies in its mix of fantasy elements, legendary heroic tales, and dating sim aspects. Basically, there wasn't any romance for the MC. If a female character joined the party for a mission, she'd vanish soon after, leaving only the guys behind. This is something Corin would come to regret deeply. He should have noticed the warning signs much sooner, like when the Sword Emperor's granddaughter died on the way to a memorial, or when the first boss, Marietta Dunalbev, suddenly vanished along with a long list of other mysterious deaths and disappearances. These events weren't in the original game's plot, and even more disturbing was the way Park Sihu, his constant companion, had been thinking. Corin should have been suspicious of Sihu's true nature from the very beginning. Marietta Dunalbev was the final boss of the first stage and a key heroine, yet Corin had never met her because she disappeared without a trace. But one day, Corin unexpectedly discovers a mysterious artifact, Marietta's staff, inside a secret underground room belonging to Sihu. Not only that, the room was filled with artifacts from other heroines, Elisa Aiden's Odachi, Jer's Warhammer, Elle's spellbook, and most terrifyingly, the body of Marietta herself, kept inside a glass chamber filled with red liquid. When caught, Sihu doesn't look worried at all. On the contrary, he reveals his twisted, terrifying nature. When Corin demands an explanation, Sihu calmly replies that Marietta was a high-level vampire anyway. Her blood is valuable, so he couldn't let it go to waste. That's why Sihu kidnapped her to harvest it. Corin suddenly remembers a potion Sihu gave him that afternoon. Sihu said it was just a regular recovery potion, but Corin realizes in horror it was actually blood extracted from Marietta. Corin collapses as Sihu's expression turns cold and lethal. He had been building this place for a long time. Even the operation to capture Marietta took him an entire month. Sihu did all of this just to speed up the plot. He thought Corin's way of playing was boring and tedious, so he decided to just get rid of those characters to finish it faster. Sihu wasn't the newbie he claimed to be. He wasn't a beginner, he was a seasoned veteran of this game. Or more accurately, Park Sihu was the real villain of this story. With the number of characters he'd already killed, he only needed 3 more lives to reach 100,000. Disgusted by this scum, Corin lunges at him and grabs his collar. Sihu doesn't even resist, calmly and coldly stating that they're just NPCs, not real people, so there's no reason to get so worked up. Helpless and completely devastated, Corin reaches into Sihu's cloak and asks why he collected the Odachi if he was so obsessed with efficiency. A mage wouldn't even need a knight's weapon, and those potions could be easily crafted through the system. Sihu just smirks. His face turns cold and his eyes glow red, looking just like a demon. With a light push, he sends Corin flying, slamming him into the wall until he's covered in blood. Sihu has transformed into a madman. He keeps muttering that he did all of this just for Corin. He says Corin should have made him his sole purpose in life, his entire world, instead of caring about those female characters. Wait, hold on a second. That's right, you're hearing that correctly. Corin stands there in complete shock, processing this. Sihu finally drops the act and shows his true colors to everyone. Yes, Park Sihu is in love with Corin. At first, Corin can't believe it. After 199 chapters of an action fantasy epic, he didn't expect a sudden queer romance plot twist in the final chapter. A terrifying black aura erupts from Sihu. The reason the whole team consisted only of men was because Sihu had been secretly eliminating every female character all along. Sihu didn't care about anyone else. The only person he loved was Corin. It's absolutely chilling. Even Corin can't take it anymore and punches Sihu right in the face. He can't believe the guy is such a creep. Corin's life was nearly ruined by this obsession. Corin was about to turn tail and run, but Sihu quickly caught him using magic. To make matters worse, he was tied up in an incredibly suggestive position that no one would want to see. It was truly unbelievable. What's more, Park Sihu continued saying things that any domineering villainous CEO would say to his woman. "You can't escape from me. I will bind you forever. You are mine. Because in this fake world, you are the only thing that is real." By now, Corin felt completely disgusted, wanting to throw up everything. But in this situation, there was nothing else he could do. Once his tears fell, the game would be over. Perhaps he had been plotting this for a very long time. At this moment, he began creating a magic circle to open the final chapter of this game. To Park Sihu, once this fake world ended, Corin and he would be together forever. Park Sihu had always acted on his own, so perhaps even being the final boss wouldn't be too difficult for him. Corin could only lie there silently, waiting for an ending even worse than death to befall him. Just then, the system's warning sound rang out. The player had died, and the mission failed. Perhaps he hadn't been lucky enough to win the final round. But to win is to be a king, and to lose is to try again. At least fate didn't abandon good people like Corin. As soon as he opened his eyes again, he saw himself lying on a bed and realized he had returned to 3 years ago. This was truly a golden opportunity gifted by heaven to Corin. He clenched his fists, and tears just rolled down his cheeks. He must kill that player. In the game, there was an event called the Rotion Dam Break. During the mission to subdue the river monsters, the dam suddenly burst, sweeping away an entire village. Thousands of water monsters poured out, and thousands of innocent people drowned. It was a truly horrific sight. Yet, at that time, this Park Sihu became terrifyingly happy and excited. Back then, Corin was still naive, and didn't understand why that scumbag looked so smug. Looking back now, even if dozens of people died, the only thing Sihu cared about was the experience points he gained. Remembering his words back then, "Just 3 more lives and I'll hit 100,000, was enough to drive Corin mad with that kind of sickness. Given the current situation, Corin could completely stop that demon right now. Right now, Park Sihu was only at level 5, just like him. The factors that made him and other players stronger were all at the Mocha Academy. After entering the academy, Park Sihu's strength would increase significantly. For now, he hadn't turned into a monster yet, but it was impossible to tell how fast his growth rate would be after entering the academy. There were only 5 days left until the entrance ceremony. Therefore, the only way to eliminate Park Sihu was right now, and the mushrooms Corin was holding in his hand would be a useful tool to support him in this matter. Back to the main plot unfolding. Tonight, Park Sihu had to complete a mission. The carriage on the road to Moadan City had been intercepted by monsters in the forest. He needed to protect everyone and the guards until it was repaired. For this mission, Park Sihu would be with 2 side characters, Lon and Laura. Just as they were about to get on the carriage, a terrifying roar rang out. From the bushes, something suddenly lunged toward them at lightning speed. Without a moment's hesitation, both of them drew their swords, ready to fight. With that terrifying scream, the thing that had just lunged out was a level 2 werewolf monster. Corin, hiding in the nearby bushes, never expected things to start happening so fast. Now, even if he wanted to come out and help or support them, he couldn't. If only he had time to prepare, he could have saved them. After creating a distraction to let the carriage and the others escape, Park Sihu immediately ran toward the werewolf. At this moment, Corin also needed to verify, before intervening, whether this Park Sihu was truly the hero who would save the world, or just a player who had possessed a body like himself. Facing the werewolf before him, Park Sihu's face suddenly became terrifyingly excited. Just then, an important female character with a sword suddenly appeared. She swung her sword beautifully, placing it right at the monster's throat, but unfortunately, it blocked her. This girl was the second daughter of the Ain family, who held the Odachi, one of the 6 king swords, and was an influential figure in the team, a character whose full name was Elisa Aden. Sihu had just been waiting for this moment. He began to take out a dagger he had hidden away and started to approach, preparing to strike. In the end, this was still the same scumbag Park Sihu from his past life. Fortunately, his actions just then were quickly detected by Elisa, and she dodged in time. Elisa, still terrified and shaken, asked him why he did that, but Sihu made an excuse that his hand had slipped. At this moment, the werewolf's roar made her snap out of it, and she turned back to fight it. The dagger Sihu had used earlier was coated with poison. Even though it didn't stab her, it had grazed Elisa. A portion of the poison had seeped into her body, but she could still fight normally. Perhaps it was because she was an important NPC in the story. The poison seemed to have sapped Elisa's strength while fighting the monster. She tried to stay calm, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and focused her strength, then unleashed her special technique, the absolute severance cut. Elisa seemed to regain her vitality and immediately lunged toward the monster at high speed. Sihu watched coldly. At this rate, Elisa could completely destroy this big, ferocious werewolf on her own, and of course, he wouldn't let it end so peacefully. Sihu grabbed the dagger from earlier and threw it toward Elisa. This time, it definitely wasn't an accident. Luckily, Elisa was quick-witted enough to dodge it, but in reality, that dagger was just bait to distract her. While distracted, Elisa didn't know she had gotten close to the monster's mouth. Even though she quickly drew her sword and stabbed its head to finish it off, she herself was pierced by a fang in the werewolf's mouth. Elisa fell and rolled onto the ground. Park Sihu had been waiting for just that moment. He quickly seized the chance to snatch the odachi from Elisa. He happily fondled the sword, his face now turning cold, void of any humanity. Killing an NPC gives experience too, doesn't it? Elisa, now lying on the ground, had no strength left. It could be said she was in a dying state. In her eyes, the person before her was nothing more than a ruthless devil. To see this scene right before dying was truly a tragic fate. Suddenly, a bag full of yellow powder flew into Sihu's face. It covered his face and his entire body. Everyone knew who had thrown that bag at Park Sihu. As he was standing there, flustered and angry, looking for the person who dared to throw things at him, a swarm of monsters began rushing toward him. That yellow powder was topanic mushroom, the favorite snack of forest monsters, and they were covered in a thick layer of spores. Because of that, in the eyes of the monsters, Park Sihu was now. It was like a piece of fresh meat covered in a special sauce. While he was busy fumbling with those forest monsters, Corin quickly stepped out and pulled Elisa into a corner. Thankfully, she was still breathing. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, Corin suddenly had an idea. He walked over and snapped off one of its fangs. Just then, Park Sihu suddenly appeared behind Corin. It seemed he had finished off those monsters. Corin stood up calmly, killing 3 horned rats in the blink of an eye. "Not bad," a voice said, surprising Park Sihu. "Corin?" Sihu asked cautiously. "How did you get here? This bastard, did he lose his memories?" Corin wondered to himself while holding a knife, smiling inwardly. If that's the case, even better. Then he spoke up. "You'll hurt yourself holding a sword like that." Sihu froze, suddenly blurting out, "What?" Taking advantage of his confusion, Corin lunged forward and threw a handful of powder right into Park Sihu's face. Sihu, caught off guard, cursed in anger. "You bastard!" He swung his sword blindly while shouting, "Die!" Corin easily dodged the attack, even finding time to assess the situation. This guy's sword technique is clumsy, but he's fast. Still, Park Sihu is physically stronger than me. Corin crouched low to dodge and gritted his teeth. Gotta risk it. There's no other way. Corin swung the sharp fang at Park Sihu, forcing him to dodge in a panic. At this moment, Corin had almost lost his composure, his hand constantly launching attacks. That's it. This fang knife can pierce his throat and finish him. Dodge this. Park Sihu only focused on the fang in Corin's hand, constantly using his sword to block. But, unexpectedly, Corin swung the dagger from his other hand without warning. Park Sihu's eyes widened. Because his hands were busy blocking, he had no choice but to stand there and watch. The dagger pierced deep into Park Sihu's shoulder. Sihu screamed in pain, his face turning pale. His eyes were now filled with fear, tears ready to fall at any moment. Corin raised the fang in his other hand high and brought it down quickly onto Park Sihu. A stream of blood gushed out, though the fang didn't pierce Park Sihu's body but rather jammed into his hand. Corin stared at Park Sihu, who was using his hand to block, tears streaming down his face. But in the end, the outcome was predetermined. Corin used his strength to push the fang through his neck, causing blood to spray everywhere. In my past life, thanks for everything, Corin thought to himself. Now, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. I have to admit, thanks to you, I've become stronger. But even so, I don't regret doing this. Corin pulled the fang out. Since he had killed the seed of a monster, he stood up and looked at the neatly disposed body. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. The system displayed the player cards of Sihu and Corin, along with a series of alerts. Player has died. Calculating abnormalities in the main storyline. Checking backup world, mutating Corin, running potential test, running ideology test, running compatibility test, running player log, transferring previous player's experience to hero Corin, converting minimum reserve for case of storyline, collapse and minimum stats to run backup player program. Corin, class AAA Knight, inheritor of martial arts, backup player. Corin observed the notification, panting, and pondered. A backup player, huh? So now I'll have a stat window? Suddenly, a coughing sound echoed. Startled, Corin turned his head. Elisa, covered in syrup, was lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. Elisa Aiden. Corin noticed her. He anxiously ran over, caught Elisa in his arms, and asked kindly, "Are you okay?" "It hurts," Elisa managed to say in pain. "I can't see anything." Corin breathed a sigh of relief. At least she still had the strength to speak. Corin continued to ask, "You feel dizzy and can't smell anything, right? Are your ears ringing?" Elisa closed her eyes and mumbled, slurring her words. "How did you know?" Corin looked at her, noticing these symptoms likely came from tree frog poison. Corin thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to craft this poison without a stat window. Even in the tutorial chapter. If this poison had been crafted any stronger, you'd be dead already." Corin noticed the fang stuck in Elisa's hip and hurriedly removed his belt to find a way to save her. Even though the werewolf fang was still embedded in her and she was in critical condition, he thought, must stop the bleeding and neutralize the poison quickly. Corin used the belt to turn her over. He wrapped it around her arm and tightened it. The sudden pain made Elisa cry out. Corin tried to reassure her. "It's okay. I'm an expert at stopping bleeding and detoxification. Don't worry." He glanced around, worried she might bite her tongue, which would be dangerous. Corin's gaze landed on Park Sihu's arm lying nearby. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled the arm over and placed it in front of Elisa's mouth, telling her to bite down. Confident in his decision, he began to take off his shirt and said, "It's going to hurt. Just bite down as hard as you can." It felt like he had returned to 3 years ago, but this time he didn't hesitate, Corin thought, as he pulled the fang out of Elisa's hip. He yanked the fang out. In the quiet forest, screams of pain echoed relentlessly. The people who had died in his previous life were still alive. Saving one person was enough. Elisa was successfully given first aid but still lay unconscious on the ground. A moment later, Corin fashioned a simple pot to boil over the flickering fire. He watched over Elisa while tending to the pot and comforted her. "Corin in there. I'm making the antidote. Don't worry. Humans aren't that easy to kill." Elisa closed her eyes, whispering, "Benefactor, please tell me your name." Corin placed a wet cloth on Elisa's forehead and gently replied, "You don't need to know." Elisa looked confused. "What was that?" Corin reminded her, "Don't think too much. Just rest. When the medicine is ready, I'll wake you up. From now on, I have to act in the shadows, so the fewer people who know me, the better." Corin used a small stick to draw a circle on the ground, pondering the situation himself. The legend of the hero of Aha was exactly what it sounded like. A story about a hero. While solving incidents at the academy, the player would become a hero, save the world, take down countless monsters, and destroy the final boss. Someone like Park Sihu, that scumbag, also had to follow the storyline. If the final boss wasn't defeated, the world would perish. But now that Park Sihu was dead, who would take on that fate? Corin wondered. The system displayed, Class A Knight, Martial Arts Inheritor, Backup Player. Corin looked at it with clear disgust. Who else but me? He thought. But if he had to do this, he had to do it right. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. System notification. You do not have permission to access. Corin sat still, pondering. He became a backup player but wasn't allowed to use the support devices intended for players. I was looking forward to it so much. And it's like this? By the flickering fire, only Corin remained. The young man with a solid build muttered to himself, "It's going to be hard to accomplish anything in the future. I was so excited for this. And yet, this is how it ends?" Standing by the flickering fire, Corin was all alone. The large guy muttered to himself, "It's going to be so tough to pull anything off in the future. Relying solely on memories from my past life isn't enough. I need to use external factors outside the system to get this done." After 3 years of training, Corin is no longer just a successor or a backup plan. He uses his fingertips to trace a pattern on the ground, and a magic circle appears. That power creates a strong gust of wind, making the flames burn even brighter. Everything gets swept up in it. Corin watches with satisfaction, smiling. Just as he predicted, it worked. The magic I learned in my past life is called ancient runes. These ancient characters hold hidden power, obligation, restriction, and vow. This is the trinity of command runes. They are among the most powerful laws governing this world, the source of human strength, and the root of all destruction. I'm going to carve them all onto my body. Thinking this, Corin bites his finger hard. As it bleeds, he uses his finger to draw a line along his arm. The first character appears along the path of his finger. As these runes manifest, the intense pain makes Corin wince and let out a groan. Obligation. He silently repeats the command. This oath will amplify the caster's power whenever they commit to a promise. It's easy to swear things like "I won't eat chicken," but because it's too simple, it hardly grants any stat bonuses at all. Even so, Corin needs to swear something he can easily follow through with. Gripping his arm against his leg, his body rigid from the pain, he tells himself, "I will not turn a blind eye to greed when facing the treasures of the righteous." The system displays, obligation set. You will not turn a blind eye to greed when facing the treasures of the righteous. Your stats will increase upon completing the quest. If you fail to comply, you will be penalized 10 stats. Corin bites his finger again to draw on his other arm. Veins pop out on his neck from the agony. The system displays restriction. I am not aware of spirits. In this world, everything has its own sensory perception. Spiritual entities can only interact through mutual connection, so they cannot use their power to affect things that lack the ability to perceive them. If you fail to follow this, you will suffer 600% damage from your opponent. Restriction activated. The system notifies. Spirit damage taken, 0%. Physical damage dealt, plus 50%. And the benefit of the restriction for keeping this promise is that the spell acts as a shield, protecting me from all other entities. Corin continues in a firm, determined tone. Now for the final one. The vow. This vow carries the weight of the ancient runes, creating a powerful connection. Ancient characters bloom all over his body and arms. However, it's a huge risk that also brings significant benefits. For this very reason, both Park Sihu and I used it in our past lives. Corin remembers Park Sihu, but even Park Sihu, who could utilize everything in the system, still failed against the final boss. If that's the case, Corin can't help but feel anxious. The heaviest vow he must make is, "I will save this world." Corin's eyes widen with determination. This is the noble goal. Every warrior pursues the vow of the greatest ambition. The trinity of constraints is complete. Obligation, restriction, and vow. All constraints will be applied to the reserve player, the system announces. If you fail to uphold your oath, death is inevitable. Suddenly, Corin's body undergoes a strange change. His eyes glow red, and he lets out a scream of agony. Across town, Elisa's eyes snap open. She feels a sharp pain from the wound at her side and can't help but wince. She has been tucked into bed with blankets. She tries to sit up but immediately feels the pain from her injury. A nurse enters and checks on her. "Oh, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Elisa asks, "Where am I?" The nurse replies, "You're at Maba City Hospital." Elisa wonders, "Who brought me here?" The nurse smiles and answers, "Your relative just left." Elisa is surprised. "Just left?" The nurse warns her anxiously, "Ah, you shouldn't be moving yet." Elisa looks around and asks, "I'm fine. Where are my things?" She spots her belt, stained with blood, tucked inside a backpack on the table. She notices it and asks, Is this from the person who saved me? It's still covered in blood?" Elisa picks up the belt, eyes narrowing as she calls the nurse. The nurse jumps, startled. "Huh?" Elisa says loudly, like a child. "Is there anywhere around here that sells honey candy?" The nurse replies helplessly, "For now, you can only have soup." 3 days pass with some starter quests, and the opening ceremony for MK3 Academy begins. At that moment, Corin stands in front of the school, rummaging through his wallet. "Let's see. I need my student ID to get in." "Huh? What's this?" Corin pulls out a letter, puzzled. "A letter? I don't remember putting this here." He reads the letter as he walks. "To my son. You don't know how proud I am of you. Please become a protector for those around you." Corin sighs. When did she put this in here? He thinks back to his family. Corin was just an ordinary, unremarkable kid, but he had a family. When he first inhabited this body, Corin was awkward and distant, but they still treated him just the same. And that's when he started to cherish this family and this world. That is the difference between Park Sihu and him. Corin clutches the letter and smiles happily. At the train station, a crowd is packed closely together, everyone looking a bit bewildered. Wow, why are there so many trains? This is Maba Academy. A beautiful girl with blue hair and a hat, adorned with a flower, approaches, smiling. "Hello." New students. Gather around here. She walks over to Corin and greets him. Are you a new student too? Corin introduces himself awkwardly. I'm Corin, the girl exclaims. Wow, you're so tall. You must be a big eater. She holds out a potato and offers it enthusiastically. Do you want a potato? Corin is a bit surprised. A potato? Finally, the train begins to move. The girl stands on the train and introduces the buildings as they pass. That's the Innovation Building, where the magic students gather to study. She continues, pointing to various areas. That is Mariette, a second-year student and the top of MKA Academy. Everyone loves her, and she has a bright future. Mariette radiates the energy of a leader, yet she seems very approachable. And that is the physical training room, where they lend out some really cool weapons. She adds, pausing for a moment before continuing. In life, people encounter many unexpected misfortunes. In the future, Mari will face a great tragedy. She is the final boss of the first chapter. As the train comes to a stop, Mariette reminds them, all right everyone, grab a potato and a sweet potato on your way out. She doesn't get off with the others, but leans against a pole, waving and saying, good luck, see you all later. Maba Academy is a tuition-free place, a massive institution that gathers the brightest young talents. Corin walks in and realizes the expansion magic has already begun. Suddenly, as Corin stands amidst the crowd, the lights in the building suddenly cut out, throwing everyone into a panic. What's going on? Can anyone see anything? A voice rang out. Don't panic, everyone. Why are students of this academy being scared by something so small? Suddenly, the students were lifted into the air. Corin picked at his ear, thinking to himself that it was Professor Heyman's voice. He says that every single time, it feels like a training camp. This world has a long history of fighting against demons. The most effective weapons to fight them are superhumans who can use aura or mana. And the place to train these people is the MKAB Warrior Academy. A silhouette appeared in the distance. Ah, hello there. A stylishly dressed man walked up to greet them. I am Professor Fadaman, in charge of this year's opening ceremony. Corin, a student in the night department, smirked. He remembered it had been a long time since he last saw this guy. Fadaman continued. I'm sure most of you came here to become knights or mages. You already have your certificates, Fada added mockingly. But don't be all bark and no bite. Let me see what you're actually capable of. All the students stood frozen in place. A small screen lit up in front of them. Corin's profile popped up. Aura rank 680 low. Mana rank 120 very low. And ability not listed very low. Overall rank, 6th very low. Corin stared at the screen, feeling discouraged. This sucks, but at least my physical stats are decent. A series of numbers appeared and Fada shouted, Ah, you're looking at your rankings, aren't you? Go stand in front of the number that matches your rank. Corin lined up with a bitter smile. There are about 400 people. So, am I in the bottom 1%? Fada suddenly gave a sinister grin. Good luck, everyone. The students lined up and started searching for their numbers. A strange voice spoke up while observing the students through an orb. This person remarked that there were many hidden talents in this year's batch. A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and said, No need to measure the first and second rankers yet. Let's wait until we've evaluated the others. The list of top-ranking students was called out. Second rank, the granddaughter of the sword genius Elisa, the priestess of Avaloan, Yuen, the mercenary of the drawn sword style, the golem engineer, Cranel, and the only first ranker, a girl wearing a priestess outfit with a gloomy aura, Tianye Zuo, Waran, the black-haired girl with captivating red eyes. The blonde girl kept watching through the orb and added, That kid actually enrolled? What is the principal thinking? A man rubbed his chin and asked, Do we need to test the 6th ranker? The 5th rankers didn't look like much. Just fail the 6th ranker. The bespectacled girl brandished a whip, her voice so threatening the man broke into a cold sweat. The principal said, All students have the right to learn. Do you dare to go against his will? The man snapped his fingers. Fine, let's begin. Suddenly, a metal weapon locker fell in front of Corin with a loud thud. Corin observed it and wondered, a weapon locker. A voice announced, Monsters will swarm in 30 minutes. Please take down as many monsters as you can. This was a test that placed him in a restricted space and forced him to fight monsters based on his level. Corin clicked his tongue. This is going to be tough. 4th year, the countdown began. Corin approached the locker and opened it. Let's see. Most 5th or 6th rank students wouldn't think twice and would just grab whatever they wanted, and most would choose a sword. Corin touched a sword in the locker. I did the same thing in my past life. 3, 2. As time ticked down, the monsters began to appear. Those were short-furred hounds, 5th rank monsters. Corin swung the sword a few times to test it and remarked, Well, Swords look cool, but they say it takes 100 days to master the spear, 1,000 days for the saber, and 10,000 days for the sword. Since time was running out, the answer was the spear. Corin threw the weapon with all his might toward the monsters. Sure enough, the spear pierced straight through the monster's head. The illusion faded. Corin laughed. Sorry about that. The wolves rushed forward in fear. Corin struck again. The last 2 wolves were finally taken down. Corin said, "But I've got this." He smiled confidently. "I have way too much experience killing you guys." Corin pulled the spear out of the magic beast lying flat on the ground and spoke. "Let's see, 20 seconds is a bit too long," he thought to himself. "In my past life, I couldn't even kill these hounds and got wiped out. But this time is different." Corin was extremely confident, certain that he would kill them all until he reached the next rank. Then he spoke up. "All right, send in the next wave." It had already hit the 5-minute mark, but nothing was happening around him. Even he went quiet. A puzzled look appeared on his face with sweat on his brow, wondering, why is there nothing here? Is the system broken? Count Cassius, on the other hand, was watching the students' battles with a look of extreme disappointment and clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If they can't even finish off those pests, what else are they good for? Back in my day, I could kill 5th-level monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. He glanced at another screen and grumbled endlessly. If the 5th level is like this, I don't expect anything from the 6th level. Count Cassius saw Corin, the 6th-rank student, sitting there yawning and relaxing. So he wondered, what? Are the monsters not being summoned? Must be a glitch. Just then, 3 more magic beasts appeared in Corin's room. Why aren't the next-level monsters coming out? Why is it these guys? Count Cassius was still watching the students being attacked, shouting and scolding, "Ha ha, what a bunch of pathetic losers." But he didn't notice Corin was busy fighting monsters in the back. Bang, bang. Count Cassius's mouth curled into a faint smile of satisfaction. Ah, is this the first person to succeed? Wow, it only took him 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Then he turned to the orb and said, "I thought the 3rd level would only take 23 minutes. Why are the 5th and 6th levels doing this?" Again, seeing Corin relaxing like he was on vacation, made Count Cassius so frustrated he shouted, "What is wrong with that kid? Why is he yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters are always supposed to be summoned." Haman saw that something was wrong and came over to investigate. Broken? Impossible. For the past 20 years, Josephine's test magic has never been wrong. Count Cassius pointed at the orb, frowning as he said, "But he should have been eliminated long ago. It's clear the monsters aren't being summoned." Haman looked at the person next to him and questioned, "Did you see that the monsters weren't being summoned?" Count Cassius felt a bit guilty, coughed a few times, and replied, "No, I didn't necessarily have to see it happen." Haman understood the problem. "So, you didn't see it happen." Count Cassius felt like he was being interrogated, so he gave up on who was right or wrong. "Good grief, I already said it's a glitch. I'll summon them again." Corin, in his room, saw the familiar beasts and got very annoyed, shouting, "Ah, what the hell? Why is it just these same monsters over and over again?" He rushed forward wielding 3 spears. "You guys aren't even training hounds." As soon as he threw it, those 3 phantom wolves were wiped out in a split second. It all happened in just 7.3 seconds. The 2 people watching outside were completely stunned by that insane display. Count Cassius's face twisted as he shouted, 7.3 seconds? What are you talking about?" Then, Count Cassius turned around and stammered, looking at Professor Ferret with a confused expression. "What just happened? What's going on?" Count Cassius continued to ask, "What's the fastest record you've ever seen for a grade 3 or grade 4? Ferret, not yet grasping the situation, replied calmly, "There's a kid named Jer who managed it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask?" Count Cassius hesitated, then answered, "Oh, nothing." He looked at Corin and remarked, "Watching him use a spear like that, he must be a hunter's son." After saying that, he immediately summoned a grade 4 monster wild boar to see how Corin would handle it. The result? The wild boar was defeated, and this time even faster in just 3.7 seconds. Count Cassius yelled in frustration, "This won't be that easy." He then bluntly summoned a grade 3 owlbear monster. Corin looked at the owlbear as calmly as if he were just looking at a small bird. He gripped his spear tightly, lunged forward, and quickly tilted his body to drive the spear tip into the monster. However, his attack didn't harm the owlbear, as it was strong enough to knock Corin away. The system announced a deduction of Kenna, and suddenly Corin's hand began to glow. The owlbear immediately burst into flames, screaming in terrible pain. In the viewing area, Count Cassius roared, drawing everyone's attention. "Ancient magic! Even Ferret was captivated. Despite being burned by the ancient script, the giant owlbear was incredibly resilient, shaking the flames off its body. But Corin just calmly muttered, "Doesn't seem to be doing much, huh?" Right after that, Corin leaped high, swung his spear forward, then leaned back to gain momentum, and thrust it downward with great force. Heyman observed the whole situation, marveling to herself. That kid is definitely not an ordinary grade 6. It's a shame the test only goes up to grade 3 monsters. Heyman found it interesting and thought, wow, it's been a long time since I've seen someone this fun. I really look forward to seeing him fight a vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, Count Casius, standing nearby, looked a bit uneasy and said, "All right, after this, let's start the test with the grade 5 vengeful spirit." Corin stood at attention, sensing his surroundings. He was certain something had been summoned, but he couldn't hear or see it. Due to the restriction penalty, the system announced, restrictions prevent you from perceiving or approaching spirits. So, that means I can't touch the vengeful spirit. Corin closed his eyes slightly to double-check his hypothesis. He quickly calculated in his head, 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59, 60. After confirming, Corin opened his eyes with a mysterious smile on his lips. Done. It's definitely triggered, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he raised his hand and declared, "I'll drop out." The grade 5 vengeful spirit test, the ghost combined with grade 4 hex, was a failure, and the grade 3 Bensi was unsuccessful. The grade 5 hound monster test took only 7.3 seconds. The grade 4 wild boar took 3.7 seconds, and the grade 3 owlbear took 11 seconds. Corin walked out and said cheerfully, "That was good." While Count Casius stood there, blank-faced and unable to comprehend, did he just withdraw? Count Casius was frozen. He couldn't believe this kid. Who on earth is he? Just a few minutes later, everyone had gathered in the hall. People were eagerly asking each other about the previous matches. "Hey, what's your rank? Grade 4? Forget it. I give up. How about you?" Grade 3. Wow. So you beat both the owlbear and the ghost? Jer was standing there, looking smug with his head held high. Corin realized that he was the very person who started the fight with the protagonist in the story. In Corin's memories from his previous life, Park Sihu killed Jer because Jer had provoked him. He rubbed his neck, feeling a bit awkward, thinking that even though Jer was a bit arrogant and reckless, it was normal for his age. Whatever, forget that lunatic. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Look, those are the grade 5s. Wow. So they couldn't even beat those monsters? Some people even lost to the hounds and ghosts." In a corner, Elle was trembling with fear. Corin realized that Elle had been too reckless after mocking him and Park Sihu. He had received the same results as Jer. Someone stepped up to speak. Good morning, everyone." The person continued. "I am Director Errol Casa. To become strong, you have joined this academy where the powerful gather." Errol Casa looked down at the students and added, "Some of you are already strong enough, but some still have a lot of work to do. Although I cannot guarantee that you will achieve everything here, I hope you will find your own path. We are here to help you take the first steps. From the second step onwards, it is your responsibility." Finally, he smiled slightly and concluded, "Have a wonderful day." Everyone began to disperse. Jer shouted proudly, "From today on, I am a grade 3 knight." But as he spoke, he noticed Lerman sitting in the corner and rushed over to strike up a conversation. "Hey," Elle was startled. Jer asked, "What's your grade?" Lerman replied, "Grade 5. Jer laughed mockingly. "Grade 5? How pathetic. You couldn't kill a ghost or a hound?" Corin couldn't help himself. He stepped forward, put his arm around Jer's shoulder, and smiled brightly. "Hey, you." Jer frowned. "Who are you?" Corin didn't answer but just complimented. "Wow, your tattoo is so cool. Your tattoo artist must be really good." Jer was surprised. "Huh?" But then he felt happy. "Right? My mom tattooed it for me. She's a professional artist. Her specialty is line work, but I asked her to tattoo it in an old school style." Corin chimed in. "She's really talented. Do you have any other tattoos?" But that was just a perfunctory question, because Corin already knew everything. How did Corin know? Because in his past life, when Jer went missing, his mother came to the academy and said that Jer's tattoo wasn't just beautiful, but also held a special meaning that helped her protect her son at the academy. Back in reality, Jer happily rolled up his sleeve to show off his mother's work. "I also have this tattoo. The flying carriage, the symbol of the Mocha Academy." Corin marveled. "Wow, that's really cool." After a while, Corin introduced himself. "I'm Corin. And you?" Jer replied with full energy. "I'm Jer." Corin continued to ask, "And you?" Elle was a bit startled and replied, Lerman. The three of them continued talking enthusiastically without noticing that someone was watching them from afar. Elisa looked at them from a distance with a warm smile. She noticed that Corin had saved his friend who was being bullied. That was wonderful. Corin's cheerful and friendly demeanor made Elisa think he might be a good person. Turning back to Corin, he told himself that this was how he would leave a good impression on Elle. You have a good memory. A cunning smile curled on Corin's lips. Found it, my free skill book. While Corin was smiling deviously, Elisa was already blinded by the love demon, feeling that his smile was truly cute, and I became curious about what kind of person he was. Most of the facilities at MK3 are provided free of charge. Coffee here is cheaper than outside, and the dorms are free too. Among them, the most highly rated facility is the training room, which has a spacious, modern layout, equipped with cutting-edge gear. Corin is practicing with his spear. He pivots to the back to prepare for a skillful strike. The simple reason is that when using this room, training drills that seemed impossible suddenly become feasible. For example, fighting against a spirit that one normally cannot see. Corin puts his all into launching countless strikes at the empty space in front of him. Outside, two people are standing there, watching and whispering. One of them speaks up. Look at that. The first-year kid is sparring with a spirit. They continue chatting. Usually, you don't have to train with spirits until the second semester. That kid must have heard the rumors and started early. I heard that many second-year students can't even catch a wind attribute spirit. Suddenly, the spirit knocks Corin back, sending him crashing into the wall. The group of onlookers laughs gleefully. Look at that, acting tough. Huh, kid? Corin pants heavily after the training session, wondering to himself, is it still too much for me? Heyman, who was standing behind him, walks up and asks, so, you're a first year. Corin is a bit startled. Ah, he politely replies. Hello, coach. Heyman wonders, why are you fighting a spirit? He replies, to practice my spear techniques, sir. Heyman probes, are you confident you can do it? Corin affirms firmly, I will be able to do it. Even though he responds calmly on the outside, Corin is still very wary in his heart. Why is he approaching me all of a sudden? Is there something wrong with the entrance exam? Heyman's gaze is sharp, as if wanting to pierce right through him. Finally, Heyman breaks into a bright, beaming smile and praises him. Great spirit. Here, I'll give you 10 meal vouchers. Then, he turns around to leave, and adds cheerfully, once you've mastered it, come find me, and I'll reward you. Corin stands there, confused, but simply replies, yes, sir. When Heyman leaves, Corin breathes a sigh of relief, wondering why he was so worried. Getting rewarded with food is pretty good, right? Isn't it? Corin turns back to continue his unfinished work. Now, he will start over from the beginning. Not noticing that Mariette has been standing outside for a while, Corin continues training harder than ever before. Once again, his spirit strikes back, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. Ugh! He is thrown backward, slamming into the wall, and letting out a cry of pain. Ha. And then he lies there, panting, when suddenly a soft cloth falls from above, covering Corin's face. Mariette gently lowers an empty glass and asks, is it very difficult? Still lying on the ground, Corin answers, yes, it's very tiring. Mariette uses her ability to create a stream of cool water. Rest for a bit. You've worked really hard. After that, Mariette brings the glass of water in front of Corin and says softly, you just need to get more used to it. One day you will be able to do it. Try again next time. Corin reaches out to take the glass of water, but in his heart, he denies it. No, there won't be a next time for me, though I suppose I'll have a year or two. Before, there was Park Sihu. We had the player window, along with potions and skill books. But now, Park Sihu is no longer here. I killed him. So now I have to do everything on my own. Thinking about that, Corin speaks up. Thank you. I'll give up later. That statement makes Maria somewhat surprised. After saying that, Corin immediately stands up, filled with determination, affirming to himself that he must become the strongest. Afterward, he continues to fight his own spirit. First, I must determine my own limits. It might be too much, but I have to check my current abilities against the past. Every strike, one after another, Corin delivers with extreme precision and force. Finally, he defeats his spirit with the spear tip he poured so much heart into. Corin lets out a long breath, knowing one thing. He doesn't have a strong body, nor does he have powerful magic or aura. Information about Park Sihu in the future is useless when facing monsters and these geniuses. But to fight monsters and geniuses, he only has one path. He must work harder than anyone else. That is his only way. Breaking away from his thoughts, Corin grips his weapon tight and continues to train, his eyes filled with an unyielding determination. The past 3 years won't betray me. Corin lunges to continue the attack. Suddenly, he throws his spear high into the air. Watching this, Marietta is surprised, thinking to herself, he threw his spear away, has he given up? But in just a split second, Corin catches and firmly grabs the spear. It is only then that Mariette realizes the young man's intention. No, he hit the mark, and he's catching it. Opposite him, Corin is leaning back, his firm hand reaching straight forward before shifting to push his other shoulder up. The arm gripping the spear also lunges forward. He throws the tip of the spear straight through the spirit. It creates a massive explosion overhead. The space glows brightly as if in outer space, forcing Mariette to look up. Powerful, excellent, those words don't even begin to describe him. Mariette is so astonished she cannot utter a word. Wow, she thinks inwardly, her eyes shining. Seeing Corin's heroic spirit up there, she cannot help but praise him. He's amazing. But just 3 seconds after the impressive feat, Corin falls freely to the ground. Mariette panics. Are you okay? Her cries do not wake Corin, as he remains motionless on the ground. I overdid it, he thinks to himself. The spear beside him also breaks after that blow. Corin tells himself, at least, with this body. The next day, at the vast and grand academy building, Mariette maintains her pure and cheerful look to welcome the students. Hello, juniors. Today, I will introduce the school's facilities to you. This is the pride of our school. Marietta Dunalbev is halfway through speaking, but Corin doesn't pay much attention. He is only focused on his own thoughts that, in order to fight properly, physical fitness is the most important thing. To improve stamina without relying on Park Sihu's potions, there is only one way. By this time, Mariette has led the students on a tour. Corin is still uninterested, his eyes only glancing slightly backward, listening to the instructions. Do not ignore the misfortune of others. Lerman is still focused on the book in his hand. So, Corin friendly approaches, puts an arm around him, and starts a conversation. Hello, friend. Lerman is slightly surprised. Huh? Corin immediately continues. Do you want to go eat with me? After that, he takes the opportunity to whisper into the other's ear about the grimoire. Grimoire? Corin explains. Simply put, it's a skill book, a powerful artifact that helps you gain magic or certain traits just by reading it. The MK3 Academy Library is as large as the entire academy, storing and passing down knowledge to future generations. Actually, this place isn't just a library, it's also a place where grimoires are hidden. Both have gone inside to look for those books. Corin laughs and says, to hide a tree, you have to hide it in a forest, right? Lerman frowns solemnly. Yeah. You have to keep your promise. Corin replied with great confidence. Of course, as long as he met the requirements, he would get the grimoire. He thought to himself that Lerman was very hard-working, a model student for his family. He remembered all kinds of magic and recorded them in his notebook. Even so, no matter how many spells he had, using them all was extremely difficult. If his level and mana were too low, being good at theory wouldn't help. Just then, some books fell at Corin's feet, catching Lerman's attention. But having a grimoire was a different story. A, B, C, D. Lerman broke into a cold sweat and warned him not to mess around. Just as he thought that, Corin had already opened a mysterious passage behind the high bookshelf. Lerman exclaimed in astonishment. A secret door? How did you find that? Corin didn't answer the question directly, only urging him to come in. Lerman followed behind, shouting, Wait for me, let's go together. He followed with wide eyes and a panicked mind. This is so scary, Corin called out softly. Lerman was startled and asked, Huh? Corin said seriously that it was time for him to fulfill his promise, and he had to do it well. Lerman immediately and firmly grabbed Corin's hand. Oh, okay, you want me to help fight the evil spirit, right? But what am I supposed to do? Before he could finish, Corin punched Lerman so hard that his cheek was unrecognizable. Seeing his opponent collapse, Corin chuckled smugly. Heh, let's get started, shall we? Lerman lay flat on the ground. Corin thought to himself, even though I came here to save Lerman and complete the special quest, if I catch the evil spirit here, I can get the hidden fragment I want. However, his eyes flickered to the side. A small problem appeared behind his back as a tall and ferocious figure emerged. It was Duke Sabancia, an abnormal evil spirit. It was safe to say this was an impossible mission. Corin rested his chin on his hand with a look of boredom, wondering why he couldn't just catch a normal one instead of facing an abnormal evil spirit. Sabancia, with burning red eyes and an aura of terrifying murderous intent, wanted to suppress everything. The attack from the commander-in-chief who led the Southern Front 800 years ago caused most players to lose their lives right after the mission started. But facing those magic orbs, Corin remained very calm. Naturally, I'm not one of them. His unusual composure made him stand tall before the beast. The system notified that spirits were restricted and could not be seen. Sabancia continued to strike at Corin, and he thought to himself, the Duke's attacks don't work on me. He even calmly picked his ear and wondered, is something wrong? The problem is, I can't see him either. Corin spoke up. Duke Sabancia, I'm sorry, but I can't see you. Then he picked up Lerman and suggested, why don't you possess this guy's body? In this world, there are many different elements, including those that turn commoners into demi-humans like vampires or werewolves. One day, the Duke awakened, becoming a vampire and killing his own servants. Although he tried to suppress his vampiric instincts, he did not succeed, and feared he would kill his wife and daughter. Therefore, the Duke had to take his whole clan somewhere else and lock the city gates to avoid a massacre. He used magic to seal himself into a book, which was the very grimoire in this library. After being possessed, Lerman's whole body erupted with blood-red magic. His eyes became terrifying as fangs grew out, and he roared like a savage wolf. Sabancia, in Lerman's body, lunged to tear Corin apart. Corin couldn't help but exclaim, aiming straight at me? Ah, is he a vampire, and did something trigger him to suddenly go crazy? Even so, he remained calm and analyzed the situation. The second reason I chose Lerman is that when he is possessed by an abnormal evil spirit like Duke Sabancia, he can unleash the maximum potential power hidden within himself. Sabancia, in Lerman's body, jumped high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Recalling the legend of Anne's heroes, where his physical strength stat was the lowest, Corin immediately threw a punch that slammed Sabancia's face straight into the floor. After hitting him, Corin thought he felt bad for Lerman, but this was the best strategy to complete the mission. He told himself, all right, if I kill Lerman while he's possessed, I can get high-tier items like the Duke's cape or vampire armor. These items were once used by Park Sihu and played an important role in future events. Corin's mouth curled into a smug smile, but then he suddenly asked, aren't you curious? About your wife, Duchess Luina, and your daughter, Lady Cecilia? He sat down to chat in a friendly manner. How did they live after you sealed yourself away? Then I told the Duke what had happened, how his wife passed away after leaving the city, and how his daughter grew up to be a talented person, how she traveled around the world. Corin looked at the Duke with sincere eyes. I don't like the way that Park Guy does things. Yes, but as Corin, you also have a family you love in this world. After finishing the story, Corin asked, what do you think? Are you satisfied with my answer? I wanted even more to let this poor soul die with dignity. Sabancia's tears slowly fell. The suppressed feelings of a man were finally laid bare by Corin. Sabancia wiped away his tears, his voice softening. Forgive me for attacking you, and thank you for helping me. Corin laughed and replied, it's fine. I didn't get hit, and even if I did, Lerman's punch is weak anyway. Then Corin added, I still have something to ask. Before he ascended, we talked for a long time. Finally, Corin completed the mission and received the spoils, including the epic and the ashes of the spirit of the abnormal evil spirit Duke. Grima, the grimoire that once held the Duke's sealed soul, contained supernatural powers and incantations. If you read it, you can learn them. Persistent Warrior. Rebirth. You have received a new ability. And finally, the most valuable and mysterious item. You have used the grimoire and received a new ability. Persistent Warrior. Rebirth like a warrior who never loses the will to fight. As long as you stay determined, your body will continue to recover. Corin held the items in his hands but didn't look happy, thinking to himself, Persistent Warrior. Rebirth is an ability that Bastard Park had, but I don't know how much it can actually heal, since he never got hurt. At that moment, Lerman woke up and felt the soreness in his chin, which made him more alert. Seeing this, Corin spoke up. You're awake? Don't rush. An evil spirit possessed your body just now. Lerman asked, doesn't my chin hurt from being possessed? Corin asked him back, then looked elsewhere, trying to dodge the question. I don't know. Probably. Then he gently handed a blue book to Lerman. Stop talking. Take this. Lerman held his face in confusion. Is this a grimoire? That's the final reason I chose Lerman, Corin replied. He approached with a look of surprise, asking to be sure, did I really get it? Seeing his excitement and curiosity in those first few pages, Corin thought to himself, sometimes, I want to see how much effort someone puts in to earn their reward. The system notification popped up. Do not remain indifferent to the misfortune of the virtuous. Quest complete. Duke Sabancia. Difficulty. B. Reward. 80 stat points distributed evenly. Details unavailable. Corin supported Lerman's weary body and was stunned when he saw the notification. I got 80 points? In this game, every level up grants 5 stat points, That means this amount is equal to leveling up 16 times. I didn't even see a level up notification. So the quest reward alone was 80 points. Is this to compensate for the fact that I can't grow my stats directly? But that's a massive amount of experience, Corin thought as he carried Lerman, turning his attention to the quest's motto: do not remain indifferent to the misfortune of the virtuous. Stat points: 40. Distributed evenly. Multiplied by 2. Corin did not remain indifferent to Lerman's misfortune. Stat points: 40. Distributed evenly. Multiplied by 2. Corin did not remain indifferent to Duke Sabancia's misfortune. The scene shifted to the training hall, where Marietta's cheerful voice rang out, "Hey everyone, does anyone want a potato?" Everyone eagerly accepted the simple snack. Me too." Mariette walked over to Corin and asked, "Are you planning to hunt spirits again today?" He replied, "Yes." Mariette hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "I believe in you. Junior, I'll be rooting for you. I'll always be cheering for you." The guys munching on potatoes behind them sneered at her. How could a first-year freshman ranked 5th catch a spirit? I've been trying so hard. But I failed yesterday too. Stop giving him hope. Why does the rookie keep getting Mariette's attention? She laughed. Oh really? Then why did you bet 2 gold coins that Corin would succeed? The group grumbled about why she was so caring toward Corin, while someone else had bet 70 silver coins that Corin would fail. Beside them, Corin looked helpless. Why are you betting on me? I just want to train. He slowly gripped his spear, thinking, whatever. I'll just focus. I gained stats from helping Sabancia, so I should be able to catch it. But I don't even know how strong I am now. He decisively swung his spear in a long, powerful arc. I'll start with the weakest ones first. He unleashed the serpent strike, then surged forward like a storm. The technique I used to defeat the spirit before was the serpent's flow, among the advanced arts. It's quite difficult, so I should use the most basic version of the basics, the serpent strike. Maybe one hit won't be enough to take it down. Instantly, the spirit was struck and shattered into pieces. Whoa! Those who had been mocking him just a moment ago were now staring with their jaws dropped. Just one hit? Has his serpent strike reached that level? Strangely, even Corin was surprised by his own ability at that moment. Wait, isn't that too strong? Mariette stepped forward to praise him. He shocked us with 3 strikes yesterday, didn't he? This time, he only needed 1. He hesitated and replied, yes. He thought to himself, wait, she must have seen everything yesterday. No, more importantly, a mage who can see the flow with the naked eye? What kind of insane visual acuity is that? Marietta Dunalbev turned to him and asked softly, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Suddenly, she handed him a small pouch. Oh, here's your share. Corin looked bewildered. Oh. Seeing the despairing crowd behind him, Mariette explained, thanks to you, I earned a bit, so of course I should give you a cut. Corin asked, my share? Mariette wondered. What? You don't like it? He smirked, thinking to himself, of course I like it. Who would turn down money? Corin felt quite smug. Mariette, you're truly brilliant. Keep it up in the future. Night fell, and the full moon illuminated the sky. Corin ate dinner while pondering. It was the same in my previous life. I worked hard to fight and hone my martial arts. And now it's the same. I'm almost at the 5th of the 6 steps to enlightenment. He ate one pastry after another. The road is long, but my spear technique is progressing faster than I imagined, so I'm not that worried. The real issue is ancient spellcasting. As Corin was drawing a character, the system appeared. Hagalaz. You lack mana, he muttered to himself. In my past life, I couldn't master it completely, because ancient spellcasting requires a massive amount of mana. If I can master it, I'll definitely be stronger than I was in my past life. I should think this through carefully. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. You. Corin froze. That voice, no matter how much I hone my spear technique and master ancient magic, that bastard I couldn't defeat is already here at the academy. The only woman that even Park Sihu couldn't kill, one of the strongest forces in Aha's heroic legends. The notorious breaker of balance, the person sitting there was none other than the girl known as the extraordinary Yaksha, Waran. He was extremely puzzled. Why did she suddenly appear here, and why was she talking to him? I don't know the reason, but I should just ignore her and leave. I can't handle this ticking time bomb, Warren spoke, but her words were disjointed and hard to understand. You have been merged. Warren's gaze was cold as ice, and her low voice echoed steadily. I don't think you are the original master of that body. Corin stiffened, sweat pouring down his face. Huh? He wondered to himself, how does she know I've possessed this body? His eyes widened, his pupils contracting. As if to confirm what she had just stated, Waran sat quietly, thinking to herself. It seemed that the existence of a body harboring two souls, a human and a magical creature, was a paradox. They say that those who stand on the thin line between life and death with spirit eyes can see the colors of a soul. The fact that she didn't realize this might be even stranger. Corin's eyes were sharp as he watched her. Suddenly, Warren asked, "How does it feel to crush and swallow the original soul?" Corin crossed his arms calmly and replied, "I don't know." Warren questioned him in surprise. "What did you say?" She wondered if he was really Corin or not, or just another version, an assimilated memory. If so, who was the one who attended that all-boys high school, the graduate school, and majored in military dynamics? The image of Corin lying on the water, his eyes dreamy and staring into the distance, appeared in her mind once again. He thought it was all in vain, but Warren didn't. She said seriously, "Because that body is truly the original. You are not its true master. You are just a usurper. You have no right to control this body." Every word Warren spoke felt like a blade piercing through the truth that few people knew. Suddenly, Corin told a completely unrelated story. "In a neighborhood near my hometown, there was a guy who would turn into a giant green man every time he got angry. His name is Brooks. Do you know him?" War asked, looking slightly confused. "Brooke who?" Corin chuckled, acting like a child. "The funny thing is, these two opposite personalities hate each other. What do you think? Quite interesting, right? They are both skilled in different areas." War still didn't understand and sat in silence. After a long while, Corin became serious. "What I mean is, whether it's the original soul or a newly formed one, both have their own personalities, and that's how they coexist." A gentle, natural smile played on Corin's lips as he spoke softly. "Whether we like it or not, we were born into the same body. And when born, no one is guilty." Warren remained silent, as if held back by an invisible force. After a moment, as the wind blew by, Warren finally spoke. "In this world, there are those who are born as sins," Corin thought to himself. He understood the pain she had to endure when saying these words, but now he didn't hesitate anymore. Instead, he turned away decisively and called out over his shoulder, "See you later." War remained silent, not bothering to look back at him. The next day, Corin was walking down the road to search for something, heading towards the south of the academy. The only reason he left the dormitory before he could hear the birds chirping to signal the weekend had arrived was the quest board. By completing various commissions here, he could level up for the next main quest. He understood that this was necessary for his progress. Even so, his goal wasn't just to level up, so he didn't care too much about which quests to choose. He just wanted to test something. His eyes focused on the request papers on the board. Suddenly, he was drawn to the girl standing next to him. Why was she studying them so carefully? Looking at Elisa's serious expression, Corin thought to himself. Thinking back, he didn't know much about Elisa. In his past life, that bastard P killed her, and now his memories were different from what he had seen in the game. He thought that, then called out to Elisa. Hearing him, Elisa immediately bowed politely. "Oh, hello," she replied. He wondered, "What's wrong? Is it only the first week and you're already taking on quests? Aren't second years supposed to take it easy regarding achievements?" Elisa hesitated before answering. "Oh, it's because I need money." Corin felt it was a bit strange and asked again, "Huh? Don't second years get a fair amount of financial support?" Elisa looked so sad she nearly cried as she explained. "They said they wouldn't give it to me because my family's income is in the top 10% of the kingdom." After understanding, Corin felt a bit awkward. "I see." He frowned and thought, "Right, it's just like the scholarship system in South Korea. Those from wealthy families don't receive financial aid." Elisa continued in a sad tone. "Furthermore, my family follows a hands-off approach, so I have to earn my own living expenses. No matter what I say, they won't listen." Hearing that, Corin felt she was truly pitiful. Her situation seemed quite complicated. Then he pointed to a paper on the board and said, "If you need money urgently, how about the patrol quest? It has pretty good rewards." Elisa exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, really?" Taking the opportunity, Corin started, "They accept up to 3 people. Do you want to do it together?" Corin answered straight, "I can't. I have something else to do." Without hesitation, he grabbed a quest paper with a crudely drawn small cat on it. This weekend, he would do the most valuable quests to quickly increase his stats, and his first task was to find a cat named Nobby. Thinking it through, Corin went to the cat's owner to accept the quest. Even though the rewards and experience points weren't high, that didn't matter. His goal was to fulfill the commandment, to save and return Nobby, preventing it from being killed by a water monster. In his imagination, he would have to face a terrifying monster to save the little cat. thereby preventing the owner's misery of losing her pet and falling into depression. Finally, when he found the kitten, little Anna was so happy she burst into tears. While the cat just looked clueless, the system notified that you have completed the duty of not being indifferent to Anna Macmillan's misfortune. Difficulty E. 5 points reward, distributed evenly. Corin laughed like a madman. Great, the commandment really works like that. Even small quests help me increase my stats a lot. Meanwhile, Anna ran away in fear. Perhaps he was the one who made her cry. Boo-hoo, mommy, this person is so weird. Corin kept taking on quests to help the people and punish the wicked. He couldn't stop thinking about the points. The points kept coming, and he moved on to a quest to retrieve a lost ring, his mind repeating those 2 words as if obsessed with them. Suddenly, he remembered something important and stopped for a few seconds. Ah, wait, there's a more important quest than points. He had made a note of it before going out today. He almost forgot. The scene shifted to a strange-looking house, with shouting heard from inside. It wasn't that. It turned out that Yuen Kizo was angrily slamming the table. It wasn't that either. Yuen Kizo didn't understand why he was so angry he broke the table. Although he had made a sauce from over 10 ingredients like garlic, carrots, and chili, he still couldn't find the right recipe to make cold chicken still taste delicious. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. That's not it. Yuen Kizo turned back curiously and asked, Who's there? Corin stood at the door, the light shining on him, making him look as radiant as a movie protagonist. Add maltose, and your problem will be solved. Then he walked away casually like a fool. Haha, alright, I'm going. Yuen Kizo felt unlucky to have met such a sarcastic person. Who would add maltose to this? That won't change anything. But after trying it with a little maltose, Yuen Kizo immediately shouted in surprise. Huh? This flavor, this is it. Corin stood outside the door, flicking his hair like a cool guy. This is the quest I had to complete. A world without seasoned fried chicken would be chaotic. The system notified that he had performed the duty of not being indifferent to Yuen Kizo's misfortune. Difficulty E, 5 points reward, distributed evenly. Corin frowned in disbelief. What the heck? This commandment still works? I only wanted to satisfy my personal desire. Then he cheered happily. Wonderful. Exactly. A person who makes seasoned fried chicken. How could he be a bad person? He stood in the middle of town laughing like a lunatic who had just escaped an asylum. Ha ha ha. He didn't know that Warren was watching from the rooftop. Warren kept an indifferent, expressionless face and said, A strange person. Professor Josephine suddenly appeared behind him and said, You're here? I left you alone because you didn't leave the city, but at least you should have gotten an exit permit before leaving. War didn't answer, just turned away. Professor Josephine was confused by his behavior. Deep down, War's mind was still echoing with Corin's earlier words, that being born is not a sin, that is a blessing, and the indifferent words of a certain man made Warren remember, You shouldn't have been born. Thinking that, Warren just stood quietly on the heights, watching the fiery red sunset slowly sinking below the horizon. The next morning, at the hunting grounds in the dense forest, Professor Josephine was announcing the rules to the first-year students. Today, they would be evaluated based on their survival skills in this hunting ground. For those who manage to reach the cabin in the north of the forest, you will pass provisionally, she said in a serious tone. Professor Josephine continued to give detailed instructions. Wear the armband that corresponds to your rank. You will need to return it at the cabin at the finish line. You will receive points based on the time you reach the finish line with that armband, and the rewards will correspond to the number of points you have. Corin thought to himself, as expected, Warren didn't show up. Anyway, Warren doesn't participate in practical sessions, perhaps for fairness. Suddenly, someone called out to Corin. He turned back and gently replied, Elisa, was the mission successful? Elisa replied, Yes, thanks to you. I earned some living expenses. Corin smiled. It was lucky that it had been helpful. Then, he suddenly pulled out a rather large round candy and asked, Would you like some candy? I intended to buy it for my younger sister, but it's too sweet, so she couldn't eat it. Elisa exclaimed excitedly, Really? Honey bomb candy, can I really have this precious treat? Professor Josephine announced, All right, students, the hunting ground exam begins. The whip cracked, and immediately a magic circle appeared, covering the entire sky, leaving everyone stunned. Only Corin was very relaxed, enjoying this moment. I've seen countless mages, but using spatial magic for a group this size, of course, it could only be Professor Josephine. The great archmage remained as she always was. In an instant, he was teleported to a strange forest. Hey! A shrill scream made Corin turn back and exclaim, We've only just started and you're already fighting? The hunting ground is an important event that even veterans have to attempt countless times. This is a battle royale system where you start at random positions and have to seize the opponent's armband to accumulate points. That's right. Fight as fiercely as you can. I'm not interested in you people. Corin rushed past two individuals clawing at each other. The corner of Corin's mouth curled up in triumph. The most dangerous person right now is the Grade 2 Elisa with the blue armband. Corin used his fingers to guide his way. Currently, Warren isn't here. As long as I deal with Elisa, the rest are just free points. Elisa, you might not know it, but, he whispered to himself, I placed a tracking rune on the candy you ate. His gaze became as cunning as a boogeyman, with a tongue as long as a snake's. This rune will ensure we meet again. Then he dashed off, laughing as he called Elisa's name. Aha! Elisa. Elisa? Professor Josephine was speaking nearby. Headmistress, I'm going into the forest too. Even though mages have been stationed everywhere, it's better to be careful. Suddenly, Professor Josephine paused for a few seconds before continuing. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, where is that child? Headmistress Errol replied calmly. I didn't bring him, Professor Josephine asked in surprise. Did he come on his own? Errol replied, certainly, indeed. Corin was rushing forward, while Warren was following close behind. Errol said, I think his heart has undergone some kind of change. Warren's eyes at that moment became incredibly terrifying, glowing red like fire. In the forest, at that moment, the sounds of clashes and fighting echoed everywhere. Hey, take this, Elisa shouted. Why are you behaving like this? Aren't you ashamed? In the end, only Elisa stood tall, questioning them. How many people had attacked her alone? And the others, despite being beaten down, still tried to fight back. Cowardice was truly their specialty. Suddenly, from behind, someone appeared out of thin air, intending to attack Elisa. Ugh, you monster. Surrender at once. But in just a split second, a large stone flew in, knocking that person away, accompanied by a yell. Arg! Only Corin could be seen in the distance, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Elisa was extremely grateful. Corin, did you come to save me? Tisk, he really is a good person. Corin suddenly spoke up. Elisa, you look beautiful. Elisa paused slightly. Pardon? Corin immediately used his spear to attack Elisa and shouted, I said you look beautiful, that blue armband, that is. Elisa, attacked repeatedly, felt so frustrated she wanted to cry. Corin, I trusted you because you gave me candy. I thought you were a good person. Corin thought to himself. Elisa is a grade 2 knight belonging to the pure martial arts school. Her special defensive ability probably isn't at a state where she can use it skillfully. In terms of combat power, she's a mid-level grade 2. Therefore, Corin smiled meanly and said, You'll also become a good person once you hand that armband over to me. Although he was nothing compared to Elisa, a true genius ranked in the top 1% of talent. Elisa, who had just easily defeated 7 third and fourth year student council members, upon seeing Corin, a grade 5 knight, Elisa immediately became wary. Of course, until 30 seconds ago, she had been desperately blocking every powerful strike from him. What is this? He's too strong. Corin looked like a madman, his eyes full of murderous intent and a crazed smile. She kept attacking, while Elisa continuously dodged, closing in at very close range, combining Lerman techniques and short-range attacks. He teased her with counterattacks and applied constant pressure, but that didn't mean there weren't openings. His breathing had a strange shift when switching between thrusting and slashing stances. If she could grasp that gap, then Elisa shouted and swung her sword straight forward. But Corin was completely unaffected and mocked her. If you rely only on talent without actual combat experience, it won't work. His spear struck her sword hard. This technique was intended to suppress Elisa's spirit. Afterward, Corin used force to push Elisa's sword to the ground, thrusting straight toward her. He looked at his opponent as if she were a piece of easy prey. Elisa stood there, stunned, sweating profusely. What the? Looking at Corin's movements and attacks left Elisa astonished, combining 3 basic moves into an effective attack, and at the same time, a sharp counterstrike that was the ultimate spear. Just as she thought of that, she was knocked backward by him. With no regard for gentleness, Corin unleashed a powerful 6-harmony spear barrage. Elisa was pushed back, but still tried her best to defend. Arg. But in the end, her body still suffered heavy injuries. Huff huff. Fortunately, she had managed to channel her energy in time to block the blow. Otherwise, her life would have been in danger. Her expression became grim, teeth gritting in pain. Even though he wasn't incredibly strong or fast, the level of perfection in each of his techniques was extraordinary. What the hell is he? Looking at Corin, who was surging with energy, Elisa had to ask herself, is this a grade 5 knight? I've failed completely. He didn't show any mercy as he took her armband. I'll put this to good use. Suddenly, from behind, a loud sound echoed, accompanied by clouds of dust. Ugh, this is a total scam. Corin turned around, wondering, what's that sound? Suddenly, a massive sword lunged toward Corin, intent on skewering him. He frowned, struggling to hold his ground. So heavy, it's made of black iron, with 4 times the density of steel, combined with support magic. It's an anti-monster magic sword built for giants. Getting attacked by this, it's definitely not easy to block. A surprised voice rang out. What? You blocked the great iron sword? No way, you're no joke. Dron grabbed his sword and scoffed. Drop that armband and vanish. 5th year. Corin stared at him, feeling extremely annoyed. Damn it. Looks like it's Dron. I really didn't want to run into him. Corin couldn't help but be wary as he looked at the number of enemies already slumped at Dron's feet. Despite his overwhelming record of taking on dozens of enemies alone, not even sporting a scratch, his relaxed gaze proved he was definitely on a different level than Elisa Aiden. So, he had to choose the most efficient plan. Father, there's no other way. It's come to this. The best of the 36 stratagems is to run. He scurried away, leaving the 2 behind. Fine. Fighting now isn't worth it. Dron watched, completely stunned. He never expected the protagonist to pull a stunt like that. Dron tensed his legs to build momentum. His eyes turned blood red, with bone-chilling killing intent. It's definitely blue, right? Dron charged like a wild beast, unleashing all his weapons at the 2 runners. Corin shouted, Hey, are you crazy? Why are you doing this? You usually don't do work that doesn't pay. Elisa, why are you following me? Elisa said with tears in her eyes. Because I don't want to die either, and I don't know the way out. Corin thought sternly. All right, no need to fight. As long as I take this armband, I'm good. But as soon as he thought that, the sight before him made him freeze. It turned out to be Crenel, standing there with a smug look on his face. Behind him was a giant earthen monster. Well, sorry, but you have to leave your rank behind to pass. The one speaking was Crenel, the first-year golem master. Elisa cursed angrily. You coward. I can't believe you're blocking the exit. Corin sighed wearily. Ah, big trouble now. Crenel is blocking the path in front, and Dron is rushing in from behind to kill me. Corin tilted his head, thinking, while trying to avoid confrontation, I end up facing 2 big shots at the same time. There's really no other way this time. He immediately took a fighting stance. Elisa was incredibly shocked, thinking, is he serious? Are you actually planning to fight Crenel and Dron at the same time? Corin answered calmly. If the fight is unavoidable, then I have no choice but to face it. All 3 lunged at each other, starting a fiery battle. A while later, as the sky grew dark, Corin gently knocked on the door of the house. A voice rang out. Oh my, looks like the champion has arrived. May I ask who is there? He held up 3 pairs of gloves and said, I'm Corin. I'd like to pick my reward. If that's all right? The person inside stepped out with a bright, beaming smile. Oh my, you brought back the blue rank? What a fantastic student. He replied modestly. Haha, it's nothing, just luck. The previous battle had ended with Crenel's total defeat and Dron's helplessness. Elisa watched it all, unable to hide her awe. Amazing. Recalling each of Corin's skillful moves and techniques made her admire him even more. He had slipped through the great sword's strikes thanks to his reflexes, before the sword could exert its full attack power. After disarming his opponent, he had jammed the sword deep into the ground, making it impossible for Dron to retrieve his weapon. He dodged swords that couldn't be blocked and maneuvered them toward the golems. With quick improvisation, he had swiftly hidden behind Dron, using him as a shield against the golem's attacks. As a result, while Dron was busy blocking the golem, he struck the golem's core and neutralized it. Shortly after, Crenel was finished too, with no golem left to control. With his keen judgment and sheer determination, he had shown he was someone who had been through hundreds, maybe thousands of battles. Everything was decided in a fleeting moment. Elisa still couldn't believe her eyes. That might have been experience accumulated over a long time. But he was so young, how could he be that good? Watching him, she felt as if she were seeing her sister's shadow again. Suddenly recalling his words not to rely only on talent and neglect real combat, Elisa smiled faintly. She learned a valuable lesson. I have to work harder too. Dron, on the other hand, frowned with annoyance, thinking, before my strength could even be unleashed, he had already found a way to deal with me. How did this kid know my weak spot? In the blink of an eye, he understood my techniques and ultimate moves like the back of his hand. Crenel was still lying wounded on the ground. Corin stood above him and reminded him, Against small weapons with high attack speed, a golem is nothing more than a target. If I were you, I'd first ask a friend to protect me, instead of just a golem. Crannel suddenly asked, Friends? You? Corin looked at him, puzzled. Crannel stammered, I don't. Corin immediately understood. You have no friends? Corin replied coldly. Then try to find yourself one. Corin's words made Crannel cry inside, cursing him. This bastard is mocking me. That day, the 3 talented first-year students each remembered Corin in their own way, while he was now happily waiting for his winner's reward. Not bad. I didn't think it would go this smoothly. Currently, among those remaining in the hunting ground, the most powerful was said to be the girl under the protection of the Unforest, a small, beautiful young girl. But it wasn't just average players participating. High above, Mariette, the lead mage of the Mo Academy, was casting water magic, creating a massive water orb. Mariette, with a smile that looked friendly but was filled with killing intent, prepared to drop the water orb. It fell like a tsunami, ready to wash everything away. AU was soaked and tearing up, as she had been helping the others practice by taking on the role of the monster. For her, this was the first time she had encountered an opponent so far beyond her league. So, the training session at the hunting ground had come to an end. Mariette knelt down and asked, Are you a new student? Hello, I'm Mariette, you stammered in response. Mariette continued. And what about that one? Waran had been standing behind them for a while. Waran's cold gaze made Mariette even more curious. What's your name? Waran stepped forward with a mocking tone. Oh my, you must be looking for someone, right? Mariette refused to back down. Just gather your friends and face me if you're up for it. Suddenly, Waran zipped past Mariette so fast that she was caught completely off guard. Humph. Without missing a beat, Mariette retaliated by conjuring a massive wall of ice right in front of Waran. Pardon me. You might be able to ignore me, but by the rules, I'm still a monster, you know? Her tone was sweet, but sharp with hidden intent. Waran turned to her, his gaze cold. What a pain. Just then, Corin's excited voice boomed from inside the shop. 117 points. It's been a while since I've seen a score this high. Can I pick my reward now? The rewards are ready and waiting for you to choose. The shopkeeper chuckled, gesturing to a wild boar hunting knife, protective leather armor, shark bear gall, and plenty of other enticing items. Corin looked them over, lost in thought. The most valuable item was the shark bear gall, but he already had a plan in motion. After a moment of hesitation, Corin made his choice. I'll take this one. The shopkeeper praised him. Oh, you've got a sharp eye. Picking the ginseng seeds, the shopkeeper asked, and what about the remaining 17 points? Corin pondered his options for a bit. Finally, he held up 2 regular cards. One was a plant nutritional supplement for 6 points, and the other was a set of earplugs for 10 points. I'll take these, please, he said happily. He stepped out of the shop, beaming. Man, shopping really is the best. Before him lay a scene of devastation with soldiers knocked out cold. Jer's excited voice rang out. Even after running this 1,000 times, it's never gone this smoothly. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen them finish this part with so many points. 2nd place and 19 points left over. Lerman was panting as he chased after them from behind. I've got 15 points. Corin stood there, showering them with praise. We made a great team. Jer was thrilled. That was easy. I'm going to hit the gym tonight to train even harder. Corin spoke up. If you've still got enough energy for the gym, help me track down some golem cores. Luden turned back, startled and looking less than thrilled. Huh? Corin wasn't about to let him off the hook easily. They're super valuable, right? We'll help you out. Luden felt a pang of guilt. It's fine, Corin said instantly. At times like this, you're supposed to say thank you. Looking at Luden, Corin remembered his past life working so closely with Crannel. There weren't many heavy tanks as reliable as a golem in major monster battles. Everything was drawing to a close. Crannel, the rank 2 mage, was restoring the golem's core. Elisa, the rank 2 knight, was injured. Drawn, the rank 2 knight, was completely drained of energy. Yuen, the hydrate mage, had passed out. Corin sighed as he helped Yuen up, thinking to himself, how could she possibly die here? What are the professors even doing? If her life is that important, she's probably just unconscious. Yuen wheezed out. Mariette, that girl, she... Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from deep within the forest. Corin panicked. What was that? A stampede of various beasts charged toward them at an unimaginable speed. Seeing this, Yuen urged him desperately. Run! Corin frowned, his mind racing. What about Mariette? With her innate talent for magic analysis and her limitless mana reserves, Mariette was a mage who had never known the sting of desperation or defeat. She was a true genius. As the senior professors had said, to her, this hunting ground was nothing more than a playground. She just adjusted the difficulty and helped her juniors grow like a seasoned mentor. That was her style. Overwhelmed in the heat of battle, Maria tried to stay calm, chanting to herself that she needed to analyze the situation. However, she didn't have the time. As Waran leaped forward to attack, Mariette tried to cast a spell to stop him, but it did nothing against Waran's raw power. As the situation went from bad to worse, Mariette's brow furrowed. Damn it, I can't rely on beginner magic to stop this. Even though she had promised the senior professor that she wouldn't use magic stronger than intermediate level, she was now forced to use advanced magic. In other words, though she hated to admit it, Marietta Dunalbev had started using her full strength. And right at that moment, Warren lunged forward, kicking her squarely in the stomach, leaving her in agony. He then slammed her into a tree, leaving a massive dent in the trunk. Mariette struggled to fight off the pain that was tearing her body apart. Trembling in fear, she begged, "Don't come any closer." Before her wasn't a knight, a mage, or some game challenge, but a natural disaster. As Waran closed in, human-like in form, Mariette tried to focus her remaining strength to launch one last attack, but she screamed in desperation. "Stay away! Enough!" A familiar voice called out from somewhere. Waran froze. Hearing that voice, Mariette was stunned. Huh? A woman appeared, shielding Mariette and asking gently, "Are you all right, child?" Mariette looked up, dazed. Realizing she was safe, Professor Josephine's presence allowed Mariette to breathe, a sigh of relief. "Oh yes, I'm fine." But the moment she finished speaking, her strength completely vanished, and she blacked out. Professor Josephine glanced briefly at Mariette's pathetic state without saying a word. Regarding the unexpected results from the hunting ground, Corin shared. "First off, the person who finished first with the most points is yours truly, the rank 5 student. Meanwhile, the top students of the first and second years, Waran and Mariette, had a bit of a clash. She's currently in the infirmary, badly injured and still unconscious." Corin thought to himself, "That was scary. I really thought she was going to awaken into a boss character there. She seems okay, so I guess things are still following the original plot. I'll leave it at that for now. There are still 3 weeks until she fully awakens, so I need to go prepare a few things." With that thought, he walked out of the room. On the outskirts of the forest, Corin scanned the area, searching for someone. He took some eye drops and pretended to carelessly drop a seed into the pond. "Oh no, I slipped. What do I do now?" As the seed slowly sank, Corin acted out his pitiful scene. "No, that was a precious seed my mother left me." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Why are you crying?" Corin smirked internally. "Found you." In the legendary hero Aha saga, there was a one-time only Easter egg, a hidden detail added to make things more fun for players. It was the story of the golden axe, given by a hermit to a woodcutter when he accidentally dropped his iron axe into the lake. The hermit asked if the axe was golden or silver. This hermit could appear with gold and silver axes, but it was limited to unique grade weapons or lower. If you threw in any other item, there would be no reaction. This usually ended right there. Corin had tried throwing 500 different items into the hermit's lake, but some veteran players had tried dropping all sorts of random things, including rare items, making this Easter egg even more interesting. The hermit asked leisurely, "Is this golden seed yours?" Corin promptly denied it. "No, sir." "What about this silver seed?" Lerman shook his head. "No, sir." But deep down, he cursed to himself. Which lunatic would throw away the ginseng seed we worked so hard to get just to trade for 100 points in the lake? The kind hermit chuckled. "Haha, then this must be your seed," Corin replied, tears streaming down his face. "Yes, that's right. This is definitely my seed," he admitted. "Yes, that crazy hero is me." The hermit praised him. "Even after seeing gold and silver, you weren't greedy but remained very honest. I value your honesty and will grant you these seeds. The silver ginseng seed and the golden ginseng seed." As the scene played out like a theatrical performance, the hermit began to fade away. "Well then, farewell. Ho ho." Corin kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank goodness." "Thank you, sir. Please take care of your health." Once the hermit vanished, Corin instantly dropped the act, wearing a twisted, savage grin. He, an item that can be multiplied. Regular ginseng seeds help increase mana, but the golden and silver ones have special effects. The golden ginseng seed makes the plant glow gold when planted, while the silver ginseng seed makes it glow silver. This is a hidden piece that can only be collected this way in the legend of hero Aha. Even though some people screamed when collecting them right after harvest, it's not a big deal, Corin thought gleefully. "In my past life, Park Sihu ate the golden one while I ate the silver one, but now, Both of them will be mine. What makes Mariette the first boss and causes her to awaken as a special vampire is the real mission that will take place in 3 weeks. She faces the murderous vampire of the city of Fog, Dronwaskiad. Corin didn't know how the demon minion within Mariette would awaken, but there are 3 weeks left, and that's why he decided to show his strength in front of the second-tier powerhouses. Because no one wants to fight alongside a weak 5th-tier knight, no matter how much you beg. The first thing that interests others in a player is their innate talent and strength. Corin calculated that in 1 week, they would be fully recovered. At that time, he would propose forming a team for the first boss in the legend of hero Aha, special vampire Mariette. During the full moon night, Mariette suddenly sat up, but she still had 3 weeks before her awakening. Isabel Camille, who was keeping watch, noticed her and asked, "Mariette, how are you feeling?" Then she asked anxiously, "Mariette, are you okay? How is your throat?" That freshman, she should have known the forest points. You were also restricted to basic magic. However, Mariette remained silent, not responding. If Corin had enough preparation, trust, and the right team members, he could easily save the girl from her unfortunate fate. Until then, he would train Elisa, get Ron the mercenary to control his sword, recruit Dronwaski from Avalon Forest, and become closer to the golem witch, Crenelle. A series of goals set in motion made Corin incredibly excited. He thought to himself, "Perfect. If I prepare carefully, this will be a piece of cake, as long as no variables occur." At that moment, Mariette's eyes suddenly widened, revealing blood-red pupils. To Mariette, Isabel Camille appeared like actual prey. Immediately, she lunged at Isabel Camille, pinning her down, and opened her mouth to reveal 4 sharp fangs. She rasped, "I'm so thirsty." Suddenly, Professor Josephine slammed her hand on a stack of books and sighed, "I'm so bored with you." Then she rested her chin on her hand, frowned, and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have sent you. If you want to learn, I'll tutor you privately. Go reflect on yourself." Hearing that, Warren looked devastated. "Should I just jump off the building, ma'am?" Suddenly, Corin appeared from somewhere, hanging upside down outside the window, cheerfully saying, "Well, I knew you'd be here." This sudden appearance startled Warren. While clinging to a tree branch with a box of snacks in his hand, Corin continued, "Warren, right? I think I've seen you before. I'm Corin. Can you open the window?" Warren hesitantly opened it. Corin held out the box and said, "Here, for you. I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought these. Plus, coming to the West Wing like this is a bit weird." Hearing that, Warren remained silent. After a moment, she spoke up. "Coringing on a tree like that is against school rules." Corin just teased, "I didn't enter. Did I? I'm hanging on a tree. Besides, what if I did? It seems Professor Josephine isn't here, right?" Even though he was joking, inside, Corin was thinking that he came here to see if the boy was injured, but he saw no wounds. It seems he's forbidden from going out because of what happened at the hunting grounds. He thought about Professor Josephine again, his heart feeling heavy. Warren is a superhuman, so it's understandable she's worried. But to lock him up for over 4 days like this, while Corin was lost in thought, Warren suddenly spoke, startling him. "She's out. She hasn't come back here for over 4 days." Hearing that, Corin was shocked. "What? She hasn't returned here even once?" Warren replied calmly. "Yeah." Warren's indifference surprised Corin even more. In his panic, he lost his grip and fell from the tree, making a loud thud. At that exact moment, the system notification popped up. Persistent Warrior Rebirth, activated. Corin lay on the ground, clutching his body and groaning. "Ouch, that hurts. See you later. I'll bring you food tomorrow." Warren still said nothing, just silently watching. At this point, Professor Josephine had left the academy, leaving Warren behind the most dangerous person at Maba. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A thought flashed through his mind. Something is definitely wrong. The 2 people who appeared were Professor Dem and Fada Man, a representative martial artist of the night department who used to be a bodyguard. As they ran, they talked. Professor Dem asked urgently, "Have you found her yet?" Fada Man replied while running, "Not yet. I'll try looking in the city outskirts." The martial artist's pace became even more hurried. Warren noticed that and thought to himself, for these 2 to be this desperate, no way. Elsewhere, at a gate, a guard blocked Corin and said, "Corin, what's wrong? Your request for a meeting has already been denied." Hearing that, Corin smiled, offering a delicious sandwich and a soft drink, and replied cheerfully, "Oh man, it's not about that. You're the 3rd-tier security guard, Kron, right? Professor Josephine told me to bring you some food and drinks." Kron took the food from Corin's hand without suspicion and replied, "Really? She sure knows how to care for her subordinates. Meanwhile, Corin thought silently. My request to meet Mariette was denied. Isabel, Mariette's protector, is missing, and the infirmary has guards posted outside. I felt something was wrong from the start. Kron ate the sandwich happily, without any suspicion. Corin continued to observe, thinking, the more I think about it, the more my suspicions seem correct. Suddenly, as soon as Kron took a bite of the sandwich, he suffered severe stomach cramps, barely able to utter a few words. Seeing this, Corin felt relieved but still feigned concern. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Is your stomach hurting? I think there's a restroom over there. Kron quickly ran off, not forgetting to remind him. Could you keep watch for me for a moment? But remember, don't go in there. Corin waved his hand and replied with a smile. Sure, take your time. I definitely won't go in. Once Kron was out of sight, Corin let out a sigh of relief. However, his thoughts kept swirling in his head. There's no way there's another one. How could it be this early? I hope my suspicions are wrong. Thinking this, Corin gripped the fabric in front of him, then tore it open and called out, Mariette. But the person in front of him wasn't Mariette. Corin gasped in shock. Isabel? He froze, thinking in disappointment. Shouldn't Mariette be the one lying here? Why is it Isabel now? Isn't she supposed to be missing? There was no doubt left when he saw two circular marks on Isabel's neck, as if someone had bitten her. Mariette silently confirmed that this was definitely the secret the professors were trying to hide. While observing the person standing before him, Corin couldn't help but think angrily, Isabel has awakened as a vampire and will become the greatest threat in the first chapter. Corin sighed quietly, his hand still gripping the cloth tightly. In his mind, thoughts kept spinning. Everything was happening 3 weeks faster than the original script. He recalled the 4-stage strategy to defeat the final boss of the first chapter. The first stage, quickly deal with the waves of monsters. The second stage, use magic circles to confine her. In Corin's mind, the image of Isabel trapped in a dark, murky space appeared clearly, showing how they gained the upper hand by dealing damage. The third stage, a direct confrontation with the powerful enemy wreaking havoc in the blood zone. At this moment, the image of that terrifying enemy surfaced in Corin's mind. Finally, when the enemy was defeated, it would transform into its final form. This was the core of the strategy. Corin thought to himself, if the top first-year students joined forces, they might not even need the player's help. It shouldn't be too difficult. The image of his 4 close friends suddenly flashed through his mind, but immediately after, he felt a wave of regret, thinking about reaching the third stage. But Elisa, with her red, teeny eyes and a face full of hurt, was injured by his own hand. And Dron, his companion whose important weapon was destroyed, that was also his fault. Crenel's golem still hadn't fully recovered. Another mistake on his part. Corin clutched his head, both stunned and furious at himself. This isn't good, damn it all. Right at that moment, the shadow of a cruel vampire appeared in his mind, a familiar image from the original script. In the story, after the encounter with the vampire killer in Fog City, Mariette lost control and attacked her roommate, then fell into a state of rage. In his previous life, when this happened, Corin remembered that the scene moved to a dark house. At that time, he and his team had waited for Mariette and Isabel downstairs at the dormitory to resolve everything. The scene in Corin's memory was all 5 team members gathered there. But Park Sihu had intentionally let Mariette escape. Everything is a mess now because of my actions. I suddenly remembered the image of Elisa being blown away and suffering severe injuries with 8 broken bones. Meanwhile, Crenel's golem had been completely destroyed, leaving him unable to fight. A truly disappointing scene. Suddenly, Waron appeared with a terrifying surge of power. I also thought about War joining in, but I couldn't predict how the outcome of the battle would change if that happened. The scene shifted to a corner of the training room. Corin spoke up. Here is the employment registration certificate. This mission is especially difficult. I need to find and capture someone alive. Dron frowned and replied, Are you crazy? The rule for mercenaries is to only take sure-win battles. Besides, you broke my sword. Now I only have 2 left. Before Dron could finish, Corin cut him off. The reward is 20 gold coins. If you still don't believe me, I'll leave this as collateral. He pulled out a pure soul dust card, making Dron freeze. After a few seconds of thought, Dron smirked and said, You really are a boss who knows how to read people. At that moment, the system notified him that Dron had joined his party. Corin laughed, looking very satisfied. The scene shifted to the library, where Corin was carefully examining a book on the shelf. Suddenly, Yuen appeared and asked hesitantly, How did you know? I thought all the records burned down with the forest. Corin calmly replied, I read a book about it before. The alphabet you're using is the Ham alphabet, right? Are you here to find it? Having said that, Corin firmly closed the book and looked at Yuen. If you help me, I will teach you this entire magic. Yuen hesitated and asked, specifically, what do I have to do? The system notified him that Yuen Kiezo had joined his party. Corin couldn't hide his satisfaction. The final scene shifted to Canaan, where Corin was trying to convince Lerman and Jer, who were sitting in front of him. Lerman said slowly, I'm forming a party, but this mission is both difficult and dangerous. The pay is low, and we might have to face an extremely powerful demon clan. Corin patiently persuaded them, but if we succeed, we will earn honor and fame. His words made both Lerman and Jer stop everything they were doing, stunned. Corin was slightly flustered, thinking, is it that hard to convince them? Suddenly, Jer and Lerman changed their attitudes and exclaimed in unison, that sounds interesting. Let us join your party. Seeing this, Corin smiled happily and replied, all right then, you guys are really obsessed with romance, aren't you? The scene moved to a dense forest. Corin led Lerman, Drawn, and Yuen. As he walked, Corin calculated, 1 damage dealer, 1 healer, plus 3 support members, that's enough to clear the first stage. That meets the minimum requirements. He smirked and whispered to himself, this lineup is the best it can be. Suddenly, Corin remembered his meeting with Park Sihu, who had given him some advice before bursting into tears and running into the forest. Looking back, he thought about how much effort it took just to find her. Who would have thought that someone as strong as her would dig an actual tunnel in the forest and hide down there for a whole month? Corin's thoughts became sharp and decisive. He said she was hiding in the forest, and near Mokaba Academy, there was only one forest. A moment later, at the hunting ground, a team member asked, is Mariette really here? Drawn replied hesitantly, boss, I understand the goal of the mission, but how are we going to find her? Corin answered in a calm voice, if we just look, it might take a year. If you want to know, just ask. There's bound to be a clue. Don't worry. Hearing that, Yuen frowned suspiciously and asked, actually, you already know something, don't you? Without waiting for Corin to answer, Yuen stuck her staff into the ground, creating a magical green light. Summoning, spirits, guide us to her location. A green aura surged from the ground, surrounding them. Lerman gasped in surprise. Whoa, look at all those spirits. Jer grabbed Lerman's shoulder, excited. Look, a whole swarm of them. Corin watched, thinking. Judging by their reactions, the spirits must have responded to Yuen Kiezo's summon, but I don't see anything at all. He scratched his head and asked, so, did the spirits find Mariette? Hearing this, Lerman and Yuen stammered, unable to answer, but Corin curiously pressed on. What's wrong? Where is she? The 3 of them cried out in panic. She's right behind you. Corin reacted instantly, spinning around and thrusting his staff, straight toward the monster that had just appeared. After a flurry of attacks, he cursed, damn it, what the hell is that? Where did it even come from? Before they could regain their footing, Drawn shouted a warning. In front, there are more. A horde of monsters suddenly appeared before Corin, preparing to charge at his team. Lerman and Jer cried out in unison, terrified. Has Mariette turned into a monster? Hearing this, Corin immediately dismissed their theory. That's impossible. Without overthinking it, Lerman quickly channeled all his spirit power into his book to support the attack, but the situation was incredibly dire. Jer, on the other hand, didn't just stand there. He grinned excitedly at the monsters. You dare face me head-on? Perfect. I needed to warm up anyway. Seeing Jer charge forward, Corin anxiously warned, Jer, don't dive in. They'll surround you. But as Jer continued to advance, Corin had to shout. The situation grew more intense, forcing Corin to give orders. Back up 3 steps. Don't be reckless. Keep fighting, and their numbers will dwindle. Lerman, you provide cover from the back. Lerman responded immediately. Got it, Corin continued. Yuen, stay with Lerman. Drawn, you know what to do, right? Don't overextend. Even though Yuen was busy, she followed orders, and Drawn nodded in agreement. Seeing Corin's composure, Yuen silently praised him. Even under a surprise attack, he hadn't wavered, and he was formulating a sound strategy. He wasn't just strong, he was a true strategist. At the same time, Corin and Drawn worked together to take down the monsters. Yuen thought in surprise. Who would have thought he's only a 5th grade knight? That student ranking exam must be rigged. Corin, with his blade in hand, continued to join forces to wipe out the swarm. But just then, Jer called out loudly, Yuen, I thought Mariette was supposed to be here. Why is it just monsters? Yuen stammered in reply. I'm just repeating what the spirits told me. Lerman started to suspect something and said angrily, Is Mariette controlling them? Monsters don't usually hunt in packs like this, and they're more aggressive than usual. While supporting Lerman and watching the situation, Corin suddenly interrupted. No, Mariette couldn't be the one pulling the strings. If she were controlling them, they wouldn't be attacking so chaotically. That's not her style. Corin's eyes were filled with faith and pride when mentioning Mariette. Hearing that, Drawn asked, "Then why are these monsters attacking us?" Corin replied, "Neither of those possibilities is correct." The group asked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Corin pondered for a moment before explaining. Every monster species has its own hunting instincts, but sometimes they find themselves in such desperate circumstances that they abandon their instincts, like when facing something they cannot possibly overcome. Hearing this, Jer, Yuen, Lerman, and Drawn were stunned. Something had terrified them into fleeing. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere turned strange, signaling the arrival of a new danger. Seeing the critical situation, Corin immediately warned them to prepare for battle and told Lerman to step back. Lerman fumbled with his book while gasping, "Ugh, I can't even catch my breath." Yuen also replied, "Is this far enough?" Corin continued to lead. "Drawn, Jer, take a step back and support me." Drawn heard this and guessed his intention, replying, "It seems you have a plan in mind. I trust you, my master." Jer chimed in, "Do you mean a step your size or a step my size?" Suddenly, Corin's eyes flashed with killing intent and determination. "I'll take the vanguard." At that moment, the system appeared, and a notification sounded. "Under the third law, I will redeem the world of Mariette." The system announced a 50% increase in Group C's stats. Immediately, Corin's parameters were clearly displayed. His stamina, mana, vitality, strength, and agility were all significantly boosted. Looking at the numbers, Corin began to realize that Mariette's fate wasn't just a minor event. Her influence on this world was far greater. These bonus stats were clearly based on the scale of her influence in the future, not just some small incident from the first volume. Thinking of this, he gripped his blade tighter, his eyes sharpening. The system brought up a new notification. "I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette." Seeing that the situation seemed stable, everyone's spirits lifted. Unable to hide his excitement, Corin gave a clear command. "All right, let's go." At that same moment, Mariette's figure appeared, her appearance already demonized. Just then, the system showed a final notification. "Save the hero Mariette. Corin, good luck." Suddenly, Mariette's demonized form began to sob piteously, looking incredibly miserable. Seeing this, Yuen said with some concern, "She's crying." Hearing this, Corin, though he saw it too, remained rational and issued a warning. "That won't change a thing. Just take down the demon race." Suddenly, a sword flew from out of nowhere toward Mariette at incredible speed. But suddenly, Drawn saw something, and widened his eyes in shock. A protective force field had blocked the sword, preventing it from striking Mariette. Seeing this, the whole group cried out in shock. "What is that? I can't believe my heavy sword was blocked." Lerman seemed to realize what it was and explained, "That's a blood orb, a creation born from vampire blood. I didn't think a newly awakened vampire could have a blood orb by their side." Seeing this, Corin turned around with unwavering eyes and said, "No need to be afraid. It just manifested. It hasn't received any blood or magic from her yet. Without being supplied with blood and mana from its master, it can't do anything besides block attacks." Suddenly, Lerman said, "For a mage like me, facing an opponent with that kind of defense is a big problem." Corin responded calmly, "It'll be fine. Don't worry." Suddenly, Mariette's demonized form let out a loud scream and shouted, "Get lost." Seeing this, Corin immediately warned everyone, "That's a large-scale magic attack." Then, Corin called out to Yuen. Yuen, feeling determined, replied, "I know what to do." While Yuen was summoning her domain power, Corin said with a triumphant look, "I don't know about other places, but we're in a forest. This is my domain." As soon as he said that, the domain power Yuen had created also formed, a protective shield to guard everyone instantly. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification about increasing attack speed and protecting their souls from negative effects. Mariette was blocked by the shield wall of spirits that Yuen had created, causing her to struggle. Meanwhile, Yuen was fighting back while struggling to call out. Seeing the situation, Jer immediately voiced his concern. "What if that defensive wall breaks?" Hearing that, Lerman chimed in. "Watch your mouth, Jer. What are you saying?" Yuen was struggling so intensely that he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Just that one attack alone already cost me half my mana to maintain the defense. The vampire's toxic hunting ground effect is taking its toll on me, but I have to endure it so everyone has a chance to attack." It seemed the shield wall could no longer withstand Mariette's power. Corin noticed this and spoke up to check on him. Yuen, you're reaching your limit, aren't you? At this moment, Corin stepped forward, looking as if to tell everyone to rely on him. Seeing Corin, Yuen whispered, remembering he had promised to defeat this vampire. Corin held a sharp dagger in his hand, looking calm, and smiled to himself as he spoke. Just hold on a little longer. I'll take care of her in 5 moves. Hearing this, Yuen, who was nearly out of energy, gasped and asked, Can you really do it? Hearing that, Corin replied, reassuring everyone, Yeah, of course I can. Meanwhile, Mariette was being restrained by some mystical power, clutching her body in pain. Corin observed everything carefully to find a way. The battle with the vampire Mariette is divided into 4 stages. Stage 1, when monsters around attack the player party. Stage 2, after destroying the monsters, Mariette will enter the battle herself. You need to face her, from Stage 2 to Stage 4, for her strongest spells to be unleashed. At that moment, Mariette suddenly becomes crazed and beast-like. In other words, before the final stage, she hasn't used her full power yet. At that point, Mariette truly becomes a real vampire. It's similar to the game in his previous life. Thinking this, Corin held the blade in his hand, turned around, and instructed, La, you should leave a bit before Yuen. You can only use basic magic about 2 more times, so look after yourself. Hearing that, La was surprised by Corin's calculations and asked, You even planned that far? I understand. Corin then praised Yuen. Well done. Once you're out of mana, run as far as you can. Yuen replied, All right, I'll figure that out then. Until now, although her attacks were wide-reaching, it's just bad luck. It's truly dangerous. Suddenly, while Corin was thinking, the shield wall couldn't withstand the power from Mariette outside and was about to shatter. The power of Mariette seeped through the cracks of the protective wall, making Corin think that alchemy would happen next. She's coming. Corin waited for Mariette's appearance with determination. Suddenly, the freezing alchemy skill was used by someone to break the shield wall. The shield wall seemed to shatter from the freezing alchemy skill, making everyone look up in utter terror and astonishment. Jer screamed in fear, The wall is collapsing. At the same time, Yuen was struggling, reciting prayers to Mother Earth and the nutrients from trees and wheat. O gods, may insects cover the world. At the same time, sounds of Ifin Urat stay appeared, and the light of the spirits that Yuen summoned became more visible. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from somewhere, and Yuen realized, thinking, The gods are responding. Although I was the one who wrote those ancient runes, only a pure-blooded spirit user could activate them. Corin frowned and thought, even though it looks like ancient runes, it's a system language belonging to a different civilization. Suddenly, roots and branches sprouted from the ground at an incredible speed, making Corin realize, thinking, These are secret languages you can only get after completing the storyline of Yuen, who always tries to become a druid. Druid, the darling of nature, secret languages of 1,000 years, belong only to those of families friendly with spirits. Jer and Drawn were both stunned by what they saw, their mouths wide open. At this moment, there appeared the Willow Guardian, a giant willow golem, massive in size, created from the roots of the gods, with 5 eyes and a dark presence, making everyone panic. What is that? Seeing this, even Yuen was equally surprised and blurted out, That ancient rune can summon this? Hearing Yuen's surprise, Corin smiled and thought to himself, That's right. It took some time to help him summon this, but in this situation, there's no other way. Thinking this, Corin called out, There's still 1 living owlbear left. Throw it to the Willow Guardian quickly. Jer was shocked and asked, A living owlbear? Wow, you're amazing. There really is 1 left. Hearing his comrade's surprise, Corin showed a very satisfied expression, and muttered to himself, I prepared it, even though they didn't notice while they were busy fighting. Thinking this, Corin commanded, Hurry, throw it into the Willow Guardian's chest. Hearing that, Jer acted quickly and replied, Got it. Suddenly, the owlbear was defeated instantly, creating a huge explosion, shattering the owlbear, burning the sacrifice inside the Willow Guardian's chest as energy for the summoning magic to function. The Willow Guardian stood up, and the explosion didn't affect the ancient guardian at all. Everyone shouted in unison, Go, Willow Guardian. Immediately, the Willow Guardian obeyed and lunged forward to attack relentlessly. This seemed to affect Yuen, who clutched his chest and groaned in pain. Corin realized this and thought, It seems too much for him. It really is difficult for him to endure such summoning magic for a few minutes. Thinking this, Corin firmly encouraged him, Don't stop, Yuen. If you stop, everyone will die. Yuen seemed to be in so much pain that tears fell, but he still tried to say, I know. I'll try. By now, the Willow Guardian was in front of Mariette, causing her to scoff. but that couldn't stop her will to attack. Liu Ren stood before Mariette, who let out a few disdainful cries, but it did nothing to dampen her bloodlust. Mariette let out a loud roar, unleashing a barrage of poisonous needles at the same time. Seeing Liu Ren under constant attack, his ally asked in concern, "Corin, is he going to be okay?" Corin replied to put everyone at ease, "Don't worry." Internally, Corin thought, Liu Ren isn't a living being, he's just a construct. He won't die just from having a few holes in him. And theoretically, in a battle between fire and ice, fire should never lose. Jer and Drawn were watching the fight unfold with great tension, or so I thought. Suddenly, a poisonous blade from Mariette came flying toward Liu Ren at blinding speed. This made Corin's eyes widen in shock as he thought, that magic, it extinguished Liu Ren's flames. At that same moment, Liu Ren collapsed, forcing the others to dodge in fear. Corin gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking anxiously, common knowledge is being completely overturned. This is a special difficulty level for Mariette. Mariette now looked like a true demon, radiating pure killing intent. Having been severely affected, she also collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest in pain and crying out. Seeing this, Corin said, "Yuen, it's time to pull back." Yuen stammered in confusion. "What?" But Corin cut in. "You're out of mana, Yuen. Staying here won't change anything." Realizing the situation, Yuen said, "Got it. I'm pulling out," and quickly left the scene. Seeing this, Jer asked with a hint of worry, "Hey, Corin, can we actually pull this off?" Corin then explained the situation to his teammates. Mariette used all her wide area attacks, so her magic is weaker now. You know what that means, right? Jer asked, "What? Does it mean it's time for us to strike?" Suddenly, Corin's expression turned wild and thrilled as he charged forward, causing Jer and Drawn to shout in alarm, "Hey, wait a second!" Jer and Drawn quickly scrambled to follow him. The three of them faced the true demon Mariette, who was relentlessly firing poisonous needles. Drawn quickly activated a speed link ability and launched a counterattack, but it failed, causing him to curse in frustration. That blood sphere is incredibly tough. Suddenly, Jer appeared from midair, letting out a determined battle cry. "Eat this!" Jer immediately unleashed a strike on Mariette, creating a blinding flash of light. Corin realized what it was, and smiled with genuine interest. He thought, that's Jer's signature miss. Stacked destruction. The damage the opponent takes will be multiplied over and over. He's actually useful. Glad I brought him along. Just after attacking, Jer smirked smugly. "I broke it, wait, you idiot." But he had barely finished boasting. Suddenly, Mariette activated her third phase, her eyes glowing red like fresh blood. The third phase had begun. The blood realm erupted in a deafening explosion. Corin's teammates' weapons, daggers, and gear were left scattered, falling freely with no one holding them. Corin tried to hold his ground, but he quickly realized the current situation and thought coldly, "We're trapped inside this barrier." The moment the blood sphere was shattered, it triggered a trap. Now we're stuck in it. The pressure is insane. Instead of just defending, the blood sphere absorbed her blood and magic to create this. Before Corin stood a genuine, full-fledged demon. Corin sighed and gave a bitter smile. "I never thought I'd have to fight her at this stage all by myself. In my previous life, it took at least 3 people just to have a chance against this third phase." But then, Corin looked incredibly arrogant, leaning into his own power with a smug grin. "Still not a problem. The outcome will be the same. I'm the one who wins." The moon turned larger and redder than ever, making the scene even more ominous. If you are born a normal human, you can distinguish between a beast and a person. If you are truly human, it is natural to be terrified to the point of squeezing your eyes shut. The scene shifted to a dark, gloomy castle. As I watched those creatures struggling desperately for survival, there was a strange aura. In a certain room within the castle, the image was blurry. A chill ran down my spine, quite different from the burning sensation in my throat. Suddenly, Mariette returned to normal, opening her eyes groggily after the blackout. Mariette began to dart her eyes around, trying to assess her surroundings. Suddenly, someone loudly called out her name. Mariette couldn't see clearly yet. She could only think. My throat was drawn to the neck of someone whose name I don't know. Suddenly, Mariette transformed into a vampire once again, with sharp fangs and claws. Mariette thought to herself, "I bit her." My fangs, which had always been there, tore through her skin and reached her veins. The creature was trembling. Suddenly, the person who had called Mariette's name opened her eyes wide, and tears began to stream down her face. I don't know if this was terror before being hunted or a fierce resistance, but it doesn't matter anymore. There was no longer any fear that made me want to close my eyes. Marietta Dunalbev, like a bloodthirsty beast, lunged and bit into her prey. Her pained moans sounded like a piano melody. That warm blood flowed over my tongue and down my throat. The body of the person Mariette had lunged at suddenly trembled and slowly slumped backward, sending a shiver through me that warmed my cold skin until, suddenly, after the biting was done, blood splattered on her and the bed. Yet, Mariette still acted naively, thinking, the blood flow I thought had stopped felt like it was expanding. Isabel's moans and the creaking of the bed finally stopped. The person Mariette had bitten was Isabel, who collapsed completely after the attack. Only the sound of my heart, ready to burst, echoed through my body. The delicious scent of blood choked me and disgusted me. Suddenly, Mari seemed to realize that the person she had just attacked was someone she knew, and she covered her mouth, hugging her trembling body. My body, once full of vitality, felt like it was collapsing. Only now did I realize it wasn't a creature at all. Isabel appeared to have no strength left and fell in front of Mariette. Mariette, a true demon, had transformed into a vampire. I have committed a sin. I have nearly killed my friend. At the same time, the moon returned to its normal state, no longer the bloody red it was before. It was as if she were killing a mere animal, or perhaps even worse. At that moment, Mariette seemed terrified by her own actions, filled with such deep regret that she wept uncontrollably. Realizing she had treated a human like a beast, she clutched her starving stomach and fled. After causing such a disaster, Mariette couldn't think of anything but running away until she was found by a boy, the very Corin she had mentioned before. The battle between Corin and the demonic Mariette continued. Suddenly, the strange twisted hound on her side lunged at Corin like a fierce tiger. But then, the hound gathered all its strength and unleashed a volley of sharp spikes. As the spikes rained down on Corin with increasing speed and intensity, he didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he laughed excitedly and shouted, "You damn mutt!" He immediately triggered his technique, Spear Arts, 4th form. "How dare you bite a human?" With those words, Corin spun his blade and dashed toward the hound at blinding speed, executing his spinning heaven technique. The creature was caught off guard, visibly jolted by the sudden assault. The hound suddenly spewed out 2 smaller, twisted hounds to intercept Corin. Corin found the situation amusing and taunted. "Man, this dog is really getting on my nerves." Even as the 2 smaller hounds lunged at him, Corin's agility allowed him to dodge effortlessly. He gripped his blade tight and unleashed Spear Arts, 5th form. He followed up immediately with his Flying Wood Mountain Throw, decisively launching his spear toward one of the smaller hounds. He retrieved his blade and smirked, saying, "Is this supposed to be my reward? That was pretty pathetic compared to your roar. Is that all you've got?" Corin stood provocatively, looking at the giant hound, while the smaller one lay defeated at his feet. Suddenly, the giant hound began channeling magic, preparing to fire something from its eyes. This only made Corin more intrigued, but in the blink of an eye, the giant hound vanished. Corin's expression turned serious as he began to think. It disappeared? No, that's not right. It's just moving too fast for my eyes to track. Corin realized the truth and gave a faint smile. He flared his blue spiritual energy, enveloping his body, and taunted, "Let me teach you something, pup. Victory isn't about some 100-step plan. What matters most is..." Suddenly, the giant hound reappeared right in front of him, finding the weak point. With a single step, Corin bypassed the beast and struck a blow from behind. He laughed with pure delight. "That old trick won't work twice. You know." Without stopping, he continued. Serpent Arts, Ascending Dragon Slash. In an instant, the giant hound's eyes seemed to shatter. Moments later, its entire body dissolved right before Corin's eyes. But suddenly, the particles in the air began to pull themselves back together. The giant hound returned once more, collapsing before Corin and whimpering in agony. Seeing the creature covered in countless wounds, Corin said, "Are you still choosing to protect the one who created you? Even with your last breath? Why? Why go that far? Just wait." Corin plunged his blade into the ground. "I will save her, your mother." He hoisted his sword onto his shoulder with resolute determination. Then, the demonic silhouette of Mariette appeared, and Corin thought to himself, the final phase. As this phase began, Mariette drove one of the team members into a desperate situation. The ground cracked open as if something had just surged upward. A dark shadow, resembling Mariette, appeared against the backdrop of the full moon. This was why her bloodthirst effect couldn't be removed alone. Corin pondered the situation, silently blaming himself. Usually, to save a team member targeted by a vampire, the whole party had to stand together to confuse her, making it harder for her to pick off the weakest target. Corin stood his ground, letting Mariette charge at him. But now, there was no one left to help. Corin's eyes grew sad, as if he wanted to end it all in one instant. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Vampire boss. Mariette's health and mana are recovering. Corin let Mariette rush forward and bite him without putting up any resistance. As he felt the bite, he thought, "So this is what it feels like to have your life stolen?" Meanwhile, Corin's hand trembled, but he held on. Thinking he could endure this, he had the skills to handle it. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. Indomitable warrior. You have been reborn as a warrior who never loses his fighting spirit and always maintains his own will. His body will continuously regenerate. I can handle this, he told himself. Corin endured the agonizing pain, gritting his teeth as memories flooded back. That kind child, chatting with everyone and sharing potatoes with her tiny hands. Images of Mariette, when she was still human, flashed through Corin's mind. Ever since I grew up, Corin reached out, gently stroking Mariette's head, and said tenderly, There, take it slow. Watch out. You might choke." Hearing this, Mariette stopped biting, let out a soft sound, and stared at Corin with wide, bewildered eyes. Corin watched her, thinking, the moment Duke Sabancia awakened as a vampire, he drained his servants to death. Even the greatest commander in history couldn't control his bloodlust. Corin suddenly recalled another vampire tale. It took Park Sihu a month to capture Mariette, and because drinking monster blood is no different than drinking seawater, it only made her thirst grow even more. Back then, Mariette constantly drank animal blood instead of human blood. Yet, she had never killed anyone. She endured her cravings and hunger with nothing but her incredible willpower. Corin felt a pang of heartache as he recalled the moment Mariette was shackled in place. It was an unnecessary precaution for a final boss who only had one weakness. That's why he wanted to believe that a better outcome definitely existed. Suddenly, at that moment, on Corin's neck, tears began to stream down as a choked sob broke out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Mariette was crying like a child in front of Corin right after biting him. Seeing this, Corin felt a sense of relief, thinking that it didn't matter how many times he died, or whether they were the top mage or not. Even the fact that she was a vampire didn't really matter. Perhaps he had always looked at her personality just like he did with Park Sihu. Lost in thought, Corin looked at Marietta Dunalbev with pride, drifting deeper into his reflections. But the teachings of the mentor he had met in this world had turned him into a different person. Suddenly, Corin pictured a woman with a blade in her hand, standing before a flickering fire. She turned her back and said, "I am an adult, boy. As long as I am an adult, I will always carry the burden of protecting you." Remembering those events made Corin emotional. The person he had always disregarded as just an NPC in a game had protected him and called him a mere child. As a successor, he had witnessed the final moments of his mentor, and, as a student, he had heard their teachings. At the same time, Mariette was still sobbing while sitting on Corin. But Corin was happier than ever, silently musing that it would be okay, because he was certain he was an adult now. Looking up at the sky with immense pride, Corin whispered to himself, "Keep watching, Park Sihu. I'm going to choose a different path than yours." Finally, the system notification popped up. Mariette S-rank difficulty rewards. Aura level increased from low to low plus. Mana level increased from lowest to low. Obtained pain resistance, 100 points, distributed evenly. During the happy time between Mariette and Corin, Mariette was more cheerful than ever as she chirped, "I thought your sense of taste would change, but it turns out you like potatoes? Are they good?" Potatoes are always tasty, no matter how you cook them. As soon as she finished speaking, Mariette blushed, and Corin teased her. "Is that so?" Hearing that, Mariette just stammered, unable to say a word. Suddenly, she started playfully hitting Corin and said, flustered, "Go over there. You smell terrible right now." Corin caught her blows with his hands and replied, "What's wrong with that? You hadn't bathed either when you bit my neck." Hearing this made Mariette even more embarrassed, and she shouted, "Stop it." After they finished fooling around, Mariette went to sit in a corner, leaving Corin to sigh in defeat. "Geez, you don't even smell bad." Suddenly, after a moment of silence, Mariette spoke up, "I'm scared." Corin let out a soft sound of surprise. Mariette sat in the corner, looking incredibly sad as she told Corin, "That girl, Waran, she's so scary. I thought I was going to die. I was so terrified, but I couldn't do what you did." When Corin heard that name, he frowned slightly, wondering what he had done when he met Waran that triggered an emotion in her, causing her to change her mind and join the hunting practice. Waran had accidentally met Mariette during training, and to fight against the top-tier mage Mariette, she had used her true power. That had provoked Mariette, causing the vampire within her to awaken. At that moment, Waran didn't seem to understand everything, and acted on impulse. Suddenly, Mariette began to reproach Corin. "How were you able to recover? Why didn't you give up on your spirit form back then? Everyone was being sarcastic. They said I couldn't succeed, but in the end, you still made it happen. You're truly amazing. Hearing the praise, Corin smiled and replied, Meh, it's nothing that impressive. But I like happy endings. Mariette looked at him, confused by what he had just said. Corin leaned back and explained, Good people get rewarded, and bad people get punished, something like that. It was a touching, cautionary tale. You're a good person. The image of Mariette's pure and kind nature surfaced. Encouraged, Corin teased her further. You're kind and beautiful, too. Basically, I like happy endings, so I really want you to be happy. After hearing the confession from Corin, Mariette's face turned beet red. Flustered, she stammered, Corin, I need to wash up and finish these potatoes. Can you go outside, please? Corin replied, Huh? I just got here, though. Well, fine. See you later. As he spoke, Corin waved goodbye, with Professor Josephine appearing nearby. See you later. Mariette smiled to herself, thinking, Thank you for comforting me, but I'm not even sure if I have the right to be happy. Lost in these sad thoughts, Mariette sank into a melancholy mood. Soon after, she would be temporarily detained. And what happened was something that would be very difficult to return to normal from immediately. Man, I hope she gets released soon, because the demi-human Waron would be coming to school as usual. Unconsciously, Corin thought of Waron. Even though Mariette had awakened and become an individual, most people wouldn't feel threatened by that. Corin walked along, looking at the ground, pondering Mariette's situation. Suddenly, someone called his name. Corin looked up toward the voice. Errol had walked up from somewhere and excitedly said, Could I see you for a moment? Seeing Errol, Corin addressed her as president. Hearing this, Errol approached him and asked, looking quite pleased, Corin, this is our first time meeting alone, isn't it? How are you? Corin scratched his head and replied cheerfully, I'm fine. Is something the matter? It's about Mariette's punishment. Hearing this, Corin froze for a moment and stammered, Her punishment? His eyes widened as he thought of Mariette, worried. I didn't think she would be punished. Does this mean the ending won't be happy? Corin rushed to say, Wait, let me explain. Errol remained extremely calm and replied, It's fine. Her punishment has already been decided. But Corin wouldn't listen and insisted on speaking up. But please, hear me out as someone who has actually fought her. What kind of punishment could have been decided so quickly? Sister Mariette. As Corin was feeling incredibly anxious, Errol laughed slightly and said, Just as I expected. Right? Corin was even more confused upon hearing that. Suddenly, Errol smiled gently and replied, Don't worry, there won't be any punishment. Hearing that, Corin was even more shocked and exclaimed, Really? Errol calmly explained, I also thought she wasn't dangerous. That's why I wanted to see the reaction of someone who had actually fought her. I have no doubts about my decision now. Don't worry, she will be released soon. We just need to re-verify her stability. As she said that, Errol Casa smiled with great satisfaction. Oh, I've heard what other students said, but I'm very curious to hear the details. Corin sighed in relief, though he had been quite startled when he first heard about the incident. Errol then asked, Even if it's simple, could you explain it to me? Right after that, I explained everything that should be revealed, that Sister Mariette was safe, and that she was not a monster. I didn't know how much she believed me, but I made my point very clear. While I was explaining to Errol, Professor Josephine was also present. Immediately after Corin finished explaining everything, Errol fell into deep thought and said, I understand. Thank you for telling me. We will have to make an official announcement regarding this. Of course, we won't disclose all the details. Now that I've heard the specifics, I have to go attend to my work. Hearing that, Corin's eyes widened in slight surprise. Suddenly, Errol bowed and said, Thank you, Corin. Seeing that, Corin was extremely embarrassed and stammered, I did it to help us prevent dangers created by the inexperience and arrogance of adults. I thank you, and I apologize. If you need anything, I will do my best to repay you. Professor Josephine, who was quietly listening to Errol, adjusted her glasses. Suddenly, Corin smirked and sighed, thinking to himself, Errol Casa, the headmistress of the academy, is truly valuable. She is someone who always knows her weaknesses and tries to shoulder more responsibility. Corin then remembered a scene where he met a mysterious person standing before him who said, Although I have failed countless times, you have never been one of them. Corin beamed with joy, thinking that these were the words she had said in his previous life, so he trusted that she had good intentions. He then said to Errol Casa, Please lift your head, that is my request. Hearing that, Errol smiled slightly. The scene shifts to the detention room, where Mariette is feeling incredibly distraught and sad, recalling the past. Mariette remembers the moment she was Tuaso, held in Corin's arms, as he gently stroked her head and said, "Slow down, you'll choke." At that time, his hand patting her back was very soft, and his skin felt very warm. Corin spoke gently to comfort her. "It's okay, it's all right," because at that moment, her reason had disappeared, swept away by waves of emotion. When she pushed the cold monster inside her out and found her humanity again, that was the moment Mariette burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably and apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. The only thing she could do was apologize. Mariette silently blamed herself, wondering what right she had to ask for forgiveness and if Isabel was safe. Because she loved everyone most, the guilt consumed her. That was the reason why she did not resist Professor Josephine's magic, but accepted it and locked herself behind those iron bars. At the same time, dark energy suddenly appeared from nowhere. Mariette thought of the moment she met Corin and blushed, thinking about how she acted differently when he came to visit her. But she was truly exhausted. Recalling the image of herself as a monster when she turned into a vampire, she thought she was a monster and a demon, an enemy of humanity, who could drink human blood at any time. But at that same moment, the image of Corin appeared in Mariette's mind. Corin had proudly and clearly said, "So what I mean is, I want you to be happy." That one sentence made all her worries vanish. Those were the most sincere words she had ever heard. She remembered how he had risked his life to save her, even when she had turned into a monster. As she thought about it, Mariette couldn't stop crying and blamed herself. His powerful moment, his sacrifice, and his sincerity. Suddenly, Mariette felt overwhelmed and covered her face with a handkerchief, tearfully calling out Corin's name. She realized that a part of her life would forever exist in her memories. The scene shifts to a classroom where someone says, "Hey, did you hear?" At the same time, Corin perked up his ears to listen. A student with light brown hair began talking about Senior Mariette's magical abilities. Hearing that, the student next to him replied, "Oh, that potato senior?" This was a week after Mariette's accident. Although there was some chaos because a few jerks revealed that Mariette was at the school, since the demi-human had obediently enrolled, the matter soon cooled down. In the cooking class, the two students kept on gossiping. "But is she still locked up? I heard she doesn't come to class. Is she really that dangerous?" Hearing this, Corin, who was nearby, pricked up his ears in surprise and opened his eyes wide, thinking, "Is she still locked up? It's been a week already." But on paper, that's what it says. Mariette had been released. The scene of Mariette appeared before Corin, but Mariette seemed to be free, causing the people around her to wonder and ask, "Mariette, are you okay? I heard you've become something special. Congratulations." At the same time, Mariette was trying to find her friend Isabel in the crowd, thinking with great disappointment, "She's not here. Isabel isn't here." Then, Mariette returned to her dark room with a bag of blood available in the room. Corin's thoughts realized, so that doesn't mean she's been set free. At the same time, Mariette was deeply reflective, blaming herself. She must be afraid of me and hate me, right? She recalled the moment she had bitten Isabel and sighed, "If I were her, I wouldn't want a friend who drinks my blood. I don't want to get in the way of others or Isabel," Mariette thought. And then she glanced in one direction. "I need to disappear from this academy." Mariette stared at the bag of blood in front of her with despair. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, forcing Mariette to ask, "Who's there? Who would come at this hour?" Thinking that, Mariette stepped out to open the door, even though she didn't know who was on the other side. Suddenly, someone rushed over, grabbed Mariette, and sobbed, "Mariette." Mariette was still in shock, unable to react in time. Just then, Isabel sobbed and asked, "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" Seeing the person she was looking for right in front of her, Mariette called out Isabel's name. Then, sounding incredibly flustered, Mariette asked, "Wait, why are you here?" Isabel kept holding Mariette tightly and replied, "Why shouldn't I come?" Hearing that, Mariette stammered, "It's not that." But Isabel interrupted, "So you don't want to see me?" Hearing that, Mariette quickly denied it. "No, that's not it at all." Mariette then asked very seriously, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Isabel looked surprised and asked back, "What?" Suddenly, Isabel gave a secret smile and said, "I'm sorry, but I saw everything before I passed out. Your face after you bit me. You looked so lost and guilty." Mariette looked incredibly apologetic but didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Isabel gently touched her cheek and said, "You know what, Mariette? No matter what happens, I will always consider you a friend, so no matter what, I want you to see me as a friend too. Do you understand?" As she said that, Isabel looked very determined. Hearing that, Mariette teared up and called out Isabel's name. Then, Mariette burst into tears like a child and said, "Thank you, I thought you would hate me." Isabel asked back, Hey, are you still feeling guilty? Then, Isabel laughed happily and explained, to be honest, I feel completely better, but I haven't been discharged yet, so I couldn't leave right after you were released. If that junior hadn't sneaked me out, suddenly realizing something, Isabel gasped. Huh? Where is he? Just a moment ago, there was a tall junior behind me. Hearing that, Mariette was surprised and blankly asked, a junior? The junior Isabel mentioned was none other than Corin. Just then, Corin walked away, thinking to himself, I believed a girl like Mariette wouldn't collapse after this accident. Suddenly, Mariette covered her face in embarrassment, making Isabel look surprised as she called her name. Mariette realized it too and thought to herself, I see, so he helped me again. Corin, Mariette thought, her face turning bright red as she whispered his name in her mind. The first part of the story ends here. Everyone got a happy ending, something that didn't happen in her previous life. Although there were a few unexpected things and nothing went according to plan, she liked this ending even more. At the same time, at the Errol Academy, Professor Josephine was very satisfied with the academy. Even without one player, the world continued to function. Even though it didn't go according to plan, everything still had a good outcome. Standing under the sunset, Corin thought to himself, looking content. This moment confirmed the starting point of a new world. Corin smiled, feeling very satisfied. Scene changed to the next day at the academy's training grounds, where Corin was training tirelessly and sighed to himself. My schedule is pretty monotonous, just revolving around class, eating lunch, class, training, eating dinner, and training, but I have to become stronger. Given the rapidly approaching scenario with that girl, I have to be even faster. Even if he got injured, Corin never stopped training. Suddenly, while practicing, Corin performed the ultimate moves: Flame Serpent, Serpent Ascending, and Dragon Strike. Right after finishing a few moves, someone suddenly cheered, making Corin look up. Huh? It was none other than Mariette, who was proudly clapping and exclaimed, That's so impressive. You've been working really hard today, Corin? Seeing Mariette, Corin replied, You're back to your normal self. As if nothing happened. But Mariette didn't pay any mind and changed the subject. All right, since you've tried so hard, you must eat a lot. I didn't cook much, but you should finish it all. Saying that, Mariette laid out a tray full of sweets, making Corin look a bit wary. You prepared this much? And everything was made from potatoes. Corin sat down and said excitedly, Wow, I am hungry, so I'll eat it all. Hearing that, Mariette replied happily, Yes, eat it all. But suddenly, Mariette saw blood on Corin's hand and felt a sudden craving. She gasped and thought, blood noticing. Mariette acting strangely, Corin asked while eating, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Hearing that, Mariette turned away to hide the 4 fangs that were becoming visible, feeling incredibly flustered as she answered, No. She then scolded herself. No, I can't. I saw the blood and I'm already drooling. Suddenly, Corin asked, Anyway, you've been drinking blood lately, right? Hearing that, Mariette replied and pointed to the blood pack beside her. Yes, it's this. Seeing that, Corin asked again, Fresh blood and packaged blood taste a little different, don't they? Hearing that, Mariette answered without suspicion. It's a little different in terms of freshness and flavor. But your blood is incredibly delicious. As soon as she said that, she realized it sounded strange. Mariette started stammering in explanation, while Corin laughed and teased, I guess it's like organic food versus pesticide-treated food. Mariette found that logical and replied, Yeah, something like that. Like frozen meat versus fresh meat. Hearing that, Corin ate and replied, So that means you've decided to eat frozen meat for the rest of your life, huh? It's okay if you drink some sometimes. Hearing that, Mariette became very shy, blushing as she answered, That's so innocent, huh? What was that? Suddenly, Corin replied clearly, My blood. Hearing that, Mariette was flustered and embarrassed, but also a bit tempted, showing her fangs as she replied, What the hell are you saying? Corin suddenly leaned in, exposing his neck, and said arrogantly, I can regenerate, so if you're sick of the packaged blood, you can come to me, or are you craving it right now? Seeing that, Mariette turned her head away, flustered and angry. Don't say things like that. I refuse. I don't want to bother you. Then, Mariette suddenly took out a blood-red bottle and spoke shyly. Anyway, seeing that? Corin asked. What is it? Blood? Mariette explained in a flustered tone. This might be a little gross, but it's very good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients. Without thinking, Corin grabbed it and drank it, drinking so quickly that it made Mariette gasp in surprise. Watching you drink in front of me like that, it's so embarrassing. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. You have consumed a Tier 2 elixir. This is a special one containing unique ingredients. Your aura rank has gone up by 1. Your maximum aura capacity has increased by 500, and 10 stat points have been distributed evenly. Just then, Mariette asked if it tasted good. Suddenly, Corin's entire body was enveloped in an intensely burning power, which seemed to boost his strength, making him inwardly marvel. It didn't taste good at all, but he was certain he was stronger than in his previous life. Corin then smirked in satisfaction, sounding quite arrogant as he thought to himself, "This is perfect. With this, I can finally start the storyline with that girl." The scene shifts to the outskirts of the city, where someone is walking with a very confident stride. It is none other than Elisa, a direct descendant of the famous AN Swordmaster family and a second-class knight. Her life has changed significantly compared to before. After sensing the invisible wall between herself and a fifth-class knight she met at the training grounds, she realized she needed to improve herself and started putting in the effort. Of course, Elisa's cool demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by an expression of intense craving for something, which had been the case just minutes ago. Right now, like a little fox, Elisa is hugging a bunch of candies, eating them with great delight, and exclaiming, "So much honey pop candy." Actually, Elisa is basically lazy, lacks ambition, and has no interest in swordplay. I want to try all of this and that. Even though her sword talent is near genius level, her attitude toward studying is terrible, always resulting in below-average grades. Suddenly, Elisa wanders through the market, buying things incessantly, while looking thrilled by everything. I want to try all of this and that. Elisa thinks to herself with pure excitement, happy that, here, she doesn't have to swing her sword 10,000 times a day, or stick to basic drills, or sweat through grueling sparring matches with her siblings. Plus, her sister isn't here. Happily carrying her things and skipping along, she loudly declares that she should enjoy this time. Suddenly, someone speaks up. Enjoy what? It is none other than Corin, who has appeared, making Elisa tremble in fear as she calls out, "Corin!" Corin, wearing a dangerous smirk, says, "You haven't been to the training room lately." Hearing that, Elisa stammers, searching for an excuse. "I've been really busy lately with assignments and missions." Corin lets out a soft, Then, suddenly, his attitude shifts completely, and he says with an incredibly cheerful expression, "I know this job pays well. Want to join my team?" Hearing this, Elisa replies, "Excuse me?" Elisa feels terrified and annoyed, frowning and gritting her teeth as she thinks, "Damn it, why does he keep tracking me down?" In some ways, Corin has become difficult for Elisa to handle. Standing in front of him, she feels her habit of laziness and neglecting her talent is being exposed. The mediocrity of a genius swordswoman who received her second-class knight certification at a very young age, and the granddaughter of the genius swordsman who broke the Mani barrier. Suddenly, the items in Elisa's hands drop to the ground. Elisa thinks of Corin's image, radiating a murderous aura, and thinks, on top of that, this guy's methods are so tough. He keeps talking about the basics. The image of Corin saying, the basics are very important, grows clearer in Elisa's mind. At her age, isn't it normal to want to perform a cool, flashy move instead? As she thinks this, Elisa looks worried. Suddenly, Corin speaks with great enthusiasm. 2 teams will receive 2 gold coins. The difficulty is only level 2. Hearing that, Elisa's eyes light up like car headlights, and she drools with excitement. 2 gold coins? As soon as Elisa finishes speaking, ambitious thoughts echo in her head. With that much money, how many clothes and honey pop candies could she buy? You coming? After Corin seals the deal, Elisa eagerly answers, yes. Corin then replies, good. We'll go in the middle of next week, so pack your gear. As soon as Corin finishes, Elisa replies quickly, yes, Corin. Then Corin adds, oh, and today I'm doing a short-term mission for 20 silver coins. Let's do it together. Hearing that, Elisa's eyes sparkle with the scent of money as she eagerly replies, 20 silver coins? Deal. This makes Corin feel triumphant. He thinks to himself, she's that obsessed with money? This is easy. That should be enough for the script. I'm not entirely sure, but based on my predictions, it's today. Then, Corin drifts into deep thought for a moment. He considers that Elisa loves the patrol missions on the quest board. All she has to do is follow the predetermined route in the city center and check for any issues. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of the city where they are. Monsters approaching the city are at most levels 4 or 5. Mid-tier monsters rarely appear, so the probability of trouble is very low. At the same time, Corin's thoughts drift to the monsters lying in the forest. Suddenly, someone calls out, Knight, it's finished over here. Hearing that, Elisa, having just finished dealing with a group of monsters, turns around with an excited look, and says, "Captain, you should take the claws and fur to sell later." This makes Corin think to himself, low effort, high pay. Elisa doesn't find it hard at all. Furthermore, suddenly, a group of male students look at Elisa with great respect and admiration, saying, "As expected of the knight, she's amazing. There were 10 monsters, but she defeated them instantly." Hearing that, Elisa replies with a hint of pride, "Ha, it was nothing." The male students then chime in, "You call that nothing? That was a dread owl." As expected of a swordswoman from the prestigious IN family. Hearing this makes Elisa even more thrilled and proud. Elisa then thinks back to when she was looked down upon by her family. At that time, the whole clan wouldn't stop, criticizing and mocking Elisa, saying, "Tisk tisk, your sister had already reached the peak by your age. Finally, we've found the heir to the genius Ain Swordmaster family. Lunia Aden is the greatest genius of this generation. As for the second daughter, she's just an illegitimate child whose bloodline isn't even high enough." Thinking this, Elisa brushes off those thoughts and feels proud of herself, thinking, "My family looked down on me, but am I really that bad?" Suddenly, Corin calls out, "Elisa, there's a dread owl over there." Elisa responds casually, "That one? Easy to deal with." Hearing that, Corin replies, "Oh, impressive. Good. The patrol is complete. Now, today's mission has been completed safely and happily, as long as nothing else happens." The sky suddenly turned to night, and a mysterious blue light appeared, causing the knights to whisper amongst themselves. "It's a signal from the advanced scout team. There's a monster nest, at least rank 2. "Huh? I don't see anything." Seeing that, a male knight cadet stepped forward to explain. "It's a magical flare that can only be seen with the special goggles we're wearing. It's a secret method used by the Vanguard. Anyway, let's move out." Hearing this, Elisa understood. Then, she looked troubled and thought to herself, if nothing else happened during the patrol, it would end without her having to kill any monsters. It was a failed mission at the last minute, but when an emergency occurs, everyone is required to join the raid. Suddenly, the cadets excitedly exclaimed, "It's okay. We have the granddaughter of the genius swordsman here with us." Hearing that, Elisa immediately spoke up to stop them. Wait, seeing this, Corin smirked slightly and thought to himself, "Oh, I knew it." Corin realized it was a rank 2 monster nest discovered by the advanced scout team, serving as a den for wolves gathered around a werewolf. A werewolf is an Ansiha-class monster that can be defeated even if poisoned. We can easily take it down this time, too. Just then, the wolf monster appeared with a terrifying look. Even so, Elisa was ready to charge into battle. But suddenly, Elisa saw something and exclaimed, "That thing, it's a Dullahan, a rank 1 monster." The Dullahan appeared with a gruesome, eerie appearance that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Seeing the critical situation, Elisa struggled, thinking to herself, "Damn it, why is there a Dullahan here? It's not over yet, but I have to." Without a word, Elisa quickly drew her sword, a brilliant light flashing from the blade. Immediately, Elisa used the Ayan family technique, territorial explosion, and rushed into battle. But suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Nothing else could be done. Her opponent didn't even flinch despite Elisa's strike, making her gasp in shock. What kind of toughness is this? It's like an invertebrate. Suddenly, the monster used its long tentacles to bind Elisa tight, causing her to scream in pain. Facing such a formidable opponent, Elisa calmly tried to think of a plan. So fast and so experienced, it must be at least a rank 1 monster. If that were the case, suddenly, Elisa burst into tears like a child and shouted, "Damn it, help me, Corin." But inside, she thought, honor as a warrior was something she didn't have at all. Hearing Elisa crying, the other knights explained, "Corin is busy handling another monster." Hearing that, Elisa cried even louder, shouting, "Why aren't you here when I need you?" Suddenly, the monster used another attack on Elisa, making her stop crying, unable to move. Just as she squeezed her eyes shut, the monster's head was suddenly lopped off. This left Elisa completely stunned. As she and the monster tumbled to the ground, she let out a cry. A moment later, Elisa thanked her savior. "Ah, thanks for the help." But suddenly, seeing the razor-sharp blade, she seemed to realize something, and thought, "Huh? This sword?" The person standing in front of Elisa suddenly scolded her, "You're still as weak, lazy, and arrogant as ever." It seemed Elisa recognized the person, her mouth agape as she thought of the eldest daughter of the prestigious An swordsmanship family, destined to be the next successor, the strongest swordsman of her generation, the one who would follow in the footsteps of the genius swordsman, none other than Lunia. She had saved Elisa from the monster. Stunned, Elisa stammered, "Sister?" The person in front of her was indeed her sister. Seeing this, Lunia scolded her. How did you end up in such a state? Hearing that, Elisa looked down at the ground, avoiding Lunia's gaze, too scared to speak. Lunia said coldly, You saw a Dullahan, so why didn't you retreat? Why didn't you analyze your enemy properly? And above all that idiotic way you drew your sword, who did you learn that from? As she spoke, Lunia looked at Elisa with clear disgust. Elisa, terrified, trembled and stammered, I'm sorry. But Lunia didn't listen, angrily rebuking her. Enough with the excuses. The consequences of your actions are entirely your responsibility. Just saying words won't change the situation. You must remember that it was your movements that put the soldiers who trusted you in danger. Saying this, Lunia looked at the knights helping each other up. Are you okay? Yes, thank you. Hearing that, Elisa could only respond sorrowfully. Yes, ma'am. Suddenly, Lunia sternly tapped her sword on Elisa's shoulder and commanded, Stand up straight! Taken by surprise, Elisa jumped and replied, Yes. With her sword on her shoulder, Lunia taught her firmly. As an Aeon swordsman, you must always be confident. Elisa could only stammer in response, Yes, sister. And you. Suddenly, Lunia looked over and pointed directly at Corin. Corin, who was training, realized he had been spotted. Am I caught? He had just been watching Elisa while pretending to be busy. Lunia's gaze was extremely cold as she looked at Corin, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, she walked over to him and introduced herself. I am Lunia, the first disciple of the Saint Sword, mistress of the Heaven Sword. Hearing this, Corin seemed to know who she was, so he didn't react. Suddenly, he stood at attention and bowed. I am the 8th disciple of Lanzacante, Elisa's friend. Nice to meet you. Lunia just stared with a cold gaze, saying nothing. Suddenly, Lunia's eyes widened, emphasizing, A friend, you say? Hearing that, Corin realized the hidden meaning behind her words and thought to himself, Right, I understand what you mean, but I can't reveal my abilities. There are only 2 people who use a spear in this way. Thinking this, Corin looked up and smiled to himself. Suddenly, he thought of 2 very important people and reminded himself, Except for me, there are only those 2. But suddenly, Lunia turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a few words. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Suddenly, the knights approached and reported, Village Chief, we have cleared all the monsters in this area. The elite Ain Squadron. All of them are rank 2 knights, also known as the 5 Swords. Jenny the Swift, Lena the Flexible, Siren the Dual Wielder, Milia the Magic Swordsman, and the Berserker. Suddenly, there was an emergence. The top-tier swordsmanship unit from Aeon suddenly appeared. Jenny immediately stepped forward and asked, Should we pursue the monsters that escaped? They were all at the same level or higher than Elisa. Corin silently observed them, deep in thought. Hearing the elite squad say that, Lunia scratched her head and coldly replied, No need. We're heading back. Hearing that, Jenny stepped forward and said, Yes, ma'am. Count me in too. Elisa. Suddenly hearing Lunia say that, Elisa was startled, sweat pouring down as she replied, Yes. A while later, the story was told when swordsmen called the Travel Blade followed their group, often referred to as the Blade Guilds. They followed their leaders, gathered together, and eventually considered themselves a sect. Back then, they didn't travel alone, but always stayed within the sect. 60 years ago, the swordsmanship genius Garin pioneered a new generation of swordsmen. As the head of the clan at that time, he began spreading martial arts styles, making Aden a famous swordsman clan, representing the entire continent of the Morkaba Aden village. At the same time, the Morkaba Aden village was lit up in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Lunia held out a medicinal herb and gave the order, Fire. Hearing that, her subordinate quickly replied, Yes, village chief. With the authoritarian, disciplined, and mafia-like nature of the MK3 Aden, all the knights bowed before Lunia. Everything had remained the same since its inception. Suddenly, Elisa knelt to the ground, lowered her head, and said, I am the direct disciple of the second-tier swordsman clan, Elisa. Greetings to the female village chief. Hearing that, the other knights behind Elisa were so terrified, they broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves, What in the world? Even with a head disciple of the direct clan, why is she making a descendant disciple kneel like that? Suddenly, Lunia was silently reviewing the records and reminded her, patrol missions, merchant protection missions, level 4 monster extermination missions, it's all nonsense. There's even a mission to help out at a cafe. Hearing that, Elisa looked up to explain, for that mission, I have to wear a uniform and pass out flyers. Hearing that, Lunia recognized someone and asked, Did your friend suggest it? Hearing that, Elisa started stammering. No. I just thought the shop's uniform was cute. As she said that, Elisa looked incredibly shy. It's very pretty. A statement that made Lunia freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, while smoking, Lunia criticized her. How pathetic, Elisa Aiden. I didn't think you would use the clan's knight certification for things like this. Do you want to leave a stain on Aiden? Hearing that, Elisa stood frozen for a moment. Then Lunia added more, making Elisa think of the scene where the knights praised her. Aren't all these missions just fighting low-level monsters? Do you think you're a hero just because you go around fighting those kinds of monsters? Hearing that, Elisa suddenly opened her eyes wide, not blinking at all, and silently remembered the time when a mysterious person called out Elisa Aiden's name. Don't forget human nature. Saying that, the mysterious person looked at Elisa with cold eyes. The mysterious person who had spoken to Elisa also affirmed, it can't be changed. After remembering that, Elisa fell into silence, not saying a word. A while later, the wooden carriage took someone away, and the elite squad went along to protect them. Suddenly, Jenny spoke up. My lady, no. She still seems to be in good health. Hearing that, Lena followed with her eyes and said, it looks like she's gained some weight. Hearing that, Lunia asked, by the way, does anyone know that guy? Hearing that, the elite squad replied, that guy? You mean Corin? He's just a level 5 knight. Hearing that, Lunia asked back, level 5? Having said that, Lunia said she didn't believe it. There's no way the MK3 student level test is that unreliable, is it? Hearing that, the elite squad asked back, what was that? Lunia silently remembered Corin's image and thought to herself how Corin's gaze was fixed on Elisa from start to finish. Yet, the monsters couldn't even lay a finger on him, fighting with such distraction yet not losing focus, as if he had decades of experience. That is the sensitivity and determination you can only achieve by honing your skills in real life and through spear proficiency. At a glance, it might seem very simple, but as a swordswoman standing at the peak of Aiden, she realized it. She then recalled the moment Corin was practicing with the blade, silently affirming his spear skills. Suddenly, Lunia smirked, thinking the meeting was a bit short, but she was quite satisfied with that friend. If that boy stands on my sister's side, then she said, the student asked me to pay a visit to exchange experiences. Perhaps I'll be able to meet him again. As soon as she finished speaking, Lunia looked up at the moon, illuminating the dark night sky. On the other side, Corin was feeling incredibly embarrassed, thinking as he ate the snacks Mariette had made with countless pastries. Every time Mariette, also known as Senior Potato, came by, she brought so many things. At the same time, Mari suddenly gave instructions. These are potato pastries. I stuffed with minced lamb, then baked. Eat them when you're hungry. Corin ate while bowing his head, silently exclaiming, Senior, for that lamb meat. Seeing that, Mariette happily said, you noticed? Fresh meat. It just arrived today. Professor Josephine asked me to help her butcher the sheep, so I got to practice. Hearing that, Corin felt a bit heartbroken and teary-eyed, but no less excited by the food, silently exclaiming, damn it, while she lives a dull vampire life surviving on bags of congealed blood, this is quite delicious. I'm so touched, Senior Mariette. Seeing the slight change in Corin's expression, Mariette asked, how is it? Is it good? Next time, I'll bring beef. Do you like braised oxtail? Just as Marietta Dunalbev excitedly blurted that out, Corin put down his food, grabbed Marietta Dunalbev's hand, and exclaimed loudly. Then, Corin looked at Mariette with affectionate eyes and said, I love it. Hearing that, Mariette asked, you're talking about the braised oxtail, right? Saying that, Mariette was incredibly shy, blushing and sweating as she said, then next time, I'll definitely bring braised oxtail. Anyway, your hands are really big. Corin's rough, sinewy, tough hands, the hands of a full-of-energy man. Very wonderful and strong. But suddenly, someone came to call Mariette. Mariette was immediately startled and stammered, huh? Seeing her friend, Mari ran over like a child and stammered to Isabel. Isabel, hello, have you eaten? Seeing Mariette's face was extremely flushed, Isabel asked probing questions. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Hearing that, Mariette spoke loudly, drowning out Isabel's voice. No, I didn't do anything. She didn't forget to turn back and say goodbye to Corin. Bye-bye, Corin. See you later. As for Corin, he kept eating diligently, silently exclaiming, women are truly hard to understand. In my previous life, I couldn't even step outside for 3 years, because that guy, Park Sihu, you really can't predict what he'll do. The reason I couldn't date was entirely thanks to that jerk Park. He kept me on such a tight leash. Corin sighed, looking down at his plate of food. But seriously, How am I ever going to finish all this food? The scene shifts to midday. Corin reflected on how his friendships in this life were quite different from the last. Occasionally, AU would bring over rare wild mushrooms, and then we would head straight to the library to start learning the alphabet. Corin reminisced about UN, acting like a child, always bringing him food to eat while he studied. Drawn visited him often too. More than just a friend, it seemed he viewed Corin as a useful ally. So, whenever there was a tough mission with a high bounty, he'd suggest teaming up. Snort Drawn usually sought Corin out right after they wiped out some monsters. The two of them would devour some delicious monster meat skewers. I usually hung out with these guys because we were in the same class. Suddenly, Elle and Jer looked terrified, their eyes widening and sweat pouring down their faces. Seeing his two teammates react so intensely, Corin asked urgently, "What? What's going on? Damn it, is there a monster?" Suddenly, Warren appeared out of nowhere and said with a bored expression, "Food. You promised." Seeing that, Corin thought to himself, Warren, huh? I guess you could call her a monster, but what's this about food? Suddenly, Corin remembered the scene where he had brought her food, saying, "I'll buy you some food later." He silently marveled. That was a month ago. She has a good memory. Thinking that, Corin turned to his two friends. "I can't eat with you guys today." Hearing that, Elle and Jer, who had already started running away, didn't forget to reply to Corin. "It's fine. I just realized I haven't done my homework." "All right then. You look just like a cat. That's why I brought you here. Do you like fish?" After saying that, Corin took Warren to a fish cake shop. Warren, like a hungry tiger, shoved an entire fish into her mouth so casually that Corin had to stop her. "Hey, are you crazy? Is your throat made of steel or what? Wait, that's not showing respect to your food." Corin finished speaking, and Warren just stared at the food and replied, "You just have to chew and swallow, that's all." Hearing that, Corin advised her, "Heh, just you wait and see." Then, Corin took out a bowl of rice and some fish on top, showing it off to Warren with a smug grin. "See that? Doesn't it look much better now? Instead of just swallowing it, you have to appreciate how it looks and smells. That's how you show respect for food." Seeing the food, Warren blushed, looking incredibly excited. Respect. Then, Warren started scarfing it down until her cheeks puffed up, making Corin burst out laughing. "Slow down," he said, then his mind drifted to something else. "The weapons production is almost done. It's a bit early, but Phase 2 will start soon." A while later, at a grand castle, it was time for Phase 2. Suddenly, Jer lifted his head after soaking in the water basin and shouted, "What now? I haven't studied anything yet." The Phase 2 Corin had mentioned was the written exam. At the same time, Lerman tried to comfort him. "The test is in 10 minutes and you're regretting it now? I told you to study." Hearing that, Jer started complaining. "You should have nagged me more," Lerman retorted. "You should have listened to me more." After bickering, Jer turned to Corin and asked, "Hey, Corin, did you study anything?" Suddenly, Corin replied with a cold, smug smile, "I don't need to." Jer curiously asked, "What are you planning?" But his outward attitude differed from his inner thoughts. Corin smirked. He thought to himself, "Sorry guys, but I'm different from you. This isn't my first time taking this test, so I'm taking that top spot." A while later, in the exam hall, the proctor ordered, "Start the exam. You may turn the paper over now." Corin, looking excited, held the test paper and said, "All right, let's get started." Corin just held the paper, doing nothing but wondering. If the inertia value of movement X is Y, then what IO value is needed to perform movement 85Z? Suddenly, he realized something brutal, gasped, and froze. Oh crap, what does this even mean? It seemed Corin couldn't understand any of the questions on the paper. He could only curse under his breath. A while later, Jer stretched, looking very cheerful. "That's it, I'm done." Seeing that, Elle said, "I knew you'd be like that." "Jer, what about you?" Hearing that, Corin replied with a dark, gloomy expression, "My brothers, I only know how to write my own name." Saying that, Corin seemed to collapse instantly. Elle noticed. "Hey, he left the paper blank." Jer looked over and said, "Even I managed to do 1 or 2 questions before I went to sleep." Corin was still lost in his own thoughts. "I forgot. I never studied in my previous life. I only focused on researching specialized skills. I don't know a single thing about the knowledge in this world." Thinking that, Corin was on the verge of tears. Then, suddenly, he crumpled the paper in his hand. Extremely angry, he muttered to himself, "Fine, so that's how the written test goes, huh? There's still a way." The scene shifts to the festival hall, where everyone was cheering each other on. "Stay strong, you bastards. I've already spent my entire monthly living allowance." Corin just stood in a corner with his sword, deep in thought. The practical exam, one of the easiest challenges in the game, is a golden opportunity to save my rock-bottom written test score. These practical exams are prepared by the professors in the night department or guest instructors invited from outside. Teams of 15 students have to face them and show what they've got. Corin smiled slightly. Then the professors in charge will grade us and give us the corresponding scores. Since I'm a level 5 knight, the instructor's level surely won't be that high. I'll get extra points if I defeat the instructor, right? Heh. I don't know who you are, but I'm sorry in advance. Thinking deviously, Corin smiled with excitement at his plan. I'll get extra credit if I take down the instructor, right? Heh heh. I don't know who it is, but I'm sorry in advance. Corin chuckled with a cunning look, clearly excited about his plan. No matter who it is, I will win and improve my written test score. Suddenly, the students spot something and start stammering. Wait a second. Even Jer looks on in surprise, asking why he's here. Seeing this, Corin wonders, what is this reaction? Who is the instructor? Suddenly, someone speaks up, asking Corin if he's all right. We meet again. It turns out the person is none other than Lunia, the instructor for today's match. Seeing Lunia, Corin trembles, gritting his teeth as he thinks, damn, why is she here? The practical group exam for the first-year students has already begun. The academy students are all present in the main hall. Suddenly, someone announces, well, the special guests for today's exam are the sword experts from the prestigious Arden Sword Academy. Please welcome the 5-peak swordsmen. Hearing this, the female students whisper among themselves. A girl with purple hair says, go easy on them, won't you? A redhead nearby smirks and replies, they're just students, after all. Hearing this, a short-haired girl warns, watch out for that swordsman, he's strong. Suddenly, someone shouts at the top of their lungs, attack, everyone. Seeing the situation, Drawn stands in the back, observing and thinking to himself. Even though they are all high-level swordsmen, we have Elisa, so that makes 2 of us at level 2. The odds of winning are the specialty of the Arden House. Suddenly, the girls from earlier begin to move. The 5-peak swordsmen unite. Just after Drawn confirms his thoughts, the first-year team begins their attack. In an instant, their opponents are scattered, leaving them crying out in pain. Attacked by surprise, the male students groan in pain, unable to see a thing. What is this? Ron remains calm, observing with determined eyes, thinking, the odds of winning aren't high. They're closing in and obscuring our vision to cause chaos. Their combat experience is just too deep. This situation is too difficult to handle. Thinking that, Drawn stops standing still and starts unleashing his powerful spiritual sword techniques with a confident remark. Fine. As soon as he finishes, Drawn starts looking for a way out. First, I need to clear my line of sight. But while Ron is mid-attack, the purple-haired girl's demon sword, Melia, appears behind him with murderous intent. But that doesn't distract Drawn. He quickly turns to counterattack and frowns, thinking, an ambush? Seeing the situation is dire, Elisa shouts out in a rush. Drawn sees Elisa get distracted, and the short-haired girl sternly warns her not to lose focus. Then, she lunges at Elisa. The short-haired girl uses Jenny's speed sword style and reminds Elisa, I am your opponent, my lady. But the short-haired girl's immense strength makes Elisa grunt and struggle. Suddenly, the short-haired girl trips Elisa and sneers. Well, there are about 10 students. I think 3 of us are enough. After being tripped, Elisa falls and cries out in surprise. The girl from the 5-peak swordsman also speaks up with a hint of disdain. Your combat stance has too many openings, my lady. Elisa, pressed to the ground, manages to dodge the short-haired girl's blade. The remaining male students, seeing this intense battle, shout with excitement. Just as expected, the real Arden 5-peak swordsmen, their power is truly terrifying. Seeing this, the other students yell, making the situation even tenser. Hurry, do something. The 5-peak swordsmen seem to find this battle amusing and cold. Seeing things getting rough, the other students whisper to each other, look, they're all hopeless, except for those 2 who still seem to be putting up some resistance. At least for now. At the same time, Drone and Elisa have spent a lot of energy and look helplessly at their opponents. But unlike Elisa's anxious attitude, Drawn remains calm and speaks up. Watch this. Fire sword, steel sword. Drawn's experience is not inferior to the 5-peak swordsman. As the dust clears, Melia is overwhelmed by 5 dark swords. The scene shifts as the purple-haired girl steps out and lets out a loud shout, dancing her sword to block the attacks from Drawn's side. 2 against 5 isn't fair, but Drawn will win soon. Meanwhile, Elisa's sword clashes with the short-haired girl's, creating a flash of sparks. It's none other than Elisa and the short-haired girl dueling. The short-haired girl says, my lady, you need much more practice. Do you really consider yourself the successor to the Heavenly Court Sword, with such limited ability? Then, she leans close to Elisa's ear and whispers, if this is your true strength, you won't even graduate from the academy. You'd be better off quitting and going home to learn how to swing a sword at chickens. Hearing this, Elisa is furious, frowning as she shouts, no, I won't. Then she swings her sword to dodge the short-haired girl. Although she opened her eyes to see past the limitations and the surrounding space, Elisa is panting heavily, breathless and speechless. Even so, she is helpless against such a powerful opponent. Elisa seems to have been knocked to the ground, clutching her body in pain. The short-haired girl remarks, you should have kept your focus until the end. Then, she sighs while looking at Elisa. It looks like there's still a long way to go. Indeed, according to the initial instructions, Lunia's role was supposed to be different. Why did she join Phase B of Group B? At the same time, Corin and his team have arrived. Corin lets Elle and Jer, along with the others, move to the front while he provides support from the back. Lunia appears, brandishing her sword with an aura swirling around the blade. Lunia radiates even more killing intent and says, let's begin. You can think of this as an elite class combat experience. Hearing this, the surrounding students are shocked and stammer, elite class? An elite class battle? Corin hears this but says nothing, just quietly observing. An elite class battle is also a technical term. It's a story told when a single monster can take on an entire army by itself. Dozens of guards, even an entire battalion, would struggle against it. A monster that is nearly impossible to defeat, likened to an uncontrollable disaster. Suddenly, the images of Waran and Ren flashed into his mind. They were monsters that most guards wouldn't encounter even once in their entire lifetimes. Anyone who claimed to have seen one was dismissed as a liar or a storyteller. Corin scowled at the thought. But if it were her, the story would be different. He watched Lunia sweeping through everything and realized she was capable of fighting such monsters. Corin immediately confirmed it. She was a monster among monsters. Suddenly, Lunia's rampage shattered everything, causing the entire hall to crack and crumble. The students standing nearby were hit by the shockwave of her power, crying out in pain. Please, they screamed, their voices filled with absolute terror. Corin scrambled behind a rock and muttered, cruel reality. Jer, shaken and trembling at the scene unfolding before him, stammered out, we're done for. Isn't this test a bit too extreme? Facing such a terrifying opponent, hearing that, Corin poked his head out and retorted, she's actually being merciful. If she were really trying to fight, she would have ended this in 10 seconds. Suddenly, Corin spotted something and pointed at Jer, asking, wait, what's that in your hand? Jer happily replied, oh, it's Lerman. I brought him along because I knew he'd die if I left him behind. Lerman, meanwhile, seemed to have passed out cold. Corin took one look and warned him, I'm pretty sure he's actually dead. Jer then called out to Corin, Corin, don't you dare collapse on me. You're too heavy, I can't carry you. Corin stuttered in response. Okay, got it. But before he could say another word, Lunia attacked Jer from behind, sending him flying with a loud scream. Suddenly, right after, attacking Jer, Lunia Aden turned to Corin. I intended to help, but all of you are just too pathetic. Then, Lunia issued a command. Come out, it's just you and me now. The others stayed put, with no intention of stepping forward. But suddenly, Corin cowardly stepped out, raised both hands, and said, can I just give up? Lunia replied, if you want a lower grade, sure, but I know you won't do that. After all, this is a chance to face a strong opponent. I don't want to miss the opportunity to fight you. As she spoke, Lunia looked at Corin with a cold expression. Corin smirked internally, wondering if anyone could even stand against her. His mind drifted to his past life. Back then, Lunia and Corin had been an incredibly well-coordinated duo. She had stood by his side through countless battles. She was the one who gave him his spear and taught him advanced combat techniques. It was no exaggeration to say that everything he knew about the spear came from her. Yet, even in their final training session, he had never been able to surpass her. No matter how hard he tried, Corin couldn't get the upper hand against Lunia. He felt deeply frustrated, thinking of her as the ultimate hurdle he had to overcome. Suddenly, Corin stood up with an arrogant look, weapon in hand, thinking to himself, if he wanted to improve, he eventually had to surpass her with his own strength. Seeing this, Lunia lunged at him and said coldly, that's it. Instantly, their blades clashed, creating a deafening metallic screech. They both immediately dodged to the side after the impact. Corin let out a grunt. The surrounding students watched the endless exchange of attacks, stunned and stammering, what the hell is with that guy? I thought he was just a regular academy knight. How is a first-year student holding his own against Lunia? How is that even possible? While the other students whispered, Corin was struggling immensely against his opponent. He seemed to be running out of steam and let out a helpless sigh. Lunia, noticing he was exhausted, stopped attacking, allowing Corin to stand there gasping for breath. Lunia spoke up. "Looks like you're tapped out." "A pity." She then hummed softly and drew her sword from its sheath. Corin thought to himself, "She's unsheathed it? Is that it? It's over, no way. It's the territory slash." Corin frowned. Recognizing the most powerful technique of the Aiden sword style, he knew exactly what she was about to do. Lunia looked cold as she readied her blade and said, "Let's see how you react to this. Show me your best reply with that spear of yours." Instantly, Lunia unleashed her assassin's instinct. Suddenly, she was nothing more than a black blur, radiating a terrifying pressure that threatened to wipe out the entire area. Corin was taken aback. The students watching were left speechless, gasping in shock at the scene. "What is that? Isn't that dangerous?" Up on the high platform, the professors grew restless and terrified. "Wait, is she trying to kill a student? Stop the exam right now." But Professor Ham seemed to realize something and stood up, shouting a warning. "Stop! That's the Aiden family's one-strike technique." Suddenly, it felt as if Corin was being split in two by a strange power. It was the fake territory slash. The moment it appeared, the world seemed to freeze except for Lunia, who kept moving. Her blade moved slowly, like a camera in slow motion, aiming straight at his spear. Only she could move, launching her strike at incredible speed. Corin couldn't move an inch. Gripping his spear, he trembled and cursed internally. "Damn it, my spear won't move. In this frozen world, I can't do anything." He gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with frustration. "I can only perceive the frozen world at a few specific points." Corin felt utterly powerless against the situation. He recalled the past, muttering to himself, "When I faced Mariette, it was the same. Is this just a coincidence?" Back then, he had faced the one called Mariette. He told himself, "I can't control my movements in this space anymore. No, I can't. Just one more step." Suddenly, Corin realized something, his eyes brightening. "It has to be precise. One more step and I've got it." Lunia's sword and Corin's spear were nearly touching. "That's all I need." The very next moment, the sword and the spear collided, creating a space where everything around could return to normal. Seeing the success of what was unfolding before him, Corin was equally stunned. Immediately after, a blinding light erupted in the space between them, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The professors watched in shock, their jaws dropping at the scene. Lunia then spoke up, describing it as instinct over knowledge, a feeling of omnipotence, as if she were the center of the world. While speaking, she pointed her sword at Corin, then frowned coldly and said, "You reacted by instinct against my domain." Corin said nothing, instead using his blade to parry Lunia's incoming strike. But suddenly, Lunia halted her attack and said, "That should be enough." She immediately turned to leave. As she walked away, she added, "Also, you're going to need a better spear. It's quite the irony. Your equipment is far inferior to the skills you've displayed." Hearing this, Corin was slightly surprised and remained silent. As Lunia walked on, she suddenly stopped, having spotted something. She noticed Elisa, who was trembling and huddled on the ground, and whispered her name. After spotting her, Lunia turned her head slightly and spoke, "Tests and such are unimportant. The only reason I didn't avoid this fight was to let someone like you witness my domain. You know of Elisa's talent, don't you?" Hearing this, Corin smirked and sighed to himself, thinking, "There's the answer. I lost the fight, but I achieved my goal." With that, Lunia explained, "I will be staying in this city for a while longer because I have some business to attend to. Don't even think about interfering in my affairs with her. No matter how much you resist, the outcome will not change." Suddenly, Lunia warned him with cold, strict intensity, "Elisa, I won't let you lay a finger on her." Hearing this, Corin frowned and smirked, thinking to himself, "Is that why you showed her your domain, Lunia? Do you think everything will go according to your wishes?" As soon as the battle ended, the instructor announced, "The judges have reached a unanimous decision. Student Corin has achieved a perfect score in the practical exam." Hearing this, the students in the academy began whispering about the match between Lunia and Corin. A perfect score against Lunia? And in a one-on-one solo fight? What is he eating to be that strong? After witnessing the duel, a professor spoke up, unwilling to accept it. "That's absurd. He was able to go toe-to-toe with Lunia? Is that young man really only a grade 5 knight?" Professor Heyman and Park looked on in surprise. After observing for a moment, Professor Hammond fell into deep thought. Surely this student must be the one who once intended to capture a spirit. Park removed his glasses and squeezed them tightly, silently refusing to acknowledge the result. "How ridiculous, Corin. Why would you use skills like that? As he spoke, Park showed visible anger, crushing the glasses in his hand until they cracked. Time passed, and a few days later, in a storage room, Corin thought to himself, even without Lunia's reminder, I know damn well I need a better weapon. Suddenly, a muscular, sweaty man approached and asked, Who are you? The Academy has never been shy about giving out precious materials. So why are you here? Corin replied, You don't need to know. Though he thought to himself that he had done this so many times, he couldn't even be bothered to explain anymore. These super red earth materials were worth hundreds of gold coins, and naturally, no ordinary player could make use of them. Usually, one would want to use such materials only after successfully completing a quest. As he thought this, Corin touched the blade before him. However, he had super-grade soul dust, a second-rank analyst, and a first-rank silver granite, plus the full support of the school board. Corin recalled the moment he met Errol, who had bowed to him, leaving him feeling a bit awkward. Corin looked at his blade, smiled with great satisfaction, and whispered, The strongest weapon to pacify the realm. Corin's blade was covered in a powerful, intense aura. It was the legendary war spear of the White Knight from the Lands of Darkness, also known as the White Spear. In another scene, a flashback of Elisa's childhood, she had seen something that terrified her. She stared wide-eyed, whispering to herself, The saint still hasn't stopped, it's not dead yet. But why? I remember the first time I went outside. I remember the first time I sliced open a grade 5 demon, frowning at the guts and blood spilling from its body. When Elisa first stepped outside, she had dealt with 5 monsters at once. Remembering that moment, Elisa recalled the image and thought to herself, But the smell of human blood is different. Suddenly, the figure of a little girl collapsed before Elisa, her sword flung far away, which filled Elisa with fear. She realized immediately what it was, even though it was her first time. Seeing this, Elisa trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with panic as she stammered, No, she whispered to herself about that distinct scent. Elisa wept unconsciously, thinking it could only belong to an endangered species. After recalling the childhood memory, she woke up. Elisa sighed wearily and said, Have to work today, too. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, a werewolf hunting quest for 70 silver coins. Hearing this, Elisa spoke nonchalantly. Well, that's still better than the other quest. Then, she thought of a mysterious person. Along with that came an urgent system notification. Emergency quest capture the killer in the Mist City. The reward, a graduation certificate, and a chance to consult with the academic advisor. Hearing this, Elisa panicked, beads of sweat forming as she cried out, I don't want to die. Even though she said that, in her heart she thought, Even so, there are other reasons I'm still linked to the quest. At that moment, Elisa sat quietly and obediently, not saying a word. Suddenly, she thought of Corin for a moment, and wondered, where could he be right now? While she was lost in thought, someone approached and said, A grade 5 knight? Are you kidding me? Damn it. At my age, I'm still babysitting. Hearing this, Elisa turned to look. It was none other than Corin, with his guards behind him. Corin waved at Elisa and greeted her. Elisa, what a coincidence. Elisa replied, Oh, Corin. Hello. She then observed the guards' expressions and concluded to herself, The other guards don't seem very happy. The soldier in white cursed under his breath, a rank 5 brat. Meanwhile, Elisa quietly thought about how the Guardian Association had complained endlessly about the quota system, even trying to force the students to go on starvation rations. They probably never expected a rank 5 kid like me to be here, but I'm just glad Elisa came along too. Suddenly, Corin walked up and grabbed Elisa's hand, asking for her help. Elisa was completely flustered. The soldiers behind them glared at Corin with murderous intent, making him feel a bit nervous. He thought to himself that they wouldn't dare say anything in front of the Holy Knight's niece. With that in mind, Corin stepped toward Elisa, threw an arm around her shoulder, and said, Stop staring at me. It's really annoying. Hey, Elisa, how have your senses been lately? Elisa, hearing this, asked back, What are you talking about? My senses are perfectly fine. Corin quietly reminded her, You know that's not what I meant. Elisa wondered aloud, Do you know something about my sister? Corin realized what she meant and told himself, You could say that. Then, he said coldly, Of course. Lunia never tells me anything. You'd better hurry up. Your sister seems serious. She'll make it so you can never hold a sword again. Hearing that, Elisa looked incredibly sad and didn't say a word. She finally whispered, That's exactly why I could just give up the path of a swordswoman. Corin was pulled into the moment, but didn't say anything. He sighed inwardly. I won't give up. Never. The scene shifted to a dark forest. 2 werewolf alphas and over 20 regular wolves were in their lair. The search party had cleverly dealt with some of the werewolves and even managed to hunt one down. Corin, Elisa, and their teammates had successfully hunted a giant werewolf, and the other wolves had been taken care of earlier. But then, something unexpected happened. A swarm of wolves suddenly emerged from out of nowhere, creating a chaotic scene. The soldiers panicked and shouted warnings. Why are there so many? Where did they come from? What is this hellscape? The soldier shouted to his comrades. Corinson, what about the rank 5 kid? Hearing that, the man called Corinson yelled back, I don't know, now is not the time to worry about him. Fortunately, the lady of the Aiden household was doing her job well. True to the soldier's words, Elisa was fighting relentlessly against the wolves. But the monsters just kept coming, and the soldiers panicked. Where are they coming from? Demons. Are these evil spirits? This area shouldn't have this many evil spirits, let alone demons. Seeing this, Elisa grew worried about the situation and thought to herself, demons don't usually appear in remote, unpopulated areas. These are artificial, man-made evil spirits. Suddenly, a monster appeared right behind Elisa, but she sensed it just in time and cried out, Behind me! Immediately, Elisa launched an attack as the beast let out a terrifying roar. Elisa gasped, thinking, so strong this isn't an evil spirit, it's a knight. Suddenly, she demanded, Why are you attacking us? Fall back, you bastards. But Elisa seemed to realize what was behind her and whispered, Huh? Suddenly, she was attacked from behind with such immense force that she let out a cry of pain. The knight who had attacked her didn't hold back, moving toward her as if to finish her off right there. Elisa was paralyzed with fear, unable to do anything but watch in horror. Her eyes widened, and her pupils dilated in a strange way. At that same moment, the bloodthirsty knight slashed at her a few times, leaving her with no way to counter. Blood began to pour out, and Elisa gasped, But before she could finish, the knight who had slashed her collapsed, not Elisa. The scent of blood grew stronger, and Elisa thought, this smell, human blood, smells so different. Trembling with fear and covered in cold sweat, she stammered, I'm not a human. Before she could finish, another knight appeared behind her with a piercing scream, leaving Elisa speechless and dazed. But that knight was immediately struck down, sent to the afterlife on the spot. Seeing this, Corin asked, What are you doing? Those aren't real people, Elisa stammered, calling out to the one who had saved her. Corin, why did you say they weren't real? After hearing Corin's words, she asked in astonishment. Corin explained, Their bodies are moving thanks to dark magic. Corin processed the situation and pieced it together in his mind. The main event of Chapter 2 was defeating the killer in the Mist City. In the original scenario, the players had to hunt down a crazed serial killer that Marietta had defeated at the end of Chapter 1. You chose the werewolf hunting quest, Corin thought, looking coldly at his surroundings. In this mission, the killer, John Doe, had been discovered and finally apprehended after a battle. Suddenly, Elisa and Corin's fellow soldiers rushed over and asked, Are you okay? But before Elisa could answer, she had to point out the incoming attack to the soldiers. A figure with a sinister aura appeared, making the soldiers stammer. What is that? Elisa, brave as ever, charged forward, shouting, I will, but Corin stopped her and said, It's fine. Get ready to run. Elisa was stunned and confused by his actions. Corin stepped up and used the 5-strike technique. As he struggled to attack, Corin didn't forget to encourage himself. Good job, Corin. In an instant, he sent that sinister figure flying back with a deafening scream. One of the soldiers gasped, What the hell? 1 hit? 1 kill? How is that possible? Another soldier behind him added, Is it really just that? If we've made it this far, that can't be the boss. Corin was deep in thought. John Doe is too strong. I can't take him on alone. Impressive. Breaking my puppet. The dark shadow spoke up. That's enough for today. I hope we meet again. The problem here isn't strength or compatibility. It's about that master of stealth. As soon as he finished, that monstrous figure materialized through a cloud of smoke, making the soldiers yell, What the hell is that? What's with that smoke? Corin also realized the technique used by that mysterious person and whispered in admiration, Nightfire. When he summons the fog, a necromancer is dropped. Otherwise, the fog will just vanish on its own. What I just crushed was merely a puppet, the very thing generating that mist, a zombie created from the corpse of a sorcerer. What appeared before Corin was just a skeletal puppet, which Corin had already identified earlier. The reason it's so hard to catch is that it uses puppets to scramble information. You can't find that soul because it has already merged into the mist. Even if you try to fight, you're just attacking an unidentified puppet. Corin suddenly shouted an order. Let's go. That mist looks really dangerous. Hearing that, everyone in Corin's party shouted in unison, Yeah, got it, run everyone! And they immediately followed Corin. Just then, the shadow demon called out, Corin, aren't you going to retrieve your spear? I thought it was expensive. Corin replied quite calmly, It's fine. Hearing that, the shadow beast used a regression supplement technique. Suddenly, the spear shot out unexpectedly. The spear was firmly in Corin's hand, leaving Elisa amazed. Corin looked quite smug and said, It'll just return to my hand on its own. Elisa replied, Oh, I see. But suddenly, someone cried out, forcing Elisa and Corin to turn around. Before their eyes, Chuck Lay was being dragged away by that shadow beast. Chuck Lay cried out in pain, I'm stuck in the roots. Hearing that, both Elisa and Corin shouted his name in unison. Seeing the critical situation, Elisa and Corin rushed to save Chuck Lay. Elisa reached him first and said, Grab my hand. Chuck Lay replied, Thank you. But suddenly, Chuck Lay saw something and warned, There's a demon over there. For a split second, Elisa was distracted and confused. She just gasped, and suddenly, a demon's hand appeared behind her, waiting. Elisa was grabbed and dragged away, screaming in terror. Seeing the dire situation, Corin muttered, Damn it, how annoying. With that, Corin lunged like a tiger toward Chuck Lay and urged him, Chuck Lay, get up and run, get out of this forest, don't worry about us. Chuck Lay looked confused and stammered a bit, and lend me your cloak. Corin grabbed the cloak from Chuck Lay and quickly went to save Elisa. The portal connecting to Elisa's location seemed to be closing, making Corin shout, Wait. Corin gritted his teeth, sweating, and muttered to himself, There won't be a second time, don't you dare. I was stuck in this fog once before. My leg was nearly torn off. In less than a minute, I was closer to death than ever. Now that I've been reborn, I have to hold out longer than that. Suddenly, Corin lunged like a tiger to rescue Elisa, who was trapped inside. The problem was that Elisa was struggling desperately against the invisible shadows gripping her. While fighting with all her might, Elisa said, I have to cut through all of them. That should do it. But because they were everywhere, she couldn't hold on much longer. Elisa had exhausted her strength and could only endure the pain with a cry. Even though she was held tight and couldn't move, she still didn't stop trying. If I cut them all, that should be enough. But she kept swinging repeatedly, yet the shadows holding her wouldn't let go at all, which made Elisa feel frustrated. She thought to herself, Why? Why won't they break? Is it because I lack power, or my form is wrong? Thinking that, Elisa let go of her sword and felt helpless. No, it's just. Then she pictured Lunia standing before her, looking furious and criticizing her. How could you let yourself end up like this? Elisa let her sword drop, looking listless and blaming herself. Is it because I'm weak? Elisa seemed to give up on everything, falling to her knees, whispering to herself, I'm sorry. I wanted to save someone and look cool doing it. Elisa faintly thought of Corin's image as a final parting thought. Like you saved my life. I wanted to become someone I could be proud of. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the darkness, making Elisa look up. She seemed to recognize the voice and thought, that voice, that silhouette, is clearer than ever. That figure was Corin. He had appeared to save Elisa and pull her out of her stupor. Corin called out loudly with great worry and urgency, Elisa! Elisa realized it was Corin and whispered, My savior. He approached Elisa, still holding his long blade, and asked, Are you okay? Elisa, exhausted by the hands clutching her, collapsed. She replied dreamily, Is it really you? Corin. Elisa endured the pain and her many wounds as she looked at Corin. She started to cry and said pitifully, Corin, I can't get them to let go. Please, save me. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. Corin hurriedly patted her head to reassure her. Elisa, calm down. Elisa. Then he took her hand, made her grip the sword tightly, and said, Just swinging blindly won't work. Focus properly and swing with all your might. You just need to stay calm. Elisa asked, How? Corin looked at the zombies and said seriously, I'll protect you from the zombies from now on. You know what you need to do, right? Elisa cried out fearfully, No, I can't. My strength isn't enough, and the mist is hurting me and making me dizzy. But Corin didn't give up, persisting in reassuring and encouraging her. You can do it. Corin brought his head close until his forehead touched Elisa's, and he whispered, Out of all the swordsmen I know, you possess excellent talent. If you're determined, you can definitely do it. Just one step. Elisa looked at Corin with a confident expression. One step is enough. Elisa gazed at Corin with eyes full of admiration. Not long after, Corin dashed quickly toward the zombies. He shouted, Thanks in advance, Elisa said fearfully. Corin. She stood still, seemingly struggling with herself. She said to herself, I can't last here any longer either, so how can someone with a lower aura rank than me endure this? Elisa gritted her teeth in determination. If you say that to me, Elisa had regained her spirit. Her eyes were resolute, prepared for battle. There was no other choice but to succeed. Elisa began to focus her power, but she was surrounded by many hands, reaching out to attack her. That secret technique can cut through anything. To use it, I must awaken. Realm of the Eye. The hands surrounding Elisa were gone, and she had stepped into a completely different space with a surge of power she was about to awaken. A cursed ability allows you to see other realms. Elisa closes her eyes to focus, gripping her sword tightly as she prepares to strike. She recalls Corin's words. Just one step, Elisa. One step is enough. She takes a step just as her friend told her. The moment her foot touches the ground, a blinding light erupts. The Aiden family technique. The first sword style of the Aiden clan. Elisa uses her sharp blade to cleave the undead monsters in two. The powerful technique that unleashed that massive light is known as territory slash. With just one swing, Elisa significantly reduces the number of undead monsters, catching Corin completely off guard. A monster, sliced right through the middle, says in utter shock, How could you see it? The battle intensifies, but a layer of mist covers the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Massive explosions ring out as red blood splatters everywhere. Once Elisa finishes off a monster, she says, "The mist is fading." Corin turns to her, concerned, and asks, "Hey, are you okay?" As the others approach, confused about what just happened, they catch sight of the monster's remains and speak up in fear. It's John Doe, the vampire assassin from the City of Mist. Everyone looks around in bewilderment. Two men in the back exclaim, "Oh my God, the forest has been split in two. How could a human do something like that?" "I've heard rumors, but this is the legendary territory slash." Corin looks pale and panicked, thinking to himself, "I thought she would use the third form of the single strike, or maybe the iron tide. How did she pull that off already?" Elisa says happily, "Corin, I did it. I really did it." But Corin replies, "Wait, stop right there. Now is not the time for you to be using that move." Hearing this, the two men excitedly whisper to each other, "Oh, so does that mean she's the next head of the Aiden family?" That's right, because nobody but the Sword Emperor can use the territory slash, except for her. The crowd cheers in celebration, while Corin remains stunned. Elisa is the future of the Aiden family. Elisa, the successor to the Sword Emperor. Elisa jumps with joy, shouting, "Corin, look at me!" Corin doesn't look happy. He looks worried. Why does my plan always go off the rails like this? A few days later, newspapers appear with headlines about Elisa. Daily News. Breaking news. John defeated. The nightmare of the City of Mist is gone. The notorious assassin who slaughtered countless Jay Knights has been defeated by a candidate for the next head of the prestigious Aden sword-fighting family. Maba Times. Who is the beautiful knight that defeated the level 1 dark mage? The foundations of the Aiden family are shaken. Sword Emperor Garan remains silent while rewarding Elisa for her outstanding performance. What will happen to the Aiden family's succession structure? Will the heir change? The organization and businesses of the Aiden family are in turmoil. Martial arts officials are deeply confused. Exclusive interview with an insider. Actually, Elisa is the true genius of the Aiden family. I can finally say this with confidence. A girl reading the news gets angry, tears the paper to shreds, and mutters, "How arrogant." She hands the newspaper to another girl and orders her to get rid of it. The girl obeys dutifully. "Yes, ma'am." Lunia sits in deep thought, holding a cup of tea. The prestigious Aiden family operates on a sword-fighting school, and their actions are based solely on power. Under the powerful influence of Garan Aiden, they have been waiting for the swordsman who would inherit his position. The territory slash exists in the realm of the soul, a level most martial artists don't even know exists. Garan Aiden has been waiting for someone to carry on his legacy for a long time. She has practiced until she was drenched in sweat and blood. The calluses on her hands are a testament to her life. But even Lunia, called the genius of her entire generation, couldn't satisfy the Sword Emperor. But young Lunia tries her best, practicing sword techniques until she is gasping for air. Huff, huff. Her younger sister, who has only just started holding a sword, spars with her, the illegitimate child brought home by the head of the family. Lunia has never considered that child a rival. Elisa's eyes are filled with such determination that Lunia is caught off guard. After a long, tense exchange, blood is finally drawn. The people around them start to panic, unable to stop the bleeding. That's not even a rare move. How could this happen? Elisa watches helplessly as her sister lies on the ground in a pool of bright red blood. Lunia is in pain from the blow, and Elisa blames herself for not seeing the attack coming. Elisa stays in her stance after striking her opponent. No, I shouldn't have been able to see it. Elisa just stands there, staring at the chaos she caused. By the time she focused her mind, she had already been struck. It wasn't about speed. It was something else entirely. Lunia lies on the cold ground, clutching her wound. That deep, dark path of martial arts. Elisa has already taken a step into it. Lunia grits her teeth in anger, looking at Elisa, thinking, how is this possible? She's such a young child. And lazy, too. Lunia doesn't seem to feel the pain of her wound, only fixating on Elisa. She must be in shock. But suddenly, Elisa speaks in a stuttering voice. Wait, seeing the lack of innocence in Elisa's face, Lunia finally understands. She understands the title the master spoke to her about, the twisted nature that mortals cannot comprehend. A sword demon, a demonic talent. He walks over and places his hand on Elisa's head. I am also naming Elisa as a candidate for the next head of the family. And just like that, Elisa becomes a candidate for the head of the Aiden house. Despite everyone's objections, Elisa acts as if nothing happened, walking over with sparkling eyes. Sister, this was my first time holding a sword. While drinking water, Lunia thinks blankly that the memory of patting the head of that half-sister, who grew up in the indifference of their father's family, is probably all that remains. Suddenly, someone's voice rings out. Master? A group of people stands in a line like a flag-raising ceremony, respectfully asking Lunia, are you all right? This leaves Lunia confused and suspicious. Are they worried about me? After a moment of thought, Lunia replies quietly, don't worry, I also want that child to step into that realm. Lunia recalls the confrontation, feeling regret, because if she could see that sword move one more time, perhaps she could reach it too. As if she never had a wound, Lunia regains her composure and gives an order. Everyone prepare for the sword-fighting challenge. In an elegantly designed mansion, a conversation takes place. When do you think you'll recover? They said if I apply the medicine to the wound, and you'll be back on your feet in a day or two. Elisa lay on the hospital bed, smiling. Hey Corin, do you want some honey-popping candy? Corin could only respond helplessly. Candy? You really are something else. Corin had a question he wanted to ask Elisa immediately. But hey, how did you manage that domain slash? Even with the perception eyes allowing her to see the domain, it didn't mean she could use it right away. Although Corin asked quite seriously, the beautiful Elisa just blushed as she replied, you believed I could do it, didn't you? Elisa said happily, making Corin incredibly annoyed. Hey, I didn't expect it to actually work when I tried it. Gulp. Corin was so infuriated he couldn't even speak. You really are a genius. You don't even have to try. Suddenly, a third person appeared at the door. Knock. I'm here to visit the patient. Mariette didn't wait for a reply from inside and barged in. It's me. Junior, are you okay? Seeing her walk in, Corin said, oh, Senior Mariette. Mariette also replied in a friendly manner. Oh, hi, I'm Mariette, a second-year magic student. Elisa also greeted her politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Elisa, a first-year night student. Corin pointed at Elisa and asked, are you here to visit her? Yeah, I am. After hearing Mari's confirmation, he felt worried. Heh, here you go. Elisa was so happy her cheeks turned red. But just a moment later, Mari looked at Corin with loving eyes and spoke softly, without a hint of killing intent. But tell me, are you too close? It made Corin scared out of his wits. Why? Why did her expression suddenly turn so scary? Suddenly, there was a knock at the window. Thank goodness it was daytime, or else people would think it's a ghost story. Warren spoke in a cryptic way, looking like a lost child. The raw fish snack from earlier. Corin was startled out of his mind by Warren's sudden appearance. Oh my god. Looking at Mariette's strange expression, Corin guessed the reason. Is Senior Mariette uncomfortable being in front of Warren? But he thought that even if it wasn't Warren, anyone would feel uncomfortable facing that appearance. Mariette turned to ask Corin with a trembling voice. The snack. Did you eat snacks with Warren too? Corin asked back, puzzled. What do you mean? And he silently thought. Is that the only thing making her uncomfortable? Seeing Mariette's unusual reaction, Corin immediately spoke up to save his own skin. Don't worry, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you too. But it seemed Corin's explanation was ineffective, making Mariette look even more constipated. A delicious meal. Corin rubbed his chin, pondering. Wait, why did all these talented people happen to meet up with these specific members today? Then, Corin spoke up, making Elisa, who was lying on the hospital bed, jump in fright. Elisa, the rumors that you inherited the domain slash have spread, so Lunia will surely come to challenge you to a sword duel. Soon. Are you confident? Elisa broke out in a cold sweat and asked back. A sword duel? A sword duel was a tradition for swordsmen, initiated by 5 master-level swordsmen to test the heir who had taken over a branch of the family. At least, that was the excuse. But for a very long time, the Aiden family had used the sword duel to legally eliminate rivals. Elisa sobbed, wanting to refuse immediately. Confident? If I fight her, I'll die. Actually, no. I couldn't beat the 5 swords from the start, Corin said seriously. I have a method, and it's quite good. Elisa realized she couldn't escape, so she became interested in Corin's plan. What is it? Corin continued. I'll tell you, but on one condition. I promise to do everything. What is it? Corin changed his expression, looking at Elisa with murderous intent. From now on, if I suggest fighting monsters or training in the gym, you have to follow along without complaining. Basically, you're a permanent member of my group now. Ah, that Elisa said immediately. Okay, I guarantee I'll listen, so please, help me. Corin was happy to hear that. Good, I'll take your guarantee as a vow. Corin looked dangerous and said, I, Corin, through these difficult times, short or long, the person known as the Sword Master, Lena, is walking around along with the truths throughout my life that I have learned with this very body. Suddenly, a knife from somewhere shot out and pinned itself into the wall, passing right by Lena's face, making her jump. What is this? A person stepped out of the shadows. Lena immediately became alert and probed. Who is that? The stranger only said a few words. The challenger. This made Lena, who was already confused, even more confused. When Lena saw the person's face clearly, she immediately recognized student Waran. But War claimed to be Elisa Aiden, a sword technique master. Lena hadn't even had time to process what was happening before Warren lunged at her. Sword technique? Why are you suddenly doing this? War explained briefly and concisely. He said if I caught you, he'd buy me sushi. Sushi? Meanwhile, Corin and another person were fighting intensely. That person spoke up because they were getting really heated. What is this? What are you doing? Corin said. Elisa Aiden, sword technique master, Corin. Let's strike before getting attacked. Corin's eyes twinkled like traffic lights, and he responded with a very friendly smile. I want to learn from the famous sword master, Lena. That is the truth of life. You call that a sword technique? A man with a very scary face is Elisa's dojo sword technique master, Corin. Next was a woman dressed strangely, holding 3 small knives in her hand, Elisa's dojo martial arts master, Waran. Following that was a handsome guy controlling swords of many different colors, Elisa's dojo flying sword master, Dronwaski. A girl holding a staff is Elisa's dojo talented mage, Mariette. Finally, the new commander of Elisa's dojo, Elisa. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly attacked them directly, leaving them unable to do anything but fall into a state of confusion. That person said, Aiden's #1 swordsman, failure. A girl asked in annoyance. Why? Why did you do that? Corin smiled sinisterly in response. To develop a new dojo for us, we need to raise our reputation, right? We're trying to expand quite aggressively. Many newspapers wrote in the MK3 Daily, new technique is Aiden, defeated the #1 swordsman Aiden of the branch, from an anonymous report. This photo shows the first steps of the new technique, Aiden, defeating the 5 swords, gaining attention in the guild because of the creative dojo management. Can the Aiden family accept this? According to family rules, there is something called a sword test. It's a test to select the heir, but even I know it's a way to crush other rivals. That's why Corin said he'd change how all this works by joining the martial arts dojo exam and systematically defeat the 5 swords using the dojo's new challenge format. What I really wanted, in the end, was a one-on-one duel with my sister. Elisa watched Lunia's retreating back and said, if I win and announce it, her people won't be able to lay a finger on me. That's the only reason I started all of this. The dojo's registration fees, maintenance costs, and mercenary fees, everything was covered by Mariette. Elisa was grateful, but her wallet was definitely feeling the sting. Once I get the reward from the Gerfleur quest, I'll be able to pay her back in no time. Lunia looked back at Elisa and remarked that it was quite interesting. Elisa turned around, stammering. Lunia angrily scolded her. You idiot, if you wanted to hide, you should have run the moment you saw me. This whole dojo challenge idea wasn't even yours, was it? Elisa broke into tears, terrified. She's so sharp, it's terrifying. That expression she has is right, it's Corin. Corin called out. Elisa, do you have anything to say? Elisa thought to herself, can I really beat her? The first sword of the Aiden household, Lunia. Under immense pressure, Elisa looked at her sister and thought, As the new master of the AN dojo, I want to challenge you to a duel. Lunia, feeling helpless, agreed. Fine. A duel, but I'm warning you, Lunia continued, shocking Elisa. I won't be using practice swords or non-lethal weapons. I'm ready. Elisa trembled as she stared at her cool, formidable sister, the first sword of Aiden, eldest disciple, Lunia. Even though she said she was ready, her face was dripping with sweat. The first sword of Aiden versus the second sword, Elisa. The duel between sisters was about to begin. Mariette sat in a corner under the hot sun, thinking to herself, even if I go all out after transforming into a vampire, Lunia is still an opponent I'm not sure I can beat. After some deep thought, Mariette turned to Corin and asked, Elisa, is she really ready for this? Corin replied, I believe in her. Elisa can handle it. Seeing how they always listen to the handsome guy, Mariette agreed. Fine, then I'll believe in her too. The system signaled that Corin's trust level with Mariette remained unchanged. Keeping that same cold expression, Lunia tossed a bag to Corin. Take this. Corin caught it, bewildered and confused. What is this? Is this too much for the dojo repair fees? No sooner had he finished speaking than Lunia dashed forward like a rocket. Lunia spoke while closing in on Elisa. That's the restructuring fee. Corin and Mariette watched them like they were observing strange creatures. A single, light clash of swords between the two produced a massive explosion that left the spectators, Corin and Mariette, unable to sit still, their mouths agape at the intensity. The surrounding space fell silent, setting the stage for the sisters' fierce battle. Neither one was willing to give an inch. Elisa looked at Lunia with eyes like arrows of resentment, but it seemed Elisa didn't want to hurt her sister, so she squeezed her eyes shut, thinking of how much she admired Lunia, while her own passion for swordsmanship burned bright. She's my idol. She remembered the past. When Elisa was just a little kid, Lady Lunia had defeated a level 1 Minotaurus. To do that at only 15 years old was incredible. I heard Lord Garin is keeping an eye on Lady Lunia. She was truly like a hero from a fairy tale. A hero like Garin Aiden, the person whose stories had followed her throughout her childhood. Compared to her, I'm just the daughter of a concubine. My mother died giving birth to me, and father considers me a stain, because to him, the only thing of value was the blood of the great sword king, Garin Aden. With an expression of pure adoration, Elisa said, Sister, I've come for you. Congratulations. Lunia, cold as ever, reached out to pat little Elisa's head. You've grown so much. Elisa remembered the first moments of her life, the day she killed someone for the first time. Once Elisa had crossed that line, she was so terrified she couldn't control her emotions. Everything went wrong. It was then that Lunia appeared, sword in hand, full of fighting spirit, demonstrating the techniques clearly. The first attack, stepping back with one foot and quickly swinging the sword forward. Lunia cast a suspicious glance at Elisa, thinking, an unusual defensive move. Lunia was surprised by Elisa's movements. She's following exactly what she learned from the book. Even though she's mastered offensive skills, she's using defense to fight. Elisa deeply admired Lunia, but during the fight, she relentlessly pressured her sister, leaving Lunia both fighting and full of questions. After knocking Elisa away, Lunia sneered, Your footwork is as sloppy as ever. You really are a coward. Elisa didn't lose focus despite Lunia's harsh insults. A voice inside urged her on. Use your speed to keep her off balance and attack at close range. Third form of the upper sword. Thunder Slash. Elisa lunged forward at light speed. At that very moment, Lunia realized the attack was coming from behind, and relying on her reflexes, turned to slash forward. Breaking form. Lunia unleashed a counterattack, forcing Elisa to dodge immediately. Suddenly, Elisa looked at Lunia and shouted, Hey! Lunia paused in surprise as Elisa called out to her. Suddenly, Elisa rushed in and hugged Lunia tightly, catching her off guard. She wasn't attacking with a sword, but with her entire body. As Elisa lunged in to embrace her, she was calculating how to counter Lunia's moves. They wrestled on the floor. Lunia immediately shifted her body to the side as Elisa lunged, causing Elisa to lose her balance and crash hard onto the ground, while Lunia quickly regained her fighting stance. Elisa! Lunia's eyes were filled with killing intent as she growled in anger. You idiot! Lunia moved to where Elisa was and landed a powerful kick, making Elisa grit her teeth and cry out in pain. Oh? Did you think you could defeat me with those cheap tricks? Lunia swung her sword toward Elisa as she spoke. At that exact moment, Elisa was struggling to sit up and defend herself. Lunia swung her blade down with immense force. Elisa reacted quickly, bringing her blade up to parry. The two swords collided, showering the area in blinding sparks. Suddenly, Elisa surged with power. Countering so strongly, she knocked Lunia back. Elisa thought about what Corin had said earlier and made her decision. Everything is exactly as Corin said. If that's the case, then sequential sword break. Elisa poured all her strength into an incredibly powerful strike toward Lunia. Lunia's sharp eyes glinted as she smirked and announced to Elisa, "You're still able to counter well even after that almost made you fall. I guess I can't hold back anymore." Lunia landed a powerful kick to her body, sending Elisa flying backward. Lunia let out a mocking evaluation of Elisa. "You fight well, but you're still far too green." Elisa was kicked back, clutching her stomach in pain, one hand still holding her sword tightly. Lunia leaped into the air, unleashing a strike with all her power, heading toward Elisa to deliver the finishing blow. Elisa used every last ounce of her strength to parry Lunia's attack, her face strained as she gripped the sword with both hands. With a breakthrough in power, Elisa Corin deflected Lunia's strike, causing her to stagger back. Lunia then swung her sword again toward Elisa. Elisa let out a loud shout, as if channeling all the strength in her body. "She's actually keeping up with me," Lunia thought in surprise. "And not only that, but can Elisa actually see my domain?" Elisa's eyes were glowing. Lunia hadn't expected her to reach this level. "Of course," Lunia said, with a bizarre, excited smile. "This is the sister I've been waiting to see. I wanted to see the true nature you've been hiding behind all that wasted talent." Lunia, feeling incredibly intrigued by Elisa, continued to rain down strikes upon her. Elisa struggled to steady her breathing, keeping her eyes shut to regain control of her body. Moments later, she stood up, retaking her combat stance with a look of greater resolve than before. Lunia realized her sister had undergone a change in strength, physique, and mindset. It seemed she finally understood that victory wasn't some far-off dream, but within her reach. "All right then, let's see you try," Lunia smirked, deciding to finally fight Elisa in earnest. "Come on then." Lunia shifted into her true combat stance. The killing intent radiating from her was intense. At the same time, Elisa readied herself for the clash. The look on Elisa's face and the power she exuded were no less than Lunia's. The two charged at each other like two raging fires. "You are the one I've been chasing." In the back of Elisa's mind, she had always yearned to be as strong as Lunia. "This is my first time learning swordsmanship, big sister." Lunia recalled Elisa's words from when she was a child, holding a sword for the first time. "You know, someday, I want to become a swordswoman just like you." The innocent young Elisa had always wanted to be just like her. But now, Lunia thought silently as Elisa lunged forward at light speed, a familiar silhouette appearing to reflect just behind her. Lunia's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as if she had realized something tense. Their swords met, clashing a deep blue against a bottomless black. Everything around them seemed to freeze the moment their blades collided, followed only by a blinding flash of light. The domain Seaver, the technique that would end their battle. Both of them had poured all their strength into that final blow. The deafening explosion seemed to swallow everything, forcing Mariette and Corin to retreat to safety. "Is it over?" Mariette asked, her voice trembling. Who was the one still standing? It had been decided. Amidst the lingering dust of the battle, only one figure stood firm with a sword, while the other had fallen. In the end, Elisa was the victor, and Lunia had been defeated. Elisa won! Corin," Mariette said to Corin with great excitement, especially considering her opponent was the master swordsman, Lunia. Elisa's only real strength was the domain Sever. Therefore, the only way to win this fight was from within the domain itself, Corin thought with a satisfied smile, knowing he had coached Elisa to focus on dodging, retreating, and stalling for time by pointing out the habits and patterns of Lunia he remembered from his previous life. We grabbed the only chance for victory, which was during a domain battle. Corin reflected on the time he spent training Elisa, feeling his decision to expose Lunia's vulnerabilities and the path to victory was the right one. However, he predicted the domain clash would shatter Lunia's blade. Lunia had truly lost to Elisa's power. I actually won. Elisa looked at the sword in her hand, her eyes filled with joy, but she still couldn't believe she had defeated Lunia. Was my performance not good enough? Lunia asked in a weary tone. From now on, neither I nor my subordinates will interfere in your affairs anymore. Lunia stepped forward, speaking decisively. Her back was turned to Elisa. Ah, wait! Elisa called out from behind, surprised as Lunia walked away. Sister Lunia. Wait! Elisa ran up in a panic and grabbed Lunia's arm. Her eyes were trembling with regret. She must have been terrified. Since Elisa was clearly the weaker one and had defeated the master, Lunia, it was understandable she would worry about how everyone else would view Lunia now. That was reflected in Lunia's attitude as she turned her back on her. Elisa pulled at Lunia cautiously, as if afraid she would lash out. But Lunia's sharp eyes turned back to look at her. That worry was unnecessary. Elisa trembled, thinking Lunia might hit her. She stood still, ready to let Lunia vent her anger, but then Lunia's hand touched her head. Elisa's eyes widened in surprise at the gentle touch from her superior. Lunia remembered her previous life. The first time I met her in the previous life was before the accident involving Marietta Dunalbev. I was a bit surprised because we had clashed earlier than the original story. Lunia's thoughts drifted back to a scene from the past. Lunia stood before two people walking toward her. Throughout that time, Lunia had been searching for the person who murdered Elisa Aiden. In the end, she couldn't find them, because the real culprit was Park Sihu. It was like a replay of the memory of the day Park Sihu swung his sword at Elisa's back. Elisa's face at that moment, turning around in panic, darkened. Even 3 years after Elisa's death, Lunia had continued to search for the perpetrator. "You come here every year to pray for her soul," Corin said, standing behind Lunia. Lunia stood in the pouring rain before Elisa's grave, feeling helpless and enraged. "I thought you hated your sister," Corin asked, puzzled. "I did." Lunia's face darkened, rain soaking her features as she replied. "I just found her lazy, lacking seriousness, and annoyingly clingy." The black-haired man listened in surprise, but Lunia continued. "No one but me could ever handle her bitterness." Rain poured down on Lunia. She said it with such bitterness. Lunia never actually hated Elisa Aiden. No matter what happened, even if Elisa surpassed her, she would still silently support her while smiling. Lunia's face was covered in wounds, her lips pressed together in determination. "You've grown up." Returning to the present, Lunia looked at Elisa before her, patted her head, and said, "The Lunia I remember was someone like that." Corin watched the two of them from afar and smiled. Elisa's tears fell as she looked at Lunia. Lunia had been defeated. The system notification rang out. Elisa Lunia, difficulty B+, reward. Aura rank increased. Average mana capacity plus 640 points, stats distributed equally, received domain sever. "I know I'm afraid of fighting, but there's a part of me that smiles when I fight. I've seen it too. That's why I always avoid fighting." The conversation between Elisa and Corin echoed through the castle. "Because I feel like it's not the real me anymore. I was also afraid to face Sister Lunia, so I pretended to be unserious and only took on simple missions." Elisa confessed her thoughts to Corin. "Everyone is like that, you know." Corin, who was peeling an apple beside her, listened and replied, "Since I've won, I'll officially become the heir to the Aiden family, and Sister Lunia and her subordinates will be wary of me." Corin, peeling an apple nearby, listened and replied, "Since I won, I will officially become Aiden's successor. Lady Lunia and her subordinates will likely be wary of me. But if I run away," Elisa said, looking into the distance with a hint of sadness, "the bond between Sister Lunia and me will be severed." Elisa hung her head, disappointed. "No," Corin countered, shaking his head. He held up the apple and stated firmly, "That's not true." "Excuse me?" Elisa asked, looking confused. "There might be some distance at first, and things might get a little awkward. But relationships aren't that easy to just cut off." Corin kept peeling the apple as he spoke to Elisa. "After all, you two are sisters," Corin reaffirmed. Elisa's eyes widened, as if she had just realized something. "Besides, you did a great job. When I was a kid, the local bullies used to beat me up all the time." Corin praised Elisa while sharing his own story of being bullied. "But the hard part wasn't the physical pain. It was the anger I felt toward myself for not being able to stand up for myself." Corin reflected on the past, blaming himself for being too timid. "You're stronger than I was back then. I hope you can always hold your head up high with pride." Elisa listened silently to Corin's past. Corin also encouraged Elisa to be confident in herself. "You're really strange," Elisa remarked. Corin turned, looking slightly surprised. "Huh? You're the same age as me, but why do you act so mature?" Elisa asked, puzzled. "Do I look that old?" Corin wondered, stopping his apple peeling to ask with an awkward expression. "Yeah, it's like you've seen so much of life," Elisa said, pointing to express her intuition. "Well, I've lived 14 years longer than you," Corin thought, though he didn't say it. "And if I count the memories of my 30-year-old self, I'd be 50. "Thank you," Elisa suddenly said. "For what?" Corin asked. "For the accident today," Elisa said, her gaze slightly saddened. "And in the forest too," she added, stretching as if regaining her vitality. "Back when you saved me in the forest," Elisa recalled the moment she was heavily wounded in the abdomen. Her senses fading, Elisa had seen who caught her. "That was you, right?" Elisa asked Corin with certainty. "How did you know?" Corin asked, surprised. "Your voice and your waist I just knew." Elisa guessed playfully, confident in her deduction. You're not that smart, are you? Corin said, skeptical. Since you already figured it out, I'll let it slide. Corin sighed. I owe you a lot. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask me, Elisa said excitedly to Corin. Let's be friends. Corin reached out toward Elisa. Huh? Elisa was taken aback by Corin's gesture. What, you don't want to? Corin began to pull his hand back. No friends? Friends? I've never had a guy friend before, so I guess that's a good thing. I mean, a friend who's a boy. Elisa shyly grabbed Corin's hand in agreement. Yeah, Corin smiled. Then let's be close, my friend, Corin said to Elisa with a bright grin. Yeah, I'm glad I have a reliable friend like you. Elisa winked and smiled back at Corin. They were officially good friends. Punishment awaited the devil, while a bright future awaited the good. Two contrasting images. One scene full of bloodshed, and the other, a bright future. Children would always be happy. The image of a naive smile from Elisa appeared, symbolizing all the children of the world and the many better choices for everyone. The plate of rabbit-shaped apple slices, meticulously carved, created a sense of peace. The scene shifted to another space, with a magnificent chandelier hanging from the ceiling. My name is Isabel Kamen. I've been feeling anxious lately. Under the curious gazes of people around, Isabel Kamen hid behind a pillar, cautiously watching someone. Mariette! A voice called from behind. Mari turned around to see Mariette, whose beauty shone like the sun, appearing like an angel. Please, will you accept my feelings? A brown-haired youth knelt, suddenly offering the red object in his hand to Mariette, stuttering, my blood. It turned out to be a blood bag he was holding. Ah, then Mariette said, flustered, or I'll give you my neck. Seeing Mariette's awkwardness, the brown-haired guy continued, offering his own neck as well. It's fine. I receive blood bags from Professor Josephine every day, Mariette explained to the guy, feeling more flustered. You idiot, Isabel Kamen thought, watching from afar, her face twisted in utter annoyance. Those words are exactly what make Mariette uncomfortable. That happens every day, so that's not the issue. What I'm really worried about is Isabel Kamen continued to think. Mariette, is your class over? Corin suddenly appeared behind Mariette, he asked, causing Mariette to jump in surprise. Mariette turned around, blushing as she looked at Corin, saying nothing. Corin, that first-year guy who had been close to Mariette lately. He was just a mediocre fifth-ranked knight, but that didn't matter. The handsome Corin appeared. The fact that he could stand up to the master swordsman Lunia meant he was truly talented. But the thing that bothers me is Isabel Kamen thought, moving closer as quickly as a mouse. Mariette, do you want some blood? Corin asked. Should she accept it? Mariette was indecisive. A door slammed shut. They had locked the door. What are those two doing? Isabel Kamen saw them enter the room, her mind wandering to inappropriate thoughts, causing her to blush and panic. Oh, Sister Mariette, do you remember the proposal I mentioned earlier? Corin's voice drifted from inside the room. Mariette was curious about the proposal Corin mentioned. A proposal? Isabel came in, outside the door, leaned in close to listen. Also curious. What kind of proposal is it? About the land we acquired when we registered the dojo, since it's being rebuilt after the damage. I'm thinking of building an inn there, Corin explained to Mariette. An inn? Mariette wondered. Yes, consider investing in it. I guarantee the profit will at least triple. You never know, Corin said, sounding confident. Investment? Profits? Is this jerk trying to exploit Mariette? Who is he, anyway? Outside, Isabel, hearing Corin say that, bit her hand in anger, cursing Corin under her breath. Training room. Are you training again today? Elisa saw Corin there and asked. Just some basic physical training. You're so dedicated, Corin, Elisa said, looking at him with admiration. The basics are essential for everything. Corin replied to Elisa Aden while warming up. Isabel Kamen, hiding on the ceiling, followed Corin there. I want to train with you too, Elisa said as she started to warm up. What? Who is she? Wait, isn't that the second child of the Aden family? Isabel Kamen thought, looking down at Elisa in surprise. Oh, hey Elisa. I eat here all the time and the food is great. Corin handed a meal card to Elisa and recommended a place he knew. The Holy Bamboo Grove, a restaurant known for being the best. Elisa's face lit up as she looked at the card. Wait, the Holy Bamboo Grove? Isn't that a famous date spot? He just seduced Mariette, and so, Isabel Kamen, who was spying from above, spoke up in a rage to scold Corin. Suddenly, she slipped and made a noise. Did you hear that just now? Elisa asked. I'm not so sure you've even earned that much. Corin replied to Elisa and then asked her about something else. Why not just take both? Yet you dare talk about money? You, Corin. Isabel Camille fell to the floor in pain, her eyes filled with murderous hate as she glared at Corin. At a restaurant the next afternoon, the sky was clear with fluffy white clouds. What do you think? Not just the sushi, but the meat is delicious too, right? At that moment, Corin was eating at the shop with Warren. Yeah, it's good, Warren replied, still eating. By the way, do you have any cash? I've got this great investment opportunity. Corin asked Warren about joining his project. Do whatever you want, Warren replied, uninterested. Meanwhile, Isabel Camille, who had followed Corin to the restaurant, stood outside. She scowled while thinking. Even Warren is over with as a concern. Corin is an incredible con artist. A jerk. Isabel Camen's eyes darkened with hatred as she continued to curse Corin. The scene shifted to a luxury car speeding away. Registration fees, corporate fees, dojo renovation fees, daily mercenary fees, taxes, and so on. It all cost 97 gold coins during the battle with Lunia. In Korean won, that would be around 100 million. The car pulled up to a line of bodyguards in black suits. And all of this is thanks to Mariette. I'm incredibly grateful for that. The scene switched to the cold face of Lunia, who was sitting in the car looking outside. I didn't expect her to contribute a full 100 gold coins. Do mages earn that much? That's what I thought. Lunia had contributed 50 gold coins for the reconstruction. Corin continued to explain, and Elisa received 110 gold coins thanks to the dungeon raid. War also has plenty of funds managed by his followers. And Ayu Lerman and Jair have savings too, and Drawn, that money-obsessed jerk, has a massive amount of cash. Elegant Feet stepped out of the luxury car. In the end, I earned 550 gold coins. With that, I bought it. It was a vast plot of land, and Corin had managed to purchase it. Following Corin was a group of bodyguards. Although it's still just a desolate plain on the outskirts of the city now, in the second semester, we will hold a friendly exchange festival with the Boromé Academy from the eastern continent here. It would be the peak season for lodging services when tourists from the continent flooded in. We'll earn back several hundred gold coins in just 2 weeks. Corin continued to map out a bright future for the land. I am a boss and a regressor. Knowing the future means I have to know how to use this information. Corin imagined himself becoming a boss with immense wealth in the not-too-distant future. Just wait. I'll scoop up all the money in the world. Corin affirmed that his days of being wealthy were not far off. Meanwhile, at the luxurious ancient castle, the stance of the Royal Catholic Church, the Magic Tower, and the association toward our school isn't great. Errol sat at her desk, talking to Professor Josephine, but that's not something we can handle. Errol Casa stated firmly. Our orders are to support the chairman's decision. I think the opportunity should be given to someone. Professor Josephine replied to Errol. I'll be out for a bit. Errol stood up to say. Or I could go in your place. Professor Josephine suggested. Other places would be fine, but the Catholic Church is not for you. Clara, please take care of this place while I'm away. If anything happens, use the emergency communication network. Errol Casa instructed before closing the door and leaving. I wish you a safe journey. Josephine was left in the room before she could even finish her well wishes. Well then, let's see. Josephine's eyes brightened as she spoke. Vampire renewable energy experiment. Not approved. Third dormitory construction rights. Postponed. Josephine flipped through the report. Next is, Corin? Josephine said in surprise. What is he planning to do now? Josephine's face showed surprise mixed with anger at what she read. She clutched the paper, confused, and said, Ginseng harvesting request for land, Corin? Ginseng harvesting? She asked suspiciously. The scene shifted to the laboratory west of the academy. We're going to harvest ginseng in a place like this? Elisa asked. Tell me, what do you know about ginseng? Corin asked Elisa. I only know that they scream a lot when we pull them out of the ground, right? Elisa rested her hands on her knees, leaned down, and said, Corin, while holding a pair of earplugs in her hand. That's right. So you have to protect your ears carefully when pulling them out. Otherwise, you could easily puncture your eardrums. You must wear good earplugs and harvest them in a wide, empty field. Corin was also holding earplugs in one hand and a small shovel in the other while explaining to Elisa. Ready, worker Elisa Aiden? Corin looked at Elisa with a sinister expression. Yes, Captain. Elisa responded to Corin with great excitement. Put on your earplugs. These are special earplugs made of silver fox fur. This is special equipment to protect our ears from extreme noise. I can't harvest ginseng alone. You need someone to hold the flowers and pull along the length of the roots, while someone else cuts the root and stem apart. Because as long as the stem and root are attached, the ginseng will keep screaming. Corin used both hands to grip the ginseng plant tightly. Elisa stood behind him, ready, raising a shovel high. This is my 4th time harvesting ginseng. In my past life, Par and I did it together. Corin remembered his past life when he had also dug up ginseng. I'm a little worried. Corin stopped and said in a slightly worried tone, "What is it, Captain?" Elisa asked. "Let's do it," Corin suddenly shouted and used all his strength to pull the ginseng up. Corin's face looked like a beast seeing its prey. The ginseng plant, with a terrifying, wrinkled face, was emitting screams. Suddenly, the ginseng shrieked as if it wanted to tear everything around it apart. "Cut it now, Elisa!" Demonstrating his honed swordsmanship, Corin turned his red eyes and shouted at Elisa, "You idiot! You didn't even put your earplugs on properly." At that moment, Elisa's face was turning purple, frothing at the mouth, and about to lose consciousness from the ginseng's screech. "Damn it, I should have just done it myself." Corin cursed and decided to do it alone. "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to scream?" Corin raised his shovel high and drove it down with all his might. Corin also shouted at the ginseng like a screaming match. The ginseng was tossed high into the air by Corin and sliced in two before its next scream. And so, the first ginseng was subdued. "Wake up!" Corin gasped for air. Corin's eyes were bloodshot. "Wake up, you brat! I brought you here, and you're completely useless." Corin turned around, shouting angrily at Elisa, who was lying there aimlessly. Corin, did you sleep well?" Elisa asked, still looking clueless. "Do you want to die?" Corin snapped, even more annoyed. "I just want to know when I can finally harvest the silver ginseng, but if I have to do all that work again, I'll probably pass out," Corin thought, then gave up on the idea. "Hey Corin," a voice called out from afar. "Who is that? I thought I put up a do not enter sign." Corin wondered who was calling him. Mariette? So, the person calling Corin was Mariette. According to today's schedule, didn't you have some exams at the lab, Mariette? Corin wondered why she was here. "That's right, but it was so noisy outside that I decided to jump down and check it out." Mariette smiled and answered Corin. "Jump down from there? But that's 12 floors up," Corin thought. And suddenly, Mariette's expression turned strangely cheerful. "What are you two doing?" A murderous aura radiated from Mariette. It was clear she was absolutely furious. "Ah, I told you last time. We're harvesting ginseng," Corin answered calmly, while Elisa stood trembling beside him. "So, are you planning to harvest the rest of them too?" Mariette suddenly cheered up and asked. "Yes, we are," Corin replied. "What was that just now?" Elisa was bewildered by Mariette's dizzying mood swings. "But we're exhausted today, so we'll probably finish harvesting later," Corin continued, telling Mariette. "Let your big sister handle it." Mariette stepped forward and said, "Wait, hold on. If you're not a knight, it's really hard to cut them." Corin tried to stop her. "Look at that beautiful silver color." Mariette decisively pulled the ginseng root right out of the ground, then added a compliment. "It's too late, she already pulled it out." Hearing the silver ginseng scream, Corin looked at Mariette in sheer panic. "She's going to die for sure," Corin thought fearfully as the ginseng shook, about to let out a shriek. "I have a whole garden of ginseng back home. You know, I've already harvested 30 of them just this year, see? It's easier than you thought, right?" Mariette said with a sweet smile, using one hand to cleanly snap the ginseng root. The ginseng didn't even get a chance to scream before it was done for. "Whoa, that's insanely impressive." Corin watched in shock. "You were planning to brew medicine, right? Since I'm here, I'll make a pot for you," Mariette offered. "How about you, Elisa? Can you find us something to eat? I think some rabbit meat and potatoes would be perfect." "Yes, Captain." Elisa immediately obeyed and ran off. "What should I do now?" Corin asked. "You don't have to do anything." "Corin," Mariette replied, "because I'll do everything for you." Mariette looked at Corin with an infatuated gaze as she spoke. "Haha, thank you, big sister." Corin laughed and scratched his head. "Mariette, you're the absolute best." Corin thought, feeling satisfied. There are two ways to absorb the ginseng. One is to eat it raw. Like usual, the ginseng looked wrinkled, a huge chunk bitten out of its face. However, the most effective method is to brew it into a tonic, with red roots, silver grape leaves, goji berry roots, velvet antlers, and 28 other ingredients. After that, you boil it for over 10 hours. A large pot of boiling water turned a deep brown from the ginseng. Doing it this way creates a medicinal tonic, not just a simple ginseng extract. You think that's strange? Well, that's just how this game works. Finally, after all that boiling, you're left with a thick, pitch-black medicinal brew. Delicious. Now we just have to let it boil. "What are you doing, Corin?" Mariette asked, stirring the medicinal pot while turning to look at him. "Sitting around waiting is boring. Corin said, drawing something on the ground. Are these ancient runes? Mariette came closer, leaning down to ask Corin. Yeah, can you recognize them? Corin replied, then asked Mariette back. I don't know what they mean, but I've seen them in my liberal arts class before, Mariette answered. Where did you learn all this? Ancient runes are supposed to be a dead language, Mariette asked, puzzled. My master taught me, Corin replied, his gaze growing somber. Only a few years ago, I learned ancient runes and how to use a spear from her. She left behind her martial arts and the original ancient runes. Corin's master was a truly talented person. Between the two, I found a way to master the martial arts. But the ancient runes, that's a different story, Corin pondered, knowing that recognizing the characters didn't mean he knew how to use the ancient runes. The ability to manifest and carve runes into one's body is a power that only one person could wield. On his master's back, there was a mark. One of the final boss's goals is to recover and possess these original ancient runes. While his master was trying to pass the runes on to him, she lost her life before she could finish. It was all because of him. Corin's master had died fighting monsters. Corin felt bitter as he thought about it. Who was your master, Corin? If you know ancient runes, was she from the wizard's tower? Mariette asked curiously. She was just a person. A regular person, like anyone else you see on the street every day, Corin thought, as he answered. A kind person, just like any other kind soul. In Corin's memory, his master appeared as a hero who quelled chaos, someone who always gave her all. It sounds like you really loved her, Mariette said, feeling a bit sad. Then, she cheered up and asked Corin, Do you want some potatoes? Really? I'm not hungry, Corin replied. I brought some, here. Diagu. Mariette offered Corin something else. Diagu? Corin thought. The highest-ranking confidant, the blood-sucking demon wolf. Diagu was a giant, bright red monster with a basket in its mouth and sharp, glowing red eyes. What is that? Is that the Diagu from before? Corin asked. So, you've completely tamed this Diagu now? Corin looked at the Diagu monster and asked Mariette. It's all thanks to you. Because you kept sharing your blood, I was officially able to gain a confidant. Isn't it cute? Mariette said with a smile. Cute? Corin looked at the giant Diagu and repeated the question. Yeah, the more you look at it, the cuter it seems, right? Corin just went along with Mariette's opinion. Wait, if it's made with blood, then half the blood in its body must be mine. Does that mean I'm its father? Corin shared his thoughts with Mariette. I never thought of that, Mariette said, blushing. So the father of this Diagu? Mariette asked, feeling shy. What? Corin replied. Why don't you play with Diagu? Mariette continued. Play with it? It's not like it's an actual dog or anything. The Diagu's scary face appeared, sticking its tongue out as if it wanted to be petted. This blood-sucking demon wolf is so energetic, I'm going to have to wrestle with it until I'm exhausted. Mariette stood by, watching Diagu play happily with Corin. Corin didn't expect the game Mariette mentioned to be like this. I think that's it. The potion turned brown. Mariette figured it was done. What's wrong with him? Elisa whispered to Mariette, asking why Corin looked so beat up. It's because he's been messing around with Diagu, Mariette replied. What's a Diagu? Elisa asked, curious. You have absorbed the ginseng elixir. The system voice rang out with a notification. Your mana recovery rate has increased significantly. Maximum mana increased by 1,300 points. The system window appeared before Corin. Now that I've boosted my stats, it's time. Corin thought to himself. You two should drink this too. It only works once, so make it count. Corin held out the vials to Mariette and Elisa. Are you sure? Mariette asked. This ginseng herb is incredibly potent, but it's a one-time use deal. Corin explained. If I gave the rest to LC or Un, they'd be thrilled. Alright, now for the platinum ginseng, a rare, silver-blue root. I need to eat this raw. Corin popped the ginseng into his mouth and chewed away. You have absorbed the platinum ginseng. The system notification chimed. Your magic core has formed, the system continued. A magic core is the reservoir for a knight's entire mana supply. Usually, you have to push your magic to the absolute limit just to form one, but I've got one already, without even doing that. And once I reach a higher level, I can form even more cores. So, effectively, I've got limitless potential. A massive surge of power rushed through Corin's body. Finally, a magic core, Corin muttered. Is that really a magic core, Corin? Mariette asked. The effect of that silver ginseng is truly top tier. You should hurry up and eat the yellow ones too. They'll be amazing, Elisa said excitedly. Not yet. I'll harvest and eat the yellow ginseng later, Corin replied. What was that? Elisa asked. Well, taking too many potent herbs at once isn't great for you, Elisa said, catching on. That's true, but my reasoning is a bit different. A sly smile spread across Corin's face. Rank 5, Knight, Corin. Haman looked at the crystal ball and said, "We need to reevaluate this student's rank." Haman looked serious as he made his decision. "Corin? Isn't he just a first-year student? Rank 5? According to the data, he's not even worth our bell. Attention. Why reevaluate a student like that?" A few people questioned. It seems the upper-level professors haven't seen the first-year midterm exams yet, Fadaman replied to the group. Corin went head-to-head with the master swordsman, Lunia. Granted, it was only for about 3 minutes. Fadaman continued. "No way, people won't believe that. She must have gone easy on him. Why would a master swordsman like Lunia go all out in a first-year child's midterm?" The monocle-wearing man shook his head. "Gone easy on him?" Haman asked with a skeptical look. "Of all the professors present here, including myself, does anyone think Lunia went easy on Corin?" Haman asked the room. Silence. Not a single person spoke up. But raising his rank just based on some midterms, it's a bit much. Even if there's reason to question his ability, the regulations state that we can only recognize a rank promotion once the results are official. That's the law, the gray-haired man said. Then let the association handle the official rank assessment. I think re-evaluating him for the purpose of granting an official bodyguard certification is enough. However, if we do that, we'll have to change his school schedule and his homeroom professor. Haman thought it over and made a decision. It was Professor Haman who raised this issue, not Coach Haman. "Why don't you take this case, Coach Haman?" someone in the meeting asked. "I'd like that," Haman said, lost in thought. "So, what do we do about Corin next?" someone asked. Corin? Even though his rank 5 stats seem far below his actual performance, his duel with Lunia was truly top tier, and that spear technique of his FM looked serious as he thought about Corin. No matter how I look at it, it's just like that person's technique. Fadaman thought about how Corin and that person were so similar. He really needed to reevaluate him. Fadaman adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. "Hi, Corin," Elisa said when she saw him. "Oh, hey Elisa," Corin replied. "We're in the same class today. Can I sit next to you?" Elisa asked as she sat down. "You already sat down, so why ask?" Corin said, feeling helpless. "But that's Jer's seat." Just as Corin said that, Jer appeared. "I'm sorry," Elisa said, startled. "I'll sit somewhere else." Elisa was about to stand up. "Just sit down." Jer jumped to the desk in front and sat there. "How gallant," Corin teased. "What? Why are you glaring at me?" Jer turned back to glare at Corin. "Why do you think I'm glaring at you?" Jer snapped. "First, the Academy's most famous person, Senior Potato, and that super cute demon girl, and now even the Sword Emperor's granddaughter? Are you trying to make me jealous to death? He's the only one living life like the protagonist of a romance movie," Jer thought bitterly. "What about my youthful school life? Why is it so cold and empty around my seat?" Jer slumped his head on the desk and cried in frustration. "I wonder if he's suffering from something," Elisa asked with concern. "Who cares?" Corin ignored Jer entirely. "Are all the first years ready? Let's start the lesson," Professor Fadaman said. "All right, everyone, settle down. As I mentioned in the last class, today you will be doing group work," Fadaman said, walking to the podium. "I hate group work," some students complained. "All right, don't give me those long faces. Group work is beneficial for all of you," Fadaman said. "So, let me explain the group assignment. Since you are in the Knights department, I won't give you boring tasks, like the magic plant growing duties that the magic department professors might assign you." Fadaman snapped his fingers, and a burst of power radiated outward. Snap. "All right, look at these papers." The sheets of paper connected like flower-shaped puzzle pieces. The theme of this group assignment is Corin's eyes turned wary. Spearmanship? Huh? Spearmanship? Why on earth is it spearmanship? Everyone questioned. "He said spearmanship? That's easy for you, isn't it?" Elisa smiled at Corin. "What does that mean? In my past life, the group assignment was boxing. Fadaman was a boxing fighter. Corin suspected that the professor's signature style was that of a boxer who constantly changed range, closed the distance, and utilized special shadow abilities. He was also a top-tier knight from the Ville Academy in the north, and was famously known for the gloves inscribed with ancient runes. Corin continued to think. "Old man, Fadaman, why are you suddenly teaching spearmanship? He's really sharp." Corin smiled cunningly. "Is he trying to test me?" Corin realized Fadaman's intention. The two seemed to sense what the other was thinking. This group assignment will involve selecting and researching a specific style of spearmanship. After that, you will have time to demonstrate different spear techniques. Fadaman announced the topic to the class. "Professor, won't the students who already use spears as their main weapon have an advantage?" Someone from the back asked. I'll handle this by adjusting the grading criteria and offering bonus points, Fata-man announced. Each group will have 4 members, selected by random draw. Fata-man set the rules, having prepared the slips for the random draw. They claimed this group project would encourage teamwork and help evaluate the students' ability to cooperate. But in reality, the hard workers were the ones getting the short end of the stick. It was a contest of who had the thickest skin. Should I head to Apu? Oops, wrong group chat. My bad. I've finished the research part already. Hey Kim, at least delete the source citations you copied, and stop relying on Wikipedia. My grandmother just passed away, so I can't make it to today's meeting. What kind of members do you usually end up with in a group project? Working with people who don't even know what they're supposed to do, people who wait for a handout, or those whose grandparents just passed away. I've had to endure this for all 4 years of university in the physical education major, and 3 years at the academy. Corin reflected on the past he had endured, but this time was completely different. Corin smiled confidently. Jer Hinch, Peter, a third-class knight with exceptional physical ability. I'm so glad I'm in a group with Corin. Jer whistled happily. His judgment is not bad. He can handle whatever is asked of him, Jer thought with satisfaction. Elisa, need I say more? An incredibly powerful swordplay prodigy. Drawn, thanks to Silver's ruthless group restructuring, could easily learn any physical discipline. The final member is Waron. Despite her somewhat prickly personality, she's quite hardworking. Lately, watching her focused expression in class has become a hobby of mine, Jer thought, assessing each group member. Since my group members are all so strong and hardworking, I can finally say goodbye to that painful past. Jer felt reassured. I've booked the practice room for 3 hours, so I'll go over the theory and attributes for everyone first. Jer smiled deviously. That's what I was thinking. Hey buddy, what's up? Is there something you want to tell me? Corin and Jer were talking to each other. We've been using this practice room for 2 months now. Yeah. All the walls in this room are made of high-density shock-absorbing material, right? Yeah. And they aren't cheap, so don't you dare break them. Let's try to protect and keep them in good shape. Corin and Jer looked around the room and discussed. Something like that got destroyed? Corin and Jer stood there in shock. And with just one punch? Elisa sat there, staring at the wall, trembling in fear. This is insane. I only told her to spar with Elisa to practice spear techniques, but why did she blow up the whole room? Look at that face, she doesn't even know what she did wrong. Naturally, they were kicked out of the practice room. Where are we supposed to practice now? All 4 were expelled from the facility for destroying it. The church on Sunday, it's time to hold a meeting to reflect on the group project. Go ahead, members. Feel free to share your thoughts. 3 people sat on the church pew. About yesterday, I'm sorry. I'm not good at controlling my strength. Elisa apologized first. No, Elisa. You did great. At least I could help you practice, Corin said to comfort her. Ehem. Your spear technique is so perfect that just mimicking it is enough to help me master this subject. Elisa replied hesitantly. That's because you have good observation skills, Corin told her, wanting Elisa to believe in her own abilities. What about you, Jer? Corin turned to ask. I'm not sure. Using long weapons, my spear technique seems a bit difficult. I'm having trouble with the spear rotation. I don't know how to do it properly, Jer said hesitantly. You've done very well. Once you learn the 8 basic spear moves, your dagger technique will become even more diverse, Corin encouraged him, putting Jer at ease. And you? Waron? Corin asked Waron. Eat up. Perhaps because I added so many earth-based beliefs into the game, there are similar customs here. Waron held a plate of cakes and water to offer everyone. Is this about the church? Jer asked curiously. It's the goddess's sacrament, Waron replied. Is that volunteer work? Corin asked Waron. Weekend services at the church are mandatory, Waron replied to Corin. So you're forced to attend that service. Corin realized they were making her study to become a nun along with the other believers, right? Corin continued to ask Waron. It's voluntary for me, Waron replied, turning away. But it is true that you should read the Bible. There are things you can learn from mythological stories. The Catholic Church does have outdated views, but they always teach believers the same thing. Corin turned to Waron. Love yourself, love your friends, your family, and the people around you. To love and be loved. Corin smirked as he said it. Oh, what a wonderful lesson. Love. Love is very important. Elisa blushed and said to Waron. This is Waron, said with a thoughtful expression. Oh, right, Sir Waron. What was the reason I lost yesterday? Waron's eyes turned dangerous when she heard Corin ask. Because you guys are too weak, Waron answered nonchalantly. The 3 of them looked at Waron in surprise. You guys have no resistance at all. I only used a little bit of my strength and you all fell into chaos. Even if you train, weak is still weak. The strong will always win, Warren thought to herself. You're not wrong, Corin replied. Corin. Elisa also tried to call out to Corin, but Jer spoke up. That is the kind of sentiment only the strong can express, Corin said as he approached Warren. What was that? Warren asked, surprised. Wanna bet? If I can make you kneel within 1 minute, if I succeed after 1 minute, you'll have to treat us to dinner. Corin made the betting proposal to Warren. Corin's expression was dangerous. Fine. If I win, I don't need a reward because I'm going to win anyway. Warren replied with a look of contempt. Right here is fine. The two moved to an empty lot, and Jer was to give the starting signal. Jer jumped when his name was called. How did things end up like this? Jer asked in surprise. I don't know either, Elisa added from the side. All right, get ready, Jer signaled, and the two immediately entered their combat stances, their eyes full of killing intent. Start. I'll kick things off with my secret technique. Corin lunged with extreme speed, unleashing his most powerful move. Shadow Snake, Fire Snake Art. The technique was unleashed straight at Warren as he charged forward, emitting a blinding light. She blocked it so easily. She really is as strong as the rumors say. Corin was surprised that Warren had blocked the technique so easily. If that's the case, Lake Howling Peak. Second step. Corin continued to unleash his second technique at Warren, but suddenly, Corin's weapon was burned black and shattered, catching him by surprise. Well, looks like you're out of weapons now, Warren said as she crushed Corin's spear. Oh my, you're really good at breaking things, aren't you? Corin replied with a smirk. Devil's footwork. The two charged at each other, one attacking, the other defending. What's the matter? You can't even land a hit on me. Corin hopped away, taunting her. Warren gritted her teeth in frustration. How annoying. Warren glared at Corin and snapped. If you don't want to die, try dodging this. Warren lunged, unleashing a powerful strike directly at Corin. If that hits me, I'll be in the hospital for at least a month, he thought. Following Warren's advice, he had to dodge. As Corin thought this over, he prepared a new move to counterattack. But let's see what happens if I try to block it. With the 8-step chain spear, Corin lunged toward Warren. Even though he managed a full block, his muscles felt like they were being crushed. Corin winced while holding his ground. She didn't dodge, he realized. Warren looked at Corin in shock, sensing something suddenly different. When did he appear behind her? Warren was already down on her knees. That was incredible, my friend. Truly amazing. Jer praised him. Well, looks like you brought her to her knees. Corin smirked at Warren again. Warren shook her head. Forget it. Corin chuckled. Huh? Warren looked at Corin, confused. I already won, so why should we go again? Corin asked with a smug grin, laughing loudly. Let's go again, Warren insisted, clearly annoyed. No way, not interested. Corin flatly refused. I can hear you trembling. You must be really, really frustrated. Corin wore a provocative, triumphant grin. Warren glared at him, looking like she wanted to take him down right then and there. A few days later, though it took some time, I had finally mastered the full capabilities of every member. I figured I could slowly teach them spear techniques and prepare for our group presentation. Corin thought to himself, satisfied, holding a stack of papers. I'm sick, so you guys keep practicing without me. How could she possibly be sick? Corin thought, frustrated. She's just being difficult. In this case, the group leader had to use his secret weapon. Welcome. Eat as much as you like. Corin treated Warren to a feast, but if you eat, you'll feel better. Facing Corin's offer, Warren actually wavered. How about it? Can you really say no to this? She looked at the fragrant, perfectly cooked fish and couldn't help herself. I'm not sick anymore. Warren couldn't resist and finally agreed with Corin. Not surprised, Corin replied with a smug laugh. Do you know how long it takes for chefs to complete a single dish? Corin asked Warren. Less than 30 minutes? Warren guessed. Try 10 years. Corin countered, explaining the process from sourcing fresh ingredients to prep work. Most chefs spend about 10 years learning how to serve their food to customers properly, Corin explained to Warren. What are you trying to say? Warren didn't understand why Corin was talking about all that. It took me 3 years of training to develop a martial art that could make you kneel even once. Corin continued. Your favorite dish and my martial arts share common ground, like choosing the right ingredients versus the stance I choose before launching an attack. Everything starts from the smallest details. I've trained painfully hard on the smallest things. Warren looked at Corin, speechless. Anyway, we're on the same page now, right? Corin said with a smile. What was that? Warren slammed a notebook onto Corin's face, catching him off guard. A notebook? You're talking about spear stances and principles? Isn't this the research paper I assigned to you? Warren continued eating while Corin looked at the notebook. You finished it all? You're actually pretty cute, you know that? Corin laughed and patted Warren's head. Get lost, Warren replied. Elisa and Jer were also working hard on their spear training, and thanks to Warren, there was no need to worry about the research part anymore. We would be fully prepared for our group presentation. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was mid-May. The first week of the group presentations had arrived. The order of presentations was based on a random draw. Our group stood near the front, watching. PH was holding a book, observing the other groups. All right, we will begin the group presentations, Professor Fadaman announced. I'm the leader of Group 1, P. Our group's topic today is the 5-star spear technique. The leader of Group 1 introduced them. Very well. Show me what you've got. Fadaman signaled them to start. Haha, they've both prepared very well. Jer watched and remarked. Yeah, Corin agreed. Not bad. Professor Fadaman evaluated the group. Thank you, Professor. Pale breathed heavily, responding with a joyful look. All right, now I'm going to try to break your formation. Suddenly, the brutal breaker stepped in, an elite graduate of the Northern Guardian Academy and a former first-class knight of the Kingdom of Elas, Fadaman. If you can hold out for 10 seconds, I'll give you the highest grade for this exercise. The group exercise really begins now. Fadaman clenched his fist. The power radiating from him was incredibly intense. Somewhere, a student shouted, "Block it!" When he couldn't hear clearly, he asked, "What was that?" A hand went up, and a stack of what looked like sticky notes fell to the ground. All the students were overwhelmed by Fadaman's power, yelling at each other to strike back. Amidst the fierce struggle between the students and the brutal breaker, shouts of "strike left" echoed through the room. Facing the professor's power, the students couldn't hold their ground, whispering to each other, "He's too fast. He's not holding back at all." After the match ended, the professor's folder slowly floated down and landed in Fadaman's hand. After sparring with his students, Fadaman praised them. You chose a good spear technique to practice, even if you still lack training and focus. On the floor, the students were completely subdued, lying flat. The teacher ignored them, saying, "But it wasn't too bad. A B grade should be enough. Does anyone have any objections?" In unison, they replied, "No, sir." One group finished, while the others waited anxiously to be called. All right, Group 2, let's go. As Group 2 prepared, murmurs spread. How are we supposed to fight back against Professor Fadaman? Should we just surrender? A member of Group 2 declared loudly, "We chose the Northern 9-Dragon Spear technique, which specializes in critical damage, because when performing that spear technique, it's like 9 dragons flying through the air." Fadaman leaped up to counter, saying, "Your technique isn't just pointlessly complex. You haven't even mastered it yet, so what else can you do?" Oh man, Group 2 was pretty much finished. Fadaman, next. Next. Group 3, get up here fast. Group 3 captain, Corin, stepped forward. Corin smiled confidently at his teammates, saying, "It's our turn. Let's go." The members of Group 3 stood proudly, in front of Fadaman, each holding a spear for their demonstration. We will be presenting the 8-trigram spear technique of the Lanya clan, consisting of 6 forms. Fadaman looked interested in Group 3's new move. That's good. Begin. The battle started as Jer rushed in with his spear, and Lanya countered the incoming strike. Elisa charged in, aiming to knock the opponent's weapon away. Warren followed the command to thrust at the opponent who had lost their guard. A member noticed the contestant's energy and felt triumphant. "That's it, everyone. We did it. Incredible." Warren had practiced harder than I thought. Even the brutal breaker couldn't help but offer praise to Group 3. "Excellent work. You cut out all the unnecessary movements in combat. It looks simple, but the core of your spear technique is truly outstanding." Corin, touched by the professor's praise, replied gratefully, "I'll tell the group to get ready for some extra practice. But unlike what the professor thinks, we don't need the whole group, I only need you, Corin." Corin didn't ask much and just replied, "Yes," PM said to Corin. "For this combat drill, it'll just be you and me. Any objections?" Corin thought to himself. "So this was your plan from the start, wasn't it?" Then he replied, "No, not at all, Professor." After Corin's reply, the professor started the combat drill. "Good, then here I go." A blinding flash of light caught Corin off guard. He didn't know what to do. Pisham aggressively charged forward with a left hook. Corin pondered. The punch follows the body movement. That's a classic boxer's way to attack. Usually, in this situation, you'd block from the right to avoid taking damage. But looking at PAM's footwork, he isn't moving to the right. It's his left foot. I already knew that. Seeing PAM use his left hand to parry, Corin realized the professor was left-handed. He shouted, To form lan na chat. PHM was puzzled, wondering what was happening. How can a student, the onlookers, commented in awe. Professor PHM's movements had completely changed while facing him. Look at his speed. Another student noticed something strange. But look, he's only rank 5. One of PM's hands was struggling to fend off the opponent's attacks. Rank 49 versus rank 50, neither was going easy on the other. Both charged forward, fighting hand to hand while the opponent held a sword. The onlookers commented, how is he able to block Professor PXM's martial arts? Seeing Corin's potential, PM realized that his skill level meant he had surpassed the other students. Now, PM said, clenching his left fist and preparing to unleash a powerful punch at Corin. Show me your true strength, not these basics. Corin stood tall, looking handsome and confident, holding his longsword gallantly in front of the formidable Professor PM. Of course, someone like PSM wouldn't give in easily to his student. That would be humiliating. PSM remained confident in his abilities. The lan na chat spear technique is hard to predict, but let's see how you block this one. Corin's gaze didn't show any fear. He watched his opponent steadily. PSM threw a powerful punch straight at Corin. All eyes were glued to the match. Everyone looked stunned. The space around Corin seemed to blur. The handsome Corin stood his ground, calm, while the hand pointed straight at his face stopped just 5 centimeters away. Professor PM was left speechless. Seeing Corin didn't react to his moves, PM asked, why are you still standing there? Corin calmly replied, it's over, Professor. 10 seconds have passed. PHM was still suspicious, thinking, what the hell is this? Corin guessed PHM's thoughts and smirked. You must be surprised, Professor. You've only been using your right hand until now. Recalling the professor's previous attacks, Corin added, but in reality, you're left-handed. At that moment, PSM realized Corin's reactions were based on knowing he was left-handed. PAM went to leave, but Corin called out, does this mean you were only testing my skills, Professor? As he approached the file folder, likely the grading sheet for Group 3, he thought, when it comes to secret arts, many fools only choose complex techniques, but in reality, the basics are the true secret to success. Then the professor turned back to read the grades for Group 3, but for a split second, he forgot it was a group grade, not just for Corin. He announced, Corin, no, Group 3, you all get an A+. The whole group cheered and laughed, proud of their team leader. Corin, my friend, go Corin. Of course, Corin didn't just sit there, he jumped up, proud to be part of the team. How's that? I'm the A+ Corin. Even though PAM was turning his back on Group 3, he knew they were celebrating, so he turned slightly and called out, Corin, can I see you for a moment? Yes. PSM sensed Corin's anxiety and encouraged him. Don't feel pressured, it's just a normal conversation. Corin asked, yes, Professor. Am I really just a rank 5 knight? Yes, you are. PAM slammed his hand on the table, unconvinced. You showed me during that match. Your ability doesn't match a rank 5 knight. Corin remained modest. I'm just a bit better than the others, that's all. PM leaned in closer to Corin. But you, a person who can't sense souls, only managed to capture evil spirits under specific conditions. That means you've had an epiphany that has elevated your strength far beyond those of the same rank. Corin said, the professors met and debated about you, regarding whether or not your true strength needs to be reevaluated. PSM didn't want such talent to go to waste. So he told Corin that he would be given more complex tasks. Through those, his rank would be reassessed. The highest rank he could reach would be determined by those missions. Because he had demonstrated achievements and strength far beyond his level, the professors could make an exception and promote him. Corin thought to himself, a promotion? Well, there's nothing to lose. The missions will probably be harder, but I'll get more rewards. I'll be able to choose higher rank missions if I want. A key appeared in Corin's mind, making him think, if I want to get a rank 5 mission, I'd normally only be able to reach that when I reach rank 5. But things are different now. Corin bowed and replied, yes, I will accept the reevaluation. What do I need to do? PHM instructed, you will have to resolve 2 missions involving monsters and evil spirits. Of course, the decision of which to take is up to you. Corin pondered. Currently, there are 4 dungeon subjugation missions assigned by the Hunter Association. Luckily, there are 2 monster missions and 2 evil spirit missions. So, in the end, they're saying I have to catch a monster and an evil spirit, but within a limited time too. PM handed a paper to Corin. Then, go ahead and choose. Corin arrived at a remote, desolate place. Good heavens, coming here makes me nervous. A voice echoed somewhere. Just in time, Corin. It turned out to be Haemon's voice. Corin spoke politely. Good morning. Though this place is a bit too dark to say that, Coach Heyman. Coach Heyman shared his perspective. It's not that bad. When I was young, I ventured into the fog in the haunted forest to fight monsters. Corin replied politely. Stories like that seem to give me a lot of combat inspiration. Coach Heyman stroked his chin and said, I guess I have to tell you the story of my time in the west of the Forest of Death. Hearing the hero's story from the old man, Heyman also gave him good experience. Your first mission will be the monster on the mountain west of Fog City, the two-headed stone troll. It's slow, but dangerous. I chose it, but isn't the two-headed stone troll usually a rank 1 monster? Why is it a rank 5 now? He's still not fully trained, so his rank is low. From what I've heard, he's actually been taming wild wolves and some low-level monsters as his subordinates. Corin seemed to grasp the situation and asked his trainer, Heyman, So, you mean I shouldn't even think about a head-on attack, right? Heyman replied, Obviously. Trainer Heyman continued, A talented person needs more than just strength. They need wisdom too. I'll be evaluating everything about you after this mission. In the western mountains, within the fog-covered city, lay the cave home of the two-headed ogre. The creatures in those misty mountains were whispering. No one, not even Old Man Heyman or the association staff, would come to help them. Even if they did step in when I was in danger, Trainer Heyman said, that would mean your chance at promotion is gone. Tell me the results of your investigation, Corin. Corin analyzed the situation decisively. Based on the footprints around here, there are signs that the ogre and the wild wolves have been moving together. They must be living together in a specific area. How many wild wolves are in the pack? 3. But there are only the footprints of 2 four-legged animals following the ogre. One seems to be female, and it looks like she's pregnant. Heyman seemed satisfied with Corin's deduction. It seems you've already figured out the answer, but explain it to me. Corin continued. Instead of just footprints, there are drag marks from a monster. That means the prey they caught hasn't been eaten yet. It was dragged somewhere else. Neither the ogre nor the wild wolves have a habit of storing food, so they must be thinking of a pack member who can't move, bringing the food to them. Hearing Corin's answer, Heyman was very pleased. Excellent. Heyman asked about Corin's strategy for dealing with the ogre. So, Corin, how do you plan to take down the two-headed ogre and those wild wolves? Based on the wolf tracks on the ground, Corin analyzed. First, I'll separate the ogre from the wolves. Trainer Heyman asked, How will you do that? Corin continued to track the wolf footprints. They're monsters, but they have keen senses. I'll use the strongest weapon granted to us humans to deal with them. Heyman wondered. The strongest weapon? Corin's whole body radiated a fierce light, his eyes burning with intensity, his sword resting on his shoulder. I'll use my head. Unfortunately for them, I'm the boss of this operation. Before them stood a magnificent yet ominous castle, filled with terrifying images of beasts. Even though humanity has expanded its influence and controls the world, there will always be potential threats, demonic entities lurking in the shadows. A giant, bare foot stepped onto the ground. The ruler of this forest was one of those entities. That was the foot of a two-headed ogre, neither entirely man nor beast. With white hair, this tyrant controlled a forest where few humans dared to venture. This forest was his kingdom. Beside him were ferocious wolves acting as his guards, those wolves with razor-sharp teeth gaping wide and snarling. The long-haired hounds were the ones that noticed 2 wolves approaching a nest woven from dry materials. But inside, it was empty. They had vanished. The newborn female pup, unable to move, had disappeared without a trace. It seemed their newborn was gone, making the wolves even angrier. The wolf's gaze turned cold, snarling with pure hatred. That wolf kept growling for a long time. It wanted to tear apart whoever had taken its newborn. An intruder had snatched the pup. After realizing their kin and the young had been kidnapped, they displayed the extreme rage of beasts. The angry howl of the forest's ruler and his minions made the whole woods tremble. Consumed by rage, the 2 males let out guttural screams. Must chase, must save the pup. The long-haired hounds tracked the scent of the kidnapped pup, with the ogre following close behind. The scent of the pup grew stronger. They could even smell the intruder who had taken it. As usual, nothing in the forest could stop them. It was time to make the foolish intruder pay a heavy price for bothering the ruler of the forest. Having completed the tracking, the 2 male wolves found the pup, but it was tied tightly with ropes. The 2 males didn't understand how this could be. What they witnessed was the pup lying on the ground, whimpering in a pitiful, heartbreaking way. The mother nudged it with her nose, checking if her baby was safe. At the same time, the 2 males tried to help the pup get away. A truly fierce battle erupted, with growls and howls shaking the entire forest. It seemed things weren't as simple as they thought. They couldn't defeat the enemy before them yet. Sounds of pain echoed. It was a chaotic battle amidst smoke and fire. The log tethering the pup was kicked away. The rope gradually frayed under the strength of the wolves. Beyond the sharp log pointing at the mother, the wolf was furious, its eyes full of fighting spirit, no longer just tracking. Now they had to run to survive. There were no trees in sight. Ahead of them, that spot seemed safe. After fighting for a while, they gasped, trying to catch their breath. But the beast didn't realize a massive flame erupted the cruelty of man. The two-headed beast stood defiantly, holding a club amidst the blazing fire. A wolf was completely engulfed in flames. It was struggling in pain, unable to escape the fire. The ogre gritted his teeth. He had lost a loyal subordinate. He was truly furious, his 4 eyes bulging with hatred, the tyrant's angry roar echoing throughout the forest. The log gradually broke, losing its original shape. The two-headed ogre stood in the middle of the sea of fire, but the giant beast kept letting out terrifying roars. He was trying to summon his strength for the coming battle to avenge his comrades. A simple trap couldn't touch that tyrant. He was truly the ruler of the forest, but he didn't know the hunt had only just begun. Before him, Corin stood tall, sword in hand. The two-headed ogre, ruler of the forest, was also a natural-born hunter. The first head had excellent vision, while the second had a keen sense of smell. They were both out for revenge for the pack of long-haired hounds. Chasing the hounds wasn't difficult. If anything, there were absurdly too many traces left behind. That bastard, the ogre thought. He didn't even bother to hide his footprints or scent carefully. I can't believe the hounds lost to a scumbag like this. But contrary to his expectations on the first day, the ogre couldn't find his prey. Even though the tracks were still there, no matter how far the ogre chased, he couldn't find that guy. Even when he felt like he was about to catch him, he failed. While camping, after pushing aside a sense of unease, he was ambushed. It would have been a perfect surprise attack if one of the two heads hadn't noticed. A hail of ice needles rained down like diamonds upon the two-headed monster. The second head, which had been dormant, was jolted awake by the barrage from above. The ogre lunged forward alone. It only suffered a few glancing hits from the ice shards. Where the icy droplets struck the ground, they shimmered just like sparkling diamonds. That was the only intent behind the attack. But the assault didn't end there. The monster gnashed its teeth with one head, while the other hung open, growling in frustration. Every time it tried to slip back into a slumber, another hail of ice would pelt it. After a few times, it tried to ignore the nuisance, since it barely did any damage until flaming stones slammed into it, igniting a fire. A sea of flames. Despite chasing the prey all the way to dawn and causing chaos in its wake, the monster only found vague traces, never actually catching a glimpse of its target. The ogre kept searching relentlessly, but 3 days passed. It realized it was actually being hunted, as it understood that the roles had been completely reversed, and that it wasn't the hunter but the prey. All that remained in its heart was sorrow and rage. "Hey," someone said. And then, the source of that fury appeared. It was Corin. He calmly stroked his chin and said, "All that effort I spent trapping you, I think it's time to put an end to this." How could the ogre contain its rage at Corin's provocations? It let out a roar, its eyes filled with murderous intent, and as if its body were set aflame, it charged at Corin. Corin's eyes flared with a competitive spirit. How could he just let the beast attack? As the ogre charged, Corin leaped into the air to launch his own strike. He wore sturdy, reinforced boots, his steps quickening as he vaulted high into the air. He launched an aerial attack, catching the ogre off guard. The beast jumped, waiting for the exact moment its prey would land, planning to use its 2-meter-long birch club to swat that puny body away. Corin executed the second form of the Wood Mountain style, Crimson Strike. He unleashed a powerful blow. The strike slammed directly into the ogre's 2 heads, causing a massive impact that sent the space around them into chaos. The monster howled in agony, its eyes glowing bright red. One mouth hung wide, while the other gnashed its teeth in pure rage. Corin didn't stop there, continuing to unleash his 8 trigrams technique, Primal Palm. Although the ogre's body was several times larger than Corin's, it couldn't seem to withstand his strikes. It collapsed under the weight of Corin's palms. The tyrant that once ruled the forest had been hunted down by a human. After taking down the ogre, Corin felt proud of his glorious victory, though he was also slightly drained from channeling his internal energy. He let out a long yawn and muttered, not even needing to exert himself further. "Well, that's the ogre taken care of. I wonder if Marietta is doing all right." The story flashes back to 3 days prior, to a conversation in a room between Corin and Marietta. Corin asked Marietta, "How much do you trust me?" Marietta replied, "Even if you told me you were going to make kimchi out of potatoes, I'd still believe you." Corin answered, "Well, I could actually do that. He continued. Anyway, if you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me? Mariette asked in surprise. Go far together? She started fidgeting. All the way. Yes, right to the very, very end. Isn't that a bit too far? Corin teased. I have a plan. And I need you. Mariette. Mariette nodded. I see. So, you need me for your plan. Corin persisted. Let me explain the plan. Starting tomorrow, you and Elisa Mariette questioned him. He replied, yes, this is our plan. Why do I have to be with that girl? Mary asked, feeling a bit pouty. Inside a basket, there was a dress stained with blood. Under the shower, Mariette bathed, pondering. Despite being a veteran guardian and a unique vampire who had survived a turbulent youth, deep down, she was still just a girl. The way Corin used words to create misunderstandings was enough to make her heart race. The stakes were bigger than she thought, but she wasn't a fool. Mariette grabbed her long blue hair. That guy was always one step ahead, planning and reacting just before things could even happen. Whether it was when he saved her or helped Elisa, she was deeply grateful for his dedication. But how much did he really know? And how far did he go? She had no choice but to ask herself. But because she had already fallen for him, she was quite blind to it all, and decided, once again, to listen to the call of her unrequited love. The reason mages wanted to become professors at the academy wasn't just because of the massive collection of books in the Mokaba library, but also because of the giant research building located at the western end of the academy. In front of room B, 306, lay the most magnificent material mages dreamed of. Oh, what a marvelous wild boar. Professor Park and Professor Dema stood before a mountain surrounded by golden chains and a barrier, containing a special monster that could not be killed, only sealed. Professor Dema asked, Professor Park, you've seen this in the textbooks before, right? The wild boar that ate an entire iron mine and the very essence of the forest. Now it's imprisoned right here. Park looked at Dema and said, Professor Dema, this research is based on the alpha traits of this special entity, right? I want to write a thesis on the influence of the special demon race on low-ranking entities and how their magical energy affects our human world. So, I just need to implant the ancient runes onto this special monster? Professor Dema replied, Yes, exactly. It's fortunate to have you here, Professor Park. Nowadays, it's rare to find a mage who has mastered ancient runes. Professor Park pointed a finger and replied, Ancient runes are often hard to understand because they've existed for so long. In actual combat, they are also quite difficult to use. Raising his index finger to indicate someone, Professor Dema added, But for someone who possesses as much magic as that girl, it's... Park asked, Who are you talking about? Professor Dema said to Park, You know, there are many more special monsters inside our academy. I didn't expect a special vampire to volunteer to assist me with the experiment. Ah, is calling you that offensive? Oh, not at all. A clash between two special subjects. Mariette stood behind them and said, That wouldn't be wrong to say. So, it's a meeting between the boss of Chapter 1 and the boss of Chapter 2, the King of the Iron Mine, the Haunted House mission. Professor Dema said, This is a simple mission you could choose in the second term of the original game. But to defeat the rank 1 evil spirit haunting the house, you have to avoid attacks from countless household items and find the magic circle hidden in the basement to destroy it, and so on, and so forth, as they jumped into the house. Inside, it was gloomy, and suddenly, the sound of a fork echoed. The difficulty of this mission far exceeded its simple appearance. Veteran players called it the Haunted House. It was a challenge to prove you were a veteran player, specifically one who could perceive spirits. Park had entered the house like normal, but since Park could perceive spirits, stepping in here was different. Park remarked, Normally, I can't feel spirits, but this time is an exception. The Duke of Sabancia, the one who possessed Lerman, or used spirits to take over the magical tools in the haunted house laboratory. A female ghost, with terrifying sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. A seismic phenomenon will occur once the haunted house is successfully possessed. That means we can use physical force to affect everything inside. The instructor couldn't just ignore them based on religious dogma. So, Corin strode in boldly and delivered a powerful kick. He arrogantly leaped up and attacked that spot, then pulled out his spear to slice off the stem and the top to break the connection easily, dodged with a jump, then pointed the spear straight ahead and said, Now, aim the spear forward and smash the window. The shards flew everywhere toward the instructor. Corin dropped down, slid across the floor, dodged the debris, and headed for the door. He spoke while moving, slashing the clock on the upper right as he entered, then jumped and slashed 3 times to destroy the nails shooting out from the staircase without even looking up, and kept pushing forward. If you step on the middle of the carpet, crack. In the middle of the basement, next to the magic circle, there is a table, and when it flies toward the instructor, just slice it in two, destroy it into pieces, then claw through the magic circle to weaken its spiritual power. There's a candle on the upper right, kick it, and use the Kenna spear imbued with Hoggle fire now. Head upstairs. The door shatters, and boom, a painting flies toward the instructor. But once you open your eyes in a terrifying way, change your expression to look friendly, and run upstairs. Once you're up there, furniture will fly toward you randomly, so prepare yourself to dodge. Then a wall appears that blocks your movement, and next, the plates will hit you with a debuff. A blaze of fire erupted violently. Corin told Haman, "There won't be any more furniture flying at you now. When you open your eyes, you'll be shocked and wonder, who the hell is this? All the magical runes carved until now will trigger simultaneously. Fire." Then, he shouldered his spear and walked out, wearing a devilish grin as if he'd already won. Behind him, the haunted house was burning fiercely. Now, the house will burn down on its own, and the instructor can leave. Corin stroked his chin, smiling proudly as if he'd done a great job. "The rest is for you to handle, instructor. Real men walk away from explosions. That's just what you have to do. Pretty easy, right? 30 seconds. Simple." Haman, furious, stood at a distance and shouted, "This is a magical trial that even a second-rate mage couldn't handle. How did you do that? What is he muttering about?" Corin just smiled, daring him to challenge it. This was the ultimate strategy that a legendary streamer used to rock the Korean streaming world, leaving that experience behind. A man came and stood in front of Corin, patting his shoulder as he said, "Congratulations." It was Instructor Haman. He said, "Honestly, you've definitely been recognized as a semi-first-rate rank. There's a nearby port city called Sa. They have a really delicious restaurant there. Let's go eat." Corin asked back, "If it's Sa, they sell raw fish there, right? And that's also where that thing is. And the reason I chose to raid the evil spirit in this region." Haman draped his arm over Corin's shoulder, chatting as they walked. "Oh, you know that place? You like fresh seafood, don't you?" Corin replied, "I love it." Haman said, "Great, I'll introduce you to a place that sells amazing fresh fish." Corin's gaze caught something. He looked far away and saw Diogu lurking behind a tree. He muttered, "Good, he's following too." An iceberg appeared 88 years ago in the far north of the continent on the peninsula. Even though it's a freezing land, it buries an infinite amount of natural materials beneath the ice. The iceberg contains so much ore that people call it the Iron Mountain. Pioneer miners who went to the polar region in search of iron and gold witnessed something unbelievable. A large number of wild boars were devouring the iron ore. It was a monster that wanted everything. The cursed spirit of the Dingo Peninsula. The demon is named the Iron Mountain King, with red eyes, 2 fangs, and 2 tusks on either side of its mouth. That was the first time it had been seen. Just then, Elisa was running and blaming herself. "How could I have overslept today?" She said the 4th floor of the lab, right? Elisa was very worried. If she arrived late, she tried to run even faster. "I can't be late." That's what Corin said. A few days ago, at the 1st floor laboratory, Elisa saw her senior, Mariette. Elisa was surprised and called out, "Senior." Mariette was startled by the sudden call. "Oh, it's you, little Aiden. You scared me." Elisa asked Senior Mariette. "I'm sorry, it seems you are. Focusing on an experiment. Is it very important?" Mariette smiled gently and said, "It's fine. I'm just testing a few things during the break." Elisa asked, "But why did you call me here?" "Diagu said you would, so I came." Mariette smiled and said, "Right, Corin asked me to explain it to him earlier." Elisa was surprised. "Corin asked?" Mariette said, "Yes. Anyway, do you want to try this before we begin?" Elisa asked Mariette. "Is this a miracle potion?" Mariette replied, "Yeah, you could say that." Then Elisa picked up the bottle and downed it without hesitation. If it was good for her body, then of course. Mariette quickly stopped her. "It's very hot. Take it slow. I need to check its safety." Because she drank it so quickly, Elisa panicked after hearing what Mariette said. "Sorry, what did you just say?" "Safety." As soon as she said that, Elisa froze, making Mariette anxiously ask, "What's wrong?" Elisa trembled with joy. "It's delicious. It tastes like it's homemade. I can feel it." Fortunately, Elisa's comment eased Mariette's worries. She said, "Really? What a relief." Then she continued, "The taste is safe. No toxicity." Then Elisa asked Mariette, "Anyway, what did Corin want you to explain?" "Ah, I'll tell you now," Mariette said. "Corin asked me to explain what's about to happen to you." Elisa wondered. "What is it?" "It's about the king of the Iron Mountain." Elisa hurried past many people, bumping into passers-by. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Elisa ran to a fortress. The cursed spirit was sealed in the Iron Mountain King's laboratory. She didn't know why Corin called her, but she needed to hurry. At the basement laboratory on level B, Dema was discussing with instructor PMM. Do you think these monsters are any different from special demons? Mariette said. They are very strong. Power is an obvious trait among these special entities. One of the most powerful abilities is the power of domination. Mari said, Trung is incredibly powerful. Strength is a given among such extraordinary beings, but one of the most formidable abilities of all is the power of absolute dominion. The power of domination? Dema asked again. Dema replied, Right. Did she just call me Mariette? Yeah. Dema explained that some demons release a different flow of energy than ordinary ones. Theoretically, they're called alpha entities. Unlike normal ones, they're stronger and hold the power to command. A pack of alpha demons glowing with blue light is facing off against a pack of wolves emitting a fiery red glow. Dema is still explaining that these alpha entities can easily control others, but that dominance doesn't work on demons of different species. However, it does work on special demons. Mariette says, special demons can control those weaker than them. Dema agrees with her. Exactly. You've experienced it yourself, haven't you? Mariette thinks back to when she escaped the hunting grounds, driven mad by thirst, and controlled other monsters to offer her their blood. Then she says, But Professor, come to think of it, it was a bit different from dominance. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, I used their fear. Dema adds, It's based on your species, Mariette. There are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans. They are the 3 basic types, but the influence of the alpha trait varies. Mariette seems to understand the point, so that means I can give orders to other demi-humans? That remains to be seen. We need to study it further. But I don't think it's feasible. A demi-human's intelligence is higher than a human's, so that kind of dominance won't affect them. Dema stops the conversation, saying, Enough theory. Let's start the practice. Everyone, bring the fanged beasts here. The cages are being pushed in, 1 beast per cage. Dema says, The purpose of this experiment is to test the influence of the special monster's alpha trait. If you can freely use this trait theoretically, humans could control most monsters and evil spirits. Mariette is surprised. It's a much bigger experiment than she thought, and it satisfies her curiosity as a mage. If successful, humanity could take the initiative in preventing the threat from the demon species. Professor Dema says, Oh, that's right. You successfully created that delicious medicinal potion, right? The one you asked me about last time. Mariette replies, Ah, yes, thanks to you. It turned out great. Dema says, What a relief. Sorry, I was just a little curious. Facing a pile of fanged beasts, Professor Dema says to Mariette, All right, Mariette, try to dominate the fanged beasts. Mariette responds, still hesitating. Oh, okay. Her eyes become determined, burning with resolve. A ferocious fanged beast lunges out, followed by a series of others as their cages are opened. Mariette hurriedly shouts, Stop. She holds out her hand to signal, ordering the fanged beasts to lie down. They don't listen. Instead, they all roll onto their backs with their legs in the air. Mariette feels helpless. Ugh, what are you doing? I told you to lie down. She turns to Professor Dema in fear. Why aren't they listening to me? Dema tells Mariette that she thinks that's the limit of communication between demi-humans and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand her commands. Dema says, Let's test the difference with beasts of the same species. Professor, please release the royal seal. Understood. Dema recites the first ancient incantation of banishment. Mariette says she will break the first seal. The massive fanged beast lunges, its expression looking like it wants to tear the person in front of it apart. It growls and howls continuously. Its movements become increasingly fierce and terrifying. Mariette stands before dozens of ferocious red-eyed fanged beasts. The 1st, 3rd, and 7th protective circles have been activated. Reinforce the chains on the 4th and 6th seals. The eyes of the beasts, lacking any humanity, become even sharper. They have no intention of stopping and seem ready to continue attacking Mariette. She panics and screams for them to stop, but the beasts keep charging. Mariette launches an attack. Professor Dema rests her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Is it because they're all boars that they lose control so easily? Mariette replies to Professor Dema, but luckily, I can still control them easily. Emergency. Emergency. A monster in cage A107 has escaped. Hearing the news, Professor Dema is startled. What? Cage A107? No way. A giant, scaly, serpentine creature is slithering out. Is that a manticore? Dema wonders. A manticore? Mariette unleashes her blood spear. Thousands of spears fire out, piercing the giant body of the manticore, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. It's too fast. Mariette clicks her tongue in frustration and shouts, Diagu, save your energy, keep attacking. Dima launches a spell. The professor maintains her composure, fists clenched, ready for a powerful blow. Spiral destruction. Suddenly, the savage warrior says, Professor Dema, something is strange. The howling and screaming intensify. Professor, this is very odd. The monsters are escaping their cages and ramming themselves into the prison cells. You need to get out of here. Professor Dema remains calm, typing at the keyboard. Manual override Z17. Activate the large-scale anti-monster circle and the sealing magic. I will now reseal the Iron Mountain King. Activate sealing protocol. The assistant says, All right, we'll lose some research assets, but our priority is safety. I can do this. Amidst the chaos, everyone discusses the situation anxiously. This is Team 2, the magic circle isn't activating. The sealing magic circle is the same, damn it. Someone destroyed the sealing magic circle. What? Oh no, the Iron Mountain King has escaped. Far away in the bustling port city, many ships are anchored along the harbor. At the town's eateries, the sounds of laughter and conversation echo constantly. Oh, this is refreshing. If we had more drinks, it would be absolutely perfect. The other person responds with a hearty laugh. Ha ha, this kid, you've got good taste. On the dining table, a series of delicious, beautifully presented dishes are laid out. From hot pot to meat, everything is there. Corin thinks to himself, the reason he's enjoying such a big feast in the middle of the day is because the old man, Haman, brought him to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate his recommendation for a higher rank. Corin clasps his hands, his eyes twinkling playfully. Should we order a bottle of rice wine? Haman cries out in helplessness. Kid, you're still a student, and I'm your instructor. Corin is currently a third-year student. In reality, he's still a minor, so he doesn't often have the chance to drink. It's strange how these taverns are so strict about checking IDs. This weird combination of the medieval era and the early modern period actually has some pretty interesting rules. Corin looks at the food table with a hungry face. He happily indulges in the perfect combination of fried chicken and beer, thinking, do you know the sorrow of not being able to have fried chicken and beer at a top fast food restaurant in the modern era? Never did he expect that someone from the country with the highest daily alcohol consumption wouldn't be allowed to drink. Corin speaks up. Instructor, in the East, they say. This cryptic opening makes Haman go, Corin calmly continued. Alcohol is something we have to learn from the grown-ups. I want you to be the one to teach me about it, coach. Haman's eyes lit up, sparkling with emotion. He couldn't believe the boy was looking at him with such kindness and admiration. That certainly wasn't a sign of a craving for alcohol. He really wanted to have a conversation with him. And sure enough, the old man Haman immediately fell into the trap, deciding to pour Corin a glass of wine and saying generously, All right, let's drink together. Corin laughed happily, having successfully lured him in, thinking to himself, he fell for it. Suddenly, a woof sound echoed, making Corin freeze in alert. Wait, what is that sound? Outside, everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? Where is that dog barking coming from? Did someone bring a dog? At the dining table, Corin sat holding his glass, trembling. Why now of all times? A dog with a muscular, human-like body approached, standing with its arms crossed, its red eyes glaring as it barked incessantly, as if scolding Corin. Woof, woof, woof. Corin understood, bitter tears streaming down his face as he clutched his head, thinking about how many years he had waited just to have a drink. Elsewhere, the links that were tightly bound suddenly snapped for some inexplicable reason. Professor Dema looked up in shock and terror. Dema's eyes narrowed tightly. This is bad, she shouted in panic. The Iron Mountain King has broken free. These words were spoken as a massive wild boar with fierce eyes charged forward, cutting through the chains. Park, standing nearby, quickly shouted, Damn it! We have to stop it! Mariette received the order and replied, Yes. Mariette stood her ground firmly, holding her magic staff aloft, and began to cast a spell. Crystal Spear. Quickly, Mariette unleashed the crystal spear toward the Iron Mountain King, who stood as imposing as a giant statue. But for some reason, Mariette stood frozen, her eyes blank. The crystal spirit shattered? Mariette was horrified that her attack was swiftly broken by the pig without even affecting it. That's strange. Mariette stood stunned, her mouth hanging open. Did it only cause that much damage? But Park praised Mariette and then raised his lightning-infused fist, aiming at the Iron Mountain King, saying, Well done, I'll take care of the rest. Park's eyes glowed, his whole body. surging with killing intent, and he rushed forward at lightning speed to punch the boar. But quickly, Park also muttered in surprise, "I don't feel like that hit did any damage at all." Indeed, that blow couldn't make the Iron Mountain King waver in the slightest. As he flew through the air, Park cursed. "It's actually true. This pig has such thick skin and fat, I can't even dent it." The pig, now angry, emitted a strange light from its massive tusks along with equally bizarre sounds. Park was genuinely shocked this time. Ancient language attack? Impossible. Before he could react, the Iron Mountain King struck Park with a painful blow, sending him flying far away. Park was slammed flat against the wall, and the wall cracked from the immense force. Sounds of panic from everyone rose up. Professor Dema witnessed this, her face pale with horror as she stammered, "No. The wall has been destroyed, the defense system will." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the system blared. The monsters in the iron cages began breaking their restraints. The alarm sounded violently and rapidly. "Alarm! Alarm! All seals on the Iron Mountain King's cage have been released." Monsters scrambled out of the cages, hungrily pouring out. The system blared, deafeningly as monsters, wolves, birds, and others broke free. Activating emergency defense code. Activating red alert. Evacuate all staff. Security team. Activate all defensive magic circles and mobilize the golem spirits to the scene immediately. Following this, the golems began to appear. Activate golem squad. Start the containment system. The golems entered battle mode, rushing forward fiercely to fight. Don't let the monsters escape the lab. The golems obeyed the order to kill. A monster appeared, its body resembling a snake but also a dragon, with sharp, teeth hissing incessantly, making others tremble with fear. That was a rank 1 poison dragon. The second monster was just as fierce, a rank 1 King Corin beast. They were facing off against the golems. The monsters, once unleashed, charged like they had been starving for 1,000 years. Each one, with blood-red eyes, rushed forward like a tidal wave. Pleas for help echoed constantly. "Support! We need urgent support! We can't stop the high-level monsters without the magic circles." Professor Dema stood in the control area, deeply worried, calling out continuously. "No! If they escape the academy, permission to fire lightning to paralyze the monsters on a wide scale. What will happen to our demonic treasures?" A monster with 2 horns like a bull appeared, glowing with electric light that lit up the entire area. The ferocious monster lunged at Dema while she wasn't paying attention. But suddenly, a sword flew in, piercing straight through the monster's head, and another blade sliced its body in half in a split second. Dema watched, stunned and wide-eyed. The master's predictions are becoming more and more terrifying. A voice rang out. Dema blinked, exclaiming, "Drawn? What are you doing here?" Dema asked, surprised. It turned out Drawn's appearance had successfully saved Dema, but in response to the professor's question, Drawn just replied with a cold expression, "I'm just here to gain some real-world combat experience." At this point, Drawn coldly spoke, and the swords and blades around him immediately obeyed, flying into the air and rushing toward the monsters, neatly and cleanly handling them. A giant monster, angry, emitted a strange glowing orb from its mouth. The beast roared with rage and began using its power to scorch the earth. Drawn, standing opposite, was also a bit surprised. "Combine fragments," a voice echoed, and instantly, the stone debris on the ground flew high into the air between them. There seemed to be a strange power at work. That voice continued, "Form golem," and a hand began to take shape from the stone slabs. Golem fortress, scrap golem. A giant golem had been created, standing to face the giant horned monster. "Great, I'm in complete control of it. It really works. The technique he taught me actually works." A happy voice rang out. It was Cranel Luden. Cranel's eyes sparkled at his own achievement. A few days ago, he had said that physical stamina was the key to upgrading his strength, and made him train very seriously in the training room. After that, he taught him a few techniques for controlling golems. He said he had read about it while studying in the library. And the price for passing it on to him was that he had to go on this field trip today. Cranel recalled the exhausting days of training with Corin a few days ago, but quickly, the monster took its stance. He aggressively lunged forward with a rapid barrage of attacks, catching the golem completely off guard. "We're being pushed back. Could it be because it's an elite, high-rank monster that's just too powerful?" Cranel stood there completely dumbfounded. But suddenly, strange tree roots sprouted around the golem's body, tightly wrapping around it. Reinforcement roots. Wood element. Scrap wood golem. The roots formed interlocking joints that securely bound the golem's body, creating an unbreakable, rock-solid wall. Yuan had done that, but as she stood watching, she felt a bit surprised, wondering to herself, how did he know this would happen, and teach me this method anyway? His timing on the attack was so spot on, Awen exclaimed with high praise. Meanwhile, over on the other side, the dragon-headed, serpent-bodied monster let out a piercing screech. Dema, standing nearby and watching its movements, panicked and shouted out loud, "The poison dragon is getting ready to head up to the 3rd floor." Suddenly, the back of a female warrior wielding 2 swords flashed past the poison dragon, slashing it a few times and making the monster let out an ear-piercing shriek of agony. That person was none other than Elisa. Elisa turned her head back to look at the poison dragon collapsing to the ground, letting out a long breath. "Phew, did we actually take it down?" Elisa's voice echoed, sounding quite surprised. Dima stood amid the smoke, deeply in awe, thinking, was her timing for showing up really that perfect? I never expected that all the students showing up here would be at least Tier 2 knights or mages. I've never felt so grateful for students like this before. Then, suddenly, Dema's eyes went wide as he questioned, "Wait a minute, why are all of you kids in the laboratory right now?" The students gathered in front of Dema and answered in unison, "It's a field trip, sir," Dema asked back in utter shock. "Huh? A field trip?" Elsewhere, Corin sat resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Right now, my plan is to have those kids show up in the lab while everything runs smoothly." Over at the blood basin, inside a gloomy space surrounded by towering red spikes, a giant, furious pig monster was trapped inside. Outside, everyone watched and breathed a collective sigh of relief. Good thing we prepared the magical barrier ahead of time, just like Corin said, or else it wouldn't be able to burrow underground and escape. But suddenly, fueled by some unknown massive strength, the giant pig burst out, shattering the barrier. The gigantic beast looked fiercely desperate to get away from everyone surrounding it. At that moment, everyone turned pale with fright. "What?" Mariette stood her ground, raising her staff to warn those around her. "Don't let your guard down. It might have other ways to attack." Over on the other side, King Corin was unlike any ordinary magical beast. It was a Tier 1 monster that looked like it walked straight out of a monster movie. The monster refused to stay still. It started rampaging angrily all around. This caused Drawn to run while cursing in frustration. "Damn it, just its moving around is enough to smash everything to pieces." Crannel stood shaking the control panel and yelled out, "Yuen, give me some more support." Yuen asked back in confusion, "Do you really want me to do that?" The elemental golem's body had completely shattered after the attack from the Tier 1 monsters, but he had reconnected all the joints using the magic technique Corin taught him. Following those instructions, the golem struck the beast a painful blow, which only made the monster even angrier. It charged forward like a madman. Yuen's supplementary spell made the golem even stronger when facing the monster. Crannel firmly reiterated, "All right. According to the plan, Yuen, buff the golem's fists with spell effects." Yuen asked if that would be enough. Crannel explained, "On top of that, we're going to detonate all 5 bombs absorbed inside the elemental golem at the same time and unleash a massive wave of magic right into the monster." The legendary hero, Aha, the Academy duo, had handled a huge number of monsters in the laboratory. The more they fought, the fiercer the monster got, as the two plunged into a vicious tug-of-war to tear each other apart. The system announced, "Golem Balance Control Technical Position, checking Magical Power Enhancement Technique Operation. Target Tracking Radar activated. Golem is indeed equipped with natural wooden fist weaponry. Elemental bomb explosion will be amplified. Entire system stabilized. You have taken control." Crannel stood inside the cockpit and roared with intense determination. "Let's move." But standing behind, she looked on with fear and a hint of doubt. Finishing his words, Crannel slammed the button with such fierce resolve that the button cracked into pieces the scrap wood golem in its ultimate form. The golem elbow rocket used all its might to deal a devastating blow straight to the beast's head. The moment that made the veteran player's heart race was right here. Crannel cheered enthusiastically. "Hell yeah, Warrior Luden." Yuen stood nearby with a deadpan face, thinking, "When did you even come up with that name?" The dream team of the legendary hero Aha. This was a port city far away from the laboratory, the further city, Corin explained, and he had specially chosen this mission just to get here. "Hey, hold on." The demon sword standing next to him put on a pathetic expression and whined right into Corin's ear, highly annoying him. Corin complained, "Good grief, I still have work to do." Corin spoke up, "Hello there." Corin warmly stood outside to greet the priest. "I'm an academy cadet sent out on official duty. Because of my mission, I couldn't attend the mass. But would it be all right if I used the church's prayer room?" Seeing a young person coming to the church, the priest gladly agreed. "Oh my, a guard? Of course, go right ahead." After that, Corin quickly walked into the church and shut the heavy doors behind him. Corin's voice echoed. Let's see. Corin sat down in front of the altar and pondered. If I remember correctly, this is the seal. Suddenly, a smile broke across Corin's face as his hand touched the cross. Due to an unforeseen situation, I hope you can get here as soon as possible. Immediately, a purple spatial rift appeared behind him. Corin glanced back over his shoulder. Corin spoke up. Ah, you responded just as fast as I expected. A familiar voice rang out. Professor Josephine stood right behind him, glaring angrily with a blade pressed flat against Corin's neck. Professor Josephine demanded, How did you know about the seal? You better answer honestly. Corin smirked, making calculations in his head. You probably have a ton of questions for me right now, but this isn't the time. Well, at least not yet, because there's still a lot of work to do. Turning his head back toward the professor, Corin flashed a confident smile and proposed. First, we need to deal with this emergency. Meanwhile, outside, the battle was a chaotic mess with no clear winner in sight, and desperate cries echoed through the air. Charge! Cranel Luden! He roared fiercely. Great job, Warrior Luden! Yuen, standing nearby and hearing that name, asked in utter shock. When on earth did you give it a name like that? On the flip side, Elisa was scared out of her wits, turning as pale as a ghost. Elisa's stammering voice rang out. What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it before. No sooner had she finished speaking than the giant poison dragon flew at breakneck speed, screeching straight toward Elisa. Elisa focused herself and thought, Now's not the time to look away. I need to focus on dealing with these monsters first. That's a poison dragon, a tier 1 magical beast. Elisa hesitated. I have to face it all by myself. But suddenly, Mari's image flashed through her mind. Elisa recalled what Mariette once told her. Oh, Corin also asked me to tell you this. You are not allowed to use it. The domain slash. Then Elisa turned to dodge the poison dragon's attack. Elisa reminded herself not to use the domain slash. Watching the poison dragon acting so brazenly in front of her, she grew even angrier and began to think. Corin said, That must be because he saw the potential for power within me. But can I really do what he expects? Suddenly, a noise drew Elisa's attention. What was that sound? A swarm of deep red worms, like something from the 18th layer of hell, appeared hauntingly. At the same moment, blood-red lightning flashed across the sky. Before she could process it, Mariette was pulled into those red eyes. It was the blood domain. Mariette was dragged inside, her body taking constant damage. A piercing scream rang out. Mariette! A moment later, Mariette lay unconscious, bloodied next to her weapon. Her eyes fluttered open slowly. She thought to herself, just as Corin said. A voice spoke unconsciously. Sister. Looking at the giant monster before her, little Mari let out a breath. Elisa thought to herself that she probably wouldn't be able to defeat this demon. It had immediately transformed into a legendary ghoul after absorbing the Mistral in the mine. The ancient runes increased its abilities, significantly boosting its physical and magical defense. The massive ghoul stood before them, roaring as if it were bloodthirsty. Little Elisa froze at the force of its roar. She realized this was why countless heroes had perished and failed to destroy this monster, ultimately being forced to seal it away here. But her reason wouldn't let her turn back. She gripped her weapon tightly, determined. Regardless, Corin had entrusted this to her. Mariette, weapon in hand, along with thousands of blood-shaped swords, attacked the ghoul. Mariette insisted she wouldn't give up. Watching from afar, Elisa saw Marietta Dunalbev charging at the ghoul as if she had lost control. Elisa screamed, Mariette! Seeing Mariette's reckless fighting style, Elisa pondered for a long moment, then stammered, I'm not allowed to fail either. Then, Elisa felt as if she had been injected with a dose of courage. Meanwhile, Professor Josephine stood before the screen, gasping for air. The professor of the magic department didn't know what to do other than gape at the scene. Alchemical magic, snowflowers, fired in a barrage, attacking the ghoul until it bled. The Iron Mountain King, a legendary monster entity, roared fiercely. Mariette, the high-ranking vampire, was covered in blood, but her gaze remained icy cold. Even though Mariette was struggling, she managed to keep fighting the ghoul. This battle was only possible because she was a special-grade mage. Professor Josephine just realized that she was witnessing a moment that would one day go down in history. She couldn't hide her surprise and fear. A moment later, Mariette stood face-to-face with the ghoul. This time, Mariette transformed her alchemical magic, snowflowers, into sharp blades to attack the ghoul. Thousands of snowflowers pierced the ghoul's head, making it roar across the sky. A panicked cry rang out, "Oh my God." This time, the ghoul used a multi-layered shield, a blood snow defensive barrier, creating a bloody path to surround Mariette. The ghoul's mouth spat out thousands of crimson blood snow crystals onto Marietta Dunalbev's body, causing her to stagger. The students struggled to fight to keep the ghoul from escaping the laboratory, but everyone could feel that defeat was imminent. This time, everything in front of the ghoul was a blinding white. It roared blankly, unable to speak, at the catastrophic scene before it. The ghoul used its crimson eyes to look ahead, carefully assessing the situation, when suddenly, a giant foot appeared. Marietta Dunalbev was now tucked safely in the palm of Diogu's hand. Mariette couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Diogu? Then what about Marietta Dunalbev realized? Ah, so he's back. At the same time, on the other side, Elisa was still attacking the poison dragon, watching each blow land without any effect, leaving her bewildered. Oh no, Elisa thought, her face tense. I can't use the domain slash, so what can I do to defeat it? If it were Corin, what would he do? The poison dragon was still acting nonchalant, its tongue sticking out to provoke Elisa Aiden, before it roared and released toxic gas. Observing the dragon, Elisa suddenly remembered, gripping her sword with both hands. Right, if I'm Corin, there's no other choice. Then, Elisa fired a blinding white arrow straight into the poison dragon's vital point. Elisa thought to herself, stick to the basics, dodge and slash, remove all fearful, wild thoughts from my head, and act. Then, her footsteps became light and flexible as she struck the poison dragon with repeated sword blows, rendering it unable to retaliate. This was the Aiden first sword technique, Ascension. A moment later, the poison dragon's body began to glow, crashing into the ground and creating a shockwave. Elisa was startled and quickly raised her hands to shield herself. Then, Elisa calmly brushed the dust off her outfit. What on earth? Heh. Still, I did it. I succeeded without using the domain slash. A voice came from behind. Well done. Elisa startled and looked back. Huh? Corin appeared under the system's interface, standing with his arms crossed in praise. You all did great. Elisa couldn't hide her surprise, and exclaimed. Corin Luden stood before King Corin and happily declared, I won. I defeated it. Cranel Luden stood before the screen and exclaimed excitedly, I don't need Corin. I don't need friends. I only need the Cranel Luden warriors. Corin spoke up. Isn't it thanks to being friends with Corin that you were able to create the Cranel Luden warriors? So, King Corin has been done in. As for the poison dragon, where is it? Why is there only blood left? Elisa held her sword and said, I thought you weren't coming. Corin asked curiously, report the situation. The ghoul's head? Elisa said with a panicked expression. Mariette is still trying to hold it back. I need to go help her right now. Corin muttered. Is that so? Professor Josephine's eyes lit up as she stepped up from behind. What's the plan, Corin? Since you brought the lady from the church all the way here, you must have figured something out, right? Corin smiled. Of course. Did you think I only needed you to help catch the ghoul? There are many ghoul monsters here, but don't worry. Then the blade lowered as if activating magic. Corin continued. There was something Corin said would definitely happen here while explaining the plan to Mariette. It was likely that the wild boar monsters, etched with ancient runes in the lab, would be difficult for Mariette to control. But after luring them to eat the ancient runestone slabs Mariette had prepared beforehand, thousands of monsters with glowing yellow eyes suddenly appeared. Immediately, they were burned to ashes, Corin explained. Back then, simply by activating the ancient rune resonance, it caused explosions, which allowed us to wipe out all those wild boars. As for me and the silver spear, they are inlaid with primordial ancient runestones. If there is enough time, this will be the main weapon to defeat the monsters in this lab. Corin ran ahead to lead the way. Let's go. Elisa, follow me. Ah, okay. Out of the mid to high-level monsters that managed to survive the explosion and resonance of that ancient spell, around 30 elite monster spirits remained, with the Iron Mountain King acting as their leader. At this thought, a smirk formed at the corner of Corin's mouth, with nothing to worry about. Corin called out, Dron, get over here. Hearing the call, Dron let out a sigh, finally making his way over. But Corin's snarky mouth didn't stop there. Corin shouted loudly, Dron Waskium team, stop spacing out and come help me out. Irritated by Corin's teasing, Lunia Aden got so mad she was practically fuming. Huh? I don't need you. AU, standing behind them, couldn't help but scold him. Are you out of your mind? Let's go. And besides, what's with the Dream Team garbage? All the main characters of the AHA heroic legends had gathered right here. These were the heroes who would soon save the world in the future. A gentle voice asked, Are you all right? Mariette turned back and replied, Yeah. Corin agreed. Then let's start over. Let's launch a counterattack and take it down. Corin noted that this party wasn't just high-end. Things were going surprisingly smoothly. But the reason the party members couldn't feel fully confident was because the opponent standing right in front of them was a giant, demonic beast. The Iron Mountain King, the ruler of the Iron Mountain who bowed to no one, crushing everything without submission, ruthless and completely merciless. Suddenly, Marietta Dunalbev screamed out, "Everyone scatter quickly. Get away from that brutal king. It's going to swallow everything in its path." On the flip side, Luden was fired up, shouting fiercely. Cranel Luden, the warrior, marched straight ahead, and seeing Luden ignore the warning and charge blindly in, made Corin panic and shout, "Hey, you blockhead. We can't take it on head-on. What is wrong with you?" King Hiron sprinted forward recklessly to attack the corpse demon. Luden stubbornly muttered, "A warrior like me is basically a sturdy golem fortress anyway." Luden eagerly pointed forward, despite Yuen standing with her arms crossed, a look of complete helplessness on her face. Lunia Aden yelled, "The one who defeated King Corin." The X7 spirit bomb with its enhanced explosion went in for a mid-air knee strike, and then Corin fiercely clashed with the corpse demon. Suddenly, Luden got scared out of his wits and blown away like a piece of burning straw, his face turning pale and twisted as a warrior. Seeing Luden's pathetic state, Corin couldn't help but curse, "You absolute moron. What's done is done, Cranel. Just go all out and attack the corpse demon." Everyone else spread out. Then Corin barked out orders. "Yuen, create trees, pin it down in one direction." Luden was still sobbing over by the controls. "Warrior Luden, you cannot lose." Yuen, standing behind, angrily scolded. "Tsk." It was obvious from the start. Yuen followed orders and conjured trees just as Corin wanted, with branches shooting out to trap and restrain the corpse demon. A moment later, a vibrant green wrapped tightly around the corpse demon's body, bringing it to a standstill. Yuen anxiously asked, "Did it work?" That was an authentic ancient spell. The corpse demon's eyes flared red with murderous intent as it glared at the humans, and right after that, the trees binding its body were completely shattered. Luden stared wide-eyed at Yuen, panicking as he said, "What? Why is it so strong?" Seeing the grim situation, Corin grabbed his blade alongside Dron and charged forward, instructing, "Dron, go around to its back and attack." After using that magic sword, Dron agreed, saying he understood. Dron thought to himself, just as expected, his master was truly a brilliant strategist who knew how to time things perfectly and to minimize casualties as much as possible. There was simply no reason for a mercenary not to follow orders. A blazing fire sword appeared, followed by a lethal blue lightning sword. Dron thought to himself that his other weapon had been enhanced by top-tier magic stones that Min had acquired after taking down Mary in her dragon vampire form. Glaring at the corpse demon in front of him, Dron felt a bit doubtful. This Iron Mountain King possessed a whole different level of power now, making it quite tricky to handle. The authentic ancient spells, 1 gold and 1 blue, charged in, launching a dual sword combo attack on the corpse demon. Suddenly, Ron's face twisted up like a monkey eating ginger. "Huh? How?" It didn't take a single scratch. At that moment, Mariette anxiously called out, "Corin," Corin replied. "Yeah, I know." Corin yelled out, "Hey, Diog." Right after that, Diogu appeared, slamming headfirst into the monster's forehead. Getting bonked by Diogu made the corpse demon snap its head backward and let out a pathetic roar. Corin asked in surprise, "Hitting it actually worked?" Right after that, Corin had a new idea. To successfully attack the Iron Mountain King, they needed to separate physical and magical attacks. It was a pretty standard strategy after all. Original ancient script, the 8 characters, the heavenly stems departing, paradise, a place that exists yet turns into absolute void. Through the ancient script, the Iron Mountain King could gain absolute power and defense. Resisting physical attacks with Crimson Feather and magical attacks with Azure Feather, it would shift its feather colors back and forth to counter whatever damage came its way. Corin coldly slung his weapon over his shoulder, his sharp gaze locking on as he spoke. "Yuen and Cranel, try to hold it down. If it slips away, latch back onto it. Dron, launch mid-range attacks. Elisa and I will hang back." Seeing everyone else assigned a role, Mariette Dunn asked, "Corin, what about me?" Corin softly replied, "Leave the attack to Diogu. Mariette, just move according to my commands." Looking at the giant corpse demon ahead, glaring down at the world, Corin warned, "Nobody overthink what comes next." Corin made it clear this had to be a fast battle that couldn't be dragged out. They needed to pull out all their trump cards to win. This young man would definitely lead them to victory when facing a living legend. Right after that, shaking off the previous attacks, the corpse demon furiously charged forward toward the group. Corin screamed, "Cranel, on my order." Diogu, charge in with Yuen and use the trees to bind the corpse demon. Diogu grabbed hold of the corpse demon, while the vines squeezed tight around its body, bringing it to a standstill. Suddenly, the corpse demon's feathers shifted color. Instantly, it broke free from the binding trees and flung Diogu far away. Corin panicked and shouted, "It got away!" Corin yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stop it right now!" Following that came a barrage of skills aimed at the fleeing boar-like corpse demon. Every single blow was deflected by the boar-like corpse demon, leaving not a single scratch on it. Sticking to the previous strategy, they rushed in to block it and keep it from escaping. Diogu let out a deep roar, Kia. Then, Diogu delivered a devastating blow straight to the forehead of the boar-like corpse demon. Its legs were also bound tight by the vine magic. Cranel Luden cheered happily. It worked! That attack was even more direct than the last one. Even for it, standing right next to that hit made things look pretty good. Realizing something was off, Diogu immediately grew cautious. The feather color hadn't changed yet. The transformation had stopped, and it was still red. Diogu, observing from atop the head of the boar-like corpse demon, realized it was a fake. After teasing a color shift to blue to imply magical resistance, it had used that trick just to fool Diogu, the most dangerous opponent. A sly grin spread across the face of the boar-like corpse demon, accompanied by an eerie smile. A colossal ancient script capable of destroying everything touched a beam of destructive light. Then, the boar-like corpse demon blasted a massive wave of energy straight from its mouth. That energy wave blew Diogu far away, smashing him hard against a boulder. Mariette worriedly cried out, "Diog!" Corin commanded. "Mariette, recall him, and then use the blood spear to stop it." Mariette agreed. Right. Then, Mariette created many blood spears and launched them at the boar zombie, shouting, "Fly!" The boar zombie stood perfectly still, looking at the attack with contempt. Sure enough, the attack was useless against it, barely enough to tickle. The blood spears shattered the moment they touched its body. Corin smirked, putting on a show. "I guess it's my turn." Then, Corin charged at the boar zombie with his spear. Mariette panicked. "Corin, the boar zombie's fur has turned green." Corin retorted, "Hey, look at that creature. How do you plan on blocking this?" No sooner had he finished speaking, his entire body and the spear in his hand erupted with massive energy. He unleashed a powerful, one-hit kill, strike the mountain-shattering blow directly at the boar zombie. Feeling the danger, the creature became instantly alert. Cranel Luden gasped in awe. "That's amazing. What was that?" Au was equally surprised. To cause such a tremor just by thrusting a spear? But, surprisingly, the boar zombie dodged it. Corin, talk about embarrassing. If awkwardness were an Olympic sport, he'd surely qualify. Corin clicked his tongue in frustration. Just a hair off. Its reflexes are incredible. His spear was buried deep in the ground, but there was no sign of the boar zombie. Corin barked an order. "Mariette." "More blood spears," Mariette replied. "Got it." She knew that if the creature used blue feather to block the blood spears, it wouldn't be able to stop a physical attack from his spear. Conversely, if it used red feather to block his spear, it would be vulnerable to the blood spears. This was a magic technique, combining both physical and magical damage. Understanding the plan, Corin and Mariette moved in perfect sync. They supported each other, hammering the boar zombie with relentless attacks. "How are you going to block these continuous blood spear strikes now?" The boar zombie's face darkened, as if to say, "Now you've really pissed me off." Then, it flashed a sinister, twisted smile. This was the end for the two of them. Corin was sent flying by a heavy blow, though he barely managed to block it with his spear in time. Mariette was also blasted away by its immense pressure, her blood spears shattering into pieces. Cranel Luden watched in horror. "Huh?" That is, Corin groaned in pain. "To block both, you've finally played that card, haven't you? Absolute defense." Known as the invincible golden body, it was capable of blocking both physical and magical attacks. The boar zombie's entire body turned golden. Everyone was shocked. "Gold?" The king smirked, looking satisfied. "It's just like it was until the end. That secret trump card, a 5-minute limit of total invincibility." The boar zombie kept that eerie, twisted grin, its body glowing with golden light. No one could stand against the king when it entered this state. Then, it lunged forward, intending to trample everything. Corin shouted, "It's coming again!" he screamed. "This is so annoying. Everyone, run. No attack can touch it for the next 5 minutes." Drawn said, "Master, that's impossible. There's nowhere left to run." It was true. All paths were blocked. Corin wondered, since when did the building rubble? Corin growled, "That wretched monster." The king was laughing. Its eyes were narrowed in a cunning, malicious way. To corner the humans, it had slammed into the walls countless times. 3 of you. This is it. A voice rang out amidst the crisis. Move forward, warrior Cranel Luden. It's time for us to shine. A blue stone golem lunged, throwing a punch, but the boar zombie rammed through it, shattering the golem. Even a stone giant couldn't stop it. Mariette launched an alchemical ice blood magic attack at the monster. But the magic of a mere mortal was useless. As expected, it was nothing more than a tickle to the creature. Now was the time for the king to escape its prison. The boar zombie's eyes glowed blood red, as if it wanted to devour everyone alive. The golden feather, the final state of the Iron Mountain King, the boar zombie of the Dingle Peninsula, the invincible 5-minute state of the Act 2 boss. Corin stood still, looking dangerous. It was that moment, of terror, that had driven so many players to despair. Corin whispered, "Well, there's nothing left now." Then, Corin smiled. "Actually, there's still one hidden method." Corin pushed gently on the sword hilt, and a brilliant radiance burst forth. "Release the seal." Elisa appeared, sword in hand. The boar zombie looked startled. Physical and magic, a piercing sword technique that ignores 100% of defenses and deals true damage. Elisa unleashed her ultimate technique, first sword technique, darkness. The most effective attack against a legendary opponent. The boar zombie turned pale with fear. Demon sword slash, domain slash. Elisa unleashed a devastating strike upon the boar zombie. The destructive power of the attack was terrifying. Elisa was knocked backward by the force. Corin looked on in surprise. "Whoa," he praised her. "One Elisa is worth more than 10 people in that team." Elisa blushed. "What are you saying? Is this okay?" "What if it moves again?" Corin said confidently. "No, it's over. Now's the time for Emmy to shine." A powerful magic circle was cast, and thousands of chains wrapped around the boar zombie. Corin remarked, "You restored that massive magic circle." In just a moment, as expected of Professor Josephine, a woman wearing glasses appeared. Corin felt smug. The invincible golden body is strong, but once that defense is shattered, the monster can no longer use the ancient scripts. Corin called out, "Mariette." Mariette understood, saying, "I'm ready." Then, Mariette unleashed a massive magical technique, a sea of red fire magic. Corin ran away, shouting, "Professor Josephine, everything is up to you." Joss grumbled, "Damn it." Mariette said, "I'll put an end to all of this," and unleashed the great blood art. The nightmare fire boar that had existed for 80 years, the monster that had killed countless heroes, the boar zombie of the Dingle Peninsula had been defeated. Light erupted as it disintegrated. No spear user could ignore this. A massive surge of energy released after the boar zombie perished. The primordial, the 8 ancient scripts needed to ascend to heaven. A stone appeared, a relic left behind by the gods. No matter how great the power, it couldn't destroy these ancient scripts, but their shell, the ancient script stone, could be shattered. 80 years ago, a boar on the Dingle Peninsula had chewed and absorbed many of these ancient script stones. It was that very boar zombie. Its face appeared once again. No one ever thought to defeat it and extract those ancient script stones, because the stones granted their wielder nearly immortal power. But now, the boar zombie had been unsealed and defeated. The footage of Elisa defeating it played back. The protective shell around the ancient script stone inside it had shattered. So, where did the ancient script go after losing its shell? A stone with faint blue patterns appeared. Perhaps this is the ancient script stone. The answer was incredibly simple. It would wander toward the nearest shell before coming to a stop. An illustration of the script, searching for a shell, appeared. It crawled into another stone to hide. It had found its destination. 10 years ago, that was the very reason he joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor. None other than the Wild Destroyer. The person holding the stone containing the ancient script was him. The Iron Mountain King was defeated by the academy students. This ending was far too easy. Although things didn't go quite as he planned, the scene was chaotic as students scrambled to evacuate. Mariette demanded, "Have all the test subjects been evacuated yet?" Dronwaski shouted, "There are still monsters left. Catch them and seal the entrance." It's only natural that the Iron Mountain King's power has weakened after being sealed in this dungeon for 80 years. He just needed to get out of the academy and disappear from the city through the secret passage. Park Damon covered his face with the back of his hand. Yet, Park Damon's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen something impossible. But the person who defeated the vampire Marietta Dunalbev and the great demon of the Iron Mountain was sitting right there. Corin sat sprawled out, chin in his hand, looking at Park Damon. "How is our master doing? And my nephew, Park? A grade 5 knight like you is trying to stop me?" Park Damon exclaimed in surprise. "Nephew?" Corin said that because I'm the disciple of a disciple who was expelled by our master, I'm your senior disciple, so shouldn't you greet your senior? The protagonist retorted sarcastically. Senior? In your dreams. Park Damon was fearful. It seemed he had finally realized who I was. Park had only one thought after seeing me use the same spear techniques as his master. Corin sat with his hand under his chin, looking cool and detached. He watched Park, because the only other person he knew who had mastered the spear to the level of a grandmaster was his master. Memories flashed back of Corin fighting a woman with a spear. When he saw me use techniques identical to his own, he probably thought there was a high chance I was another disciple of his master. It turned out Corin had been monologuing the whole time, but I was actually a disciple of a master he didn't even know. Right where he had infiltrated to carry out his mission, I had already guessed his intentions. A flashback showed Park Damon infiltrating the academy, sitting with his arms crossed. He must have found my existence suspicious and hard to figure out, so he chose the safest option, to ignore me. Then came an image of Park, looking at Corin with deep suspicion. I, who had fought Lunia Aden during the midterm evaluation, was sent to the outskirts of the city to assess rankings. That was just an excuse for him to remove me from the plan, to eliminate the Iron Mountain King, so he could seize the primal ancient script. The scene shifted to a memory of Corin submitting a report to the professors. Afterward, he had successfully executed his scheme and left the city. He simply thought that by sending me away, his plan would proceed perfectly. Corin sat there with a smug smile, but he couldn't have guessed that I would use Professor Josephine's seal to teleport back. Corin said, Professor Dema's experiments and Marriott's riot must have been very beneficial for you because you were just waiting for that opportunity. Corin asserted to the primal ancient script, you can't take it anywhere. Before he could finish, Park exploded with rage, unleashing an immense aura. What does a brat like you know? Did Josephine tell you this? No. That's impossible. Park prepared to punch Corin, saying, Fine, you're just a minor student I never even paid attention to. You want to stop my plan by standing in my way like this? Fine then. Park emitted a powerful, dark purple aura. Then you are my enemy. Corin began to worry. Park was famous as a first-class knight on the entire continent. Not only that, he was actually the mastermind behind breaking the Iron Mountain King's seal. He was the final boss of Part 2, and later, he would appear under the name Heavenly King. Park Damon appeared with a stance like Bruce Lee. His power was on par with Lunia Aden at her peak. If things went well, it wouldn't be hard for him to reach the level of a supreme master. Then, images of Lunia Aden swinging her sword with powerful slashes that tore the ground apart appeared. Park's shadow oozed a purple liquid. Are you being arrogant with such petty tricks? Do you think you can fight me? The liquid created a clone identical to Park, brimming with dark energy. I'll end this fight quickly. Corin analyzed the situation without fear. Park's ability was Shadow Burst, and the damage dealt in darkness would be amplified. But I didn't choose this battlefield by accident. A flash of light erupted. It was the solar ancient script. Park looked back at his shadow in a panic. Seeing his shadow fading, Park screamed. Corin smirked and said, The natural enemy of the darkness attribute is holy light. Do you know your own weakness now? Multiple shadows appeared to illustrate Corin's point. A dark mage needs darkness to unleash their full power, just as a water mage needs damp places, and a fire mage needs dry, hot air. Park tried to run, but the ground was already covered in solar ancient scripts. It's exactly like, you can't escape, son. Park Damon screamed. No! A series of ancient scripts glowed, making Park miserable. Why is this happening? Corin chuckled and said, I put in a lot of effort. I had to carve these solar scripts for 20 days straight. But in return, I have plenty of magic power, and the advantage to face you. Every ancient script has its own inherent advantages and weaknesses. I had to prepare for this final battle before anyone else. Park Damon cursed at him, calling him a coward. This was the most vicious counterattack against Park. With holy light and solar rays covering everything, he couldn't do a thing. Corin gloated. You should at least compliment my preparation, right? He continued his analysis. Shadow Burst was a technique that consumed a lot of his magic, but no matter what technique he used, it would still be countered by me. Park's legs began to tense. You're persistent and crafty, but that's not enough. Park used Afterimage to dash toward Corin, closing the distance instantly. Corin cursed under his breath. Damn it, you're attacking that suddenly? Corin struck first with his spear, but Park dodged it easily. Then Park threw a burst fist at Corin. Corin used Bagua movement to narrowly evade the blow. Park was surprised. You dodged that? Afterimage was a technique that constantly targeted the opponent's blind spot. He hadn't expected him to dodge it. Corin glanced, immediately using his footwork to counterattack with Heavenly Flight, forcing Park to scramble. Park remarked, That's a technique formed through experience. Corin mocked him. Are you still pretending to be a professor? Park replied, I've been acting for 10 years. It's an occupational disease. Corin shot back. Enough with that talk. Start living for yourself. Park grew agitated. You insolent brat, Corin said with a tone of victory. No matter what you do, you're going to die here today. Park said, Unfortunately, I can't fight to the end. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. He had to leave the city as soon as possible. He had to avoid the attention of those who thought he was already dead. Corin unleashed powerful spear strikes, but Park still dodged them effortlessly. If he truly decided to run away, he is going to use spatial magic to teleport elsewhere. Fada Man uses his finger to draw something, saying a line that surprises him. This is a duel. Corin points his spear at Fada Man. You think I'll just let you walk away that easily? Fada Man replies, I have no interest in dueling someone like you. With a sinister grin, Corin says, You have to duel. Fada Man. Those are the rules. Fada Man fumes. That bastard. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. In this world, there are many things that bind a person. For someone like him, who walks in the shadows, he cannot refuse a duel once the rules are set. Tied by the rules, he has no choice but to accept. A curse mark appears on his left chest. He asks, Is that why you came here alone? Corin answers, A duel is one-on-one, right? Every duel is sacred and fair, a fight to the death between two people. That's why the curse's restriction is also one-on-one. Corin and Fada Man lock eyes, sensing the intense battle to come. As long as I came here alone, and the duel's ancient seal is activated. Fada Man clenches his fist. He is forced to fight. There is no other choice. Fada Man raises his voice. Fada Man, disciple of the Spear King. Corin charges up his energy and retorts, Aranua, Spear of the Heaven Queen. Corin, by the laws, we must announce our names to each other. Both begin channeling their power, their aura soaring. They charge at one another, win or lose, the duel has only one outcome. Corin swings a golden fist while Fada Man uses a purple one. According to the sacred rules, Fada Man forms a fist, his power so oppressive that every participant must declare their name before the fight begins. Corin radiates a terrifying power, his eyes burning as he stares at Fada Man. Regardless of who wins, the two collide so fast it's impossible to see, and there is only one end for this fight. Fada Man and Corin face off, both unleashing their strongest techniques at the other. System backup, recalling the laws. First commandment obligation not to turn a blind eye to others' misfortune. Link level A. Second commandment restraint. I don't understand. The spirit's backup increases damage dealt by 5%. Third commandment, the oath to save the world. The system voice rings out, announcing the world's rules. Synchronization increases stats twofold. Aura, 5,530, plus 5,530. Mana, 4,170, plus 4,170. Strength, 67 plus 67. Agility, 66 plus 66. Stamina, 68 plus 68. Aura, 64 plus 64. Mana, 64 plus 64. The system reports Corin's current stats. Warrior's persistence. Effectiveness increased 100 times. Pain resistance. Active. Domain. Intermediate magic. Flow rate 3,500. Let us begin the mission to save the world, starting by defeating Fada Man. Good luck, hero Corin. A blessing from the system to Corin. The massive explosions from their fight seem to erase everything in the vicinity. The battle between the spear art and martial art is essentially a test of distance management. The ground shakes and cracks from their overwhelming power. Raito, the martial artist, will use the movement spell to close the gap. Fada Man dodges Corin's blade. Snake intent. Corin continues to unleash techniques. Flames surrounding him. Snake flow. Fada Man can only defend against Corin's continuous attacks. Strikes rain down on Fada Man, and the spearman tries to keep his distance. Fada Man dashes forward to escape Corin's strike. The martial artist focuses on seizing every opportunity, looking for the spearman's opening. The moment the spearman shows a flaw, they will close in. Fada Man lunges at Corin to strike, but Corin slams his spear into the ground. He saw through it. Corin spins his spear and sidesteps. In close quarters combat, jumping only exposes you to many weaknesses. Corin leaps high, spinning the blade. The martial artist waits for the moment of impact. Heavenly Turtle, endless. Corin attacks from above toward Fada Man. Chaos Spear, he's too fast. Fada Man is shocked by the speed. Corin can unleash 7 attacks while he is still mid-air. Fada Man thinks to himself, using his hands, to block the aerial strikes before Corin lands. Raito. With 1 second of distraction, Fada Man immediately closes in to attack from behind. Heavenly Turtle. Second form, Ghost Spear Turtle Return. Corin defends quickly, and both strike at the same time. Corin takes a punch from Fataman. Fataman keeps pushing forward, forcing Corin back. Even though his hand is bleeding from the spear slash, Fataman endures the pain, refusing to stop. He must close the distance. Why? Corin is surprised by Fataman's tenacity. Fataman lands a flurry of blows on Corin, who is forced to block with his spear without a chance to counter. Heavenly Strike, the decisive blow. He is putting everything into this finisher. If I block this, I win, Corin thinks. But for a split second, Corin notices Fataman's eyes suddenly freeze. His fist is opening up. Corin is stunned by his movement. The spear? Was that a feint? Corin is caught off guard, unable to dodge. Righto. Fataman knocks Corin's spear away. What will you do now? Fataman asks. The spearman has lost his weapon. Fataman throws a punch, and Corin barely blocks it. Corin jumps back to regain his balance, his hand scraping the ground. Come here, Corin yells at Fataman, confident he can summon it back. Corin thinks, damn it, it's stuck so deep I can't pull it out. The spear is wedged deep in a tree, making it impossible to summon. Fataman suddenly appears behind Corin, throwing a left hand straight. Fataman strikes, but Corin manages to dodge. Even without a weapon, I am still a martial artist. Clearly, a spearman can also master martial arts. Corin dodges, his own fist responding to Fataman. You know it too, right? Corin strikes back. 8 trigrams. Rising Dragon Palm. The foundation of all martial arts, Corin's eyes glow, is physical strikes. Corin says, 8 trigrams, triple palm strike. Corin hits Fataman with a powerful blow. You surprised me, Fataman replies. However, Corin looks at Fataman with surprise. Your martial arts aren't as strong as your spear skills, are they? Fataman mocks. Is he not hurt at all? Corin didn't expect his technique to have no effect on Fataman. Left fist, flank strike. Fataman's attack lands square on Corin, who cannot defend. Corin's 8 trigrams are strong, but he forgot one thing. Fataman realizes that for Corin, it's just a secondary weapon. But for Fataman, it is his life's work. Fataman continues to pummel Corin. Corin is hit repeatedly, unable to resist. Left fist, straight. Left fist, flying strike. Fataman unleashes his power with unimaginable force. A right hook to the ribs. A right elbow strike. Are you done fighting back and only blocking now? No matter, I'll finish this match quickly. Fataman speaks while attacking Corin. Fataman puts all his strength into a final blow, but suddenly, Corin pulls out a spear from nowhere to block it, leaving Fataman in total disbelief. How did you get that spear? I already threw it away. Fataman widens his eyes, staring at Corin in shock. I have to admit, you're a tough opponent. Corin smirks. This brat. Fataman watches Corin, thinking, did you intentionally take those hits to lure me in and get close enough to grab the spear? Fataman didn't think Corin was capable of such calculation. Corin counters Fataman with his own technique. Corin seems to regain his strength, fire snake style. Corin unleashes a barrage of attacks on Fataman, leaving him no time to dodge. Corin leaps high with his spear, while Fataman defends from below. Impressive, the way you handled yourself after losing your weapon and realizing you couldn't rely on martial arts anymore. Those methods were very clever and precise, Fataman says as he takes off his coat, praising Corin. So, I'm at a disadvantage again, am I? Fataman says. Will you just quit it already? Even after taking such a beating from me, you're still trying to act like a professor? Corin says with contempt. Acting? Am I? Perhaps. Fataman takes off his glasses and says, I really need to get serious now. Fataman's gaze turns sharp, and his killing intent radiates much stronger than before. Strange markings appear on Fataman's elbows. Tiwas, Ohala, Inwas. The ground shakes, and debris is pulled into the air. In a world where the sun does not exist, a portion of the sky has also been forgotten. Summoning art. Fortress of Eternal Darkness. A castle is summoned, surrounding Fataman. The third commandment of the oath, I shall submit to the darkness. The system interface appears with the words, how surprising. You know how to use ancient solar runes to resist the darkness? Fataman says, looking slightly surprised. But with such small tricks, you won't be able to resist the eternal night. Dark monsters surround the castle. This is the forbidden territory of the great dark warriors of the black sky. Accept your fate, Fataman says, stepping forward, followed by a legion of shadows. Be torn into 100 pieces by these dark monsters, or be crushed by my fists. Fataman gives Corin a choice. Isn't this supposed to be a one-on-one match? Corin says with a scornful laugh. You son of a bitch. Corin curses at Fataman. I knew you would resort to dirty tricks. Corin replies with a cunning smile. In Corin's hand is a golden ginseng. Fataman looks at the sword in shock. The ginseng lets out a piercing shriek at Fataman. The golden ginseng emits a sound 7 times louder than a normal one, and cannot be blocked by any kind of magic. Fataman is blown away by the ginseng's scream. Even dark monsters cannot stand firm against the scream of this one-of-a-kind ginseng. Do you really think you can withstand this little trick of mine? Corin asks Fataman with disdain. Blood drips from Fataman's ears. As I said, Corin's ears are bleeding too. Fataman, you will be defeated here. Corin looks at Fataman without feeling a thing, speaking in the mocking tone of a victor. Fataman stands there holding his neck in surrender. Corin continues to provoke him. Now, how are you going to manage? That beast is dead. The ginseng will keep on screaming. Your shadows will all disappear. He glances at Fataman with pride and says, Let me tell you something. I have powerful regeneration abilities. As this battle drags on, it will only help me adapt and gain the upper hand. How long can you last, you coward? Fataman is furious upon hearing those provocations. He grits his teeth, looking at Corin with resentment. Toxic Shadow 12. Fataman stands up, fists clenched, in a fighting stance, saying, From the moment you stepped into this fortress of darkness, you never had a chance to defeat me. A fierce battle ensues as a swarm of pink beasts charges at Corin. And, of course, Corin is no pushover. He doesn't hesitate to counter his opponent's moves, even pulling off smooth ripostas. A monster 3 or 4 times Corin's size attacks him from behind. Demon Spear style, Turtle Shell, Rido. Fataman continues to unleash his finishing moves to take down his opponent. Spiral Jet. The combination of Fataman's power is truly terrifying. The fusion of these powers deals Corin a painful blow. He is sent crashing far away. Rido. Fataman continues to charge, showing no intention of stopping. Corin clutches his chest in pain. I can't take this anymore. Are you even listening to me? In the middle of this chaotic battle, everyone is becoming exhausted. Fataman unleashes a punch, saying, Shadow, explosion. By now, Corin has lost his outer coat, revealing a muscular, 6-pack physique as he grips his spear in a rage. I told you this is a once-in-a-millennium duel between the two of us. As the muscles on his body tense up, his entire frame is etched with glowing solar runes, and Fataman is terrified. At this rate, the shadow poison is completely useless, but doing that is no different than suicide. Is he really willing to burn his own body away? How foolish. Fire snake style. Corin says, Stop these petty tricks. Let's fight to the end with pure technique. He is truly enraged at Fataman's dirty tactics. Don't hold back anymore. Attack me with all your strength. Fataman stands there, thinking, instinctively sensing, that the warrior facing him is his sworn enemy. He transforms into a terrifying, monstrous entity. Fine. I will bet my life on this battle. I will bet everything I have. Sura's 6 steps, a self-destruct technique that burns the caster's magic core in exchange for immense power and speed, a skill only the great heavenly kings possess. At this moment, Corin seems satisfied with the battle. He also begins to transform. The face of a proud warrior. Good, let's fight. You should have done this from the start. Sura's spear technique, breaking war spear. Corin's body seems to be on fire, his true power fully unleashed. Corin can also use that skill. Both warriors pour all their power into this final clash. Fataman's body is covered in purple electricity, while Corin's body appears to be burning. Both are locked in a fierce, reckless battle, becoming increasingly terrifying, and both are driven by a hunger for victory. Fataman has transformed into a monstrous shape, no longer the charismatic professor from before. And, of course, Corin no longer resembles the handsome, muscular youth he once was. One could say that the 1,910-man battle of these elite warriors has left the Holy Spear covered in blood, and the fighters are reaching their limits. The battle is nearing its end. Corin is covered in scratches after the fight. Fataman has become even more tattered, his face full of gashes. Amazing. Corin plunges his spear through Fataman. He kneels, taking the painful strike. Corin says, I won. A sound echoes in Corin's head. It turns out it was all just a hallucination. Corin murmurs to himself. Every time I close my eyes, I hear those screams. Someone is shouting, Corin, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Please, let me live. Corin, save me. After our first encounter with the Savage Fierce, where we lost in the second phase, we were trapped in a nightmare-like reality. A magnificent, grand castle. But in truth, it was nothing more than hell disguised as heaven. Innocent people died one by one, and I lost so many comrades in that battle. Corin recalled what happened, feeling incredibly sorrowful. One of the 4 heavenly kings, the savage demon king, had tried to unleash that hell upon this world. Tate Vanta's loyal follower. This time, Corin stood before the collapsed body of the savage fierce. He told himself it wouldn't be like last time. He searched the savage fierce's pockets for something, but found nothing. He muttered that, as he suspected, he didn't have it. Corin was looking for the Lyre Phi stone, an item that could boost one's power. He thought, one of the 4 mysterious treasures guarded by the monks, the Gem of Fate, Falius. Lia Phi. If he really possessed the Lia Phi after returning the ancient runes, then my chances of winning would have dropped significantly. And then, he found a glowing stone. There it is, the ancient rune. At least I got back the rune I needed. This was a precious item. Corin knew its importance. He was worried that Tate Vanta was hunting for all 8 ancient rune stones, hoping to summon the Shadow Citadel to this world. I cannot let this fall into his hands. He negotiated with himself. What could possibly be so important that it justifies him slaughtering all those people? They are resentful and bitter toward the world. I understand, but venting that anger in such a way is completely wrong. Corin seemed to float upward, his whole body stretched out, arms spread wide as he took a breath. Whew, what kind of crazy thing have I done? After the battle, his body was covered in scratches, and he was suffering from ear trauma. Corin spoke to himself. My left eardrum is punctured because I had to run around holding that ginseng. The right side isn't doing much better either. I relied too much on my regenerative abilities, but the sun's ancient rune burned part of my body. The pain is bearable. However, the wounds caused by the savage fierce are the real problem. He tore my liver and punched my collarbone until it broke. Like an X-ray, Corin's bones and joints had been beaten until everything was completely out of place. My internal organs are the same. Corin remembered the moment the savage fierce punched his sternum, breaking several ribs and scrambling his guts. Then, Corin lifted his left arm. It was a struggle for him to do so. It's so hard just to lift my left limbs. They were also injured quite a bit by the Sura formation. Corin lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. I thought I was used to pain by now. His vision slowly narrowed as he looked up at the blue sky, but he tried to reassure himself to stay conscious. An important notification appeared for him. You have defeated the savage fierce. The commandment reward is being delivered. But he was fading, his eyes barely able to stay open. What he needed was something else. He muttered, that's not important. The runes, the golden ginseng. The message delivered the first commandment. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. A scoreboard appeared. Player, unknown, difficulty, A. Reward. Score divided by 60. After all, you defeated a great evil. You will receive a secondary reward. A scrolled parchment tied with a red string. It is the map to the 4 secret treasures, the son of Falius. A girl approached. She hoisted Corin onto her back and stood up. Corin called out, Elisa. Elisa asked, you're awake? But what about the cleanup? On the way, Corin and Elisa chatted. Elisa mentioned Professor Dron, but she looked sad. Dron has left. AU and the others found you. Corin was angry. Dron. That bastard. He probably doesn't even know how to spell loyalty. Elisa replied, he said not to expect much, because the relationship between you two was simply a business partnership. He also reminded you to pay back your debt before next week. And what about the rest? Corin asked. Elisa guessed what Corin wanted to ask, and answered right away. The ancient runes and the golden ginseng? We've put them away. Even though he was being carried on Elisa's shoulders, Corin didn't say anything kind. Strange. How did you know what I wanted to ask? You're not that smart. Elisa saw Corin teasing her, so she warned him. Hey, just a reminder. I'm carrying you right now. Watch it, or I might just drop you. Corin, hearing Elisa's threat, felt scared. Please, don't do that. I'll die. The two stopped at a park bench. Corin lay down on the bench, resting his head on Elisa's lap, his arm over his forehead, looking exhausted as he said, thank you for saving me. Elisa replied very warmly, it's only natural. Elisa watched as Corin talked about the field separation. Corin said, if it weren't for you, I couldn't have defeated the Iron Mountain King. Elisa was humble. I didn't really help that much. But Corin was someone who valued kindness and was still very grateful to Elisa. That didn't change the fact that she contributed to a major victory. Elisa recalled being in class, with Corin standing in front of a group of students. Elisa said, now that I think about it, during our group missions and even when we were brewing ginseng water, you were always sitting there drawing ancient runes. You've been preparing for this fight for a long time, haven't you? Corin answered tiredly. Yeah, that's right. Why did you have to fight him all by yourself? Elisa asked. It wouldn't have mattered if we fought together. Elisa laughed happily. Haha, it would be better if fewer people died. Why is everyone so indifferent? Corin said. Well, I guess that's fine. Under the bright afternoon sun, the two young people sat together on the bench. Elisa praised him. You did a great job, Corin. Inside a building, there was a buzz of conversation. Is Corin seriously injured? He's been taken to the hospital. Yeah, he broke some ribs. Because his plans were so dangerous, that's why he wouldn't ask for our help. Corin's friends were heading to the hospital where he was staying. Poor guy, let's go visit him. Yeah, if we don't visit him, who will? The two entered the hospital room and asked happily, Corin, are you feeling better? We were afraid you'd be lonely, so we brought a bunch of snacks. Mariette was also sitting there and asked, Corin, do you want to eat some more peaches? I'll peel them for you. War brought a large fish and said, Here is a super huge flounder. Elisa asked, Corin, here's some cake. A friend shouted, Hey, whoa, why did you guys bring all these snacks? I'm already stuffed. The other two jokingly replied, You bastard, you're toast. The table was overflowing with food, from fruit to desserts. Corin, eat an apple. Corin, have some candy too. Mariette and countless others surrounded Corin, who was lying in his hospital bed. How is it? Is it good? I heard that eating sweets helps you recover faster. It's delicious. One person was happy, while many others were in pain. Specifically, Jer and Lerman were crying on the inside. Damn it, that bastard. I'm so jealous of him. Why do I have to be here watching this scene? Taking advantage of their friend being bedridden, Elisa happily said to Mariette, It's rare for us all to be gathered like this. We should play some games to pass the time. Oh, that sounds fun. Should we invite Corin's friends to play along? Both of us? A sharp pang pierced Jer's young heart, and Lerman, his best friend, felt it too. You magnificent bastard. You really are something else. Corin, you're the best. I'm so glad I came here. Suddenly, the door creaked, drawing everyone's attention. Huh? Who else is coming? Jer stepped forward to open the door, looking bewildered. Who could it be? Well, seeing Jer's excitement, everyone turned to get a look. What lucky wind brings you here? They came just as I expected. I did need to meet them. Anyway, Ao, with her captivating eyes, arrived with someone else to visit Corin. Corin's student. How is my student's condition? Lady Errol Casa, the current principal of Mocha Academy, asked. Seeing her, Corin immediately dropped his bedridden act and sat up straight to respond. Greetings, Principal. All right, it's time to show my worth. Principal? The room was filled only with the conversation between Errol and Corin. Pardon me, but I must ask your friends to leave the room for security reasons. You understand, don't you? Errol Casa said, keeping her stern posture. First of all, we have many questions for you. This is far more serious than the Mariette incident. Are they still doubting me? Corin thought to himself. I need to steer the conversation. Then, he spoke with a warm, friendly gaze. Professor Fadaman was a spy regarding that matter. Ah, Professor Josephine, standing next to her, started to speak. Principal, but Errol, not wanting anyone else to steal her spotlight, quickly cut in. Don't. Both you and I know it. Corin, seeing the composure of the two older women, thought to himself, they aren't as surprised as I expected. Perhaps they had already discovered something from the commandments on Professor Fadaman's body, but there were still things they didn't know. A name slipped from Errol's lips that hit Corin like a thunderbolt. Tate Vanta. He is his disciple. Suddenly, Professor Josephine lost her cool and interrupted. That's impossible. 80 years ago he was, but Corin started speaking again. The infinite six arts and the commandments, you both know about them, right? Because those are the very things you two taught him. To be honest, I share the same status. Hearing Corin rambling on, Professor Josephine grew heated and reached for her weapon. You too? You're also a disciple of the old Vanta? Thinking Corin would be scared back into his bed, he slowly stepped down and said, You don't need to be so defensive against me. I'm not the type to kill indiscriminately. I wouldn't speak up if it put me at a disadvantage. Besides, this isn't even your real body, is it? Corin calmly continued. Your true selves are in the main building and can't appear here, right? Errol's shock was written all over her face. How? How did you know? Corin explained that Vanta's disciples were still alive, spread across the continent, and that he had become very powerful. He is much stronger than before, and he is no longer alone. Corin revealed information that left Errol deep in thought. Everything is a result of your decision 80 years ago. Corin stood up and stepped toward them. And as for you, the source of your power has been scattered across the continent, and you've only recovered 2 parts. There is something you surely don't know yet. Corin held out a glowing orb for Errol Casa to see. Even the Stone of Truth, one of the 4 secret treasures of Danua, is in his hands. Once he gathers enough to restore his power, he will no longer be considered a usurper. The orb held up before her, combined with Corin's words, left Errol speechless. You know what will happen next. Seeing the situation get strange, Principal Aranua Corin thought to himself that everything was becoming clearer. That was why Professor Josephine, with over 80 years of experience, wasn't the principal. And why the rising star Errol Casa immediately took that position, because 80 years ago, the academy principal was Viren. 50 years ago, the principal was W. And the current principal is Casa. The truth is, their bodies are constructed and enhanced by ancient runestones. Realizing Corin was so mysterious, she had to be wary. Errol Casa probed, "What is it you want to do?" Corin looked down and said slowly, "We both share the same goal." Suddenly, Corin took off his shirt, revealing 9 scars, making Errol Casa stutter. "Those are the commandments," Corin said with a confident voice. "I would be honored to become your vanguard spear." "What?" Corin suddenly knelt down, making Errol and Professor Josephine gasp. "Oh my! To protect this world, you can treat me like a servant if you wish." Suddenly, an image from his memories flashed by. "I'm an adult, kid. As an adult, I will protect children like you," Corin thought to himself. Errol Casa. No. Corin's face was filled with fierce determination. "Aaron Danua. I still haven't forgotten that action of yours," Corin thought to himself. "Now is the time for me to repay you." His actions stunned Errol, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. Scene changed to a room without sunlight, everything dark. A soft voice whispered. Aaron, a figure with a perfect physique, spoke, leaving Professor Josephine at a loss for words. "I don't think so." The woman, Aaron, had a sad look on her face. "So Tate is still alive. Corin, is that child trustworthy?" Professor Josephine could only try to comfort her sister-in-arms, who looked heartbroken. Before Josephine could finish, Aaron replied, "I know. I shouldn't easily trust anyone." Aaron sat on her cold chair and gave an order. "Have someone tail him. We still can't trust him completely. I understand." Alone in the vast room, Aaron bowed her head, thinking she couldn't act impulsively because she carried such a heavy burden, as everything he said could be a lie. There was one thing she still didn't understand. Aaron remembered the determined face of Corin and wondered more and more why he had looked at her with such sorrow in his eyes. Aaron felt helpless, not knowing what to do. "Corin, what's wrong with that kid?" At the Makaba Academy anniversary, there would be a rank reappointment based on individual performance. That carried great significance. If the rank you received upon joining the academy was only temporary, this was the official ranking issued by the academy's Guardian Association. Everyone has worked very hard. Your achievements have brought great prestige to the school. Because of the reappointments, many students practiced diligently to secure the best official rank. It could be said that many students had reached the level of the academy's own guardians. Everyone sat together, chatting noisily about potatoes. "Why did you bring so many potatoes today?" "It's the anniversary today. Let's have some potatoes." "Oh, sure, thank you. It's better to distribute them to everyone. If we keep too many in storage, they'll just rot." Suddenly, Corin's gaze sharpened, colder than a blade. "We even have a warehouse just for potatoes? That actually sounds pretty good." He turned back. "Now, we will announce the students who have just been promoted." Hearing that, Corin reached out and took Mariette's hand. "Let's head to the podium." "Okay." The top student of the second-year magic class, Mariette. Mariette stood on the podium for the commendation, her face flushing red. Student Mariette, despite her difficult circumstances, has shown great diligence and proved herself by helping to handle the accident at the training grounds. The adorable image of Marietta Dunalbev seemed to level up, radiating heat with eyes sparkling like floodlights. Truly amazing. It could be said she didn't contribute much last semester, as she wasn't allowed to leave the city after turning into a vampire. However, she still supported Professor D with her research, and the abundant magical energy she gained after becoming a vampire has been a huge help to the academy. With such ability, her promotion is only natural. Above all, the efforts she made to stop the Iron Mountain King significantly reduced casualties for the academy. Errol Casa smiled and spoke. "Mariette, with the nomination from Academy Principal Casa and the president of the Northern Branch of the Guardian Association, Lady Demagrandia, you are promoted to semi-special grade." Everyone in the stands seemed to agree with the decision. "Whoa, that's incredible. Doesn't that make her the youngest semi-special grade guardian ever? She'll definitely go down in history," he continued. "The students I am about to name, just like Mariette here, all made significant contributions during the recent incident." Hearing that, all the students began to whisper. "Just like Mariette? There were others who helped with that? I don't remember hearing about that. Although the incident was widely known, no one really knew the inside story. What happened that day remained a secret. No one knew about the existence of the Snow Mountain King or the treacherous Professor Fa Daman. The next names were called out. From the magic class, Cranel Luden, Ian. From the night class, Elisa, Drawn. And finally, Corin. Errol, beaming with joy, said, "Students Ian, Cranel, Elisa, and Drawn. For your achievements, you are promoted to semi-first grade." But when it came to Corin, Errol's gaze seemed colder, like ice. "And as for you, Corin, even though you are currently a 5th grade guardian, your performance has been exceptionally outstanding. With recommendations from Academy Principal Errol Casa, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Hamels, you are promoted to 1st grade guardian." The entire hall erupted in surprise. What? 1st grade? A guy who was 5th grade got promoted to 1st grade in just one semester? This is too bizarre, Corin thought. I, a 5th grade guardian, have been ranked as 1st grade after the association discussed it. My ability is beyond question. But the reason I was promoted straight to 1st grade is also thanks to my efforts in the battle to defeat Professor Fum. The most important thing is the privilege of every 1st grade guardian, the right to join the guardian squad immediately. It's finally starting. If I were in the game, it would have taken 3 years, and even with early graduation, I achieved it in under 2 years. This will be a significant change for the future. I will recruit all the elites here. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Strength and rights create power. That is what will allow me to do everything. The blue sky showed it was a beautiful day, and summer vacation had finally arrived. What are you guys planning to do? Drawn asked practically. Make money. Jer was excited. Going back to my hometown. The standard academic elite in romance novels. I'm going to intern at the Magic Tower, Ayu said hesitantly. I'm planning to visit some experienced mages. There are some rights in the Western Forest. I've already scheduled an appointment with them. Cranel Luden chimed in. I'm going west too. They said there's a castle being demolished. I'm going there to find an energy core for my golem. Elisa was crying a river of tears. I'll probably have to go back to my family. My grandfather is urging me to return quickly. Seeing his friend in such pain, Corin offered some heartfelt comfort. I wish you a safe journey. Suddenly, someone asked Corin, "What about you? Are you going home, Corin?" No. Previously, when he returned to the house in Corin's memories, it was completely empty. They had gone on a trip without him. Oh. I went on a trip to the capital because there was a glitch in the messaging system that caused the notification to arrive 3 days late, Elisa said shyly. In that case, would you? Corin wondered. Huh? Elisa gathered all her strength to suggest, would you like to come with me? Corin started to get confused. What do these guys want? Go with her to her house? If I go alone, I'm a little scared. Scared? With her personality, shouldn't she have nothing to fear? In the game, there were no incidents. So she's safe even without me. Corin refused. How unfortunate. But let's save it for next time. I've decided to go explore the east. All right then. Let's do that next time. There was a place he had to go. A voice called his name. Corin! Mari waved at Corin, beaming with joy. I have to go immediately. There's still a little time before the next semester. If I don't use this summer break, I won't be able to get there easily. The train rolled along at extreme speed, moving to each location at dizzying velocity. Suddenly, in the train car, Corin punched someone so hard they flew up and hit the roof, punching a hole through it to let the air in. While the rest of the passengers were still unaware of what was happening, he thought, I still have to sit here for 9 more hours before I reach the northern continent. A man in black with a fierce scar on his face was observing his surroundings. The guy next to him was also in a state of extreme vigilance, holding a weapon in his hand. Preparations were complete. The leader stood up and revealed himself. Everyone, raise your hands and hand over everything you have. The robbers threatened the other passengers, making everyone terrified and forcing them to follow their orders. You'd better do as I say. The robber, whose face looked just as vicious as his personality, sneered threateningly. If you don't want to fight a semi-first grade guardian, suddenly, 2 people who were tired of living stepped forward. Oh, this doesn't look like our room, does it? We keep getting lost, don't we? This made the leader furious. Where the hell did this bastard come from? Are you illiterate? Why did you walk into the wrong room? If you want to live, raise your hands. Corin's voice turned low. Raise what? Before the robber could finish, one punch made him unable to speak at all. The scene unfolded just like before. Everything had its reason, leaving the remaining henchmen with their jaws on the floor. What? After greeting them briefly, Corin asked, Like this? Corin, 1st grade knight from the south. The secret library. The library of Mababa Academy. Corin held a book with a bright red cover in his hand. Magic Grimoire. The warrior's resilient recovery. He saw a warrior dying, lying on a battlefield drenched in blood. He pressed his wounded body against the rock, but he stood his ground. I asked him, "Warrior, should I slit your throat?" He replied, "If I could have just a bit of water to quench this thirst of mine, I would be so grateful." Respecting this tough warrior, I drew water from a nearby lake and gave it to him so he could quench his thirst. Then, something truly astonishing happened. His wounds healed completely. Why is this so dramatic? Corin thought to himself. What? He was mortally wounded, yet he recovered? His posture is as imposing as General Yuan's. Finished reading, Corin looked skeptical and closed the book. That's quite a story. Lerman appeared and said to Corin, "My fortress in the south is still standing, isn't it?" Corin was a bit startled, but replied to Lerman, Yeah, that's right." Lerman continued, "If you ever go there, stop by my office. It should probably still be there." Lerman spoke at length, but Corin was lost and wondered, what's still there? In my past life, I never found anything. Did I? Lerman changed his eye appearance into 2 glowing bulbs for effect and replied, "You need to find that for yourself." Oh, ancient language mage, I hope you possess the capability as well as the courage of that warrior. Then he continued with an illustrative image. If you have his courage, there won't be anything in this world you cannot do. He was a humble man, not a hero or a sage, but someone who vowed to save this world. Lerman spoke nonchalantly, while Corin remained deer in headlights confused. Humans always have the choice to run away to escape imminent danger. Suddenly, the silhouette of a knight appeared, causing Lerman to lose consciousness as it said, "But you did not choose to run. I respect you, young man. Finally, thank you for telling me about my wife and child." Having said that, the person vanished, leaving Corin bewildered, while Lerman was left to take a nap. Southern Gate, transfer point. Back in the present, Corin and Mariette had arrived at their stop. Corin thought, so that's why. Per the Duke's instructions, I decided to head south, and that's the reason I came with Mariette, a southerner, the conductor said cheerfully. Wow, thank you all so much. After Corin and Mariette dealt with those bandits, the conductor kept thanking them profusely. If it weren't for you two, I would have been in big trouble. It's nothing, really. Haha. The conductor wasn't just paying lip service. At least the two of them should accept this. Corin didn't act shy and went through the motions of declining. Oh my, you don't have to do that. But how could I refuse such kindness? The duty of not ignoring others' misfortune. Distributing the reward. 2 skill points have been awarded. When Corin had money, he acted like a different person, laughing like he had a special condition. Ha ha ha, just as expected. People need to live well. With money in hand, the two wandered around carefree. I'm so hungry. Let's go eat something first. I know a few places. You're familiar with this area? I come here quite often. Haha. Say the word, I'll buy everything. The conductor looked at them and could only smile. Students are so kind to be this happy after doing a good deed. This is the entrance to the southern land. Every carriage stopping here proceeds to the major southern city, LP City. And from there, you have to ride for at least 8 hours. Corin was immensely dissatisfied and threw a tantrum in the street, while Mariette was very excited. Ah, we're here. There's a transfer station I often use. Corin asked in confusion, the Wyvern Riders transfer station? Oh, a Wyvern station. I used this type of transportation a few times in my past life. It's faster and more comfortable than a carriage. But many people don't like this way of traveling. Doesn't it cost at least 30 silver to rent one? Huh. Oh no. My clan gave me one that's a bit different. Corin was surprised at the conversation. Huh? A different one? A huge bird spread its wings, looking even cooler than the one named Herver Benger. This is LP City's own. Prepare to land to welcome important guests. The Legend of Aha. The fastest and most agile mode of transport. Its price is equal to 12 regular wyverns. You have to sit tight to control it. Heard that? The staff inside were busy. Ah, this is the ramp. We'll start clearing the landing zone. Please confirm the visual at 200 feet in the air is clear. Estimated arrival time in 10 minutes. Will descend gradually. Check. The two stood and watched, chatting idly. What will the Academy be doing this month? Oh, it's the Academy's break. So they've gone home. So the princess is returning then? A man turned his head, smiling and saying, That means Miss Mariette is arriving too. Everyone, prepare for an intense welcome. The giant, mighty eagle landed on the roof of a mansion. The door opened amidst a cloud of smoke that could cause lung damage, generated by the bird beast. All the servants and staff bowed 90 degrees to welcome the honored guest. Miss Mariette, congratulations on your holiday, and congratulations on your special promotion. Corin thought to himself on the side, I don't know why I didn't notice. Our destination is LP City, and to the east is Duna City. Corin was surprised by the extravagant welcome before his eyes. Mariette, you said your family were farmers, right? Just how big is the scale? Mariette just flexed casually. I'm not sure, but maybe 2 million? Corin was shocked to hear the number. 2 million peon? Insane. 1 peon is 3.3 square meters. The units are a bit different, huh? What? Mariette calmly turned her head and smiled. Not peon, but hectares. Truly the mindset of the wealthy. Mariette continued while Corin remained frozen like a statue for a few seconds. But how come? Is there something special? Corin stuttered out each word. Hectares? 2 million hectares? About 6.5 billion peon. Yes, the Mariette Duna clan is extremely famous in the south. Duna hair salons, Duna grocery stores, Duna offices, Duna agricultural centers, Duna professional wrestling associations, and so on and so forth. The many signs I saw on the road showed that. Corin pulled back the curtain to look around while riding in the carriage, eyes wide, afraid of missing the beauty's wealth. You can't be joking. And what on earth is a professional wrestling association? Duna Grand Mansion. Corin spoke up. Mari, why didn't you tell me you were rich? Mari just replied, Oh, well, my parents are rich. I'm not. That's exactly what rich people usually say. Butler Pao from Mariette's house came to greet them and replied, Haha. Regardless, you will inherit this wealth eventually. Because you are the eldest daughter of the Dunalbev family, after all. Corin looked at the butler full of questions. Where did he come from? Who is this? Mariette replied excitedly, ignoring Corin's confusion. Mr. Pao? Goodness, you startled our guest. Pao immediately offered to take her luggage. I'll carry it, and oh, who is this accompanying you? Only then did Mariette remember to introduce her companion. This is Corin, he's my junior. Oh, so you brought a junior along? Seeing Corin, Paul immediately rushed over, chatting away non-stop. For many generations, the family has always had a son-in-law living with them. Of course, we will provide and support a house for the Dunalbev family's affairs from the son-in-law's place. Corin began to sweat profusely. Come again? He stammered. Bao continued. Our Lady Mariette has been called the flower of the South for both her brilliance and her beauty since she was just a child. The number of suitors who have vied for her hand is so vast, it could fill an entire potato warehouse, and then some. Corin replied reluctantly. Oh, I see. But deep down, he was thinking, he's talking so fast, I have no idea what's going on. Bao turned back to speak to Mariette. Anyway, Lady Mariette, just as I was saying, I hope it pleases you. He asked, The Duke's castle? I heard someone bought it recently. Corin was filled with questions. Who? Butler, Paul chimed in. If you're talking about the Duke's castle, Count Cassius purchased it. Corin thought to himself. Right, the Duke's castle was owned by someone else in my past life too. If I remember correctly, it was a merchant from the southern islands. But then a man with a foul, unpleasant face growled. A guard? If you can't capture the sea monster, don't even dream of setting foot in here. To get authorized, Sihu and I spent days and nights hunting the great sea monster, and after so many hardships, we finally got into the Duke's castle. Corin spoke up then. Ugh, do I really have to go through all that again? Mariette replied. I already notified Count Cassius beforehand, so let's just go together. Huh? What was that? Mariette smiled brightly and pointed to Butler Paul, saying she knew he wanted to enter the Duke's castle, so she had already put in a good word for him. He agreed immediately and told me to come whenever I wanted. Oh, Lady Mariette, you are always welcome. He said there would be a party this Friday, so let's go together. Corin was so shocked he went pale and froze right where he stood. His face darkened, and he broke into a cold sweat, crying internally. Can this quest really be finished this easily? In my past life, I had to work like a dog just to get in once. Is Mariette a goddess? Corin, do you want to go shopping tomorrow? We need to prepare outfits for the party tomorrow. Besides, it's quite boring here. Yes, of course, Mariette chirped. Is this real shopping? Corin stared at the price of each item, unable to close his mouth. A suit for 3 gold coins, a necklace and shoes for 6, casual clothes for 4, plus a watch, and so on. The payment method was a blank check. Corin thought to himself, all of this is high-end luxury. This amount of money is enough to make someone a wealthy real estate mogul back in Seoul. She wouldn't make me sign a slave contract, would she? Contrary to Corin's panic, Mariette seemed quite excited. Oh, we're here, Corin. This is it. Corin trailed behind, crying silently. You're scaring me, Mariette. Please, Don't buy anything else for me. As they entered a nearby shop, the owner welcomed Mariette enthusiastically. Oh my, is that Lady Mariette? You finally arrived. You're here to pick up your order, right? Yes. Mariette handed a large crate to Corin. Here you go, Corin. Corin asked instinctively, This is? Mariette replied, This is the same type of mineral they use extensively in Odachi. Corin held the indestructible stone in his hand, whispering, An item I couldn't even touch before. I didn't think even the Academy had this. Unlike refined silver stone that couldn't withstand strong magic and would shatter, the indestructible stone would never break. Corin's eyes widened as he observed the stone. How did you get this? This isn't something you can find easily. This stone makes me happier than all the other gifts I received today, because this is the special stone used for Emperor Garen Odin's hidden sword. Mariette replied dangerously. If you attach this to your spear, it will increase your power immensely. Even your domain will expand. You'll be able to overcome any challenge easily, right? Corin replied quickly. Yes, of course. Mariette blushed and said to Corin, This is a gift I specifically picked out for you. Seeing you this happy makes me happy too. Corin was deeply touched. Thank you so much. Night had fallen at Mariette's estate. This way, Corin, she signaled. Corin, dressed in his new clothes, slowly walked toward the lavish dining table. Hello. Mariette happily called his name, Corin, he thought to himself as he visited a friend's house. Mariette waved to Corin. Over here. A woman, older but still youthful and beautiful, likely Mariette's mother, said kindly. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Do sit down. Corin thought that eating with their family was mandatory. He acted like a shy young man and greeted them formally. Yes. Well then, but he wondered about the woman with the warm smile who was her mother, and suddenly a voice rang out from beside her. Wait, let me ask you one question before we eat. Depending on your answer, you'll either be sitting or not. The man with the unwelcoming face, Mariette's father, asked him. Are you still a virgin? Corin realized this was Mariette's father. Mariette's face filled with murderous intent as she gave Corin a subtle warning. My daughter is a handful, you know. Mari says she'll only marry someone she likes. I will never. Suddenly, he was slammed into the table by his beloved daughter, causing him to struggle. Ah! Wait, Mari, that hurts. Why are you so strong? You're just like your mother when father, don't say another word. Mariette dragged her father away while he blabbered nonsense. Why are you doing this? I'm just trying to protect you, she shouted. Enough, father, stop talking. Mariette's mother could only say sheepishly, I'm so sorry, Corin. Though Corin didn't understand everything, he tried to brush it off. No, it's quite all right. Ha ha. Your family is really lively. Mariette's mother started to chat with Corin. I heard about you in Mariette's letters. I've really wanted to meet you to say hello. Corin was at a loss for words. She bowed sincerely. Thank you so much for helping Mariette, which made Corin shyly decline. Oh, that's a bit of an exaggeration. I only did what I felt I could do. Then, his next words left Mariette's mother stunned. Besides, Mariette deserves to be happy. She looked up, covering her face as she smiled to herself. Is that so? When I received Mariette's letter, I thought she was looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. Mariette's mother was cut off mid-sentence. Just as I thought. Corin. Well, Mr. Mariette chimed in. I am grateful, truly, but I only permit hand-holding, causing Lady Marietta Dunalbev to sigh in defeat. Oh my, honey. Mariette tried her best to continue. Moreover, you must keep your chastity. But unfortunately, Mariette stopped that conversation from happening. Daddy, stop it. Welcome. Mariette's mother joined in. Corin, ho ho ho. Unlike my husband, I'm very open-minded. Mother, what are you saying? Corin could only sigh helplessly. What an interesting family. Ha ha. The next day, at the Duke's castle, greetings, Count Cassius. Count Cassius ran out to welcome them. Ah, Lady Mariette. Welcome. Count Cassius greeted her warmly. You came to visit just as you promised. We, the Belandria family, welcome you. Seeing the look on Count Cassius's welcoming face, Green couldn't believe his eyes and silently judged. I never expected this to be the same guy. Is this really the guy who, in my past life, told me that if I didn't catch a sea serpent, he wouldn't open the gate? An announcement rang out throughout the mansion. Lady Mariette, Mr. Corin are entering. The welcoming ceremony for Mariette and Corin was incredibly grand. Heart-shaped petals were flying everywhere. Cleaning them up must be a real pain. Corin walked in with confident strides, like he was on a runway, thinking to himself, to be honest, I'm very proud. He looked at Mariette and thought that if he hadn't saved this girl, he would never have seen her like this today. The people of the South had almost lost their beloved lady. The young ladies around whispered excitedly at the appearance of the beautiful Mariette. Oh my, that really is Lady Mariette. I didn't expect the Dunalbes to actually come here. The rumors were true. Turns out Count Belandria really has some pull. Seeing everyone buzzing about Mariette, Corin was surprised and realized it was no exaggeration to say the Dunalbe family's influence in the south was absolute, making Mariette showing up much more useful than catching a sea serpent. Corin called out, Mariette, please go enjoy yourself. We'll head to the study later. Mariette, with a playful, childish heart, happily replied, Got it. Mariette and I brought everything we needed. When the party reaches its peak, I'll talk to the Count, leave the stuff, and go to the study. Suddenly, someone came to greet Mariette, taking her by surprise. Lady Mariette, I am Gaily from the Rondinium family. The person introducing himself as Gaily bowed politely. I have always admired you, my lady. Will you dance the first dance with me? Huh? Oh. The men around began to join in. Lady Mariette, me too. Please give me the honor of dancing the first dance with you. No, please. Everyone clamored, all calling for Lady Mariette. Facing such overwhelming attention from the men made Mariette feel quite flustered. While she was panicking, a pair of shoes approached. To her amazement, Corin knelt and reached out to her. Mariette. Yeah, Corin. The men around darkened as another rival appeared. Who is that guy? Corin glanced around and scoffed inwardly. They're passionate, but they lack manners. No need to talk. I'll just act. Corin immediately kissed the back of Mariette's hand. Then, he looked at Mariette with eyes full of pure adoration and said, Mariette, will you dance the first dance with me? Corin silently confirmed his own cleverness. This is the basic etiquette for asking someone for the first dance. A beautiful lady once told Corin that, if you are in front of a beautiful lady, if you want to dance the first dance with her, you must kiss her hand first. Sir Corin, in his past life, got scolded for forgetting that. Corin's action made Mariette blush, looking like she was about to explode on the spot. All right, the music started, played by the prepared artists. As they danced, they chatted with each other. You're really popular, aren't you? Yeah, was I too careless? If you're uncomfortable, I'm sorry. No, I actually like it. Corin looked at Mariette in front of him and thought, I feel like I'm abandoning my savior, so I have no choice but to repay her. I asked for her help so much when we were in the south, but Corin's gaze became somewhat conflicted. Looking at such a beauty within arm's reach, Corin knew that just thinking this way was dangerous. Seeing something he shouldn't have seen, Corin turned his blushing face away. Even he felt a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, Mariette stepped on Corin's foot, bringing him back to reality so he wouldn't let his thoughts wander. Mariette quickly said, Sorry. I'm not very good at dancing. Even though it hurt like he was saying goodbye to this world, Corin still replied, It's fine. Seeing Mariette's clumsiness, Corin decided it was probably better if he led. Then, Corin suggested, Mariette, put your left foot on mine. We'll dance like this. Mariette was shy and didn't give a clear answer. Huh? So Corin immediately answered for her. Doing that will make my feet dirty, and dancing will be a bit awkward. But who cares? The words that followed from Corin would soften a heart of stone, let alone Mariette's. You don't need to care about other people's gazes. Corin finished with a statement that was better than a perfect 10. Now, just look at me. Just enjoy the dance. While dancing, Corin guided Mariette, making their dance look incredibly beautiful. Now, put your foot on mine and just follow my lead. Look straight into my eyes, follow my footwork, and anticipate the movement. She has a great eye for this, just like what I learned in my past life. Corin looked into Mariette's shimmering eyes, thinking her eyes were trembling, so he met her gaze to help her find stability. Both of them smiled, though they didn't know who started first. The band was still focused on playing the tunes that drew the two of them into a passionate dance. She and I danced, sharing that moment in a daze. Suddenly, someone stepped in between them. My lady, I'm not bad myself. Mariette was still dazed from a moment ago, so she quickly refused. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired. I want to take a break. Hearing that, Corin seized the opportunity. Shall I escort you, my lady? Thank you, Mr. Corin. It really made the remaining men angry and jealous. Lady Mariette is leaving with a nobody like that? The women around could only observe in surprise. Wow, did you see that? Yeah, the lady stepped on his feet while dancing. It's so romantic. His consideration is so cool. That dance was impressive too. Did you see how wide Lady Mariette was smiling? For sure. 99% certain. The door to the room opened. Corin exclaimed, Whoa, so this is the Duke's study. Corin, what are we looking for here? That's not important. We just need to find traces of the Duke. Okay. Corin took a book off the shelf. This is the story of the Duke, Corin thought. In the game, the player has to find traces of the Duke's wife, Luina, and daughter, Chia, in the Duke's quest. Usually, you just have to give this to the Duke to complete the side quest. But in the game, or my past life, there was never a line guiding me to search in the study. Why did he call me here? I'm not sure. Let's just search first. Mariette felt discouraged, slumped on the chair with Corin, and said loudly, I can't find anything at all. It's not easy. Isn't there any evidence? I thought there would be a hidden room or something like that. Mariette clutched her poor stomach and lamented, I'm so hungry. Corin asked, confused, Didn't you eat earlier? You didn't have time? You came here right away. Remember? Suddenly, Mariette's attitude shifted, and she turned to ask Corin, How is it? Her words sent ripples through Corin's heart. That look in her eyes, it was a sign that was formed, naturally, as our relationship progressed. Mariette said, while Corin was deep in thought, I just realized, your jawline and collarbones are actually quite beautiful. Since when were you sitting on top of Corin? You must be sweating a lot. Just bear with it for a moment. I mean, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Mariette said, feeling shy. All right then, I'm doing it. Afterward, Mariette leaned in and pressed her lips against Corin's neck. Corin asked, are you done? Mariette said with difficulty. Yes. It didn't hurt, right? Corin said, acting as if nothing happened. Maybe it's because I have the endurance of a perseverant warrior. I didn't feel a thing. Really? As for me, I didn't feel anything either. Suddenly, Corin thought of something. Wait, endurance of a perseverant warrior. I obtained that along with the soul powder, didn't I? Grimoire, the book where the Duke's soul is sealed. It contains supernatural abilities and incantations. If you read it, you can learn them. Supernatural abilities and incantations, body and soul. Could it be? Right after that, Corin wondered, Mariette, can you summon Diogu? Mariette, still confused, asked back. Diogu? Mariette tried to think. Diogu? Corin suddenly spoke up. Can you actually summon it so it's a bit dizzy? Similar to a stellar body, in a state before its physical form is solidified, close to that of a celestial being. I see. Diogu. Wait a moment. Whine. It really is groaning a lot. Tsk. In this state, its body is being destroyed, so that's easy to understand. Good. Diogu is disappearing now. I am someone who cannot perceive souls, so I can't see it. Then, is there something else? Corin suddenly realized something and looked back in a panic. What? This chill, Corin shouted a warning. Mariette, get ready. Corin silently guessed everything. Everything around them turned dark, and Mariette was nowhere to be seen, leaving Corin bewildered. This is I understand now. Duke, you should have told me sooner if things were going to turn out like this. The thing sealed inside the great library of Grimoire is the soul of Duke Sabancia. What he decided when he couldn't die and had to endure the bloodlust was to separate his soul from his body. Then where is the Duke's body? The answer was right before my eyes. While lost in thought, Corin heard a voice. Why have you come here with fragments of my soul? A strange man with a dangerous aura asked. I'm asking you, why did you come to my castle? Corin didn't show any anxiety. Instead, he asked back, the Duke, I presume? That's right. And you? Corin, your descendant. Your appearance isn't bad. You seem like a normal person, Corin continued. You're judging better this time, aren't you? Have you seen my soul already? Indeed. I have one curious question. If your body and soul are separated, how can you still be normal like this? Stop. The one named Sabancia, still radiating killing intent, growled, I'm the one who asks the questions, you just answer. Corin began to pull out his trump card. I thought things would go smoothly, Corin said in a challenging tone. So, that wasn't just a book, was it? 800 years ago, a great general commanded the entire South. Duke Sabancia people hailed him as the strongest of his time, not the strongest of all time, though. Corin and Duke Sabancia clashed fiercely, as if they were mortal enemies from past lives. Duke Sabancia said, Now that I notice, you came here after meeting my soul. Did you kill it? Corin didn't back down either, and launched a flurry of attacks. Of course not. I helped your soul find peace and move on. I thought this time you would bring me something other than that magic book, the Duke said angrily. If my soul had guided you here, you wouldn't have brought a vampire along. Do you think I'd believe the lies spilling from your mouth? Corin started to feel confused and asked again to get a grip on the situation. What are you talking about? Wait, besides, how can a soulless corpse move like that? Even while fighting intensely, Duke Sabancia enthusiastically explained, because this is the body of a vampire. It is immortal. It needs a piece of the soul trapped in this castle so I don't become a beast like the one you brought here, Corin asked in confusion. The beast? Mariette isn't like that. She is controlling the vampire's power, believe me. A sword was thrust deep into the ground. Duke Sabanzia said, naive. He held his face and said painfully, to free myself from the bloodlust for the past 800 years, I destroyed my soul, my senses, and my emotions. But there is one thing that still hasn't disappeared. The Duke began to remove his mask, revealing his sewn-shut mouth, likely to limit his verbal sins. Even though his mouth was sealed, the Duke could still speak. The taste of fresh blood, a vampire cannot resist this instinct. Neither can I. Believe you? I don't believe things that cannot be verified. The Duke put his mask back on and said, if you intend to stop me again, his entire body radiated scorching killing intent. Even you will be in danger. Corin fell into a dilemma and inwardly cursed. I didn't plan for this. I shouldn't have brought Mariette along. People had imprisoned Sabanzia's body for a long time because he held a grudge against vampires. That hero has completely lost his mind. If he was the strongest of his era while alive, he is at least a semi-special grade now. Corin stopped the small talk and began to fight. 6 steps technique. 6th form. Sura. I'll give it everything I've got. Corin unleashed his best techniques, dedicating them to the Duke. Supreme Serpent Essence. Serpent Ascension, Poison Dragon Head Strike. The Duke didn't show any sign of being moved. The battle reached its climax, with neither side willing to yield. Corin seemed to shed his skin, becoming a different person with a terrifying, horrific look. Duke Sabanzia finally countered. Watch this. Sabanzia raised his sword high, confidently showing off his style, and shouted, this is the power of creation. During my lifetime, I killed a dragon to obtain this power. Duke Sabanzia explained his technique while attacking. Supreme Demon Sword, Dragon Slayer. Corin was at a disadvantage and could only gape in awe. I was wrong. This guy is even stronger than a special grade monster. Meanwhile, Mariette, who was also covered in blood, was being insulted by someone else. You are a low-class beast. Duke Sabanzia wasn't just targeting Corin. He also went after Mariette. How do you expect to live a human life? Huh. Mariette didn't understand what this old man was talking about, and asked back. A beast? You speak of Duke Sabanzia, projected confusing images. Don't you see yourself as a monster? The scene shifted to Mariette in a state quite different from her usual self. If that's the case, are you certain you've overcome it with your own willpower? He had also discovered that Marietta Dunalbev had been using Corin's blood. Eventually, you will crave the blood of the one you love, Duke Sabanzia said angrily, and you'll end up slaughtering everyone you care about. With that, Sabanzia pointed his sword straight at Mariette. Get out of here. Mariette struggled to dodge Sabanzia's ruthless attack, but she still took a hit. She tried desperately to explain, but it was in vain. Not bad. Duke Sabanzia turned his head when he heard Mariette summon her familiar, Diogu. He ordered the monster to be bound. As soon as the monster appeared, it was immediately restrained by giant chains. Duke Sabanzia praised the beast, Diogu, for being so agile. What a powerful monster. You're even faster than I was in my prime. Then, Sabanzia thrust his sword straight into the beast. But you have no strategy when you fight. You're just a beast that relies solely on brute strength. Seeing her beast defeated, Mariette quickly ordered it to retreat. But things seemed to spiral out of control. Mariette's gaze slowly turned vacant. Looking at Duke Sabanzia's weapon, Marietta Dunalbev suddenly realized. It was the seal sword of Romania. This sealing sword traps immortal entities in a space bound to it. Countless blades pointed toward the one standing before the sword. Your immortality means nothing. The Duke was furious and wanted to finish Mariette off. Die already. I'll end that aimless life of yours. Regardless of her reaction, Sabanzia continued his assault. A monster will always be a monster. Mariette refused to give up and fought back. No, that's not true. Mariette recalled the moment Corin held her close and said gently, whether now or before, you are still you. Because of that, Mariette found the courage to shout at Duke Sabanzia. Corin said it was okay, so I heard that. Sabanzia responded with action. He manifested a human form. Let me say this one more time. Corin was slowly revealed. Duke Sabanzia added a final word. Die. This is the best path for both of you. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Mariette felt as though she had fallen into an abyss. She ran over and hugged the unconscious Corin tightly. Mariette reached out to touch Corin, unable to find the words. She rested her head on his chest and instinctively called out, Corin. Her breathing began to quicken. Corin still didn't move. Mariette's eyes turned red, seeing her comrade in such critical condition. Duke Sabancia stood watching the two who had reached a dead end, helpless. He raised his sword and thought to himself, I don't expect anything anymore. Vampires should all just die. Even when her lover is at death's door, she cannot conquer her instincts. Mariette gritted her teeth, her lips stained with blood. The Duke suddenly noticed something. Wait, seeing Mariette kiss Corin's lips, Sabancia asked in surprise, she isn't trying to drink his blood? Finally, Sabancia realized the truth. She was using her own blood as an elixir and giving it to him. Ugh, she's not drinking blood, but giving her own? She had crossed the limit in this situation. She shouldn't have had the reason left to suppress her instincts anymore. Mariette pulled away, but Corin still didn't move. Corin, please, Duke Sabancia, fell silent, not saying another word. He blamed himself, remembering his own painful past. I couldn't do it. I couldn't save anyone. I surrendered to my own desires. Mariette, helpless, could only cry loudly and pray for a miracle. Please, open your eyes. But as he looked at the boy and the girl, Duke Sabancia realized he was the one who was truly a monster. So that's how it is. I cannot judge everything. Then, he raised his sword high, intending to pierce something. The sword plunged straight into Corin, and a dazzling light erupted from the wound. Corin and Mariette both used their remaining strength to stop Duke Sabancia. Stop, that's enough. How much longer do you intend to torment us? Mariette, as if she had lost her mind, shouted, Don't you dare take my Corin. Duke Sabancia didn't listen and continued what he was doing. The light from the act enveloped the entire space. Then, Duke Sabancia withdrew the sword from Corin's body. Corin slowly began to move and spoke weakly. You're all right, Mariette. Corin woke up and comforted the terrified Mariette. I'm right here. Corin. Mariette was overcome with joy and immediately began checking on him. How, Corin? Are you okay? Are you really all right? Corin didn't know how, so he asked, Why did you save me? But only Mariette knew it wasn't her, but Duke Sabancia, who intervened. She asked if he had saved him. Sabancia said nothing but swung his sword once, startling both Corin and Mariette. The sword was tossed to the ground to the surprise of both. Duke Sabancia told Corin, I have transferred my magic core to you. Now I understand why my soul led you here. Sabancia continued solemnly, Corin, I see the qualities of a hero within you. Those who seek power are greedy, but you are not. You possess faith and pride that they lack. Above all, you changed what I could not. You have the right to change this world, the one I failed to protect 800 years ago. Please, correct the mistakes I have made all this time. I ask this of you, hero. Saying that, the Duke vanished into embers of flame. Corin touched his chest, feeling the magic core of the great General Sabancia. He hadn't expected to receive such a gift. Mariette hugged Corin tightly, catching him by surprise. Oof, Mariette, I'm still, Mariette said, through tears. I was so scared. I thought you had left me behind. I was so scared. 2 lines of tears dampened Corin's shirt. Promise me that if I don't give you permission, you are never allowed to die. Seeing this, Corin just smiled and thought to himself, whatever happens, I guess everything ended well. Corin hugged Mariette and reassured her, I promise. A reward like this is more than enough. You have received the magic core of Sabancia. Your magic level has increased. The core's power has manifested. Duke Corin's demonic nature, aura rank, 6,730 average, mana rank, 5,370, low capacity, the regenerative ability of a resilient warrior, the stamina of the full field domain, and a new dual core. If I could hope for just one thing, it would be for his body and mind, which have endured 800 years of torment. Corin sat there, dazed. Meanwhile, Mariette, dozing off from exhaustion, thought to herself, my second core didn't just boost my aura rank, I've also gained a second core. This core even possesses a unique ability. Corin recalled the Duke's terrifying expression and was deeply puzzled. But it's strange in the game and my past life, why didn't Duke Banka? Corin sighed in frustration. Granting players this kind of power, wouldn't it have been better if he'd been kind from the start? Instead of making me suffer, he held the blood-stained clothes, grumbling about how heavy they felt. These clothes are soaked in blood. I'll have to wash them. No telling when they'll dry. Suddenly, a maid approached and said, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you had a guest. The final word was spoken amidst an incredibly awkward scene. A guest. Corin looked at her, explaining helplessly with his mouth hanging open. No, it's not. It's not what you think. Really. I know what you're misunderstanding, but it's truly not like that. But it didn't seem to sink in with the maid at all. Her face flushed red with countless innocent, naive thoughts running through her head. Sweat, muscles, The heated atmosphere, Corin tried to make excuses once again. I told you, it's not that. I'm being serious. It's easy to misunderstand. But before Corin could finish, the maid turned on her heel and ran away, leaving Corin completely panicked. I'm so sorry. You two just carry on. Corin still tried to shout, desperate to salvage whatever he could. What do you mean, carry on? It's not like that. Don't misunderstand. Don't leave. Corin looked down at Mariette, who was drooling in her sleep, with eyes full of affection. Did I think something? Mariette, thank goodness you're okay. This is a disaster. Not long after, the rumor spread far and wide. A loud shout echoed through the mansion. You bastard, my daughter, I'll kill you. It took nearly 20 days for this misunderstanding to be resolved. Corin, hiding under the thick tree branches, thought to himself, during those 20 days, I hid in the mountains while everyone was out looking for that bastard. People were flying through the sky in droves, hunting him down. How dare he touch Our Lady Mariette? All the while, he spent his time training his aura. Even though he was being chased relentlessly, Corin remained calm. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was somehow resolved. Haha. I almost became the #1 enemy of the South. Inside a gold-plated carriage, the two of them were chatting. When we return to the academy, the second semester will begin, and we'll have to start preparing for the festival. Mariette smiled brightly and replied, Great. Is our inn doing well? Corin, full of confidence, answered, Without a doubt, it's definitely going to profit several times over. Then, Corin looked at the bustling crowd and thought, a huge number of tourists will come for the festival, and naturally, the inns will thrive. After making a killing, I'll sell the land. Corin envisioned piles of gold bars, though he didn't show a hint of being greedy for a mountain of money. Heh, haha, then the money will just breed more money. I'm truly not greedy at all. He preened a little. He was truly invincible. Festivals are the best. Suddenly, it was as if Corin had been doused with a bucket of cold water, literally. Huh? What is this? He hadn't been enjoying it for long when a storm suddenly erupted with such intense, fateful speed that it left Corin bewildered. A storm? This didn't happen in my past life. Mariette remained remarkably chill as she spoke. Wow, a storm this big will definitely cause trouble for the festival. It's okay, Corin. In business, you sometimes face failures. Mariette leaned close to Corin's ear and whispered, Even so, should we write up a debt note? Mariette's eyes, looking like she was wearing 14.5mm circle lenses, sparkled at Corin. If you can't pay me back, you'll have to fulfill one condition of mine. Sign it. Corin froze, stuck in place, eyes wide as he thought. Mariette is making a suspicious offer. I can't let it be like this. There has to be a way. At Marietta Academy, it was pouring rain at the special dormitory. Welcome back. There must be a storm. The road here was difficult. Errol Casa, kind and warm-hearted, handed Corin a towel. Corin asked, Headmistress, where is Professor Josephine? She's returning with Waran. During the break, they were both at Joan Chapel. Errol Casa suggested, Why don't you stay here tonight? Which caught Corin by surprise. Is that really okay? You're no longer an outsider. I intended to have you stay here from this semester anyway. As Corin wiped his body, soaked like a drowned rat, he was suspicious. Part of it must be because she wants to monitor me. Professor Josephine and Professor Errol must be trying to find a way to keep tabs on me because they still can't fully trust me. Corin, feeling extremely uncomfortable, asked, What is up with that storm? Mariette also chimed in with a few questions. That's right. A storm this big must have caused quite a lot of damage. Is everyone okay? Errol, with a calm demeanor, sipped her tea and replied to both of them. There's no serious damage yet. The city isn't in the eye of the storm, but the outskirts will be more affected. Mariette, still confused, instinctively said, But if the storm moves, it will definitely pass through the city. No, that storm won't move. Errol's face lost its calmness, turning dangerous as she replied, Because it isn't a natural phenomenon. It was created by a monster. Errol Casa's words shocked everyone. Huh? A monster? Errol Casa recounted the story from a third-party perspective. The story began on a vital sea route of the southern islands, running along the Yenia Strait. There was a creature, the lonely king of the ocean, a monster with the appearance of both a dragon and a serpent that rose from the depths of the sea. This king discovered humanity, but not caring for their lives, it began sinking ships and invading human territory. Someone who wanted to become a hero was determined to fight that king. A voice rang out there. My son, must you really go? The young man gritted his teeth, determined. Yes, father. It's an A-rank monster. If I succeed in defeating it, I will be promoted to a first-class knight of Leven to Blandria. Afterward, Levent recalled that night at the party. I have always admired you. Dance with me. But Corin had swooped in and snatched away all the men present, making them furious. Corin's face looked distorted. Note: this is only Levent's subjective perspective. Levent thought to himself with a look like he was constipated. I'll snatch Lady Marietta away from that wretched con man. Levent, burning with spirit, said, I will destroy the sea serpent and bring peace to the strait. And so, with a passionate heart, a strike team fought fiercely for 6 days and 5 nights. After a battle that almost wore them out, everyone on the ship cheered. The sea serpent is fleeing. We've won. Congratulations on your victory, young master. Lady Mariette, I dedicate this victory to you. And thus, peace returned to the Yenia Strait, or so it seemed. The sea dragon darted through the waves, but in the end, they couldn't catch the sea serpent and let it slip away. That serpent had already cost innocent lives. Anvon bats breed during storms, becoming the eye of the storm to protect themselves from enemies. 2 poor little bats were clinging to each other when they were disrupted by a cyclone. The pair of bats was separated, and the sea dragon snatched one in its mouth and flew off. Their doom is the golden bat, as their bones, blood, and meat are like magical elixirs. Even monsters crave them. The injured sea serpent couldn't ignore the Anvon bat nest, and the female Anvon made a decision for the sake of the child in her womb. Heading north, she flew as fast as she could toward safety. And so, the MK3 Academy, the place she chose to give birth, is the exact reason that terrifying storm suddenly broke out. My land, Corin stood helplessly in the rain, looking like he was in a music video, thinking to himself, who could have seen this coming? A storm bat? They're a rare species. Weren't they impossible to see even in summer because they breed on small rocky islands in the archipelago? Why are they here now? The more he thought, the more miserable Corin felt. Ah, I know. It must be the butterfly effect I caused. One flap of wings bringing a whole storm. A literal storm. Nearby, villagers started packing up to move. We're evacuating. We can't work anymore. Corin clung to them in agony, tearing up. Wait, you're almost finished. Why are you leaving now? The storm is getting worse. Every second counts. Corin tried to hold them back in desperation. Hey, hold on, the innocent villagers called back. Just give it up, kid. That's just life sometimes. Corin stood with his hair whipping in the wind, feeling lonely and desolate. If this storm keeps up, the festival is ruined. If it lasts another week, my inn is going to be blown away. I spent 280 million gold coins to buy this land. 330 coins for raw materials and labor costs, Corin muttered, crouching down, fully immersed in his sorrow. 220 for the architecture. Out of that, only 110 were mine. The rest? I borrowed them somewhere. Time ticked away for 5 agonizing minutes, and Corin looked like he was about to give up on life. If the business fails, I'll have to pay back a debt of 720 gold coins. That's it. I'm done for. A moment later, MK3 Academy held an emergency meeting to deal with the storm. Principal Errol Casa summoned several students and professors. Errol Casa opened the meeting. Everyone is here. Hamels, a professor from the night department, sat deep in thought as he listened to Errol. I'm sure you all know why I called you here. It's because of the Anvon storm. Next was Da Arian from the magic department. The professor offered his opinion. So, we have to capture it? If we catch it, we could recoup all the research funds poured into the Iron Mountain project. Hamels slammed the table in agreement. Of course we have to catch it. But someone sitting behind him said dejectedly, I object. That was E. Linton, a professor from the magic department. He said, the storm will pass in a month, so I don't think we need to take such risks. Lura Lamas, the alchemy professor, joined in. Professor Iga, with a look of distaste, responded, the Anvon breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are known for their short breeding cycles. Even considering other variables, the storm will be over in a month. Lura Lamas smiled and replied, then there's really no need to risk it. I think we should leave things as they are. Ogan Renchi, a professor from the night department, finally spoke up. I still think we need to capture it. Ogan continued, not only will the students be unable to return to school on time, but the festival will also be postponed. Most of all, outsiders will think the academy is just standing by. Oh, Professor Ogan, our academy is an educational institution. The professors exchanged words quite noisily. Monster extermination should be left to the guild first. Regardless, I agree with Professor E. Linton on this raid. Only Corin, who looked like he was about to fall asleep, slumped his head down. Corin couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and spoke loudly, drawing everyone's bewildered gaze. Professors, seniors, I know I'm still naive, but please, hear me out, just this once. Corin spoke with fiery determination. We must be brave, guided by kindness toward the truth. We will not go against our ideals, even if we have to die to protect the weak and defeat evil. Corin shouted at the top of his lungs, confirming his stance. We are the guardians, the protectors of humanity. The more Corin spoke, the more enthusiastic he got. Of course, we have to fight, but Iga didn't seem convinced and spoke up. Corin, I understand your intentions, but Corin angrily retorted. Iga, how can you say such things? Corin cried, tears streaming down his face, his nose running. Don't you see the victims who lost their homes to the storm? Please, go and capture it. I'm about to become a beggar. Corin's display made everyone think he needed an exorcism. They were thrown out onto the streets, losing their livelihoods. Children are starving because they lost their roofs. You can't use money to measure human lives. How can you abandon them? Iga was sweating profusely, terrified that this guy, Corin, had lost his mind. Oh, he's sincere, isn't he? Truly a model for the spirit of knighthood. Corin became calmer and replied, This isn't about the spirit of knighthood or a guardian's oath, something as grand as that. His eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Corin said, I just want to save people. So, the inn, no, please, save the people. Seeing such a chilling performance, everyone in the meeting began to cheer in support. I knew I picked the right person. You're right. To be such a passionate knight at such a young age. Damn. That's moving. But what's this about an inn? I guess even an inn has lives, right? The professors with common sense slammed the table, urging them to form a raid team immediately. In the name of the Guardians, I swear we will protect them. Linton listened silently to all the opinions and finally spoke as the representative. So, we have a decision. Seeing the situation turn in his favor, Corin rejoiced internally. Thanks to his stellar acting, all the professors and students agreed to attack, and the raid team would soon be formed to head into the storm. One of them said, I've already talked to the support team. We just need to time it right. Seeing Corin's mixed emotions, the person next to him exclaimed, Ho ho ho, are you moved? I didn't expect you to have such a heart for saving people. I'm so lucky. Of course, I have to be sincere. His mouth said he was doing it to protect everyone, but in his heart, he was a true schemer. I have to pay off that debt of 720 gold coins. My whole life depends on this. The plan was simple. To catch the golden Anvan bat living in the eye of the storm, they had to get help from the support team to create a crack in the storm. The eye of the storm grew stronger, shaking the earth. If they successfully created a crack, the assault team would enter and defeat the Anvan. It would be great if the plan went that smoothly. But inside the eye of the storm, there were countless monsters. Corin frowned and muttered. These monsters had been caught in the storm while trying to devour Anvan. They had been starving for a long time and were acting incredibly feral. He wasn't too worried. Haman could wipe out monsters with his bare hands. In the Golden Age, he was known as the Hidden Striker, Hamel, the first-class knight. He swung his 2-meter-long axe as if it were nothing but a pair of chopsticks. Professor Ogon, a first-class mage and acting captain, also displayed exceptional talent. That wasn't a cigarette, but a staff he used as a weapon. Professor Iga's eyes glowed red, filled with an ominous, murderous intent. And above all, the second-year student is also a first-class knight like me, a member of the Northern Barbarian tribe, a berserker warrior. With such excellent team members, it would be strange not to defeat these monsters. During the battle, Corin, carrying his blade, didn't forget to tease him. You look so tall. Are you half giant? Berserker grumbled slightly. Focus on the fight. He slashed through each monster, sending heads flying and blood spraying, but Corin kept chatting away, relaxed. Your personality is actually softer than you look, Corin thought to himself. Regardless, the main goal was to capture Anvan. We had to infiltrate the eye of the storm before the damage spread and capture Anvan. Well, of course, the damage to my inn was a priority. Corin's body heated up as he clenched his fists and growled. Just you wait, Anvan, here I come. Hamel took the lead, running ahead of his teammates. Hamel called out, We're going into the eye of the storm. Everyone, follow me. Corin followed behind, excitedly replying, Yes. Professor Ogon bit down on his cigarette and muttered, I didn't expect it to come to this. They stood there, watching the monstrous Anvan struggling within the ever-growing tornado. Professor Ogon sighed. A small storm inside a giant one. I've never seen anything like it. I think it sensed the intruders, getting closer, and used its remaining strength to create a smaller storm. Hamel couldn't hide his curiosity and spoke up. Is Anvan a creature capable of such a thing? Professor Ogon glanced at Hamel, puffing on his cigarette to stay warm. It can only be maternal instinct. Even for a monster, it's truly astonishing. Professor Ogun, do you think we can make it through? If we can endure wounds all over our bodies, then yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Iga pulled out a gun and pointed it at the monsters. Professor Iga said, "Our side will suffer heavy losses as well, so there's no need to push ourselves too hard. Let's leave it to the support team." Moments later, a gunshot rang out, signaling for help amidst the massive storm. They immediately received a transmission. "Professor Diana, we have a request for support." "Oh, is that so?" Professor Diana laughed loudly. "Let's see. It's been a while since I got to show off my power." From the sky, a giant eye appeared, glowing red like the gates of hell. Lightning slashed across the sky, illuminating the area, and a fearful voice rang out. "Professor E, isn't this a bit dangerous?" Professor Ogun watched the storm turn blood red and started sweating profusely. "Oh my god. Professor Diana, are you trying to kill us all?" The situation grew increasingly dangerous, and Professor Ogun hurriedly cast a magic barrier to protect everyone. Professor Ogun said, "Everyone, stay behind me. I'll set up a defensive shield." Good lord, we only needed enough power to dispel the storm. Looking at Professor Diana, Professor Ogun lamented her brute force style. At that moment, Professor Diana, wearing a witch's hat and looking like a menacing villain, summoned a lightning-charged chain that struck the storm containing Anvan to destroy it. A moment later, the ground was filled with dust, and rocks shattered pathetically. Before long, a series of small explosions erupted from the ground, rising higher. Seeing the situation where his old life was nearly at risk, Hamel couldn't help but curse. Good God, this is why I don't like those bastard mages. We were almost killed, all of us. Professor Ogun calmly sipped his cigarette to comfort himself. Well, at least it's resolved. With that much lightning, the storm must be. But looking up, the familiar shape of Anvan was still there. Professor Ogun was bewildered. Huh? It's still there. Both men had panicked looks, their jaws frozen as they stared into the storm. Professor Ogun spoke up. With that much lightning, even a first-class monster should hardly have survived. Hamel widened his eyes and said, "Wait, something is wrong. What about that Anvan?" Just then, from within the storm, Anvan's red eyes glowed as its body began to change, becoming stronger, as if it had leveled up by absorbing the lightning. Seeing Anvan escaping the storm and growing more powerful, Hamel's anxiety mounted. Professor Ogun couldn't hide his frustration and cursed, "What the hell is going on?" Corin looked at Anvan in shock. Corin exclaimed, "Evolution!" Berserker, standing nearby, couldn't help but be curious. Huh? It's evolving? Demonic evolution, a unique phenomenon that occurs during the accumulation of life experience. It is not just a stage where an alpha leader ascends, but a moment when the vessel of the species transcends. Corin spoke cautiously. For a creature that could survive a storm of this scale, it's no surprise that it has the ability to resist lightning. Anvan absorbed all of Professor Diana's lightning. We can no longer treat it like a weak monster. Anvan was now the king of lightning and rain. It let out a roar, sending everyone reeling with its massive offensive power. Curses echoed louder as time passed. "Damn it, everyone be careful!" Corin's body was swept away by its power, but Hamel's mouth worked at full capacity. "Hey, support mages, don't you have any ideas?" Professor Ogun's situation wasn't much better. Professor Ogun shouted from his side. "Even if we ask them for support right now, Anvan's abilities would only grow stronger. Just look at Professor Diana." Hamel was furious. This creature is truly not simple. Professor Ogun had a headache. Damn it. What do we do now? Hearing the two elders scratching their heads, Corin smiled. "It's my turn." On the ground, a sword named Snake Art appeared. Corin quickly spotted it, hurriedly moved to grab it with all his might. I realized that the snake sword style only works when my feet are firmly on the ground. Contrary to initial expectations, the power of the snake art made Corin's face stretch, revealing all 32 of his teeth. Inside, Corin screamed, "This is so frustrating. I can't do anything. Give me a chance to show off." Corin looked tensely at Berserker and yelled, "Berserker, do something." Berserker was flustered and cursed instinctively. "Shut up. What do you want me to do, huh?" Corin thought that while in the air, whether he was a 2-meter giant or holding a spear, he was weak. "Everything depends on whether I can catch that monster or not," Corin yelled. Berserker, tired of Corin constantly calling his name, shouted back, "You bastard! Why do you keep calling me?" Corin, holding the blade, jumped high. Stepping on Berserker's bald head, Corin said, "Lending me your head for a second." Corin thought to himself, "Just because I'm struggling in the air doesn't mean I can't do anything." Thanks to Berserker's head, Corin flew up high. Corin replied, "Thanks. Spring comes and leaves yellow leaves behind. Corin leaves and leaves a bump on everyone's head. Becker yells in frustration. "You jerk!" Corin resolutely says, "I won't give up." Then, the second victim is used by Corin as a springboard to leap high into the air. Leon is startled. Huh? What the? Not even Heyman is an exception, as Corin stomps on his head to launch himself higher. Professor Ogun is kicked by Corin, making his bones crunch. Corin thinks to himself, "I refuse to surrender to a monster." Like his power is ascending, Corin screams with fire in his eyes, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." The encounter of a man blinded by revenge. At this moment, Anvan screeches in sheer terror. It's as if it wants to vent all its fury on humanity, while a monster seeks to protect its own. Their lives all depend on this very moment. A desperate battle has just begun. Corin is one-on-one with the bloodthirsty, gigantic Anvan. Suddenly, a slime appears, and Corin's foot lands on its squishy body. A moment later, Corin's body is swallowed by the slime. Corin screams in helplessness. Why is there a slime here? It's not over yet. Frustrated, Corin brings his blade down on Anvan. He knows 2 strikes are enough. The final move is a red slash, the blade appearing stained with fire as it attacks Anvan. The tip of the sword lunges toward the storm containing Anvan, but suddenly, the sword's trajectory veers upward, contrary to the original path. Corin can't hide his disappointment. Not again. All my martial arts on the ground are useless in the air. With a dazed expression, he looks up, filled with frustration. Corin sighs. Is that it? Is it all over now? Suddenly, the sky turns gloomy. Dark clouds gather, and crimson lightning flashes across the horizon. Vaguely, Corin looks at the sky as a voice echoes, "I shouldn't have invested in this." At this point, Corin is still feeling regretful, tears streaming down his face as he sobs, "I should have used that money to buy good food instead." Corin closes his eyes, but his mouth continues to curse, dragging Anvan's entire lineage into it. Damn it! And in the middle of the storm, my world collapses. Suddenly, a small figure emerges from the storm and kicks Anvan away. Corin below can't help but stare, eyes wide. He realizes the sound is so loud that even he can hear it through the storm. Someone is fighting Anvan. But who is it? Corin shivers slightly, hiding half his body in the slime. Inside the storm, Anvan's pathetic cries ring out incessantly. The figure of the Yaksha, Hwaran, appears beside the red eye. Hwaran lands one blow after another, distorting Anvan's face and making it wince in pain. She doesn't stop there. Hwaran grabs a gun and tears its mouth apart, causing it to shriek and shake the entire region. Immediately, its massive body staggers within the storm. An explosion illuminates the sky, shocking the 3 realms. Its power is so immense that Corin has to raise his hand to shield himself from the blinding light of the blast. The light grows brighter, as if it wants to wipe Corin out in an instant. A moment later, the storm subsides, and a stark white color blankets the sky. Everyone falls to the ground, cries of pain echoing repeatedly. Soldiers look up at the high sky in concern, startled to realize the storm has stopped, but then, the shadows of 2 women appear from behind. Corin leans on his staff, his eyes vacant as he looks over. Corin thinks, "Even if I have to walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for the gods are always with me." Thinking of this, 2 lines of tears run down Corin's face as he switches to pity mode. Anvan lies motionless on the ground, and at that moment, a reproaching voice rings out. "What the hell are you doing?" Corin's legs suddenly go soft, and he drops to his knees. His heart is in turmoil, even before being buried by a debt of 720 gold coins. Professor Josephine is alarmed to see Corin kneeling and clasping his hands together. In his heart, Corin harbors a thought: the rescue team will come. The whirlwind caused by the storm attacking the city outskirts has caused chaos, leaving behind damage as it retreated. Thanks to early intervention, apart from the rural roads, the city didn't suffer much damage. Although there were a few victims, they will soon recover. A voice calls out, "Eat something. Our menu today is potatoes and onion soup." The academy is maintained by taxes, so the symbol and image of a hero are very important. Right now, everyone is lining up for food. Mariette reminds everyone, "When you go in, grab a cup of juice. Thank you very much." For the guardians trained by the academy, volunteer work is one of the ways to maintain that image. The man receiving food smiles and says, "Are you giving me extra potatoes again?" Hwaran, the Yaksha's eyes turn angry. "If I give it to you, just eat it." The man trembles and replies, "Yes." Corin sighs and says, "Of course. There are always a few exceptions." Corin stands nearby, feeling incredibly annoyed. Corin reproaches her, "You're so mean. Do you know when humans first started forming civilizations?" Hwaran stubbornly retorts, "Don't talk like those professors." Corin starts up his hungry mouth and begins, I've only heard about it. When civilizations began, a leg bone with signs of a healed fracture was discovered. Corin imagines the image of two cavemen checking on each other. Corin asks softly, if you broke your leg, you would obviously die in the wild, but that broken leg bone healed. Thank you for that, Corin continues. It means someone helped them until they recovered. Hwaran listens to Corin's rambling, lost in thought. When a person in distress is helped, that's the beginning of civilization, Corin concludes with a smile. Hwaran can't take it anymore and turns to leave, ignoring Corin muttering behind her. Hwaran speaks up. So, that means humans are weak, huh? Looking at Hwaran's retreating back, she retorts, that doesn't mean anything to me. No human has ever helped me. Suddenly, Corin admits, I can help you. Hwaran is startled and stops dead in her tracks. Seeing Hwaran waver, Corin smiles faintly. So, does it have meaning now? Hwaran opens her mouth, but something catches in her throat. She chooses to remain silent and sighs. Hwaran replies, a weakling shouldn't talk nonsense. Seeing that she is still being stubborn, Corin sighs in frustration. Knowing her own identity, Hwaran thinks, I am a yaksha, a creature created when a human was brought close to a monster. If you knew my past, Hwaran imagines the image of Corin, teary-eyed, with a dazed face, his catchphrase being, you're a monster. Hwaran worries in her heart. If you knew my true nature, would you be trusting enough to turn your back and not be on guard when standing next to me? Hwaran doesn't dare think about it anymore. She watches Corin, who is still passionately handing out food to everyone. She whispers, you idiot. Suddenly, from deep within Hwaran's mind, a woman's voice echoes, give it back. The woman embraces Hwaran's body, constantly pestering her. Hwaran, give me back my body. Hwaran clutches her head in pain. She demands, shut up. This is my body. It's mine. Hwaran thinks to herself, I know it's not my body, but I will never give it back. Hwaran's eyes glowed red with murderous intent, his mind still filled with questions about Corin. But if you knew, would you still help me? The Guardian Academy was located in the city of Drawn Waskiums. People often said it was the safest place in the world, but the truth was different. Narrow alleys were everywhere, and the people who held power in those lawless areas were the Black Star Guild. Their main sources of income were slaves and bootleg liquor, but to solidify their status in the region, they had some very special business ventures. For instance, Corin was holding a beautiful woman with one arm while raising a glass with the other, calling for a waiter to bring more drinks. The drink was taking care of lousy customers like this. At this moment, Corin couldn't suppress his irritation and pointed straight at the waiter. Corin barked, you idiot, you call this a drink? The waiter was frightened, trembling like a puppy. My lord. Corin couldn't hold back and shouted, who is the manager here? Get him out here to see me, right now. Seeing someone causing a scene in the tavern and demanding to see the manager appeared, screaming at the top of his lungs, which bastard is making trouble in my tavern? Seeing the manager arrive, Corin breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally shown up. Corin leaned on the table and calmly said, the Black Star Guild sells bootleg liquor to this tavern, but still collects protection money. If I want to meet them, there's no better place than this. The manager looked at Corin, who was sitting at the table with a flushed face, and hurriedly spoke up. Looking at you, you must be a student from the academy, right? What are you, a minor, doing in a place like this? Corin, half drunk, softly asked. What are you? The manager replied curtly. Look, kid, finish your drink and leave. I'll pay for it. At that, Corin tightened his grip on the glass and then gleefully poured the alcohol over the manager's head. Corin teased, what a coincidence. Are you the manager of this place? The staff members nearby screamed, my lord. The goons nearby started shouting, that bastard, my lord. The manager wiped the alcohol off his face with a towel, his expression furious, and said, I've seen plenty of kids like you. You're always looking for trouble just because you're academy guardians. You think you're the best and fear no one. The manager's face darkened, and all of his frantic screaming erupted. Teach him a lesson. Then the goons charged forward with swords and blades like bloodthirsty demons. This time, the manager pointed straight at them and cursed, these guys are the mad hunting dogs from the north. They are known as slave hunters, called the Crazy Red Dogs. Why does a student, acting like a little puppy, not know how terrifying a tiger can be? Hearing the manager's insults, Corin still stared blankly at the goons attacking him. Instantly, the goons were sent flying by Corin's bare-handed punches. Corin delivered 2 earth-shattering blows to their faces. As night fell and the lights flickered on, the manager saw his thugs beaten to a pulp and turned pale with fear. Looking at the blood everywhere, the manager stammered, Who are you? Corin smirked. Who? Me? The manager was so scared he was drenched in sweat. This time, Corin played the villain and declared, I'm the guy who specializes in catching mad dogs. You piece of trash. After that, Corin delivered a punch straight to the manager's face. From outside, the manager's frantic screams could be heard. Corin recounted, that day, the Black Star Guild vanished. Even if it doesn't really have much to do with just taking down a gang, I have my own reasons for targeting them. A secret door opened, and Corin stood in front of the iron cages holding the victims. Corin let out a sigh. Those are the ones who trade in people. I want to free their victims. Those are the demi-humans. Corin was confused and couldn't believe his eyes. Good heavens, they're being treated like animals. In this world, demi-humans are always treated brutally. They are different from normal people and are creatures easily shunned and despised by humanity. Corin quickly took the key and opened the doors for them. Hearing the sound of the keys, everyone inside instinctively looked up, hoping to be saved. Even those nearing the point of feral transformation were looking on with hope. Leading everyone out of the iron cages, Corin pointed outside and reminded them, once you get out, there will be a carriage prepared by the Dunalbev family waiting for you. Those who get out first can follow that path. The man with 2 ears on his head saw the light and wept like a child. Corin turned back, alert. Doing this would make them lower their guard against him a little. All right, time to fulfill the final objective. Corin stopped in front of a cage containing a strange girl. Corin spoke. Are there any sisters here named Ren and John? The girl pointed to the left. Oh, that way? Corin followed her pointing. He was startled. Huh? What? They're so small. Looking at the sisters Ren and John growling in the small cage, Corin was surprised. That's strange. In my past life, I met them when they were 20. I've heard that. Werewolf bodies develop based on their mental development. But this is a bit too small. Even so, Corin crouched down, his gaze warm as he looked into the small cage. Corin spoke. Hey. Suddenly, the older sister, Ren, hugged her sibling, trying to protect her. Don't hit my sister. Seeing how they behaved, Corin realized, so, this is the older sister, Ren. I heard that werewolves awaken right after they're born, so they were sold when they were just little kids. The tough, abrasive image of Ren from before flashed through his mind. Ren growled. I'll kill you, you bastard. Corin wondered. Her attitude is so different. She used to be so abrasive. Did she become like that in just a year? Corin recalled that in his past life, Ren and John were villains working for the werewolf Catholic Church. Those fundamentalists, those who followed extreme demon discriminatory ideologies in an attempt to raise public awareness about demi-humans, had committed countless atrocities against enslaved werewolves, leading to a political confrontation between the first prince and the second prince. Those two were not easy opponents to deal with in his past life. However, in the end, they were both killed by Park Sihu. The sound of the door opening echoed, and Corin kindly reached out his hand. You're prettier than I thought. Let's go. Corin thought he was saving these unfortunate villains, the ones who would later evolve into powerful mid-level bosses. Instead of accepting, Ren swatted Corin's hand away, screaming, Go away, leave us alone. Corin hurriedly used a gentle tone to persuade them. Now, be good. But Ren still stubbornly refused. Let go, let us go. Since words weren't working, Corin irritably grabbed Ren's hand tightly. Corin said, You're going to get hurt. Ren hesitated for a moment. Corin opened his arms wide and pulled the two siblings into a warm embrace. Corin whispered comfortingly in their ears, It's okay, no one is going to hurt you two ever again. You're safe now. It's truly tragic that children who have never known the protection of an adult have been oppressed for so long. As Corin held them, tears streamed down their faces. A moment later, Corin helped them up. Corin asked, What are your names? John? I'm John. The girl standing beside him wiped away her tears and hesitantly said, Ren. Hearing their names, he introduced himself softly. I'm Corin. A trembling voice replied, Are you a guardian? Yes. Suddenly, Ren fell deep into thought. Seeing Ren leaning comfortably against him, Corin realized, she must feel more at ease now. Unexpectedly, John also started clinging to him. Corin was surprised. Wait, him too? Goodness, I've managed to win them over. But seeing the two of them protected in his arms, Corin felt a pang of reluctance. Corin weighed whether he really had to hand them over to the Academy Guardians. Suddenly, the sharp-tongued Lenia appeared. What are you thinking? She was a tavern employee. She might look like a typical bar worker from the back alleys, but she was actually the manager of an information-gathering guild. Corin sat, deep in thought, reconsidering his previous assumption that they were just mid-level bosses. Ren and John weren't just children like this. He had thought they possessed more power. He had intended to use their abilities to keep his enemies in check. Corin spoke up abruptly. Let's take them to the inn first, and get them some food. Linnea asked, puzzled. Are you a philanthropist now? Corin didn't think much of it and replied bluntly, think whatever you want. Afterward, Corin turned away and let out a sigh of relief. But doesn't this mean I have to save Warren myself now? In the city of MK3, a giant bird landed at the Eastern Aerial Transport Hub, flapping its wings wildly. An official stood before them and greeted them respectfully. Greetings. I assume you've come from the East? May I see your registration papers? Then, Jin Hyuk appeared from behind, followed by Kang Chung-jin and Kang Yua. They presented their credentials, and the official exclaimed, Ah, an officer from Borome Academy. I understand. Kang Run stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Professor Kang Run. These are my disciples. Jin Hyuk spoke up. Oh, it's Jin Hyuk. Very nice to meet you. Kang Yua spoke up from the side with a smirk. I am the student council president, Kang Yua. The official smiled immediately and pointed inward. The kingdom of Elas welcomes you all. There is a carriage waiting for you. Please, this way. Shortly after, a luxurious carriage appeared to pick them up. Someone breathed a sigh. Phew. They really treat us well. Suddenly inside the carriage, Kang Yua drew her sword to Jin Hyuk's neck, warning him. The teacher hasn't even sat down yet. Jin Hyuk laughed and called for help. Come on, Yua. You know I'm not that strong. Kang Run, sitting beside them, was also annoyed. Kang Run scolded them. Is that how the first knight speaks? Jin Hyuk didn't take it lying down. You're saying the same thing, aren't you? Frustrated, Kang Run spoke up. Enough. Sit down and stop the idle chatter. Even though Jin Hyuk looked a bit reluctant, whispering, but, teacher Kang Run kept his eyes closed and ignored him. Jin Hyuk said helplessly, Are you sure, teacher? Is that thing really here? Kang Run's eyes opened slightly, his tone sounding weary. Yes. Kang Run recounted that the leader of this place had definitely taken it. The emperor is certain of it. Hearing the teacher's explanation, both of them froze. Kang Chang-jin stepped up, guarding them, and said, Hide your bloodlust. We must put all that out of our minds. Remember? Only then can we make our move. Hearing his teacher, Jin Hyuk looked confused. Forget everything? Immediately, his memory flashed back to the disasters of the previous year. Jin Hyuk stood alone before a raging inferno. Kang Run whispered, How could you possibly forget? At that, Jin Hyuk couldn't hold back and shouted, What did that damn thing do to us? 1 month after the storm incident, in these days, the academy was buzzing with the upcoming festival. The festival wasn't like its name. It was more like a battle between academies. An event where students from the 4 regional academies fought for dominance. Jer yelled, But don't we need to form our teams soon? Lerman, on the side, chimed in excitedly. No. First we have to choose between individuals, pairs, and group battles. Elisa asked curiously, What events are you planning to compete in? Corin replied, Pairs, and I'm taking you with me. Lerman thought differently. I want to do singles and group battles. Jer expressed, I want to do pairs. Elisa was flustered and stammered, Me? Humph. Corin leaned his hands on the table and groaned. What are you humphing about? We're already a fixed team. Elisa bent down slightly and asked, What about the group battle then? Corin replied calmly, Group battles have randomly assigned teams, so I don't know. I hope I get to be in a group with you. Elisa blurted out. Corin sighed helplessly. Why do you keep himphing? Elisa's gaze stayed fixed on Corin. She explained, Doesn't it get assigned randomly anyway? Being in the same team as me doesn't mean Corin quickly interrupted. There will be an announcement soon. If you're rank 2 or higher, you'll have the right to participate. Hearing this, Elisa collapsed, lying flat on the table, her head in a whirl. So you're treating me like a C again, making me work hard during the festival. Corin sighed. What work? Suddenly, Elisa spoke up. Why don't you pair up with Marietta instead? Isn't she the strongest? Hearing Elisa mention her, Corin thought for a moment and said, Marietta? She'll definitely go for the singles. Humph. A mage going for the singles? Corin whispered. It seems she wants the prize for the singles. Marietta exclaimed. Is it mine? If so, take a look over here. What is it? Corin sat, bewildered, inside the academy. Suddenly, everyone started buzzing. Wow, look at those clothes. They must be from the East. Corin, acting as the human camera, joined the crowd. The East? Observing the 3 of them appearing, people couldn't help but stare. Is that a Taoist robe? You idiot. That's just traditional Eastern attire. Corin panicked. They've already arrived? The immortal Taoist. Kang Run. The Hunting Hound, Jin Hyuk. The Holy Sword, Kang Yua. Corin whispered the names of the protagonists from the third arc. Heavenly Knight. In the study, voices of an argument erupted. Transferring students from our academy to Borome Academy? I absolutely cannot agree to this. A stubborn-looking figure appeared. Kang Run reiterated, we are only making a reasonable request, standing as the blood-related family of that child. Kang Run recounted the tragedy of the fire. 1 year ago, we faced a catastrophic accident. And sadly, at the center of that accident was my niece. I understand, she said. Kang Run added, while our residence burned to ashes, you took my niece away. We have found the child, and naturally, we want to bring her back. Professor Josephine frowned and reminded them, Waran is a special case. You should know that better than anyone. Professor Josephine wondered internally, is the reason he requested this meeting as soon as he arrived, acting as a judge for the team matches, because of Waran? Professor Josephine wondered to herself, was Waran the reason he demanded a meeting as soon as he arrived as a judge for the team matches? Kryun wouldn't back down and kept chirping, you know it too, don't you? A monster is dwelling inside her body. I just want to help my niece break free from that thing. Professor Josephine spoke up, explaining that Waran's body was only alive because of that child, and it was the dying wish of Headmaster Errol's friend and student Kang Yu's father. Run is still as stubborn as ever, insisting that we handle it ourselves. Do you really think you can get that monster to fit in from the start? Of course, Waran has already completed the first semester without any issues. Kang Run isn't one to give in, either. I want you to prove it. Hearing this, Professor Josephine's expression changed completely, hidden behind her glasses. Suddenly, the bishop sent by the Catholic Church, Lin Yang, appeared. Li Jinyang spoke up. That cruel demon has already adapted? Who knows if this is just part of her wicked scheme? Hearing the bishop's voice, Professor Josephine turned back and suggested softly, Bishop Lin Yang, please be careful with your words. Jinny replied, no, we believe what we see with our own eyes, not the excuses you present as evidence. What do you mean by that? Bishop Lin Yang's expression darkened as he proposed a sinister idea. Release that evil thing outside for this festival. If she is the evil being who slaughtered countless lives, her true nature will reveal itself in the heat of this festival. Professor Josephine frowned and asked, do you want me to let Warren out during this festival? Corin pondered. Although their words were baseless, he wasn't confident he could convince them, because when it comes to trust, a mage like him is also a target for criticism. Well, perhaps this is a good opportunity too. If he can show others that a demon can adapt and has a conscience, this will be good for the future. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Josephine agreed. Fine. I will have Waran compete in the singles match. And what about Professor Kang Run? Professor Josephine said quietly. Where War wants to be is her decision. Professor Josephine confided. I don't know about the Eastern Continent, but here, her legal guardian is Principal Errol Casa, along with me and the High Saintess of the Cathedral. Kryun listened to Josephine's words in deep thought. Then Josephine spoke up. I think we've said enough. You two may leave now. I understand. Thank you for your time. Professor Josephine saw them out. She stood there, sipping her hot tea. Phew. Come to think of it, everything really was just as he said. A notification sounded. Vanta's subordinates were hiding within the festival. Upon hearing the news, Professor Josephine was so shocked she practically jumped out of her skin and shouted, What? Professor Josephine slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and barked. Where? Who? Corin, sitting next to her, said quietly, I only knew something was about to happen. I didn't know the specifics, but I suspect that Corin handed over the evidence he was holding to back up his theory. Corin pointed out that either the Catholic Church or Borame, or perhaps both, were involved. Hidden behind Corin's dark gaze, he inwardly confirmed that the answer was both. The Catholic Church, which was declining day by day, was desperately trying to expand its influence, and Borome's spirit mages, along with their disciples, were also involved in this. The key word was the Heavenly Knight. For Waran, this is an important event that determines her fate and marks a turning point in the main plot, as well as deciding the general direction of the entire kingdom of Elas. Corin sat nibbling on a cookie. Corin suggested, I want you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church, Professor Josephine asked. And you? Corin looked at the professor and explained that there were inns built according to outside religions like this one. It would be easier for the Borome students staying here to keep an eye on them. The professor's expression shifted. Josephine wondered, why should I trust you? Seeing her reaction, Corin thought to himself, she still thinks I'm a disciple of old Vanta. Corin reached out and unbuttoned his shirt. Corin's voice rang out. You don't have to trust me. Keep doubting me. That's the right stance to take. Afterward, Corin pulled his shirt down to reveal his skin. Corin reiterated, "But no matter what you do, my goal remains the same. I swear I will save the world." Looking at the student before her, the professor felt a headache coming on. Professor Josephine sighed. Corin thought to himself that if she knew the oath of a hero, her suspicion might decrease a little. Professor Josephine remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, the professor spoke up. "But I heard that the new inn built on the outskirts was funded by the students." Corin explained. "Ah, that has nothing to do with me." Professor Josephine presented evidence. "I have information that the innkeeper who received the donations is you." The statement felt like a wake-up call for Corin. Corin stood there, frozen solid. "No, it doesn't involve me." Not stopping there, Professor Josephine interrogated him further. "I heard that Mari recently moved her things there and is setting up a stall on the street." Corin broke out in a cold sweat. Corin adamantly refused. "It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Guaranteeing 100 long-term guests, daily supplies, food and drink, round-trip transport costs, all these profitable projects were planned by this visionary. Sometimes people need a little help. Don't be so stubborn." And then time passed, and the team battle preliminary round arrived. The sound of shouting filled the air. "Huh?" Jer stammered, sweating. Seeing the crowd of people appearing for the team battle, Jer trembled. Will we even survive? The team battle festival, only 16 teams would make it through. At this moment, Jer couldn't stay calm and shouted, "Why are there so many people here?" Lerman's heart was pounding and his legs were shaking just as much as he lamented. "Even the seniors are participating too." Corin observed and realized that only War was missing among the characters mentioned. Perhaps she was only participating in the singles match. Suddenly, Corin remembered something. But where is Elisa? Just then, Elisa stood in the crowd, trying to shout and call out to everyone. "Corin, I'm over here. Let me through, please." Then, from the arena platform, a man's voice rang out. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Everyone below became noisy. "Wow, look, that's Kangrian." Kang Run happily introduced himself. "I am Kang Run, the judge of the competition. This is the preliminary round that will decide the 16 guardians who will compete in the team battle. I wish you all success." El started pulling at his hair. The difficulty must be at hell level. Jiroka was still confused, not having caught the rhythm. "Humph, who is that guy?" Kang Run's voice announced the rules of the match. "When the ribbon on your arm is ripped off, you will be eliminated. Be careful." Kang Run spoke up. "I'm starting now. The theme of this test." "That's right. It's the most important duty of a guardian." Kang Run's face darkened. Kang Run's voice echoed, "Rescue the people." Immediately, the 8 gates formation appeared, making the students shocked. Everyone's faces changed color. That was the 8 gates formation. Jer panicked and shouted, Hey, what the hell is this? What's the point of doing something like this?" Lerman nervously replied that, of course, it had a purpose. Creon is the most talented formation master on the eastern continent. Jer muttered, asking, "But in this range, what do you mean by rescue the people?" Suddenly, Lerman's expression changed. The people he mentioned, what about them? 1. After touching a person, you can give them an order. 2. Lead the people to your target to earn 1 point per person. Guys, destroying the civilians costs us 2 points each. Looking at the stone figures, they couldn't help but be curious. "Are these stone figures actually people?" Jer asked, grabbing one with interest. "Aha, so if we touch them, they move?" Lerman, on the other hand, said seriously, "I guess so." Hearing this, Jer exclaimed, "Wow, that's awesome. This is actually kind of fun. All right, let's go." Corin watched them play around and gave a faint smile. They're just kids, full of energy. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. "Watch out! It's a hound!" A dog with sharp eyes appeared, growling. Elisa silently lunged forward and took the hound down with a single slash. The others standing nearby cheered. "Wow, she finished it in one hit." As expected of Elisa, we're so lucky to be on her team. Being praised by everyone made Elisa sniff proudly. Ahem, Elisa seized the moment. "Just trust me, and follow my lead." At that moment, the hound's body lay split in two on the ground. Civilian Protection Mission. Demonstrate your skills as a protector by shielding the civilians from monster attacks. You must move as many civilians as possible to the safe zone. Immediately, everyone charged forward. The boy chasing behind them shouted, "Elisa, there's another civilian over there." Elisa led everyone to follow. Got it, Corin thought to himself. Elisa was feeling a bit of an ego boost. Leon suggested, "If we save that one, we'll have saved 10 people. Let's hurry and save them." Elisa chimed in excitedly. It would be better to start looking for the safe zone now. Leon agreed. I'll send someone out to scout. This is the 8 gates formation, so there should be a safe zone nearby. Suddenly, Elisa's side froze, looking up in panic. Leon was confused. Why all of a sudden? Elisa spoke up. The ground is shaking, Lerman. Leon asked anxiously. Is that the sound of drums? Immediately, Elisa screamed, Behind us! No sooner had she finished than a blurry, panicked figure dashed past, and a swarm of soldiers rushed in. The leader on the other side stood on high ground, pointing and ordering, If you drop your weapons, we'll let you live. Seeing the scene before her, Elisa stood stunned. What is that? A cart? Elisa tried to observe more closely. No, they've tied the figures together to make a cart. What on earth is that? Jer, wearing armor and holding a harp while sitting on the figures, shouted, Kneel down. We are the bandits. Seeing a familiar face, Elisa shrieked in outrage. Jer, what do you think you're doing? No, more importantly, can you even play a harp like a guitar? A sinister laugh echoed out. Do you really expect over 1,000 students to get points by transporting a limited number of figures? Elisa trembled, pointing forward. Why would I even bother doing something so annoying? Corin. Hearing Elisa call his name, Corin stayed in character and teased. Corin? Who's that? You must call me the Immortal Almighty. Corin was dressed like a clown, but with a fierce intensity. I am the Immortal Almighty. Eliminating the others really is easier than I thought. The original plan only involved 3 people, Corin and his 2 teammates, Jer and El. They decided to recruit other students to build a powerful force, as this was the first step toward achieving success. Jer and El kept praising and hailing Corin as an extraordinary leader with superior power. Meanwhile, Corin stood with his arms crossed, a smug smile never leaving his face. The immediate goal was to pass the qualifiers, where only 16 people would remain. To do that, the group needed to eliminate all unnecessary rivals. Corin's plan was very clear. Quickly stabilize their forces, find a safe zone, and recruit more students to their side. Corin did not hesitate to admit that. These students would become human shields to protect the group from dangerous encounters. Not everyone agreed with this tactic. A young mage with short hair showed clear dissatisfaction, clutching his staff and shouting, Take them down now. But before he could act, his companion stopped him in time, saving him from a useless confrontation. Boos erupted everywhere. Criticisms calling Corin's group cowards filled the air. However, Corin remained calm, as if he didn't care at all. Currently, his team was using a perfect defensive formation with giant stone statues lined up to block the front. This mission was very simple, yet challenging. If Corin's team moved a stone statue to the safe zone, each member would receive 1 point. Conversely, if a statue was destroyed, they would be deducted 2 points. Sitting grandly on a throne fashioned from one of the stone statues, Corin smugly declared, Follow my plan, and we will all win. The attackers below were boiling with rage. They yelled, calling Corin a coward, and if they let this situation continue, they would lose. All the opponents rushed forward toward the stone statues and Corin's group. They provoked Corin, telling him to come down and fight one-on-one if he had the guts. The attacking group's plan was to climb the statues and knock Corin's group down. Seeing them so confident, Corin just flashed a demonic smile. He placed a hand on El's head. Lerman also gave a wicked laugh, acknowledging that the golden moment had arrived, and El had been holding back for a long time, but Corin told El to wait a little longer. As the attacking group drew near, El immediately unleashed a fireball. The fireball was launched at the group, creating a massive explosion that made the attackers scream in pain. The students receiving the hit worried that if the stone statues were destroyed, they would all be finished. But Corin gently replied that there were plenty of statues left, so a little damage didn't matter. And this was the difference between the missions of the 2 teams. One team would focus on strengthening their forces by collecting statues early, which was Corin's team. The other team would attack and destroy the opponent's statues to earn points as well as defeat the enemy, pushing them out of the safe zone. That team was led by Elisa. But regardless, both sides had their own strategies. Corin let out a savage laugh, ordering his team to take down anyone who advanced immediately. His teammates standing behind responded, shouting, Understood. He thought it was quite fun that the Academy occasionally opened missions for 2 opposing factions, and the number of people eliminated from both sides kept growing. Returning to the present, Elisa and Corin had met face to face. Elisa pointed at Corin in horror, unable to believe her eyes. She never thought Corin would appear here. Corin was spreading his arms, the clown mask tilted upward, declaring that he was the Almighty. Corin's eyes were rolled back, looking down savagely at Elisa standing below. He called Elisa's name and told her he would allow her to join his gang for this battle. Elisa, her hand already on the hilt of her sword, couldn't believe what she just heard, and asked in confusion, "What?" Corin coaxed Elisa, "Remove your attacker's badge and join my team. If you agree, I'm ready to make you the vice captain." But Elisa flatly refused. Corin ignored her protest. He didn't really care whether she agreed or not. What he needed was to add more forces during the assault on the enemy, and he needed her. Corin issued an order that whoever could recruit Elisa to the team would be made captain of a squad. The moment the order was given, countless people appeared and attacked Elisa from behind, leaving her completely confused and unaware of what was happening. The trio attacking Elisa felt guilty, but they couldn't disobey their leader's orders. One of them shouted the command to attack, and all three lunged toward her. Elisa cried out loud. As it turned out, the three of them belonged to her faction, but they wanted to switch teams and used this opportunity to defect. Her own teammates shamelessly admitted that they would rather face her than face Corin. Hearing that made her cry even harder. She had trusted everyone so much, never expecting them to do this to her. Watching the scene before him, Corin wore a wicked grin. Peace was nothing but a facade. The true nature of this society was to stop at nothing to gain personal benefit. Blood splattered everywhere. When people sense a threat, they naturally do whatever it takes to survive. Morality means nothing in life or death moments. Everyone threw themselves at each other, fighting ruthlessly. Elisa still managed to take down the trio attacking her, but she was furious. She declared that this was more than enough. Faced with her teammates' betrayal, Elisa had been successfully corrupted by Corin. Heartbroken, Elisa asserted that she didn't need anyone following her anymore, and she would fight with all her might without showing mercy to anyone. Elisa Aiden had officially become the vice leader. The scene shifts to Mariette, who knew that forming a group was everyone's general idea in this battle. You couldn't achieve much alone, especially when you had to face a second-year genius like Mariette. Mariette's group was bonded by friendship. So many people joined. They were confident they could overcome anything with their lasting bond. However, when Corin's stone statue army invaded, their entire team faced an unavoidable crisis. Mariette was stunned to see Corin. Isabelle Camine quickly stepped in to calm Mariette down, saying they could win. Because even if Corin had more troops, his side's offensive power couldn't compare to Mariette's. Then, Corin's sweet voice rang out, a voice that made Mariette freeze for 3 seconds. Corin shed tears, heartbreakingly asking Mariette if she really chose to face him like this. That line made Mariette's already stirred heart explode instantly. Mariette trembled, unable to say a word. Isabelle Camine stood by, confused as to what was wrong with her. At that moment, Isabelle Camine still didn't realize that their friendship of 2 years was nothing compared to Mariette's first love. Mariette raised her staff high, her face flushed red. This first love had corrupted her into becoming a savage just like Corin. She even shouted a declaration that she would join his side. Mariette lunged to attack her own friends. The friend she attacked was still bewildered, not understanding what Mariette was trying to do. Screams echoed continuously, and Isabelle Camine was caught completely off guard. She broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe Mariette would do such things to her friends. Before she could regain her senses, Mariette had already finished off the others and was heading toward her. Isabelle Camine could only stand there in fear, stammering and unable to speak. Corin's band of devils witnessed the scene and cheered incessantly. Jer praised the new recruit, looking thrilled as each person was taken down. After finishing off all her friends, Mariette raised her staff in celebration. She flashed that trademark savage smile of Corin's. She even boasted that she was the ultimate warrior. The sinners corrupted by Corin were becoming more unhinged by the day. They stood behind Corin, chanting slogans of total victory and sweeping away all obstacles. "Forward, brothers!" Corin flicked his cape back, grinning ear to ear. Having subordinates do the work really makes things easy. The teachers watching everything through the screen were sweating profusely. They didn't know what was happening out there. Kang Runa turned to ask Josephine if she knew what Corin was planning, but even Josephine couldn't predict this scheme of his. But on the other hand, this could be considered the surprise of this tournament. Josephine admitted that Corin had moves she couldn't foresee, and everything she thought was happening turned out to be completely true. Corin's group quickly passed the qualifying round and was overjoyed, with everyone dancing a strange dance atop the pile of stone statues. Despite their amazing performance, Corin's group had unintentionally left a deep, negative impression on everyone's minds. The next round was the doubles tournament. The first opponents Corin's group had to face were the twins from the Chen family. They were also second-tier academy guardians. The Chen sister launched a barrage of talismans directly at Corin's group. Corin quickly dodged them all. He pointed at the Chen siblings and ordered Elisa to attack. Elisa was startled, not understanding why Corin chose her. She took a serious stance, preparing herself. Raising her sword, she scolded Corin, saying that the reason things turned out this way was all his fault. Leave these two Chen siblings to me. Two sharp sword strikes were launched. Elisa delivered a crushing blow, each strike hitting its mark accurately. The two sisters screamed in pain. The match ended quickly. Corin praised Elisa's tactics, saying they seemed good, but Elisa indignantly said it was because she had fought by herself. Corin just stood there, giving orders without helping. Corin disagreed. He felt that standing by and cheering for his comrades also added extra strength. Elisa grumpily emphasized that she was very annoyed. Jinhee and Kang Yuhua were watching from the stands. After watching Elisa's match, Jinhee realized she was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but felt she wasn't that strong. Kang Yuhua's sharp eyes assessed Elisa's abilities. She thought that while Elisa's level wasn't bad when facing weaker students, the person she was keeping an eye on was Corin. She realized that the main threat in this team was Corin. Every problem and shift in the situation stemmed from him. Kang Yuhua remembered his recent rank and confirmed that Corin was the one who had been promoted to a 5th-tier guardian. In Kang Yuhua's mind, she recalled the two difficult opponents she had researched before coming here. The first person Kang Yuhua was wary of was the Berserker, and the second was the half-vampire, Mariette. But after watching the battle just now, when the Chen sister threw talismans at Corin, he had been able to dodge the attack so simply. Considering the skill and coordination of the Chen siblings, they weren't weak at all. This only proved one thing: Corin's strength was not to be taken lightly. Looking at Corin's back on the arena, Kang Yuhua noted that he had the skill to observe everything in meticulous detail. He is capable of making quick and accurate decisions. With his mastery in judging situations, Corin can be considered the strongest student present here. Jin Hyuk also realized the severity of the situation. If they were to face Corin, both of them would definitely face quite a struggle. Not just anyone can go up against a clever person like Corin. He hoped they wouldn't have to clash with an opponent like that. While talking, Jin Hyuk saw something. He turned toward the person who had just appeared and let out a grunt. Jin Hyuk's eyes were instantly filled with killing intent, his face showing clear hatred and anger. The battle inside the arena was so exciting that constant cheers and roars echoed. Outside the arena, Warren was slowly walking away from the grounds. Everyone was focused on the matches, so the school was quite empty at the moment. This quietness was completely different from the usual hustle and bustle. Warren closed her eyes. This silence reminded her of that day, the day she became a saintess. Looking back at the past, Warren was still very young then. When she woke up after the transformation, everything around her was just flames hot enough to burn flesh. Everything had been destroyed that night. In her mind, only the voices saying, "Kill them all, let them all die," echoed. Her house was in a sea of fire, and she stood alone on a pile of corpses burned to ashes. While lost in the past, Warren was pulled back to reality by a mysterious killing intent. She realized someone was attacking her. Jin Hyuk launched a kick straight and fast toward Warren. Warren's sharp eyes seemed to have realized something. She could clearly see Jin Hyuk's style and attack. Warren successfully blocked the strike, and Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to step back and keep his distance. Jin Hyuk was quite impressed with Warren's lightning-fast reflexes, while Warren realized the origin of the killing intent radiating from him. Warren felt the killing intent on him was very heavy, while Jin Hyuk just prattled on about how not many could recognize his attacks, let alone block them. Jin Hyuk lunged straight at Warren. He asserted that he would take her down. Judging by his technique and speed, she acknowledged that Jin Hyuk was a formidable expert. Warren frowned, realizing that this hostile attitude from Jin Hyuk definitely meant something. She asked him if he had known her before. Jin Hyuk just let out a grunt. He denied what he had just implied, insisting he had no idea who she was, yet his face clearly displayed deep hostility, saying he hadn't met her before, yet his face showed he knew her all too well. Jin Hyuk apologized to Warren for his over-the-top actions. He claimed he thought she was an acquaintance and intended to tease her a bit, never expecting he had mistaken her for someone else. Warren was left speechless, not knowing what else to say. She felt a sense of familiarity with Jin Hyuk, but she couldn't remember anything. Regardless, it didn't really matter to her anymore. She reminded him to be a bit more careful. He also laughed and said he would be more cautious in his actions next time. But as soon as Warren left, Jin Hyuk gnashed his teeth, his killing intent radiating intensely once more. Kang Run observed everything and slowly walked toward Jin Hyuk. She felt his actions just now were far too reckless. Kang Run scolded him for his impulsive behavior, saying he shouldn't have revealed his strength there. Jin Hyuk didn't think he was wrong at all. He believed his actions had proven that the Master's 8 gates had an effect on the demi-human. Watching Warren's receding figure, Jin Hyuk muttered about the powerful monster masterpiece created by the soul mages. To seal the monster and save Lan, The 8 Gates Golden Lock Great Destruction formation needed to be established. Kang Run looked at Jin Hyuk's clenched, trembling hands. She knew he was restraining himself greatly, but she still reminded him to stay quiet and wait. To trigger the formation, they needed to wait for the right moment. Kang Run thought that when it was all over, perhaps once that evil was removed from Hwoarang, Jin Hyuk could do whatever he wanted. Jin Hyuk glowed with even more killing intent upon hearing that. Jin Hyuk promised not to act out, because what he wanted to do was kill her after subduing the demon within her. Finally, the second round of the knockouts had arrived. The contestants were all present at the center of the Elas Kingdom, Nazaria City, where the second round was taking place. At a roadside pub, the place was packed, servers were rushing back and forth, and the sound of laughter and chatter filled the air. Corin was sitting there too. The fact that the second round was happening in such a remote location was completely unexpected for him. Recalling the notification from Professor Josephine, she had said the location for the knockouts had been changed by Professor Kang Run. When he received the news, Corin was also a bit surprised. Josephine had also bluntly asked if he was the one who stole the Griffin's goods, but he flatly denied knowing anything or taking those things. Josephine, sensing an opening, retorted by asking him what that was. Corin nervously looked away. The truth was that he had taken them, but what he stole were goods from the former cult, items that Kang Run had been secretly transporting through this country. Corin sighed in frustration, remembering the scene where he led the bandits to rob the cargo. The items he took were the ones necessary to activate the 8 Gates Golden Lock Great Destruction formation. That formation targeted Warren in the next round. The theft of the Griffin's goods had been tracked down by Josephine, but it was all just a play staged by Kang Run and Li Nang to stall for time in order to recover that contraband. Speak of the devil, Kang Run walked into the pub where Corin was sitting. Seeing the old man Kang Run, Corin silently cursed the pack of rats, whose minds were filled with nothing but schemes. Elisa praised the city of Nazaria, saying it wasn't like the rumors at all. She asked if he wanted to eat anything. Corin reminded her that the instruction sheet clearly stated not to eat or drink anything in this place. Elisa disappointedly asked why. On that side, Kang Run seemed to have completed his task. The old man loudly announced the 16 people from Griffin Academy. It seemed all 16 people from the MK3 Academy had arrived. Kang Run bowed sinisterly and announced the number, 58 minutes. While the groups were still eating, drinking, and laughing, Kang Run's countdown continued steadily. 59 minutes, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. After he counted to 59 minutes and 50 seconds, a few people drew their swords in defense. Finally, the countdown from 5 began. Corin also stood up and grabbed his weapon. Elisa was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She looked back and forth between Corin and Kang Run in confusion. The old man gave the signal to start, and the talisman in his hand glowed a brilliant yellow. Corin immediately attacked a young man holding a chicken leg. Blood splattered, and screams rang out in terror. Elisa was completely bewildered. She asked him what he was doing. Maria then coldly delivered a blow that pierced through the head of a contestant. The others also ruthlessly decapitated everyone around them, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Seeing such a gory scene, Elisa still had no idea what was going on. The tavern was now just a pile of corpses and gore, with only the strongest survivors left standing. Elisa was terrified, her face turning pale. She couldn't understand what everyone was doing, or what was truly happening. Seeing the despair in Elisa's eyes, Corin told her to take a closer look at the bodies. Only then did she calm down and observe her surroundings carefully. The ones who had just been killed didn't seem to be human. They were decomposing at an incredibly fast rate, and in the blink of an eye, the muscle and bone on their faces were already exposed. Corin wondered why Kang Run had chosen this place as the second round of the qualifiers. As far as he knew, the city of Nazaria had been trapped in a time loop since an event 300 years ago. During the day, everyone was a normal human being. Daily life went on as if nothing were wrong. But as soon as night fell, the entire city of 1.2 million people would become a land of the undead. The image of the mysterious and haunting city of Nazaria at night flashed through Corin's mind. In Corin's memories, this was an anomalous existence, and Nazaria was also known as the City of the Dead. Once the situation was clear, an announcement officially started the elimination round. Inside that dimly lit tavern, Kang Run carefully explained the rules for the second round. Each team would be split up, and their main mission was to collect moon-bright stones. The deadline for collection was the day after tomorrow, and anyone who wanted to quit early could be approved immediately. After the team lists were announced, the teams received basic instructions and a backpack with necessary supplies. Then, everyone was thrown out of the inn. Outside, about 1.2 million zombies were wandering around. Corin's team, Team D, still consisted of the original members. Elisa, Jer, and Elle. Corin walked along, seriously calculating their next moves. If he wanted to save Warren, his team had to make it to the third round, and only the top 4 teams would qualify. For now, he just had to play by the rules of this zombie festival. The moon was now perfectly round, hanging high above. Corin had a plan. The truly powerful ones were all in the city center. His group would target the outskirts. The difficulty around that area was only moderate. Corin threw his spear from high above. The zombies hit by the attack vanished instantly. To clear the path for this plan, Corin alone was enough. Switching to the watchtower in the suburbs, Corin's goal was to climb to a very high point, a place where it was easy to observe. He could locate the zombies carrying moon-bright stones. When zombies swallowed the stones, their bodies would glow. Upon reaching the planned watchtower, Elle noticed a few glowing zombies. Elle wondered what was up with that glowing zombie. Currently, Corin was still calculating how to collect points safely and surely. Corin explained that the glowing zombies could be considered the bosses of this round. They had to capture those. He also suggested that quality was more important than quantity. He asked Elle to use flight magic to support the other 3. Elle didn't need to attack. Elle also agreed with the plan Corin had devised. Lerman decided to use long-range magic to act, but before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something. Everyone wondered what that surprised expression on Corin's face meant. Corin said he hadn't used any magic yet, but the zombie below was dragging a sword across the ground, making a grinding sound. A revenant titan charged toward Corin's group. Corin didn't understand why they had become the target of this titan. Corin broke into a cold sweat. He told Elle to run, and Elle panicked too. Elle didn't understand why they had to flee, but Corin didn't dare say the reason, fearing the group would panic. The titan targeting them was the final boss of the central area. Corin warned Elle to use flight magic quickly, but Corin was one step too slow because Elle had already been hit. The attack was so fast it was impossible to see, making Corin sweat profusely. He didn't know what move Elle had been hit by. Could it have been Ghost? After getting hit, Elle was immediately removed from the round. As Elle was being teleported out of the competition, Corin stood there, calling out Elle's name in despair. A notification appeared, announcing that LB Man had been eliminated. When receiving a blow strong enough, a player would be disqualified and teleported out of the arena. Seeing Elle thrown out by the system, Corin turned pale with fear. Elle was eliminated so quickly, but Corin couldn't blame him because that attack was too fast for even him to handle. Putting Elle aside for a moment, Corin immediately gave instructions to Jer and Elisa. The Titan standing below prepared to launch its next attack. The Titan threw its blade, and a massive surge of power erupted from the tip, heading toward Corin. The watchtower was struck and snapped in two, with the top half of the building falling freely. Corin ran ahead, telling Jer and Elisa to climb to the top of the tower quickly, and then run in the opposite direction. Jer was frustrated, feeling that whenever they were with Corin, they always ran into trouble. The sound of crumbling rocks and debris kept echoing. The clock tower had been knocked down in an instant. Dust filled the air. The grand, towering structure was now just a pile of rubble on the road. In the debris, the dust began to settle. A stone moved. It seemed like something alive was beneath the rocks. It turned out to be Corin's group. He and Elisa were lucky enough to have survived. He quickly checked on his teammates. Elisa sarcastically remarked that being with Corin was always an eye-opening experience. Corin could only smile bitterly and agree. Corin determined that the first day was a total loss. Elle had been eliminated too early, and now the only option left for the team was to run until morning. Jer also excitedly agreed with what Corin said, but they hadn't been happy for long before Jer was grabbed by a giant hand. Jer didn't know if he was sleepy or seeing things, but he saw 5 huge toes on the hand holding him. A demon bat had appeared out of nowhere and snatched Jer up. Jer could only scream for help. Corin was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Elisa warned Corin about what had just appeared. Corin looked closely at the creature and sighed, his face darkening. He had anticipated the worst-case scenario, but never expected it to actually happen. The White Soul King had appeared, a powerful monster attracted by the huge commotion Corin had just caused. Corin felt things getting increasingly difficult, between the giant titan, the abyss demon, and now the White Soul King arriving as well. All 3 of Nazaria's monsters were present, and each one was at least elite level, while Corin and Elisa's group was now surrounded, with all paths of retreat blocked. Elisa anxiously asked Corin what to do, and if they were all about to meet their end. Corin clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. The 3 monsters didn't care about each other and lunged at him, and Elisa simultaneously. Corin gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do. He had obviously calculated every possible way to hold his ground, but it felt like the situation was forcing him to give up here. Just as he was about to fail this round, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the sky. Even Corin was caught off guard by this strange phenomenon. He turned around to see a strike as powerful as a thunderbolt, crackling with blue electricity, aimed straight at the Titan. The sheer power of it shook the entire area. Corin realized this wasn't an attack, but a flashbang meant to obscure their vision. When he could clearly see what was emitting that blinding light, Corin realized it was a spear. He seemed to recognize the origin of the weapon. A hand reached out, gripping the shaft, and a cloaked figure blurred past Corin, telling him to head this way, before disappearing. Elisa rushed over to check on Corin, and seeing that he was all right, she asked about Jer, but Corin just stood there, completely stunned, unable to answer. In the end, both Corin and Elisa decided to leave. In a dark alley, Corin leaned against a window frame, breathing heavily. The mysterious person asked if he was okay, and was relieved that no one had been hurt. Because he had pushed himself to his limit while running, Corin was still trying to catch his breath. He thanked the stranger for their help, but he couldn't help but wonder about the origin of the spear the stranger was holding. The stranger replied that she had questions of her own. She removed her hood, wondering how Corin had managed to learn her spear techniques. Hearing this, Corin's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe his own ears. Elisa also seemed surprised by the stranger's appearance. In truth, as soon as they met, Corin had found the voice strangely familiar. The stranger glided to his side, looked him up and down, and nodded as if things finally made sense. When he saw her move with such a fluid, gliding motion, he recognized the technique as the silent god's step. Looking deeper into her eyes, those eyes as blue and clear as a mountain stream, he became even more certain of her identity. This woman was Aaron, his master from his previous life. Aaron smiled and confirmed that he was indeed her student from the distant future. Corin was still reeling from the shock. He asked why Aaron was in this place. Back in the past, during the winter break of the senior year, Park Sihu was waiting for Corin in front of the principal's office. When he saw Corin, Park Sihu scolded him for being so slow. Corin just brushed it off and snapped back, calling Park Sihu rude. Corin got straight to the point, asking why Park Sihu had called him there. When he realized he was standing in front of the principal's office, Corin's jaw dropped in surprise. Before he could process the situation, Sihu banged hard on the principal's door. The door slowly creaked open. Sihu knew that Corin had mentioned wanting to get stronger, so it seemed Park Sihu had found someone to teach him. He looked into the room, which was flooded with light. Park Sihu's voice echoed in his ears, promising to introduce him to a mentor who could help him grow stronger. Aaron sat in the room, looking out. As soon as she saw Corin, she recognized him as the one who was always with Park Sihu. She greeted him first, marking the beginning of a bond, connected by Park Sihu's player privilege. That was the first time Corin had met his master, Aaron Danua. Back in the present, zombies were still wandering through every corner of the city. One house, however, had been protected by powerful magic to keep the undead out. Once Aaron finished setting up the wards, she stepped inside. She explained that ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to enter the building. Elisa politely thanked her and offered Aaron some of her chocolate. Aaron sat down and said she appreciated Elisa Aiden's kindness, but reminded her that eating food from a different era was not allowed here, warning her to be careful. Seeing Elisa still eating the chocolate in her hand, Corin ran through the information in his head regarding this place. This was 300 years in the past. Because the timeline was stuck in a loop, eating food from 300 years ago could lead to two possibilities. Either the food would snap back to its proper timeline, or the person who ate it would become trapped in the past. Since he knew the consequences, Corin had never broken the rules. But if someone else did, something was bound to happen. Watching Elisa eat so happily, Corin broke into a cold sweat. He sighed, telling her to go ahead and eat then. Elisa asked why Aaron was here. Aaron instructed Elisa to address her as teacher. Corin remained silent. Aaron took a sip from her cup and said she understood the general situation. Elisa brought up a new topic, mentioning Corin's master from the distant past. And since Aaron had been in this city during the events 300 years ago, Elisa wanted to know more details. It was as if Corin had heard Elisa Aiden's unintentional reminder. He felt that the whole situation was indeed a mystery. Nazaria was a city trapped in a time loop, where everything was destined to repeat. Corin looked at Aaron as she drank her tea, a doubt nagging at him. Why was Aaron able to move around so freely with such clear consciousness? Aaron stood up to address the questions from Corin and Elisa. She explained that because she was a friend of the Grim Reaper, she could move about so freely. Corin listened, still not quite grasping Aaron's true intentions. Aaron walked toward the window. The city of Nazaria was being plagued by an ancient poison that created zombies. Aaron was here to prevent the birth of the undead king. And then, Aaron announced that the undead king was about to appear in the city center. Elisa was shocked and stunned upon hearing about the undead king, but Corin remained strangely calm. Corin stood up, leaning on his hands, and said that if that was the case, they should leave immediately. Erin didn't want Corin to go, as this was essentially her business and had nothing to do with him. He simply turned to her and asked one question: was she or was she not in need of help? Erin smiled. She admitted that Corin was a sharp kid. Corin, Elisa, and Erin were now sprinting toward the city center. Corin knew from the very beginning that Erin had no intention of refusing his help, because the main mission of this qualifying round was also the primary quest he had to complete. He had to work with the mysterious swordswoman Erin to stop the birth of the undead king of Nazaria. Elisa noticed something and alerted Corin. He just gave a quick nod. In his heart, he was still thinking about how helping Erin was something he couldn't have refused from the very beginning. The Titan roared, waving its blade to command the army of undead soldiers in front of it. Looking at the Titan, Corin knew he had to destroy the 3 undead kings to weaken the undead king's power. The Titan swung its blade, the wind-tearing force of the strike creating unimaginable power. Although the attack was both fast and decisive, Corin and Erin easily dodged it. With the master Erin and student Corin fighting in perfect sync, they unleashed their combined ultimate technique. Then, the two of them struck together, launching a coordinated, blistering spear technique that lit up the entire sky. Titan he couldn't react in time, so he raised his arms to block the blow. Corin thrust his spear at Titan, but unfortunately, Titan swung his blade to parry it. However, Erin seized the moment, always appearing from beneath the blade, using its blind spot to strike. Just as planned, Erin landed a direct spear hit to Titan's stomach. Seeing the plan succeeded, Corin immediately signaled Elisa. This was the moment. Elisa had been waiting. The second she heard the signal, she drew her sword. With a decisive strike, she sliced the head clean off the undead Titan. Elisa landed gracefully as the headless Titan collapsed, dropping his blade as he hit the ground. Corin took the massive, oversized moonstone from inside the Titan. Elisa stood by, waiting to be praised. Corin had to admit that just having one more person in the team significantly reduced the difficulty. Corin admired Erin's strength, while she just looked at him and smiled. She praised him for his hard work, saying that was enough for today. The sun had already peeked over the horizon, hidden behind the houses. Usually, when on missions, groups would set up camp to rest at night, but in Nazaria, it was the opposite. The city was extremely safe during the day and incredibly dangerous at night. Shifting scenes to a house, the morning light had covered everything. Elisa had fallen into a deep sleep. From outside, a voice called out, asking if Elisa was asleep yet. Erin teased Corin, asking why he and Elisa couldn't just sleep together since they were both kids. But he rested his chin on his hand and insisted he wasn't a kid, so she changed how she addressed him to little brat. After all, Erin had taught him everything, so what else would he be if not a little brat? Corin didn't answer after hearing that. He looked away, listing the techniques Erin had taught him. Hearing that, Erin admitted he was indeed the disciple she had chosen. But what she hadn't expected was that the child she picked was just an incredibly ordinary kid. Hearing this, Corin became even more pensive. Actually, Erin had chosen Bond to be her successor, but 80 years later, she regretted that decision. Corin knew everything, but he chose not to say anything because he didn't want to bring more sorrow to someone living in a timeline frozen 300 years ago. Lost in thought, Corin didn't notice Erin poking his cheek with her finger. Erin keenly sensed Corin's contemplation. She asked him what he was afraid of. Erin felt she was too lucky to have a student who cared for his master as much as Corin did, but he just thought Erin was overthinking things. Erin realized what Corin was worried about. She only heard a few sentences before, knowing her future didn't seem bright at all. Corin immediately objected, but she just scolded him, calling him a silly student. Didn't he know how powerful his master was? Recalling the sad memories of his past life, Corin answered Erin's question in his heart. When facing countless evils and enemies, Erin was the one who stood up against them. At that critical, hair-raising moment, Erin stepped up to block the enemy because she wanted to buy time for him. But Corin didn't accept her actions. Facing that situation, Erin became someone with incredibly sturdy shoulders. She affirmed that she was an adult, and it was her responsibility to protect a child like Corin. Looking at his master's back, Corin felt devastated. Erin was the teacher who had guided, taught, and changed Corin, and she was also the one who sacrificed herself to protect him. In the past, Erin had turned back to look at him with a smile on her lips. Even knowing the outcome would be impossible to withstand, she still comforted Corin that everything would be all right. Corin remembered that bastard, Park Sihu. He always blamed himself for not realizing the true face of that guy sooner, and he even asked himself countless times If he had eliminated the root of the problem, Park Sihu, first, could he have saved his master? Despite knowing the future, he still failed again and again. And every time that happened, he had to find a way to fix his mistakes. He remembered that fallen creature. Just one flap of its wings could cause immeasurable consequences. Then he remembered that the purpose of participating in this festival was to rescue Waran, but everything went off track. And now he was in this city. Even meeting his respected master from 3 years ago in this city, everything was beyond his calculations. Just one unexpected variable could ruin everything. He closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't escape the thought that he would just fail again. That thought haunted him, making it impossible for him to sleep. He accidentally said his thoughts out loud. Aaron heard him and immediately asked, "What are you afraid of failing at?" Corin was startled, as if he had been spooked. Aaron laughed, saying that only a fool keeps thinking about others' failures, while someone who questions their own failures is actually smart. At the very least, Corin was the smart type. Corin was silent, then asked Aaron back if she would still be able to say those words if she suffered the same failure as him. Aaron hugged her student from behind. She admitted that she was someone who had been failing continuously. Her hug took Corin by surprise. Aaron continued to talk about her failures, but ended by saying that her most correct decision was choosing him as the successor to her spear techniques. He listened, his eyes wide with surprise. Aaron kept hugging him. Aaron was the queen of the sanctuary. She would bless the path ahead for Corin. So, she advised Corin to rest, take a nap, and everything would be fine. Corin nodded. In his heart, he repeated Aaron's words, and he didn't know if things would really be okay, or if he could truly save everyone. Switching scenes to where Waran was standing, she was participating in the individual qualifiers, a festival held between the two academies, Mkeba and Griffin. Below on the arena, Waran's opponent kept attacking, but she didn't fight back. The spectators couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No matter how hard the knight attacked, he couldn't touch Waran. He shouted in despair, "Why?" Professor Josephine instructed Waran, "Don't be too serious." The knight was so broken he climbed onto Waran, grabbing her head and throwing a tantrum, telling her to go easy on him. Corin's words echoed in Waran's ears. He told her that the world had many weak people, so she should treat them gently. Another opponent swung an axe straight at Waran's head, but it did nothing. Corin's words still echoed, saying that her existence was inherently a threat to others, so he hoped she could cooperate to get through this festival smoothly. The knight, having failed to land his axe blow, just hung his head and sobbed in defeat. Waran just said 2 words, "So boring," without ever fighting back. Waran remembered the martial arts lesson with Corin. It was just a lesson, but it was much more interesting than these current matches. Corin, in the past, while teaching Waran, had started the training with very simple things. Waran, while having a meal with Professor Josephine, frankly admitted Corin's strength was far superior to normal people, and Josephine agreed with this opinion. Josephine made a comparison and admitted that no one could compare to Corin. Waran didn't want to lose one more time. The lessons Corin had taught were deeply ingrained in her flesh and blood after all those days of hard training. Remembering the martial arts moves Corin had shown, Waran clenched her hand into a fist. She threw a punch, unleashing a powerful strike. A dragon roar erupted from it, heading straight toward the opponent. The dragon brushed past the opponent, knocking the axe out of the game. The axe exploded right in front of him. The dragon eye unleashed a brilliant glow behind him, making him break into a cold sweat. War realized he'd gone a bit too far, though his face remained completely expressionless. His opponent was so terrified he couldn't even stand, collapsing to his knees and screaming, "Monster!" Warren didn't answer. She was so used to those words that she didn't even bother getting angry anymore. Warren placed a hand over her chest. She didn't feel sad. Yet, for some reason, her heart ached painfully today. After a while, the final match of Group C finally began. Warren's opponent this time was a student from Griffin Academy. War had assumed this guy would be just like the others. Jin Hyuk greeted her first. The greeting caught Warren's attention. Killing intent poured out of Jin Hyuk like a flood, and he wore a savage grin as he spoke to her. Jin Hyuk unleashed 2 skills in quick succession, Heavenly Gale-piercing arrow and armor-piercing moon-severing kick. Each strike was super fast and dealt massive damage, but Warren remained calm, standing perfectly still. Jin Hyuk kept attacking, his body shrouded in killing intent. Even War had to admit that Jin Hyuk was incredibly strong. The spectators erupted when they realized Jin Hyuk was completely different from the previous players. Jin Hyuk unleashed a barrage, aiming straight for her face, but Warren didn't move, showing no intention of blocking or dodging. With a loud boom, smoke and fire filled the air as a massive impact rocked the arena. When the dust settled, Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in disbelief. War was still standing tall in the exact same spot, and the ground around her hadn't even been touched. Beyond the area where she stood, the entire floor had been pulverized and sunken by over a meter. She just calmly asked Jin Hyuk if he was done with his moves. With the power of a Jasa, Waran's defensive capabilities were nearly absolute. If this move had been used on a normal person, hardly anyone could have blocked that kick. War advised Jin Hyuk to give up, saying it was pointless to continue. But Jin Hyuk just laughed savagely, incessantly calling Waran a monster. Jin Hyuk even scolded her, saying it was too late for her to act merciful and kind. The comment provoked War. She shot back, "What is that supposed to mean?" Jin Hyuk growled, emphasizing the mercy she was trying to show everyone by refusing to fight back. He claimed that mercy should have been reserved for his family when they were murdered. The more he spoke, the more Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, creating a grinding sound, his eyes wide and his pupils pinpricks. Jin Hyuk declared he would kill Waran, no matter the cost. He had been lucky enough to survive that day, but the others hadn't. Tears filled his eyes as he looked at the scene of devastation, smoke and fire covering the sky, and corpses strewn everywhere. He clutched his loved ones to his chest, his judgment clouded by hatred. War couldn't believe her ears. Fear and torment flickered deep in her eyes. She couldn't believe there were survivors from that night. Scene shifts to a forge in Nazaria. In a room filled with books, a voice kept shouting, demanding to know what happened and why his calculations were wrong. The undead king, the dark mage Garong, trembled as he stared at the book. He had sensed something abnormal. His gaunt, emaciated body looked like nothing more than a bag of bones. He kept insisting that the current moment was perfect and that this was an opportunity, a miracle granted to him by the heavens. He looked at the peaceful scenery outside, confused because he couldn't remember if he had activated the second magic circle, and wondering why, even though his ritual had succeeded, everything around him remained so calm. It seemed Garong had realized the time loop. He still retained the memories of successfully performing the ritual and transforming, but he had been sent back 3 days before the ritual took place. He didn't know who had meddled in this or how they could make time repeat like this. This was the first time he had realized something after being sent back into the loop. He screamed in terror. Witch! He was certain this was caused by the witch herself. Garong kicked the door open and rushed out. He still vividly remembered the face of Erin, a spear-wielding witch with silver hair and blue eyes. He ran with all his might across the green grass. After 300 years, he had identified the source of everything, Erin, but he didn't know how or by what means this could have been repeating for 300 years. Garong stood on the ground and looked up at the blue sky above. He realized the spell trapping the city in an endless loop was still clearly visible in the sky. Looking at the center of the spell and the ancient runes within, Garong guessed at once that Erin had used the power of the moon, fully absorbed, to reinforce the magic circle she had carved onto this city. It was pure magic, refined, by power more absolute and intense than any grand mage in history. Garong's eyes were glued to the massive formation in the sky. In his heart, he silently gauged the power of the one who created it. He also noticed a strange object carved into the magic circle. It contained such terrifying power that he recognized it the moment he saw it. They were the languages of origin. This was a special type of ancient rune that had been forgotten and lost about 300 years ago. The stone that absorbed moonlight, inscribed with the letter N, symbolized the meaning of the word primordial. While he was staring intently, Garong didn't notice someone approaching. That person greeted him, successfully grabbing Garong's attention. Garong laughed loudly when he saw that the person was Erin. He was deliriously happy to have finally realized he had been trapped in this spell for 300 years, and even more so that Erin was the one who had caused it. Garong laughed freakishly, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, reflecting the joy of finding the key to the problem. He roared that because of Erin, time in this city kept repeating endlessly. Erin was the one who had caused it all. Erin just stood there listening without responding, neither denying nor arguing. Erin's eyes held only coldness and cruelty. She spoke in a low voice, calling out the name of the undead king, Gerong. That single call had a powerful effect on Garong's body, causing him to be unable to move, his mouth whimpering in pain. Garong's body began to swell and bloat as he transformed, his eyes turning cloudy and red, like the devil, Satan. The forced transformation caused him unbearable pain. Tears streamed down his face, and his eyes rolled back repeatedly. Erin stood to the side, only reminding Garong to play his part well. On the second night in Nazaria, a gloomy city under a starry sky, Elisa and Corin carried out the plan they had discussed earlier. Elisa intentionally used herself as bait to lure the Abyss Streaker. She drew her sword and decisively sliced it in two. Corin did the same. On his side, he had already finished off the White Soul King. They had successfully destroyed the 3 undead kings, the Abyss Streaker, the White Soul King, and the Titan. Although Corin and Elisa weren't high-ranking guardians, they had both defeated high-level undead bosses. Elisa beamed, holding the moonstone in her hands. She excitedly showed off their hard-earned spoils to Corin. He sat on the pile of monster corpses, still lost in his own thoughts. They were able to hunt monsters easily in this city, swarming with the undead, all thanks to Danua. Aaron smiled happily. Their only remaining goal now was the undead king. Corin rested his chin on his hand, knowing Aaron must have done this hundreds, thousands of times. Aaron's guidance was truly masterful. The plan was flawless. Finally, the afternoon of the 3rd day arrived, and the final boss they had to face appeared. Jiran stood in the middle of the road, radiating overwhelming malice. Their mission was to defeat Jiran before he could fully awaken his power. The undead king, Jiran, the dark mage, who had orchestrated the Nazaria Undead Legion uprising 300 years ago, and a man who thirsted to become the king of the undead. Elisa was slightly disappointed upon seeing Jiran's true form. She turned to ask Aaron, who was smiling gently, if the creature before them was truly the undead king Jiran. Because, although this undead king was deformed, he didn't look very imposing. Corin speculated his appearance might be due to an incomplete evolution. Aaron pondered the matter and agreed that his soul had not yet been fully demonized. He also lacked the cunning of a true mage. Corin didn't care about any of that. He told everyone to stay back. Hearing this, Aaron didn't understand what he was planning to do. Then she saw Corin suddenly rush forward alone. He wanted to handle Jiran by himself. Elisa panicked and shouted to stop Corin. Regardless of his appearance, Jiran was still a super-grade boss. Corin agreed with Elisa. Even if he was an incomplete monster, fundamentally, Jiran was still an undead king, resurrected through a dark, forbidden ritual. Jiran's power was certainly far beyond Marietta's. Calling him a super-grade final boss wasn't an exaggeration. Corin ran close to Jiran and greeted him first. Jiran realized something was coming his way. Corin used the purple lightning technique to strike Jiran directly. The purple bolt slammed down, shattering everything nearby. Corin felt the terrifying power radiating from Jiran. After the attack, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Jiran was no pushover. The undead king Jiran roared, unleashing his power, launching consecutive ultimate moves from the Death Curse and Wind of the Departed to the final apocalypse. The force from Jiran caused buildings and streets to shatter and collapse. Elisa didn't expect Jiran to be able to cast high-level magic so rapidly, without even needing a cooldown. As she stood there shielding herself from harm, she anxiously asked if Corin was okay. That fool, Jiran, laughed with glee, thinking he had wiped out his opponents. The undead king never expected to be struck again. In Corin's eyes, Jiran's power was only mediocre. He used the infinite returning heaven to slice Jiran into pieces. Because he wasted so much mana, he couldn't defend against Corin's final move. He executed the finishing technique, Nacha Mach Strike. Finally, the undead king Jiran crumbled into a puddle of blood at Corin's feet. Those who focus too heavily on raw power, like the undead king, are easier to deal with. If you can overwhelm them with skill, you can easily toy with them, like a weak boss. Besides, Nazaria was a repeatable mission. He had already killed him thousands of times before. Elisa was stunned by the result. Corin had killed Jiran far too easily. She felt he was getting stronger by the day. Corin, however, thought she could probably handle him even more easily than he could. He noticed only Elisa was left and realized Aaron had disappeared. Clearly, she had been standing right next to her just a moment ago. Corin silently speculated and decided to go look for Aaron alone. Before leaving, he told Elisa to stay and watch out for the undead. Elisa watched his retreating figure, wondering about Aaron as she looked down at the ruined, smoke-filled city from above. There really wasn't anything to see here. Corin found Aaron standing, alone, looking down at the rubble below. Stepping beside her, he asked if this wasn't the first time the undead king Jiran had appeared. Aaron admitted it. This had happened 36,539 times. Every 3 days, the Nazaria mission to defeat the Demon King reset. The dark mage Jiran had used the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into the undead. This had happened 353 months and 27 days ago. 1.2 million undead suddenly appeared and disappeared along with the undead king. Corin also realized Aaron had repeated this cycle 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Aaron destroyed the Demon King Jiran. Corin asked why this loop existed. Aaron smiled and gently answered his question. She herself had created this city, and if those 1.2 million undead were to leave this city, the entire continent, the whole world would vanish in an instant. The Heavenly Covenant runestone appeared along with countless glowing magic circles in the sky. Aaron had used the ancient runes to interfere with Jiran's magic circle. After hearing the truth from Aaron, Corin couldn't grasp the idea of resurrecting 1.2 million people. Doing something like that was truly too cruel. A grim voice echoed from the void, saying he would understand soon enough. Corin recognized the voice. It was none other than the Reaper, who always carried chains and a sharp scythe at his side. The Reaper said he would keep watching him because he was someone who dared to challenge death. Perhaps the Reaper already knew Corin was a regressor. The Reaper was an entity created by the system to reclaim the souls of the dead. The Reaper's duty was to ensure that collected souls would be reborn into new lives to continue the cycle. Thus, the undead, those who constantly escaped death and reclaimed their lives, were the Reaper's greatest grievance. Nasri has been repeating this for 300 years now. Aaron admitted that she was the one who created this 3-day loop, which is why the Reaper descended to destroy the ancient language that was defiling death. But she once made a pact with the Reaper because the undead would turn every life they took into more undead. Going back to when Aaron first met the Reaper, she seriously pointed out the dilemma. If those 1,200,000 undead left the city, all of humanity will turn into zombies, and there won't be any souls left to continue the cycle. Because of this sharp ultimatum, Aaron forced the Grim Reaper to make a choice. Either forego the cycle of 1.2 million souls, or face the collapse of the entire world. And the Grim Reaper chose to enter into a pact. The pact between Aaron and the Grim Reaper consists of 3 conditions. As long as these 3 conditions are met, the Grim Reaper will not interfere with the 3-day loop. The first condition is that Aaron must defeat the immortal Jiran. After that, Jiran's memories will be reset to 3 days prior. Once everything is reset, Aaron is forced to leave the city. That is also the second condition. Finally, Aaron, the creator of the 3-day loop, will no longer interfere with this loop. After that, the existence of the immortal Titan, the hellish monster, Abstreaker, and the White King will slowly be defeated. The immortal King Zerone will be executed on the 3rd night. The 3-day loop repeated for 300 years. Returning to reality, Aaron sadly recounted everything. Gradually, everyone became exhausted. After 20,000 times, Zerone finally realized he was trapped in a 3-day loop. Corin was frustrated. He didn't know how much longer Aaron intended to keep repeating this. How much longer could her mind endure? How much longer could she keep killing Zerone? Corin shouted at Aaron. He asked her how long she intended to keep this up. Did she intend to repeat these 3 days forever? Even though she was exhausted, as long as it was possible, Aaron would continue. She could understand why Corin came here. He was trying to save someone, and he was saving many people as well. What Aaron said reminded him of Warren, and Aaron urged him to go quickly. Watching Aaron's lonely silhouette, the Grim Reaper could only remark that saving the world requires sacrifice. Corin is an outlier. Aaron does not belong to this world. She would pretend not to know of his existence. Finally, Aaron turned away and left. Aaron sacrificed herself, making it so that no one could recognize her. They didn't even know how she had sacrificed herself. Thinking of this, Corin gritted his teeth. He was furious. He knew she was always thinking about sacrificing herself. He recalled the image of his mentor in his past life, when she accepted putting herself in danger to protect others. That was also why Corin respected her so much. Someone fighting alone to protect the world in silence. However, Corin came up with a different solution when thinking of the Grim Reaper. Corin called out to the Grim Reaper. Aaron turned around in surprise, confused about what Corin was trying to do. Corin reached his hand toward the Grim Reaper, offering to make a pact. He would not give up, and he would not let any opportunity to save his mentor slip away. Aaron tried to run over to stop his actions, but she wasn't fast enough. The light from the pact's formation blocked her, but she kept getting closer. A glowing golden orb sat on the scale. The Grim Reaper found this situation very interesting because the person making the pact was a liar. The Grim Reaper praised Corin's courage. A man who cheated death himself wanted to make a pact with the Grim Reaper. The scale was tilting toward a larger purple orb. Tiny Corin stood before the powerful Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper looked at him and demanded he state his desire. Making his request, Corin wanted to annul the pact established by Aaron. But first, the Grim Reaper had to give him a treasure of the mortal world. He wanted at least something from grade 10 or above. Like any other pact, Corin had to trade something else for his wish. Corin thought for a moment. He promised that within half a year, he would clear out the entire city of Nazaria, a place currently overrun by zombies. The Grim Reaper paused for a few seconds, stunned by Corin's massive promise. The Grim Reaper asserted that he could not do it. Though small, before the Grim Reaper, Corin ignored his doubt. Whether he could do it or not was not for the Grim Reaper to decide. He just needed to place it on the scale. Corin asked the Grim Reaper about the fairness of his pact. A second later, the golden orb on the scale grew larger. It shone brighter and brighter. After measuring the weight of the pact, the Grim Reaper replied that the pact was not yet fair enough. Exterminating 1.2 million souls was not yet commensurate with Corin's reward. The Grim Reaper said this, but the weight of the golden orb was many times heavier than the purple orb, proving the pact was not yet balanced. Realizing the problem stunned Corin, and the Grim Reaper demanded Corin choose a number. Only then would the scale reach equilibrium. Corin broke into a sweat, thinking. The odd number referred to legendary items in the top 10. If he had to choose, Corin was certain about that number. After weighing everything, Corin decided to choose the treasure he wanted. After the pact was made, Corin walked toward where Aaron was standing. Aaron was still in a state of panic. She didn't expect Corin to dare to do such a thing. She rushed toward him, wanting to know what he had done. Corin saw her running toward him, surprised that she had waited for him patiently. Corin told Aaron about the pact he had just made with the Grim Reaper. Within half a year, he had to purify Nazaria. If he succeeded, Aaron's pact would also be void. Hearing the condition of the pact, Aaron could only scream helplessly. She could only say that he was crazy, because she knew that if he didn't fulfill the pact with the Grim Reaper, even his soul would no longer exist. He would be stripped of all rights to reincarnation. Replying to Aaron's worried words, Corin slowly lowered his voice, speaking to her with deep respect. I confirm that this is what I learned from Aaron. Corin gripped her shoulders firmly, telling her what he had done. He had learned it from Aaron, which made Aaron freeze. She seemed a bit surprised. At first, Corin only thought of this as a game, but in the most dangerous, most difficult moments, standing before a world of smoke and fire with monsters lurking all around, he met an adult that was the first time he met a true hero. A hero he couldn't protect. You stood alone against the whole world. You sacrificed yourself while protecting me. The moment she turned back to smile at him while standing amidst the ruins, and smoke broke his heart in a way he couldn't bear. Corin gripped Aaron's shoulders even tighter. This time he wanted to save her. This time he would certainly not fail. He was no longer the weakling he used to be. Regardless, it wasn't something as grand as saving the world. What he was doing was very simple. Smiling brightly, he treated what he was doing this time as a way to repay her, beneath a peaceful, star-filled night sky. Aaron was facing a monster covered in tumors. It wielded a bizarre staff, and this was also far in the future in Nazaria. The monster screamed in fear, repeatedly shouting, "Witch! Witch!" It unleashed all its magic to fight back. Life continued for 3 years. The monster was attacked repeatedly, and could no longer defend itself. Finally, Aaron made it explode completely. The incident happened again, just like today. Aaron took off her hood and sighed. The city was still a chaotic hellscape. She stood alone, looking down at the ruins. These mechanical actions had been repeating for 3 years. She had been fighting through this terrible schedule the entire time. The reason was nothing special. It was just because she was a hero. She is the last saintess still existing on this land. The Queen of the Shadow Kingdom has now vanished into the void. Erin Danua has always been aware that she is a special person. Living like a hero is something she has taken for granted. And even now, she still lives that way as a hero. But the only difference is that for the first time, she heard someone say they wanted to save her. Before, she always thought that the task of saving others belonged only to the hero. Because she took on the role of the hero, she had to set aside her own feelings, even neglecting to take care of herself. Yet, Corin says he wants to save her, to repay her kindness. Erin pulls her cloak hood back up. It is Corin who has awakened the emotions that lay buried deep in her subconscious throughout her 3 years of solitude. He said he would always stay by her side. Erin blushes when she thinks of Corin and the things he said. She is moved by receiving sincere care from someone else. The Grim Reaper, watching from the side, is also satisfied with what he is witnessing. After all, Erin is an old friend who has accompanied him for 300 years. He tells himself that even a hero can fall into the trap of love. This isn't bad at all. The Grim Reaper thinks back on the contract between him and Corin. He feels that things will get quite difficult. Even though he let the boy choose a number, he never expected him to choose something like that. At that moment, Corin had decisively chosen that thing, the thing he wanted. He chose the Grim Reaper's orb, an item that only attacks and has no defense, a strike that can separate the body and the soul. This is a supreme treasure of death. It possesses the power of the Grim Reaper's scythe when the user equips it to their own weapon. However, its effectiveness is strongest only when used by the Grim Reaper himself. For humans, it only brings moderate ability, and for someone who cannot perceive souls like Corin, it is the worst possible choice. That said, the scales of exchange were no longer imbalanced. That also meant that the reward Corin chose was perfectly suited for the trade. The more the Grim Reaper thinks about it, the more he enjoys it. He rests his chin in his hand, clicking his tongue in amusement. He does not know what Corin is planning to change, so he is very curious himself. Scene change to the entrance of Nazaria City. Kang Run is standing with his arms crossed, deep in thought. The qualifying round is nearing its end. 8 teams totaling 32 people from Borome and MKA. Only half of them will be able to move on to the next round. At 6:50 in the morning, the scoreboard shows the points for each team. The first team of Borome Academy, led by Kang Yua and her teammates, has reached a total of 558 accumulated points. The second team of MK3 Academy, featuring the demi-human Mariette, reached 499 points. While Mariette's teammate is still rambling on about some kind of spells, Mariette also agrees that if their team hadn't broken the Moonstone, they might have taken first place. The final scoreboard is listed: Team 1, 558 points. Team 2, 499 points. Team 4, 160 points. Team 3, 155 points. Team 6, 126 points. Team 8, 98 points. Team 7, 55 points. And Team 5 has yet to return. After everyone looks at the scoreboard, they confirm that the victory this time definitely belongs to Borome, and perhaps there is nothing left for them to do here. Some feel lucky to have survived, while others discuss how their attacks were somewhat similar to the Mandrek bandits' attacks. The 2 youngsters who were eliminated early, Jer and El, are still extremely anxious because none of their teammates have returned yet. M3 Academy is good at forming teams, but their skills are generally only at a rather weak level. And speaking of weak, that brings us to Team 5. Corin's Team 5 even has the nickname the Incompetent Corin Squad. From the very beginning, the members of the team didn't expect much anyway. Others join in the discussion. They say that except for Team 2 and Team 5, there probably isn't any other group from MK3 Academy with a chance to make it to the next round. Corin's Team 5 even lost 2 members as soon as they participated. How could they possibly turn the tide in that situation? Kang Run hears this, and is also very pleased, secretly celebrating in his heart. Borome will have 3 teams in the finals, and the Maba Academy he dislikes will only have 1 team qualify. While they are buzzing with discussion, the room door opens. Corin's voice calls out a good morning. Elisa realizes that the 2 of them have arrived late. Elisa notices that there is only 1 minute left before they are disqualified, so she breathes a sigh of relief. Corin waves his hand, saying they made it anyway. Kang Run clears his throat, scolding Corin and Elisa for arriving late. Hearing this, Elisa resentfully blames Corin for wanting to eat after finishing the job. Corin didn't want to wait too long to eat. Furthermore, since they were both in the middle of a mission, if they didn't take the chance to eat then, when would they ever get to? Kang Run annoyingly reminds Corin's group to submit their items so he can update the scores. In his heart, he is certain that Corin's group will be eliminated. Elisa places 1 stone on the scale. Kang Run continues to actively mock the score of Corin's group, certain it will be super low. What he and everyone else did not expect was that with just the first stone, the score jumped up to 250 points. Everyone gasps, unable to believe the number 250. Kang Run immediately concludes that Corin's Team 5 is in 3rd place, but Corin quickly cuts him off because he hasn't submitted all of the moonstones yet. The 3 moonstones from the 3 undead kings are all placed on the scale. Everyone who sees it is terrified. They ask where Corin's group went to hunt for moonstones. Could it be that their group went straight to the city center to hunt those 3 legendary giant monsters? The surprises aren't over yet. Corin also takes out a moonstone as red as blood. That is his final item. The moonstone of the immortal king Jirong is placed on the scale. The points on the scale immediately jump wildly. Everyone is stunned. All of Kang Run's people stare with their mouths wide open as they read the number 1000. On the scoreboard, the total points received by Corin's team appear as 1,768 points. Corin gives a thumbs up, saying it's great, while old Kang Run still cannot believe his eyes. The final ranking shows that Corin's team is in the lead, with 1,768 points, and the 4 teams making it to the finals are Team 5, Team 1, Team 2, and Team B. A carriage is waiting outside the door. The morning atmosphere is very bustling. Elisa asks Corin if he is going to go there again, right? Corin just says, After that, he confirms that he has to go, and it seems Elisa has discovered Corin's intention to save Aaron. Elisa announces that she and Marietta Dunalbev will go with Corin next time. Elisa flashes a beautiful, bright smile. She doesn't want him to do everything by himself. Even though she doesn't know what his plan is, if Corin acts that way, It will make Kasset worry. Corin is very surprised to hear this. He always thought Elisa was just an idiot, but it seems he was wrong. He agrees with Elisa and thanks her for thinking of him, but he also warns Elisa that she might get tired because there is still a lot of work waiting for them ahead. Corin closes his eyes to rest, but his mind doesn't stop calculating. He wants to study how to use the power he obtained from the Grim Reaper. That worldly treasure is a bit different from his expectations, but the Reaper's orb could become a special hidden item for his upcoming actions. Corin recalled the lonely figure of Waran when she insisted that no matter what he did, it would be useless and no one would help her. Corin smiled confidently. Who knows? Maybe the thing he got from the Reaper would be the trump card to save that child? Returning to the academy, Corin immediately went to find Waran, but he was met with shocking news. Professor Josephine announced that Waran had been detained. In the past, there was a young girl named Lan who was dearly loved by everyone. Not seeing her sister, she happily ran over to hug her, having not seen her for a long time. Yua was also happy to see her little sister again and asked how her health had been lately. But Lan was an unfortunate child who had never once been able to walk outside on her own due to a critical illness. She always looked exhausted. It turned out that Lan possessed the Yin Absolute Meridian body, a body cursed to destroy itself. Endless Yin energy overwhelmed her Yang energy, breaking the balance within her. Lan had carried this curse since birth. Her father, Kangu, tried everything to heal his daughter, but there was no medicine that could neutralize the Yin Absolute Meridian. Her father was so devastated that he frantically searched through the room, leaving it in shambles. A happy, peaceful family had just vanished like that. Lying on her sickbed, Lan tried to call out to her father, and he didn't hesitate to call her name. If one had to name two sources of unhappiness within this happiness, the first was Lan's cursed illness. Every breath was a struggle for her. Kangu was determined that he would save Lan at any cost. And here is the second thing. To save Lan, Kangu would do anything. His expression shifted, as if he had become a completely different person. And that was Kangu's innate talent. Being known as the greatest soul mage of the era was the second factor. Kangu had spent his entire life searching for a powerful source of Yang energy that could suppress the Yin energy inside his daughter. He tried every method and medicine, but the wall of the Yin Absolute Meridian was something that human effort could not overcome. From then on, Kangu changed his way of thinking. If there wasn't enough Yang energy to suppress the Yin, then he just needed to find a way to drain that Yin energy away. And so, a creature born with Yin energy was created, with incantations carved onto its body, a monster most familiar to a soul mage, whose duty was to lead the unhappy souls of the departed back to Mother Earth. Kangu had accidentally turned his daughter into a zombie while she was still alive. The living zombie possessed fire properties, and that was the moment she was born. Jin Hyuk felt his blood boil to his brain as he recalled that mercy. His eyes bulged with rage, because that mercy should have been reserved for his family when they were murdered. Without another word, Jin Hyuk decided he would kill the person standing before him. Surrounded by a sea of raging fire, he was determined to kill this person. Before him lay a pile of mangled corpses. Warren was bewildered, looking at what was unfolding before her eyes, unable to understand what was happening. Kang Ryun took advantage of the moment and ordered Huo to kill every human on this land. No living creature was allowed to remain. Jin Hyuk shouted at Warren, calling her a monster, a cold-blooded, heartless monster. Furthermore, Jin Hyuk said that even now, Warren was still pretending to be a good person, which was truly disgusting. But Warren was so confused that she didn't understand anything and wanted to deny it all. Jin Hyuk kept mocking Warren's body. He insisted Warren wasn't Lan, but just a monster that had stolen Lan's body. But she still denied it, thinking this was her own body. Suddenly, a hand reached up from beneath and grabbed Warren's foot. The dried-up skeleton cursed Warren to die, but immediately switched to pleading, "Warren, please just die." The words were filled with sincerity because Warren's father had been torn apart by that skeleton, and it would bury Warren in the name of the royal family. The skeleton then reached up to choke Warren, screaming for her to die. Voices of resentment rang out, saying she shouldn't have been born in the first place. The terrifying figure of Lan appeared, demanding her body back. Warren was terrified to the point of tears, continuously insisting that this body was hers to try and forget reality. Every sound crashed into Warren, making her feel like it was all too loud, and she unleashed her power.